Konoha Year 32, on the eve of the Second Ninja World War. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting scattered patches of light across the training grounds of Konoha. The third Hokage stood upon the elevated platform, facing the ninja forces about to depart for war. His gaze was resolute, brimming with unshakable conviction. The third Hokage's voice rang out resonant and powerful. Today we shall face a severe trial. But I believe we ninja of Konoha are the strongest. We possess unwavering conviction, fearless courage, and a spirit of unity. We will surely vanquish our enemies and protect our homeland. The third Hokage's speech blazed with passion and power, igniting a fiery enthusiasm within every ninja present. They tightened their grips upon their weapons, steeling themselves to fight for the honor of Konoha. At that moment, a ninja who had been dozing while leaning against a great tree suddenly furrowed his brow. The third Hokage's voice and the villagers' cheers had shattered his pleasant dream. He slowly opened his eyes, casting his gaze toward the third Hokage upon the speaking platform. He thought to himself how he wanted just a little more sleep, having stayed up all night binge-watching the Naruto anime, and only just finished catching up. Who were these people making such a racket and disturbing his rest? Then he heard a voice proclaim, "Where the leaves of Konoha dance, fire burns eternally. All of you be prepared, this battle we shall win." The ninja's eyes widened. He looked around in bewilderment. What the hell was this place? Wasn't he lying in bed at home, watching anime, before falling asleep? Who was that upon the platform? He focused his gaze. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in black battle attire. Holy crap! The ninja rubbed his eyes. What the heck was going on? The young third Hokage. He lowered his gaze to examine his own attire. Great. The Uchiha battle uniform complete with tactical gloves. In an instant his mind went completely blank. Then a tide of memories surged into his mind like a flood, his skull feeling as though it were being torn apart. His body curled inward uncontrollably from the agony. Because he was beneath the shade of a tree and the third Hokage's speech still held the attention of all present, his peculiar state went unnoticed by anyone. After roughly 5 minutes, the searing pain gradually faded. Uchiha Zhao's tortured expression slowly returned to calm. Information surfaced within his mind. Uchiha Zhao, the notorious failure of the Uchiha clan. 18 years old, and yet to awaken his Sharingan, possessing only the chakra reserves of a genin. His arsenal of techniques was sparse: the C-rank Great Fireball technique, the C-rank Fireflower technique, and the C-rank Dragonfire technique. Uchiha Zhao seethed with rage. Cursing inwardly, damn it, I've transmigrated into this Naruto world. 18 years old without awakening the Sharingan, only knowing 3 C-rank jutsu, pathetic genin-level chakra, and about to participate in the Second Ninja World War. What's the difference between this and a suicide mission? Then a wave of indignation surged upward from his 21st century university student soul. Immediately a flash of crimson swept across Uchiha Zhao's eyes. His pupils turned red and a single black tomo began to rotate within them. Uchiha Zhao felt a searing pain in his eyes, followed by a wave of weightlessness. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a flash of yellow appeared before his eyes, and in that instant he passed out. Tsunade, one of the 3 most brilliant prodigies of this era and Konoha disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, heir of the Senju bloodline. She had not yet fought the great salamander Hanzo, nor earned the legendary title of the 3 ninja. Having just listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech, her entire body burned with fighting spirit. Moreover, she had heard that she, along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, would serve as squad captains leading villagers to battle enemy ninja. The very thought sent excitement coursing through her veins. As she was preparing to return home to gather her ninja tools, she suddenly sensed an unsettlingly cold chakra. Tracing its source, she discovered a figure beneath a tree. It was Uchiha Zhao. His entire body radiated dark resentment as he stared upward. Then his eyes began to bleed, crimson tears streaming from the corners, his pupils shifting from black to deep red. This was the awakening of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Tsunade was shocked. She was not ignorant of the Kekkei Genkai, known as the Sharingan possessed by the Uchiha, but this was her first time witnessing it at such close range. Curiosity welled up within her. As if guided by fate itself, she found herself walking toward Uchiha Zhao uncontrollably. Just as Uchiha Zhao lowered his head, she noticed he seemed about to collapse at any moment. So she hastened her steps and caught Uchiha Zhao just before he lost consciousness. Tsunade frowned slightly. What was this guy's name again? Seems to be called Uchiha Zhao, right? The bottom-ranking student of this year's Ninja Academy class. Awakening the Sharingan at 18 years old. How should one describe this talent? Words failed her. She had originally intended to send Uchiha Zhao back to the Uchiha compound, but suddenly she recalled some unpleasant matters. It seemed this fellow was regarded as a disgrace by the Uchiha clan. Even his classmates from within the Uchiha occasionally bullied him. At this thought, Tsunade sighed. There was nothing to be done. She would simply bring him back to the Senju ancestral estate. She shook her head, lifted the unconscious Uchiha Zhao, drained from awakening his bloodline limits, and walked toward her own clan district. At this moment, Tsunade had no idea what profound impact this single act of hers would eventually bring upon her own fate. After Tsunade departed, a figure slowly emerged, Shimura Danzo in his youth. His countenance was shadowed and dark as he watched Tsunade's retreating back. No, he was looking at Uchiha Shao. TCH, an innately evil Uchiha brat. Having spoken thus, he turned toward the Hokage building. He intended to report this matter to Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan's deliberate contact with the Senju clan surely harbored ulterior motives. Tsunade, carrying the unconscious Uchiha Shao, reached the Senju ancestral estate in the span of a few breaths. Though she had not inherited her grandfather's would-release talent, her physical prowess had been perfectly inherited. Thus no one had managed to clearly witness her movements. They only felt a gust of wind pass by. Tsunade knocked upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. The one who opened the door was a woman of dignified bearing. She was remarkably beautiful, though the years had left faint traces at the corners of her eyes. She first smiled and said, "Tsunade, you've come." Then, noticing the Uchiha youth in her arms, she frowned briefly before saying, "Come inside first." "Yes, Grandma." Tsunade hurried inside and placed Uchiha Shao upon the wooden floor of the room. The elder woman meanwhile cast a glance toward a nearby tree before closing the main door. The ninja in the tree, Umbu, could not help but break into a cold sweat. What could he do? The Hokage had ordered that the Jinchuriki's safety was paramount. He had tried his utmost to conceal himself, yet he was discovered with ease by Lady Mito. He sighed and continued observing the Senju compound. Inside the house, Tsunade used her chakra perception to examine Uchiha Zhao's condition, discovering he had merely overexerted himself and fainted. She breathed a sigh of relief. Uzumaki Mito walked in slowly. She first glanced at Uchiha Shao, then said, "Tsunade, this young man, and you." Tsunade was taken aback. "Grandma, you're misunderstanding. It's just that during the teacher's speech today, Uchiha Shao suddenly awakened his Sharingan, exhausting himself completely. That's why I brought him back." "Then why didn't you send him back to the Uchiha district? They should understand the Sharingan far better," Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. "Grandma, it's like this." Tsunade explained the entire situation of Uchiha Shao to Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito's initial teasing gradually gave way to solemnity, and a flash of compassion crossed her eyes. Who would have thought? The Uchiha have regressed with each generation. Back when Madara was here, even if the clan valued strength, they never looked down upon any of their own members. But now, Uzumaki Mito spoke softly. Afterward, Uzumaki Mito rose to brew some nourishing medicinal soup. Though she appeared somewhat stern, she was in truth a soft-hearted person. Information surfaced within his mind. Uchiha Shao, the notorious failure of the Uchiha clan. 18 years old, and yet to awaken his Sharingan, possessing only the chakra reserves of a genin. His arsenal of techniques was sparse: the C-rank Great Fireball technique, the C-rank Fireflower technique, and the C-rank Dragonfire technique. Tsunade sat beside him, keeping watch, while outside the Umbu ninja continued his observation beneath the tree. The young third Hokage's words still echoed across the training grounds. The fate of these two had been quietly rewritten. What trials awaited Uchiha Shao upon awakening, and what destiny would bind him to the Senju heiress? None yet knew. Approximately 2 hours later, Uchiha Shao awoke from his unconscious state. He shook his head, took a deep breath, and looked around. "Where am I?" Uchiha Shao murmured to himself. This was neither his home, nor the training ground, nor even his modest residence in the clan district. Instead, he found himself in a spacious, bright mansion with a warm and comfortable atmosphere. "Young man, you've awakened." Uzumaki Mito, seated on a chair, opened her closed eyes and gazed at Uchiha Shao on the bed. Uchiha Shao rose and looked toward the source of the voice, only to discover a middle-aged woman sitting gracefully in a chair. Her crimson hair flowed elegantly, her bearing noble, her features exquisite, and her gaze level with his. His mind raced. Konoha red hair, a middle-aged woman. Could it be? Uchiha Shao hurriedly sat up, threw off the covers, and knelt on one knee to pay his respects. "I thank Lady Mito for saving my life." Uzumaki Mito raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. "Young man, I don't believe I mentioned my name before you. How did you know who I am?" Naturally, it was because of Konoha plus red hair, but he couldn't say that as it would seem too shallow. Instead, he replied cleverly, "To answer Lady Mito's question, might I ask if there exists any other woman in Konoha who possesses such grace and beauty? Aside from Lady Mito herself, I can think of no other." Uzumaki Mito covered her mouth and chuckled. "What a sweet-tongued boy." The Nine-Tails voice rang out. "This kid is lying. He did it on purpose." Uzumaki Mito, dividing her attention, responded to the Nine-Tails with a cold snort. "I know. No need to remind me." "The Nine-Tails." Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, "Little one, I've heard you've awakened your Sharingan. Might this old woman request the honor of seeing it?" "By all means." Having spoken, Uchiha Shao closed his eyes. Ina tribute chakra gathered and connected to his optic nerves, and then his eyes opened. Whoosh. His eyes opened, revealing blood-red Sharingan pupils locked onto Uzumaki Mito's gaze, unmoving. Uzumaki Mito nodded approvingly. "Not bad. Your awakening is nearly perfect. I can even sense its aura comparable to that of Uchiha Ninja from the Warring States period." She was not exaggerating. The Sharingan awakened by Uchiha Ninja during the Warring States period was countless times stronger than the Sharingan of the current era. Uchiha Shao was momentarily stunned. The Warring States period. He had never expected such high praise. At 18 years old, he had only just awakened his Sharingan, which the Uchiha clan regarded as worthless. Yet in Uzumaki Mido's eyes, he was a genius. Regardless of whether Uzumaki Mido's words were true or not, Uchiha Xiao felt sincere gratitude toward her in his heart. Thank you for your praise, Lady Mido. Uchiha Xiao's voice grew even more earnest. However, Uzumaki Mido shook her head. Do not thank me just yet. It was little Tsunade who found you unconscious and carried you back. She has just left to attend a meeting. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Xiao immediately understood. So that was how it was. He seemed to recall a touch of golden color before fainting. It must have been Tsunade's hair. Thinking of Tsunade, his heart fluttered. When he had watched the anime, he had always found her beautiful and unparalleled. Now his heart filled with joy. Uchiha Xiao nodded. This meeting was likely the pre-war mobilization and troop assignment. Tsunade, now 18 years old, and a disciple of the Hokage, would surely be selected to lead troops. This was something both a descendant of the Senju clan and a student of the Hokage would inevitably face. However, there was one thing he needed to note: within the year before the war broke out, a Jonin meeting would be convened. At that time, Tsunade would propose the establishment of medical ninja. His task was to unwaveringly follow and support her, but on the premise that his strength would reach Jonin level, and he could make contributions within this year, thereby qualifying to attend the meeting. Uzumaki Mido watched the young man's expression shift and found it amusing. Xiao, is it? Then please rest for now. You've only just awakened and your body is still weak. When little Tsunade returns, you're both the same age. You should have plenty to talk about. Uchiha Xiao thanks Lady Mido. Having said this, he clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude. Uzumaki Mido waved her hand and left the room. Just as she was about to step through the doorway, her foot paused. By the way, this room you're staying in is actually little Tsunade's. With a smile on her face, she walked out. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. This is Tsunade's room. No wonder, no wonder. It smells wonderful. After Uzumaki Mido left, he lay back on the bed. Breathing in that faint fragrance, his heart swelled with joy. Just then a voice suddenly sounded. Ding. System binding complete. The strongest ninja system has been activated. Uchiha Xiao was taken aback, then sat up and gazed at the panel that materialized out of thin air. Please choose whether to activate the system. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath. What was this? He understood it all too well. Besides reading manga, he had also read novels featuring cheat systems. This was a golden finger, a cheat. Uchiha Xiao said yes. Ding. The system has been bound. Host Uchiha Xiao. Chakra capacity Chunin level. Combat power Genin level. Skills Uchiha style Shuriken Jutsu Uchiha style swordsmanship. C rank Ninjutsu Great Fireball Technique Dragon Fire Technique Phoenix Flower Fire Technique. Kekkei Genkai 1 Tomo Sharingan Mutable and Growable. Ding. Detected a newbie gift package. Would the host like to open it? Open it. Uchiha Xiao smiled. As a genin, his combat power made him little more than cannon fodder on the battlefield of the Second Shinobi World War. The arrival of the newbie gift package was perfectly timed. Ding. Newbie gift package contents rewards the host with Chunin level chakra and the B-rank Ninjutsu Great Fire Annihilation directly mastered. Ding. Since the host has independently awakened the Sharingan, the original Sharingan reward has been cancelled and replaced equivalently. System detected that the host possesses wind and earth attribute chakra, meeting the minimum requirements for a Kekkei Genkai. Reward magnetic release Kekkei Genkai along with the B-rank Ninjutsu Sand Binding Cage directly mastered. Immediately Uchiha Xiao felt his chakra capacity surge upward. His meridians expanded significantly, and his previously pale complexion caused by the Sharingan awakening gradually regained its rosy hue. The methods for casting Great Fire Annihilation and Sand Binding Cage were etched into his mind. He moved his hand, and the sand in the room began to flow. Uchiha Xiao quickly stopped. He remembered Lady Uzumaki Mido was still nearby. If he continued, he might be discovered. However, what he didn't know was that the instant his chakra surged, Uzumaki Mido had already activated her shrine ear and was secretly observing him. Every movement he made was visible to her. Her eyes brightened, and she murmured, "Magnetic release. This little one is hiding so deep." She then withdrew her divine sense, feeling quite pleased. This youngster seemed rather handsome and was roughly the same age as Tsunade. But matters between young people should be left to them. After all, a forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. Uchiha Xiao sighed in relief and continued to review the system's functions. Uchiha Xiao gazed at the system interface, which displayed 3 sections: the shop, the roulette wheel, and the quest system. With 0 points in his balance, he bypassed the first 2 and tapped into the quest panel. Well, the quest system was remarkably comprehensive. Daily tasks, weekly challenges, achievements, chance encounters, and affinity tracking. Truly everything one could ask for, complete with a helpful little reminder. There are never-ending tasks, only worthless individuals refuse to complete them. That single line made Uchiha Xiao's head throb with confusion. What on earth was this? This was manipulation. What kind of system designed something like this? It was pure exploitation. Animals, the lot of them. No uncompleted tasks, only refuseful scum. What twisted logic was this? It was like saying if you could endure hardship, you'd be promised an endless supply of it. Uchiha Shao let out a weary sigh, but then something caught his eye. Several quests were already marked as completed. Achievement unlocked, eyes opened. Congratulations. You're officially a somewhat capable piece of trash. Keep pushing forward. Reward, 500 points. Affinity Quest Namikaze Mito Acquaintance. Reward, 50 points. Affinity Quest Tsunade Chance Encounter. Reward, 10 points. Uchiha Shao exhaled slowly. Perhaps he was beginning to accumulate some wealth after all. But when he opened the shop his face went green with disbelief. What manner of prices were these? Senjutsu Body, 999999 points. Mangekyo Sharingan, 999999 points. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 999999 points. A rank, Jutsu 20000 points. B rank, Jutsu 5000 points. C rank, Jutsu 500 points. D rank, Jutsu 50 points. Uchiha Shao quickly closed the shop, his earlier confidence shattered. All his wealth could barely cover a C rank technique. Damn it, what use was even that? As for the Senjutsu Body and Mangekyo Sharingan, those were completely out of reach. He was still a pauper. Wait, wasn't there also the roulette wheel? Uchiha Shao opened the roulette and surveyed the prizes. 8 slots in total. 5 glittered in red, gold, purple, blue, and green, while the remaining 3 offered pity rewards. Thanks for participating. January's soldier pills and January's water. Uchiha Shao nodded. The rewards looked reasonable, but a single spin cost 168 points. He hesitated. A 5-pull bundle required 800 points, and he possessed only 560 at present. He decided to save a bit longer. Closing the system panel, he sent his thoughts inward. System, you know everything, don't you? Ding. The system is omniscient. Please inquire freely, host. What is Danzu up to right now? Uchiha Shao asked suddenly. Ding. Information retrieval requires 10 points. Would you like to proceed, host? View it. Uchiha Shao felt a surge of curiosity. After all, Danzu had played his role rather prudently during this campaign. Hiruzen had just assumed the office of Hokage, and Danzu himself had only recently been appointed as a Konoha advisor. Even for his own interests, Danzu would fight earnestly in this battle. Ding. Commencing video playback for host. Suddenly an image materialized within Uchiha Shao's mind. The third Hokage had just concluded a meeting assigning teams when the distinguished Danzo pushed open the door and entered. Hiruzen, one of the Uchiha youngsters, has been associating with Lady Tsunade and Lady Mito. I suspect the Uchiha clan is plotting rebellion. I recommend that boy be handed over to me for interrogation. Shimura Danzo slapped a hand upon the third Hokage's desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, interlacing his hands before his mouth. Danzo, I am already aware of this matter. Leave it be for now. The Uchiha of Konoha remained Konoha's Uchiha. If they intended to rebel, they would have followed Uchiha Madara when he departed. Moreover, do not forget that Uchiha Kagami was our comrade in arms, and an Uchiha recognized by our teacher. We are on the verge of battle, and the Uchiha also constitute the village's strength. Danzo sneered. Kagami was indeed an Uchiha acknowledged by our sensei. But you must not overlook the Uchiha clan's talent. Upon awakening the 3-tomoe Sharingan, one gains the prowess of a jonin. Are you not concerned? A hint of villainy glinted in his eyes. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Stow your petty schemes. The Uchiha will not be touched. The third Hokage slammed his palm upon the desk with formidable force. Jiraiya and Watergate standing nearby flinched. This Hiruzen, in his prime and newly crowned Hokage, possessed an undeniable authority. Hiruzen, you. Shimura Danzo was taken aback. He never expected his old friend to wield the title of Hokage against him in such a manner. It had never occurred before. All for a bunch of inherently wicked Uchiha children. Very well, Hiruzen. You will come to regret this. With those words, Danzo departed the Hokage's office, striking the door shut with his right hand. The loud bang disclosed his unmasked fury. Hiruzen watched Danzo's departing figure lost in deep thought. Jiraiya and Watergate standing at his side urged Hiruzen not to let it trouble him. Danzo had acted on impulse. This was not the elderly Hiruzen of later years. He was resolute and decisive now, prepared to strike anyone who dared oppose him, and far less likely to heed Danzo's enticements. Hiruzen lifted his pipe and lit it. Smoke filled the conference room, obscuring his features, rendering his thoughts unreadable to all present. Though Jiraiya detested the smell of smoke, he dared not speak, and stood quietly awaiting Hiruzen's instructions. Watergate offered words of consolation to his leader. The video concluded there. Uchiha Shao nodded. It seemed that at this point in time Hiruzen Sarutobi remained the legendary shinobi professor rather than the indulgent elder of later years. Just then the door was thrown open and Tsunade stepped inside. Her long ponytail and flourishing figure exuded an effortless charm at all times. Uchiha Shao could not help but cast a sideways glance. Tsunade paused, suddenly remembering that Uchiha Shao was still resting at home, and a warm smile graced her lips. Shaokun, you're awake. How are you feeling? Are you better? Tsunade asked naturally as she removed her ninja armor, revealing a black form-fitting garment that accentuated her curves to perfection. Tsunade failed to realize the profound effect her habitual gesture had upon Uchiha Shao. He quickly averted his gaze, a blush spreading across his cheeks. Noticing his reaction, Tsunade glanced down at her attire and blushed despite herself. Yet seeing Uchiha Zhao's flustered response, her nervousness inexplicably dissolved, and her eyes wandered with a newfound mischief. Xiaokuan, what's the matter? Why are your cheeks so red? Tsunade's playful nature surfaced. Hearing her words, Uchiha Zhao's face turned even redder. He stammered, Tsunade, perhaps you should go change clothes first. Tsunade tilted her head, a smile tugging at her lips. But this is my house, she said, feigning confusion. Uchiha Zhao's mind erupted like a bomb. He bowed his head hastily. Alright, I'm sorry. I'll step out first. He fled through the door as though pursued. In the courtyard of the Senju ancestral residence, a cold breeze swept through, sobering Uchiha Zhao somewhat. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the moon above, his heart pounding. Through the window, Tsunade observed Uchiha Zhao in the courtyard and burst into unrestrained laughter within her room. How had she never noticed this facet of the ordinarily taciturn youth before? Gazing at Uchiha Zhao illuminated by moonlight, she thought him rather handsome. Shaking her head, she drew the curtains and changed into attire that was both comfortable and appropriate. Uchiha Zhao raised his head in the courtyard, gazing at the moon above. Moonlight cascaded upon him, and in that instant, he stood frozen. The moon of today is not the moon of ancient times, yet the moon of today once shone upon those of old. The ancient verse slipping from his lips added a touch of melancholy to his aura. Tsunade's hearing was remarkably keen. The moment she heard these lines, she was deeply captivated. Glancing at Uchiha Zhao bathed in moonlight, a sudden flush rose to her cheeks. You possess such literary talent, Xiaokuan. With verses like these, the moon of today is not the moon of ancient times, yet the moon of today once shone upon those of old. I wonder how many young women would find themselves captivated by you. Tsunade chuckled. Uchiha Zhao turned his head toward her. She wore a loose kimono, her arms fair and flawless, as she stood beside him, both gazing up at the bright moon in the sky. I apologize for any offense, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Zhao smiled and bowed respectfully. Technically, he was a genin, while she was a jonin. Though they were classmates in rank, Tsunade held authority over him. Tsunade shook her head. Xiaokuan, simply call me Tsunade. No need for such formality. Beyond our hierarchical relationship, we're also peers. Only then did Uchiha Zhao lift his gaze. This time Tsunade was the one looking up at the moon, giving him the opportunity to observe her features up close. An oval face, a high ponytail, large bright eyes, and a slender figure with long legs. Her smile couldn't hide the warmth in her expression as she fixed her gaze on the moon above, which seemed to reflect in her eyes like polished lenses. Suddenly Tsunade caught herself and looked up at the man towering above her, a laugh escaping her lips. Xiaokuan, congratulations. 18 years, and you finally opened your eyes. The girl's smile was pure and clear, untouched by mockery or ridicule, just genuine warmth and heartfelt well-wishing. Uchiha Zhao's lips curved into a faint smile. You're the first person who truly wants the best for me. Did no one care for or look after you in the clan compound? Tsunade suddenly paused, turning to look at Uchiha Zhao. Uchiha Zhao offered a light smile. There were people who cared, but circumstances changed things. He was thinking of his parents and friends. His father had died on the battlefield during the Great War, and his mother passed the following year from exhaustion and grief. As for his friends, some had gradually drifted away after being influenced by other clan members, leaving him on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. Seeing him still able to smile through such pain, Tsunade recognized a maturity in him that set him apart from others his age. She knew better than to press further. Asking would be cruel. Tsunade shook her head and offered a gentle smile. Well, Xiaokuan, you should rest soon. You depart tomorrow, and without proper rest you won't be able to wake. She pointed toward the guest quarters, stretched, and retreated to her own room. Uchiha Zhao smiled, following her direction. It was midnight, and the village lay silent except for the patrols still on duty. During this time of war, nighttime movement was strictly forbidden. Anyone caught out after dark risked being suspected as a spy or someone intent on mischief. So Uchiha Zhao had to stay at the Senju compound. Entering the guest room, he noticed it was spotless, obviously prepared by Mito-sama. He couldn't help but feel grateful toward Mito-sama. If his memory served correctly, the next year would bring invasion from the 4 great nations upon the land of whirlpools, all seeking the Uzumaki bloodline. Whatever the cost, he would find a way to prevent this from happening. His gaze was as steadfast as rock. He then lay down upon the bed, pulled the covers over himself, and drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mito opened her eyes, rose from bed, and knocked on Tsunade's door. Thud, thud, thud. Who is it? Tsunade had just finished undressing, her fair legs exposed. This was her home, this room was hers, so naturally there was no need for modesty. Sarutobi Jiraiya had been summoned by Orochimaru earlier to discuss battle precautions and receive special training, so he was not home tonight. As for Uchiha Zhao, after their conversation, Tsunade had confirmed he was a man of good character. Such inappropriate behavior was unthinkable for him. But someone might still have business with her, so she asked who was at the door. It's me. Uzumaki Mito's voice drifted through. Tsunade immediately brightened. She loved and respected this woman dearly. After her grandfather passed, it was she who raised Tsunade and Jiraiya. Her grandmother was someone she naturally revered and cherished. Creak, the door opened. Grandmother. Before seeing her, Tsunade's voice rang out. Uzumaki Mito's face immediately broke into a smile. Her granddaughter's voice was simply delightful to hear. But the moment the door opened and she saw Tsunade completely unclad, her expression fell. Frowning, she spoke in a low, reproving tone. How many times must I tell you a proper young lady should sleep clothed? Yet you never listen. Normally it matters little, but with guests in the house, you still show no regard. What if someone had walked in and seen you like this? Uzumaki Mito chided. Tsunade shrank slightly, sensing her grandmother's anger. Her mind, not particularly quick, frantically searched for a way to coax her, but drew a blank. This sight, however, amused Mito. Enough, stop overthinking it. Your tongue is just as clumsy as your grandfather's. Tsunade could only scratch her head, offering an awkward, apologetic smile. There was no arguing with her grandmother. She was the head of the household, and she was plainly right. Grandmother, sit. Pointing to the tatami mat, Tsunade slipped into a silk robe and obediently knelt on the opposite side, awaiting her grandmother's words. The moment she sat, her posture exuded effortless grace, her figure accentuated in a way that made Uzumaki Mito shake her head in fond exasperation. Uzumaki Mito overlooked it, kneeling gracefully opposite Tsunade with elegant poise, embodying the bearing of a distinguished lady, a stark contrast to her granddaughter. The monkey requested your presence at a meeting. What was discussed? Uzumaki Mito spoke first, her gaze fixed intently upon Tsunade. Tsunade looked up, her expression calm. Grandmother, the teacher instructed that Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and I each lead 1,000 troops to the land of rain to destroy enemy forces. Under certain circumstances. Tsunade hesitated slightly. Speak. Uzumaki Mito said calmly. Tsunade sighed. Under certain circumstances we are to intercept Samoyu, half-zong, buying the other units time for their frontal assault. Uzumaki Mito's eyes narrowed slightly, and she fell into a long, thoughtful silence. Mito Uzumaki narrowed her eyes, making Tsunade quite nervous as her hands involuntarily clenched. Hanzo the salamander is hailed as a demigod. His power is far beyond what the three of you can handle. Remember, great reputation never comes from nowhere. Mito Uzumaki said calmly. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Grandmother, this is our first mission from Sensei. I don't want to give up. I know Hanzo the salamander is at the Kage level, but how can we know unless we try? Her eyes revealed something called determination, shining brightly. Upon seeing this, Mito Uzumaki did not feel happy, but instead let out a sigh. Since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. Come back alive, Mito Uzumaki said with her eyes closed. I don't want to lose you, my dear granddaughter. Mito Uzumaki's words echoed softly, leaving Tsunade somewhat dazed. She couldn't help but recall her grandmother's life. She had married into Konoha from her hometown, far from her clansmen. She lost her husband in middle age and her son in her later years. Now the only blood relatives she had were herself and her younger brother. And now both she and her brother were heading to the battlefield. How unbearable must this be for an elderly woman? She had been so focused on proving her strength, proving that Hashirama Senju's granddaughter was a powerhouse, that she had forgotten her grandmother only wished for their safety and happiness. I will, grandmother. I will come back alive. Tsunade's eyes reddened slightly, her voice trembling. Mito Uzumaki suddenly remembered something. Tsunade, I seem to recall that team captains can bring one trusted companion along, correct? Do you have anyone in mind? Grandmother, I haven't chosen yet, but someone recommended a boy from the Kata clan. I heard his spirit transformation technique is quite peculiar. Tsunade wiped away her tears. Spirit transformation. Though ultimately a minor technique, Mito Uzumaki shook her head. I think that boy from the Uchiha clan is actually quite suitable. Xiao Jun, but his rank is only Genin. Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. Mito Uzumaki rose and walked toward the door, then suddenly turned her head to look at Tsunade. That young man's Sharingan may only have one tomo, but the aura within it is more powerful than most 2-tomo Sharingans, even approaching the level of 3-tomo. Tsunade froze. 3-tomo. Did that mean Xiao Jun had the combat capability of a Jonin? Even so, the person from the Kata clan also seemed to be a Jonin and possessed the peculiar talent of spirit transformation. Compared to that, Xiao Jun still fell short. Just as Tsunade was puzzled, Mito Uzumaki spoke again. That boy also knows magnet release. Tsunade's pupils contracted. Magnet release. A Kekii Jinkai, formed from the combination of wind and earth chakra, it was a bloodline limit unique to their rival village Sunagakure. How could it appear in someone from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Xiao knows magnet release. Then why hasn't he used it before? Tsunade was confused. She couldn't understand why Uchiha Xiao would hide such a talent instead of displaying it. That is precisely what makes him stronger than you. A tall tree catches the wind. In his clan he was neglected, and even suffered discrimination. In the village he was an Uchiha. Who could he trust? Mito Uzumaki smiled. Even I only discovered that slight anomaly through the perception of Kagura's eye. So young Tsunade, find a way to bring Uchiha Xiao with you tomorrow. I have a feeling that boy is not ordinary. Mito Uzumaki said earnestly. Then she left without looking back, returning to her own room to sleep. Tsunade then removed her clothes and thought carefully. The spirit transformation technique was indeed peculiar, but it had significant drawbacks. The body had to be protected at all costs, so otherwise if pierced by an enemy the soul would be unable to return, resulting in certain death. Moreover, against a Kaga-level powerhouse, spirit transformation was merely a joke. Its lower limit was high, but its upper limit was low. Magnet release Kekkei Genkai was entirely different. Before Tsunade was established as a village, there had already been magnet release powerhouses, and every magnet release master inevitably reached Kage level. The current third Kazekage was a magnet release user specializing in the rare Iron Sand variant. In addition, the Uchiha clan Sharingan could also elevate Xiao to Kage level. So comparing the two, the trusted companion position was better suited for Xiao. At this thought, Tsunade made her decision. However, she would still ask Xiao Jun personally tomorrow, for a forced choice never yields sweet fruit. As she thought, Tsunade fell into dreamland. This night passed quickly. Stars shifted and constellations rotated, bringing a new day. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, Uchiha Xiao woke up. This was the biological clock of this body. The first thing he did after getting up was to fold his bedding and arrange it neatly in its original place. Then he went to wash up. Clear water flowed from the tap, and as Uchiha Xiao cupped his hands, a chill spread from his palms. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but shiver, then slapped the water onto his face. A refreshing coolness swept through his heart. It was only uncomfortable the first time, but afterward he had grown accustomed to it, and even found it pleasant. After washing his face, Uchiha Xiao wiped it and headed to the Senju clan training ground. Daily training could not be neglected. He took 8 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and threw them, using his thoroughly mastered Uchiha-style shuriken jutsu. The 8 shuriken collided with each other midair, all heading toward the wooden dummy's head. Thud 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 thud. The pointed tips of the 8 shuriken embedded themselves in vital areas of the wooden dummy's head, the temples, the center, and the back of the skull, revealing just how ruthless Uchiha Xiao's techniques were. Then Uchiha Xiao took out an ordinary standard-issue longsword. Or rather a katana, though in Japan it might simply be called a sword. After drawing the sword, Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. Relying on muscle memory, he performed a flip and a diagonal slash, then kicked at the target. A sword mark appeared on the wooden dummy's neck artery. Then Uchiha Xiao kicked the dummy's body, rebounded into the air, performed a 360-degree roll, and landed perfectly. How should I put it? This was very much in the Uchiha style. High damage with a spectacular showy flair. If this strike had hit a human, the person would likely be clutching their neck, already dead from blood loss. Uchiha Xiao's lip twitched. The Uchiha-style swordsmanship was indeed formidable and exquisite, but as a youth from the 21st century, he couldn't help but feel it was somewhat pretentious. However, suppressing his thoughts, he continued practicing sword techniques for another 40 minutes. He sheathed his sword, carefully controlling his strength to avoid destroying the wooden dummy. After all, this was not his family's training ground. But due to the small population of the Senju compound, he was enjoying this exclusive practice session for the first time, which brought him some joy. At this moment, Mito Uzumaki was releasing her divine perception inside the house. Actually, she had already awakened when she first heard Uchiha Xiao throwing shuriken. She simply wanted to observe to what extent Uchiha Xiao could train, so she remained in her room, using her divine perception to watch. She discovered that Uchiha Xiao not only had solid fundamentals, but was also exceptionally diligent and hardworking, far from the exaggerated rumors spread outside. It was still 6:00 in the morning. Uchiha Xiao figured that Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito should be awake by now, so he decided to stop his training. Sitting on the ground, he began circulating the Uchiha clan's chakra extraction technique. This chakra extraction technique was no secret within the Uchiha clan, nearly every member possessed it. However, it could not be revealed to outsiders, as this was a rule of the great clans. Uchiha Xiao sat cross-legged, adjusting his chakra within his body to the most comfortable state, and then began extracting chakra from his surroundings. This was the first time Uchiha Xiao had attempted self-cultivation after transmigrating. He found that chakra was somewhat similar to the internal energy depicted in wuxia novels. It arose from the air and merged into his body through breathing. Opening his eyes, he recalled the original owner's memories. Chakra extraction should have been extremely difficult. Only a small amount could be gathered each day. Yet he felt it was not nearly as hard as described. Moreover, the chakra he had extracted this time was far more refined and concentrated. He pondered deeply but could not find the reason, so he dismissed the thought and closed his eyes to continue breathing, replenishing his chakra. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mito was somewhat astonished. Nine tails, do you see? Uchiha Xiao is extracting chakra, isn't he? But this concentration and quality shouldn't be this powerful. Observing Uchiha Xiao through Uzumaki Mito's perception, the Nine Tails furrowed its brows. Mito, this kid is indeed extracting chakra, but this level of chakra should not be something a genin can handle. Oh, what does Nine Tails have to say? Uzumaki Mito was drawn in by the Nine Tails' words. That little one is extracting natural chakra, what you humans call sage mode chakra. Only tailed beasts and those who have trained in the 3 sacred lands sage arts can absorb it. The Uchiha clan has a contract with the ninja cats, yet I have never heard of any from that lineage achieving sagehood. This kid. The Nine Tails was at a loss for explanation. A glimmer of light appeared in Uzumaki Mito's eyes. Sage Mode Chakra. Though she did not possess it, she knew her husband did. As far as she was aware, besides Jiraiya, no one in Konoha could currently extract Sage Mode Chakra. If this kid could extract it now, it was clear evidence that he would surely become a powerhouse in the future. She had previously worried about whether anyone would bully Tsunade and Nawaki after she was gone, but now it seemed she needed to find a way to foster a close relationship between Tsunade and him. Uchiha Shao spent about an hour extracting chakra, replacing the last trace of ordinary chakra within his body with higher quality chakra before opening his eyes. Clenching his hands, he discovered that his physique had also improved considerably. A smile tugged at his lips. In this damn war meat grinder, he now had another fraction of a chance to survive. At that moment, Uzumaki Mito pushed open the door with a smile. Little Shao, come quickly, breakfast is ready. She waved at Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao hastily rose, straightened his clothes, and bowed respectfully. Lady Mito, is it not too much trouble for you? With his head lowered and proper etiquette observed, the ANBU hidden in the trees recorded everything through reading her lips. Uzumaki Mito first glanced at the ANBU, then looked back at Uchiha Shao, smiled, stepped forward, and helped him up. Taking his hand, she said, Grandmother Mito knows today is the day you and little Tsunade head to the battlefield, so I prepared the ingredients last night and made breakfast for you this morning. Be sure to eat well. Lady Mito, this is far too troubling. Shao hurried to decline, but no matter how hard he pulled, he could not break free from Uzumaki Mito's grip. Little Shao, there's no need for such formality. From now on, address me as grandmother, just like Tsunade does. With these words, not only was Uchiha Shao stunned, but Tsunade, who had just finished dressing, was equally shocked. Dressed in her battle gear, Tsunade looked at her grandmother in astonishment, then at Uchiha Shao. What was going on here? Had things progressed this quickly? Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Shao seemed to see a savior. Grabbing Tsunade's arm, he looked at her with a pleading gaze. Before Tsunade could speak, she caught Uzumaki Mito's cold glance and immediately shut her mouth. Difficultly pulling Uchiha Zhao's hand away, she sat down and began eating. Cold sweat broke out across Uchiha Zhao's body. He swallowed hard, and under Uzumaki Mito's insistent demands took the seat opposite Tsunade next to Mito. Seeing Uchiha Zhao's cautious demeanor, Uzumaki Mito bit back a laugh. Was she really that frightening? Look at how scared this child was. Unable to resist any longer, Uchiha Shao began eating. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, the Senju Family Breakfast. Reward, 1000 points. Current balance, 1550 points. Ding. The system has issued a mission. Given the extreme danger of the Second Shinobi World War, please join the ranks of the Legendary Sannin. Reward, 5000 points. Optional. At the same time, Uzumaki Mito gave Tsunade a meaningful look, signaling her to speak quickly. Under grandmother's watchful gaze, Tsunade set down her bowl and chopsticks and suddenly said, Shaokoin, I have an immodest request. Please agree to it. After speaking, Tsunade gazed steadily at Uchiha Shao with a serious expression. Hearing her words, Uchiha Shao looked over and immediately set down his chopsticks, sitting up straight. Please instruct me, Lady Tsunade. If it is within my power, I will not refuse. Zhao's gaze was earnest and solemn as he met Tsunade's eyes. Hearing his words and seeing his resolve, Tsunade felt a wave of relief. Speaking gently, she said, The Hokage has tasked Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and myself with leading 1,000 ninja each as vanguard forces to the Land of Rain. We may each select one trusted confidant from the village. So, Uchiha Zhao's eyes lit up. He immediately stood. If you need me, I, Uchiha Shao, am willing to follow you through fire and water without hesitation. Tsunade was taken aback. Though Uchiha Zhao's strength was not yet particularly formidable, his words were truly pleasing to hear. Following through fire and water. How great a determination was that? Even Uzumaki Mito, hearing Uchiha Zhao's words, narrowed her eyes into slits. A trusted confidant. Well, that was certainly a fine beginning. A smile graced Tsunade's lips. Then I look forward to working with you on this mission, Shaokoin. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Zhao's heart swelled with joy. It was as the saying went, after searching high and wide in vain, the answer came without any effort at all. Ding. The system has detected task completion. Reward, 5000 points. Current balance, 6550 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving modest success, cumulative points reaching 5000. Reward, B rank, Ninja Technique Magnet Release, All-Seeing Eye, referencing the ninja technique used by Gaara during the Chunin exams for cheating purposes. He had actually received this reward. Uchiha Zhao's expression brightened. With this detection type skill, he was certain he could avoid many risks. He looked up at Uzumaki Mito, who was eating slowly and deliberately beside him, and suddenly thought of something, but hesitated to speak. Oh right, he still needed to remind Lady Mito about the matters concerning the Uzumaki clan. Noticing Uchiha Zhao's expression, Uzumaki Mito's brow furrowed, and then relaxed. Little gang, you've eaten enough. Go report to Monkey first, and I'll send this little one to join you shortly. Tsunade paused, suddenly realizing that her grandmother wished to speak with Uchiha Shao privately. She glanced at him, then nodded and left. All right, Grandma, I'm heading out now. After finishing the last bite of rice, she set her bowl down gently and departed cheerfully. Once her granddaughter was out of sight, Uzumaki Mido took Uchiha Zhao's hand with a warm smile. "Little Xiao, come, let us speak inside." Uchiha Zhao nodded upon hearing this. He knew Lady Mido had sensed his reluctance and deliberately sent Tsunade away. Inside the room, Uzumaki Mido cast a sealing barrier jutsu, closing off the space so that their conversation could be heard by only the two of them. "Speak, little Xiao. Is there something you wish to tell me?" As she spoke, Mido seated herself gracefully and prepared a pot of tea herself. Uchiha Zhao's gaze no longer wavered. He felt that if he kept silent, he would carry guilt for the rest of his life. Beside him, Uzumaki Mido sensed the shift in his inner emotions and couldn't help but frown. Until Uchiha Zhao finally spoke. "Grandma, I wish to ask, what is the combat strength of the Uzumaki clan?" He finished and met her eyes directly, his tone resolute. Uzumaki Mido was startled, then shook her head. "Our clan excels in sealing and healing jutsu. We are a peaceful people, and those skills alone are more than enough for our self-defense." She did not understand why he asked such a question, but seeing how earnest he was, she could only speak the truth. "Grandma, no, Lady Mido, I want to ask if during times of war someone were to attack the land of whirlpools while Konoha is engaged in battle in the land of rain, would Konoha send aid to the land of whirlpools?" As soon as Uchiha Zhao finished speaking, he felt a powerful force surge toward him. For symbol seal. It was Uzumaki Mido's four-symbol seal. Her eyes carried an icy coldness. "Little Xiao, who told you to speak these words?" Uchiha Zhao was instantly bound by several thick chains sealed almost completely save for his mouth. Inside Uzumaki Mido, the nine tails trembled. "Good heavens. I thought those 4 chains were formidable enough, but this kid actually angered the old woman." TSK. Uzumaki Mido suddenly spoke. "Our land of whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan have always cherished peace. We have never aggressed against any nation. Why would we be attacked? What benefit would anyone gain from attacking the land of whirlpools?" She was thoroughly furious. As the former princess of the land of whirlpools, Uchiha Zhao's words had struck at her deepest sensitivity. Moreover, she too believed that attacking the land of whirlpools was an unprofitable endeavor for the land of whirlpools, and Konoha were allies. "Lady Mido, listen to me. The Uzumaki clan excels in sealing jutsu, correct? Back when Lord Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts, the sealing arts of every other nation were crude compared to those of the Uzumaki. Seals frequently ruptured. If this continues, do you think they would remain content?" Uchiha Zhao hurriedly explained. Uzumaki Mido's pupils flickered. She was merely driven by anger and not a fool. Hearing Uchiha Zhao's words stirred something within her. She had a sense he was about to say something profound, yet she felt no hostility from him. So Uzumaki Mido withdrew her 4-symbol seal. Looking at Uchiha Zhao, she said, "Little Xiao, say all that you wish." She had already calmed herself, for his words were indeed reasonable. "The Uzumaki clan and Konoha are allies, and with you as the Jinchuriki in the village, Konoha need not fear the harm caused by a Jinchuriki breaking free. The Uzumaki clan would never aid the other 4 nations. So if those nations were to dispatch ninja to attack the land of whirlpools and seize sealing jutsu, while Konoha battles the land of rain, could the land of whirlpools withstand it?" Uchiha Zhao's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Uzumaki Mido sighed. "Naturally we could not withstand it. But the land of whirlpools and Konoha are allies. Would Konoha truly stand idle? The 3rd Hokage has only just ascended to the position. His standing is unstable. As Hokage of Konoha, his primary concern is Konoha's interests. To secure his position, he will need a decisive victory. Do you truly believe he would abandon the front lines and come to aid the land of whirlpools out of loyalty to Lord Hashirama?" Uchiha Zhao's words struck like a sharp thorn straight into Uzumaki Mido's heart. Nine Tails interjected in her mind. "Well, Mido, I think this kid makes a rather valid point. After all, not everyone is as naive as that guy." The Nine Tails' voice resonated within Uzumaki Mido's thoughts. Since she had never mistreated it and coexisted peacefully, it harbored no great grievance toward her. Hearing Uchiha Zhao's words now, the Nine Tails felt that what he said was likely true. Uzumaki Mido's face paled. She had apparently underestimated the complexity of relations between Konoha and the land of whirlpools and overestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen. If such a situation truly arose, then the land of whirlpools. The seizure of sealing jutsu is merely the surface issue, Lady Mido. Do you think they would leave after plundering the sealing techniques? They would not. The physique of the Uzumaki clan, you understand this better than I. The final straw that breaks the camel's back is often the plain truth. Uzumaki Mido's state of mind was thrown into turmoil. She felt a growing panic and asked, "Little Xiao, tell me, what should I do?" Her eyes carried both desperation and hope. Since Uchiha Zhao had raised the issue, he must have a solution. Uchiha Zhao bore no resentment toward Uzumaki Mido for her earlier actions. If he were in her place, he too would refuse to believe someone was plotting to destroy his clan and sow discord with the village. Moreover, he had already mentally prepared himself. He was here to repay a kindness, so he did not dwell on it. Uchiha Zhao pondered for a moment, then asked, "Lady Mido, do your words still carry weight in the land of whirlpools?" Uzumaki Mido nodded. Although she had married Senju Hashirama and become part of Konoha, her talent remained the finest among the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki revered strength, and therefore her word would command respect, even among her kinsmen. Lady Mito, do you miss your clansmen? Uchiha Shao asked. Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up. You mean, since you as the village's Jinchuriki cannot freely travel, we may send word to the Uzumaki clan that you, Lady Mito, are running short on time and wish to see your family one last time. I imagine many clansmen will come to pay their respects. Before Uchiha Shao could finish, Uzumaki Mito's eyes gleamed. Then we use sealing jutsu to trap them, or invoke the pretext of war to prevent them from leaving Konoha. Uchiha Shao nodded with a smile. Precisely. However, this approach may cause the Uzumaki clan to misunderstand, believing that Lady Mito intends to absorb them into Konoha as a sacrifice. Uchiha Shao pointed out the potential drawback. If the Uzumaki clan joined Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly be pleased. But if it were merely the land of whirlpools, then I am sorry, we are allies, but not unconditional allies. This is the nature of political struggle, far removed from simple reciprocity. Uzumaki Mito nodded. No matter. As long as we can preserve their lives, I can accept, even if they curse me. Then Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Shao. You're sharper than I expected. Thank you. You flatter me, Lady Mito. Without your aid and kind words, I would never have caught Tsunade-sama's eye and become a trusted confidant. It is your grace that runs deepest. Uchiha Shao bowed respectfully. After all, the four-symbol seal had caused no real harm, and besides, who truly believed being a confidant was dangerous? A confidant staying by the commander's side could hardly face greater peril. He did not believe for a moment that Tsunade had taken the initiative to recruit him. It must have been Lady Mito who helped. Uzumaki Mito smiled. Your wisdom reminds me of two old acquaintances. Like you, they played 3 moves ahead. Uchiha Shao raised an eyebrow, unsure of whom she meant. Then Uzumaki Mito said, Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Shao quickly shook his head. No, how could a junior like me be compared to those heroes of the Warring States period? I judge people without error, Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. She made no boast. When she had placed her bet on Senju Hashirama back, then it was precisely because she recognized his character and talent, and her judgment had proven correct. Uchiha Shao fell silent. Whatever he said now might be wrong, so it was better to listen humbly. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito chuckled. Very well, little one. I will follow your plan. Now come, let us go see Tsunade. She dispelled the barrier, took Uchiha Zhao's hand, and walked toward the exit, soon leaving the Senju compound. Upon witnessing this, the ANBU immediately activated their body flicker technique. They had to report to the Hokage at once. The ANBU moved with incredible speed, appearing at the Hokage tower in under 10 seconds. He knocked on the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Thud, thud, thud. Enter. Hiruzen had just finished changing into his battle gear and was about to go downstairs to announce the deployment when someone unexpectedly knocked on the door. Report, Hokage-sama. Lady Mito is walking toward the army holding the hand of Uchiha Shao. The ENBU ninja spoke loudly, causing Hiruzen to be momentarily caught off guard. What? What did you say, Lady Mito? Then third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced in the direction from the Senju estate to where the army was gathered below the Hokage tower. Indeed, he saw 2 silhouettes walking hand in hand toward the army. He quickly instructed the ANBU to notify Shimura Danzo and the elders to hurry over. Uzumaki Mito was the wife of the first Hokage, a legendary figure. Though she was currently living in seclusion, she was by no means someone they could overlook. Furthermore, for any future matters, support from Lady Mito would be essential, something Hiruzen could not possibly fail to consider. He then opened the door and hurried downstairs. The 3,000 Vanguard ninjas stared wide-eyed as the hastily descending Hiruzen came into view, while the clan heads of Uchiha and Hyuga furrowed their brows. Although Hiruzen had not been in power for long, his handling of affairs was meticulous and rigorous. Even they could find no fault in him. So why was he in such a rush now? Following Hiruzen's gaze, they saw a woman holding a boy's hand approaching slowly. Once they clearly recognized who the woman was, the 3,000 Vanguard ninja promptly knelt on one knee to pay respects. This was none other than Uzumaki Mito, wife of the first Hokage Senju Tobarama, the god of shinobi, a figure of legend and the most prestigious woman in Konoha. We greet you, Lady Mito. The others knelt, while Hiruzen bowed slightly. As Hokage, a bow was the utmost respect he could offer. Uzumaki Mito approached with a warm smile, first glancing at Hiruzen, then at the elders and the army. She spoke with measured words. Third Hokage-sama, please do not be nervous. I merely wish to introduce a junior to the army. This boy is named Uchiha Shao and is a trusted retainer of Tsunade. Hiruzen looked up at Uchiha Shao, a flicker of surprise in his heart. Senju. Uchiha. What was going on? His eyes darted about. Then he cautiously replied, Please, Lady Mito, you may call me Monkey. I humbly request your order to put a fitting conclusion to the army's departure. Hiruzen called out with his head bowed. This was an exchange of power. Now that Hiruzen was Hokage, and she was the wife of the first Hokage, any concession from Uzumaki Mito regarding the army would undermine the authority of the Hokage. Uzumaki Mito gave Hiruzen a long look. The man before her was no longer the naive monkey of old, as schemes and calculations had taken root in his heart, though to her, they still appeared overly immature. Yet she harbored no intention of reproaching Hiruzen. Smiling, she said, "Then I shall take the liberty to address you as Monkey. Now that you are Hokage, it is you who should announce the commencement of hostilities. I have no right to interfere. However, this young Shao is participating in his first war, so I ask that you train him well." A hint of something unusual flashed in Hiruzen's eyes, but his response was swift. He looked up at Uchiha Shao and nodded. "Rest assured, Lady Mito. This boy shows great promise. I will nurture him accordingly." After speaking, Hiruzen stepped forward and patted Uchiha Shao on the shoulder to show his regard. Then he waved and called out Tsunade. "Present." Tsunade hurried to Hiruzen's side. "Shao is your trusted subordinate. Take him back to your unit." Having said this, Hiruzen bowed to Uzumaki Mito and then took his position at the very front of the formation. "Everyone, you are the heroes of our Konoha. This battle is unavoidable. If the Land of Rain's Hanzo has issued us a formal challenge, can we remain indifferent?" Hiruzen's voice carried a surge of righteousness and anger toward the enemy. The 3,000 vanguard ninja were instantly ignited, roaring back, "Never! Then we must strike the enemy until they feel our pain and know our fear, so that our loved ones may live in peace." Hiruzen roared again. Uchiha Shao had to admit that Hiruzen was a man of talent. These words struck precisely at the heart of the matter. No wonder after this battle he would be hailed as the shinobi sage. Yes, the entire army roared in unison. "All units hear my command. We set forth. Our target is the Land of Rain." Hiruzen waved his hand, and the ninja chorused back, "Set forth. Target Land of Rain." Hiruzen watched the departing ninja lost in thought. As the shadow of the village, the elders had advised him against personal presence. Yet this battle would determine whether his position as Hokage could be secure, so he could not avoid the battlefield. Thus a compromise was reached. He would accompany the main army to the Land of Rain, but only act if Samayo Hanzo himself made a move. In the end, Hiruzen could only agree. He knew this was done for his own good by his comrades, and he could not afford to disappoint them. Alright, there was still Lady Mito, as she had not yet departed. Hiruzen turned and performed a single knee genuflection to Uzumaki Mito. "Lady Mito, please forgive my earlier informality in front of the army." "It is nothing, Monkey. You acted for the sake of the village, and what you did was correct." Uzumaki Mito smiled. "I thank you for your understanding, Lady Mito." Hiruzen said with his head bowed, his voice betraying no emotion, yet Uzumaki Mito could perceive the triumphant joy within his heart. Uzumaki Mito glanced at him and helped him rise. "Monkey, I have a favor to ask of you." Hiruzen hastily replied, "Lady Mito, I shall obey any command without hesitation." He bowed quickly once more. There was no way around it, as the wife of the first Hokage and a legendary figure his own standing in the village relied on Uzumaki Mito's support. Uzumaki Mito was quite satisfied with his attitude. "Monkey, I find myself longing for my natal family, so I wish for you to dispatch envoys to bring them to Konoha to visit their relatives." Hiruzen frowned slightly but agreed. "As expected, Lady Mito. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you have safeguarded Konoha's peace. Naturally, I am willing to grant your request to have your family visit. How about this? I shall have Hokage Tsukumo and Akimichi Torafu lead a contingent of 500 ninja to escort them. Does that suffice?" Hiruzen was seeking her opinion. "That is perfectly acceptable. Thank you, Monkey. I knew you would handle this with such thoroughness. In the future, please visit the Senju estate often and chat with this old woman." Uzumaki Mito smiled gently. Hiruzen's eyes lit up. This was a clear sign of goodwill from Lady Mito. It meant that from now on she would fully support him in his role as Hokage. This was a great advantage for him. With a figure like her backing him, his position as Hokage was essentially secure. He quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, Lady Mito." "No, Monkey, I am the one who should thank you. I must take my leave now. Oh, there are still matters to attend to at home." Uzumaki Mito shook her head. "Take care on your way, Lady Mito. Mind your step." At this moment, Hiruzen was showing excessive respect toward Uzumaki Mito. There was nothing else he could do. Her status was such, and she was willing to endorse him. What else was there to do? Simply honor her. The column marched along the road, and the 1,000 troops under Tsunade's command were mostly clansmen of her Senju family. Yet the fact that Uchiha Shao, a man of the Uchiha clan, trailed behind Lord Tsunade, irked some of the Senju soldiers. Upon reaching the border, a young man from the Senju clan stepped forward and saluted Tsunade. "Lord Tsunade, allow me to scout the enemy positions." Tsunade turned her gaze toward him. Ryuichi, originally Senju Ryuichi, an experienced jonin skilled in reconnaissance. His words stirred something in her. Uchiha Shao had intended to remain silent, but the contemptuous look Ryuichi shot his way compelled him to speak. "Lord Tsunade," he replied coolly, "I can conduct reconnaissance without a single casualty." He felt compelled to demonstrate his capability. Otherwise, these Senju clansmen would never cease their whispers about him. He cared little for their opinions, but he could not let Lord Tsunade's reputation suffer. Tsunade turned to regard Uchiha Shao with genuine curiosity. What drove him to make such a claim? Faultless reconnaissance was no trivial feat. Even the most seasoned scouts struggled to achieve it. Ryuichi let out a cold snort. "Uchiha brat, this isn't about trust. Have you ever been on a battlefield? Do you understand what scouting truly entails?" A moment's lapse and a scout is captured. Once taken, death would be a mercy. You speak of faultless reconnaissance as if mocking us all, Ryuichi said coldly, who knew what Lord Mito saw in this boastful Uchiha brat. Uchiha Shao shook his head, then pressed his left hand to his eye while extending his right. Sand trickled from his palm, coalescing into the shape of an eyeball. Magnet release, eye of true sight, he murmured. The eyeball hovered from his palm and circled Ryuichi. Ryuichi froze. What technique was this? Wait, magnet release. Every Senju turned toward Uchiha Shao. A Kekkei Genkai, just like Lord Hashirama's would release. Their gazes shifted immediately, growing considerably warmer. Regardless of his current strength, Lord Tsunade's possession of a double Kekkei Genkai loyalist was an invaluable asset. Ahem, Tsunade cleared her throat. Shaokoin, tell me, what does this eye of true sight do? She already knew of his dual Kekkei Genkai, so she showed no surprise. Now she wanted to understand the technique's purpose. Uchiha Shao readily obliged with a smile. It is called the eye of true sight, or alternatively the scouting eye. As he spoke, he opened his left palm. All could see the eyeball in his socket had vanished, drawing gasps from the crowd. The eye of true sight shares what it sees with my left eye. Should the enemy discover and destroy it, the worst that can happen is a temporary inability to use it again, Uchiha Shao said with a faint smile. What's the range? Tsunade asked, stroking her chin in thought. Seeing her serious expression, Uchiha Shao replied earnestly, 10 kilometers in all directions. Tsunade's mouth fell open, and even Ryuichi's eyes widened. 10 kilometers. While it might sound modest for ninja, real-time intelligence across such a radius meant an army virtually invincible. Senju Ryuichi drew in a sharp breath, gazed deeply at Uchiha Shao, then bowed low. I apologize, Lord Shao, for my ignorance. Please forgive me. While he had to admit it, the Senju, despite their pride, were quick to apologize when wrong and corrected their mistakes. But the Uchiha, they would likely eliminate whoever displeased them instead. Uchiha Shao quickly helped Ryuichi up. Brother Ryuichi was only considering the safety of our unit. Besides, ignorance deserves leniency. On the battlefield ahead, I may need your protection. Uchiha Shao displayed none of the typical Uchiha arrogance. His nature aligned more closely with the Senju. Through this incident, the Senju troops largely warmed to the young Uchiha. Lord Tsunade, he continued, awkwardly scratching his head. When I'm observing, could someone carry me on their back? My body doesn't move well under these conditions. Ryuichi burst into laughter. Lord Tsunade, leave this to me. Brother Shao is doing this for the safety of our entire unit. With that, he hoisted Uchiha Shao onto his back, and they proceeded steadily. Watching this, Tsunade's lips curved upward. Indeed, Shaokoin was a capable person. Very well, Ryuichi, I leave it to you. Shaokoin, report any findings immediately. Tsunade said with a smile. Understood, came the synchronized response from both Uchiha Shao and Ryuichi. They then crossed the border into the battlefield. The land of rain was notorious for its relentless downpours. Deeper they ventured, the heavier the rain fell, a stark contrast to the gentle sunshine and pleasant scenery of the land of fire. After approximately an hour's march, Uchiha Shao suddenly called out, halt. Instantly, every ninja stopped, drawing kunai and shuriken into combat stances, their expressions resolute as they fixed their gaze ahead. Tsunade was no different. Without turning around, she asked Uchiha Shao, Shao, what do you see? 10 kilometers ahead, Uchiha Shao reported coldly. 200 rain elite ninja, 20 jonin, 50 chunin, and over 100 genin advancing toward us. Ryuichi sneered. It's merely a small unit. What is there to fear? Tsunade nodded in agreement, but Uchiha Shao interjected. Lord Tsunade, I recommend we divert left and temporarily evade. They're carrying poison gas canisters. I suspect salamander hyate's signature poison. And they're all wearing gas masks. Tsunade's expression shifted immediately. Everyone move left. Evacuate quickly and quietly. Cover our tracks. Within 10 minutes, Tsunade and the others had ascended the hill to the left, watching the path they had come. The rain ninja reached the former position where Tsunade had been clearly puzzled. Hadn't they been informed reinforcements were arriving? Where was everyone? Seeing the poison canisters in their hands, Tsunade also breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't afraid, but her subordinates might not be so fortunate. Shao, why didn't we go right? That direction offers a wider field of view. Now we're up here. How do we get down? Tsunade frowned slightly. Uchiha Shao smiled. Because on the right there's a fat oriole waiting. As soon as he finished speaking, they observed from the hill as a group of ninja forces suddenly appeared where they had previously stood. Earth release head severing technique. Earth release netherworld swamp. Earth release earth tunnel ball. In an instant, a group of IWA ninja emerged and ambushed the rain ninja. A barrage of earth release techniques erupted simultaneously, decimating half of the rain village ninja on the spot. It must be said the Rock's leader had an exceptional method for training his soldiers. As the IWA ninja unleashed their earth release techniques, the rain ninja forces fell like cut melons and vegetables one after another. The jonin from Rain Village gritted his teeth and ordered, deploy the jars. Instantly, purple poison gas engulfed the battlefield. Within moments, the IWA ninja troops were rendered unconscious. They had never anticipated that rain would possess such a trump card. Although some of the stronger jonin had not yet fallen, their limbs were already growing weak. At this moment, the surviving Rain Ninja launched their counterattack. Their eyes burned crimson with hatred as they slashed down these ninja from the great nations. Their gaze was filled with bitterness. These wars always chose their small country as the battlefield, and one by one their loved ones perished right before their eyes, all because of these great nations. Witnessing this scene, the Senju forces felt a grim sense of relief. Had they engaged in a brute force clash just now, they did not believe they would have fared any better than the IWA troops. Soon the poison gas dissipated. All 100 members of the IWA force were killed. As for the Rain Ninja, only about 20 remained, gasping for breath, their hands gripping their blades, trembling from exhaustion. Long E said, "Lord Tsunade, this is the perfect moment to annihilate the Rain Ninja." Tsunade nodded and prepared to charge forward, while Uchiha Shao also nodded, having detected no other presences nearby. Thus, the utterly exhausted Rain Ninja forces encountered the well-rested Senju troops. The outcome was clear for all to see. At that moment, a Rain Ninja knelt on the ground and bowed his head before Tsunade. "Please, Lord Ninja from the land of fire, spare us. We were forced into this." Tsunade was moved, and just as she was about to speak, a flash of hatred crossed that Rain Ninja's eyes. He drew his long sword and thrust it towards Tsunade. Magnet release, sand binding prison. Uchiha Shao formed a sword seal with his right hand and pointed his left at the Rain Ninja. A massive surge of flying sand converged, firmly restraining the ninja. His sword was crushed from his grip and fell to the ground as his entire body became encased in sand, rendered completely immobile. His eyes glared hatefully at Tsunade, the earlier helplessness and pleading replaced by malice once more. "You ninja from the great nations, your hands are drenched in blood. You will surely face retribution." Ha ha ha. As the words left his mouth, Uchiha Zhao's expression turned cold. With a clenched fist, a crunching sound echoed. The Rain Ninja was enveloped in quicksand, the sand at the bottom turning blood red, oozing crimson. Uchiha Shao flicked his wrist, sending the sand sphere flying far away. He did not want the gruesome sight of this man's death to disturb Lord Tsunade. The other Senju clan members wholeheartedly approved of Uchiha Zhao's actions. Neutralize the threat immediately, then eliminate it without hesitation. That was what a true ninja should do. "Lord Tsunade, are you alright?" Long E asked, noticing her dazed expression. Tsunade snapped back to reality's side and said, "Do we truly appear as blood-soaked murderers in the eyes of smaller nations?" No one responded, but Uchiha Shao spoke up. "It is not us who are wrong. It is this ninja world built on the law of the strong devouring the weak. Admittedly, our hands are stained with blood, but we fight to protect our homeland from invasion." Tsunade nodded, partially understanding, yet still uncertain. This was the first time her hands had been stained with the blood of enemy nations' ninja. Hearing their accusations, she could not help but feel lost. "Pull up the weeds by the roots, especially on the battlefield. Lord Tsunade, look. None of our troops have fallen, and we have completed a full engagement. Should you not be pleased?" As he spoke, Uchiha Shao gestured toward the assembled ninja. The others nodded in agreement, validating his words. Some middle-aged Senju ninja studied Uchiha Shao with intrigue. Despite being roughly Tsunade's age, he displayed such wisdom. Under Uchiha Zhao's encouragement, Tsunade rallied her spirit once more. Indeed, even with bloodstained hands, she protected her family. As long as she held fast to that truth, everything would be fine. Tsunade took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, everyone. I was too immature." Upon her apology, the Senju clan members in the group quickly responded. "Princess Tsunade, this is not your fault. Exactly on my first battle, I even wet myself from fear. Yes, princess, please don't blame yourself. We can grow up alongside you." Watching the assembled crowd, Uchiha Shao felt a pang of envy. Look at how united the Senju clan is. Tsunade turned to Uchiha Shao, approaching him. "Lord Shao, from your performance just now, I can see you possess considerable military talent. Why not serve as our squad strategist? In battle, I will follow your commands. What do you say?" Uchiha Shao pondered. "I can agree to this, but I ask those present to keep this confidential after we return to Konoha. Outwardly, we shall claim this result was achieved under Lord Tsunade's leadership." Uchiha Shao surveyed the group. Upon hearing his words, the older members immediately grasped the implication. He was consolidating merit for their Senju princess. Their gazes toward him grew warmer. "Uchiha Shao, this isn't quite appropriate," Tsunade said, blushing slightly. "Wouldn't this make it seem as though she was claiming credit for her subordinate's strategic brilliance?" The Senju ninja's expressions shifted. Naturally, they hoped Tsunade would receive the honor, yet they recognized this arrangement seemed unfair to Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao understood the implications clearly. As an Uchiha, claiming such merit would only become his death warrant. Danzu would watch him closely, viewing him as a thorn in his side. But if Tsunade received this credit, it would become valuable political capital for her future. However, he could not voice these concerns aloud, for he was uncertain whether any among the Senju truly aligned themselves with the Hokage's vision. Doing so would only expose his intellect prematurely. By transferring the credit to Tsunade, the entire Senju clan would collectively maintain secrecy, preserving the strategy without a single word of leakage. "My decision is final. If Lord Tsunade wishes for my involvement in command, she must accept this condition," Uchiha Shao stated, sincerely, kneeling on the ground. Tsunade found herself flustered, unsure how to respond. An older Senju ninja stepped forward. Lord Tsunade, look at how sincere Lord Xiao has been. To refuse now would be rather uncouth. Perhaps you should agree for now. His gentle gaze flowed toward Uchiha Xiao, radiating goodwill. Uchiha Xiao offered a faint smile. It seemed the Senju clan also possessed capable minds. Under the urging of both the Senju clan members and Uchiha Xiao himself, Tsunade ultimately consented. Now this unit would nominally remain under her leadership. Yet in reality command had shifted to Uchiha Xiao. Still resting on Long Yi's back, he continued using his true sight eye to scout the terrain 10 miles ahead as the group advanced steadily forward. With the help of Uchiha Xiao's true sight eye, Tsunade's squad was able to largely avoid the main forces of the Rain Ninja, though they occasionally encountered small teams. However, their overwhelming numerical advantage allowed them to crush every encounter with ease. The Rain Ninja squads were never even given the chance to speak or launch signal flares before their throats were slit by the Senju squad's ninja. By now this 1,000-strong troop remained completely unscathed and had even arrived at a village in the Land of Rain entirely unnoticed by the enemy. Uchiha Xiao dismounted from Ryuichi's back and faced his comrades. Everyone has been marching for a full day. There is a village ahead where you may rest. But let me be clear. We are ninja of Konoha, the village hidden in leaves built by the shinobi god Senju Hashirama as a village of love. Therefore, once we enter the village to rest, you must not recklessly disturb or harass the ordinary citizens of the Rain Village. Uchiha Xiao's eyes gleamed with determination. So I establish these rules. Any violator will be executed without mercy. 1. Those who trespass into civilian homes, death. 2. Those who loot supplies, death. 3. Those who violate civilians, death. 4. Those who bully the weak, death. 5. Those who force transactions, death. These are the 5 capital offenses. I hope every one of you remembers them well. I do not wish for us to be comrades in the morning and enemies by night. Furthermore, this troop must maintain discipline. We take not a single thread or needle from the people. Have you all understood? Uchiha Xiao's voice rang out firmly and resolutely. The Senju clan members exchanged glances, looking at one another. Finally, Tsunade broke the silence. Understood. Following her lead, the rest of the Senju clan members shouted in unison, understood. Uchiha Xiao was not surprised by this response. He had guessed that some ninja harbored reservations about these rules, but had only acquiesced under Tsunade, the Senju princess's authoritative voice. But they did not realize this was wisdom from another world. Now everyone follow me into the village. Move lightly, and keep your pace slow. Uchiha Xiao led the way at the forefront. As the battlefield commander, he naturally had to set an example. Tsunade, uneasy about leaving his side, followed closely beside him. Upon entering the village, Uchiha Xiao glanced around and noticed civilians peering through windows and door cracks, too afraid to make a sound. Uchiha Xiao then addressed them loudly. Citizens of the Land of Rain, we are ninja of Konoha. I understand that in your eyes ninja from the great nations are merciless killers, and I do not deny this. But I can guarantee that our troop will strictly observe discipline and cause no harm to the civilians. We only wish to rest for one night. Please rest assured, we will sleep along both sides of the street and leave a clear path in the center for the people. I hope you will not be afraid. If any ninja commits wrongdoing, tell me, and I will ensure they are punished on the spot. After speaking, Uchiha Xiao ordered his troops to set up rain shelters along the roadside. The ninja leaned against the walls of the villagers' houses or simply lay on the ground. After a long day of continuous marching and intermittent battles, they were utterly exhausted. He then selected 20 ninja for patrol duties, knowing that the safety of the troop must be guaranteed. Witnessing the Konoha ninja behaving so properly, the villagers of the Land of Rain could not help but feel stirred within. In the past, those ninja overlords had only known how to burn, kill, rob, and plunder, committing every conceivable evil. Why was this troop so disciplined? They found it hard to believe. That night, the Senju troop slept soundly, while the civilians felt uneasy, almost as if experiencing something unreal. They had not been strangers to war and turmoil, but this was the first time they had encountered such a troop under such a commander. They felt as though they were dreaming. As night deepened, 2 Konoha ninja, their bodies covered in wounds, arrived at this village. They randomly approached a household and were about to open the door to seek refuge when a Senju jonin on patrol called out, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Which troop are you from?" Instantly, that voice awakened more than 200 nearby ninja, who drew their weapons and turned their gaze toward the 2 wounded Konoha ninja. "We are ninja from Jiraiya's troop. After a fierce battle, we got separated from our forces. Upon noticing a nearby village, we thought we might scrape together a meal." One of the 2 Konoha ninja managed to smile. "Exactly, brother, we're just here to find some food. No need to be so serious." The other chimed in with a nervous laugh. "Seize them and tie them up." The patrolling ninja, none other than Ryuichi, gave the command. Ryuichi held Uchiha Xiao in absolute reverence. Without him, their troops' casualties would have been far heavier. Now that members of another troop sought to undermine Xiao's rules, he cared not which unit they claimed to belong to. They would be apprehended and handed over to Xiao. "What are you doing? We are comrades from the same village." Saying this, one of them activated his Sharingan, a double-tomoe variant. while gripping a kunai staring down the surrounding Senju ninja. Could it be that you Senju clans still harbor resentment toward our Uchiha? The other Uchiha sneered, also opening his single-tomoe Sharingan. You dare trespass into a civilian home and resist. Ryuichi responded by unleashing the Senju clan's martial art Tantian kick, sending the double Tomo Uchiha crashing to the ground unconscious. He then executed Being Shan strike, sweeping his elbow horizontally and slamming the single Tomo Uchiha into the dirt. The other ninjas stepped forward and bound them. Inside the house, a red-haired child watched the entire scene with wide eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Konoha's ninja were protecting them. Nearby villagers observing through windows and door cracks felt an indescribable joy well up within them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shao pondered beneath the eaves of a house, trying to devise a strategy against Senshuo Hanzo. He was a Kaga-level powerhouse hailed as a demigod, a title that was hardly exaggerated. Admittedly, he did not surpass the likes of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, the true shinobi gods and swift legends of the ninja world. Yet in the present era, his comprehensive strength genuinely merited the demigod moniker. Hanzo's declaration of war against the land of wind, fire, and earth was driven primarily by three factors. First, the land of rain was plagued by numerous factions vying for influence. To consolidate his position as the de facto leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo chose to wage war against the great nations. Regardless of the outcome, he aimed to prove to all that he alone was fit to lead the Rain Village. Second, the battlefields of conflicts between great nations had always devastated small villages like theirs, leaving the populace impoverished and starving. Hanzo felt compelled to fight. Even if he could not win, he wanted to show the world that the land of rain could not be bullied. Third, the severe scarcity of resources made war the most effective means of redirecting internal shortages. Through plunder, Hanzo hoped to strengthen and enrich the land of rain. However, he never expected that within less than a week of his declaration, Konoha Iwagakure and Tsunade would dispatch troops that pushed all the way from the border into Rain's territory. At this moment, Hanzo finally realized that individual strength alone could not determine a nation's power. In other words, he was not yet powerful enough to rival the shinobi god, capable of deterring all five great nations single-handedly. Commander, a Senju clansman called out urgently and fell to his knees. Uchiha Shao, who had been lost in deep thought, raised his head at the sound and turned his gaze toward the newcomer. Ryu-ni, what is the matter? What has you so flustered? Uchiha Shao rose to his feet, a faint smile gracing his lips, and stepped forward. Reporting, Commander. We apprehended 2 of Jiraiya's men. They attempted to trespass into a private residence and were knocked unconscious by Ryuichi during patrol. Ryu-ni spoke at a rapid pace, yet every crucial piece of information reached Uchiha Zhao's ears without omission. Oh, where are they? Take me to see them. With his hands clasped behind his back, Uchiha Shao smiled, amusement glinting in his eyes, and Ryu-ni hurriedly led the way. Tsunade had also overheard Ryu-ni's report. She rose from her seat and followed behind the two, eager to observe how Uchiha Shao would handle the situation. Before long, the three arrived at Ryuichi's position. Upon seeing Uchiha Zhao's group, Ryuichi exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, Lord Shao," before stumbling over his words. "You've arrived." Tsunade and Uchiha Shao exchanged a glance. Uchiha Shao subtly stepped back, positioning himself one pace behind Tsunade. Understanding his unspoken cue, she declared, "Wake them up." A subordinate chuckled. In the rain country, water was plentiful if nothing else, so he grabbed a wooden barrel from the roadside brimming with freshly collected rainwater. He upended the barrel, splashing the rainwater over the two unconscious figures. The two Uchiha ninjas stirred and awoke, their curses ready on their lips, until they caught sight of Tsunade's pale golden hair. They immediately began begging for mercy. "Lady Tsunade, we truly don't know what wrong we've committed. This is the rain country, not the fire country. Why can we not simply borrow some grain?" Uchiha Ai's voice trembled with the anguish of a double Tomo Sharingan. Tsunade's gaze turned icy. "Is this how Jiraiya trained you?" Someone slapped each of them 30 times. "Yes, ma'am." A flicker of excitement flashed in both Ryuichi and Ryu-ni's eyes. This was an Uchiha they were dealing with. Every single Uchiha, aside from Shao, deserved to be punished. Thus, before all the troops, ninja, and the onlooking villagers, the two were publicly disciplined. The overwhelming sense of humiliation triggered a transformation in both of their Sharingan. The double Tomo evolved into triple Tomo, while the lone Tomo expanded into 1.5. Sensing the timing was right, Uchiha Shao cast a glance at Tsunade, who nodded in understanding and signaled him to approach, while she observed from afar. "Oi, Yamazaki Ryuichi, do you still recognize me?" Uchiha Shao smiled. One was named Uchiha Yamazaki, the other Uchiha Ryuichi. Both were prodigies with reputations within the clan. The very two who had tormented Uchiha Shao the most mercilessly. "It's you, you damn bastard. You useless waste. No wonder the Senju attacked us without a second thought. It must have been you who put them up to it. Just you wait. Once we return to the village, I'll have the Grand Elder enforce clan law and teach you. A disgrace to the Uchiha name. A proper lesson." Uchiha Yamazaki spat out his words with arrogant defiance. Uchiha Ryuichi remained silent. He glanced at Tsunade, then at Uchiha Shao, and frowned. Something about this guy felt different. But before Yamazaki could say another word, Uchiha Zhao's expression turned razor cold. He signaled for his subordinates to step aside, then raised his right foot and drove it forcefully downward, crushing Yamazaki's skull into the ground. With a thunderous crack, the earth collapsed under the immense force, Yamazaki's head driven deep into the soil alongside it. Uchiha Ryuichi's face drained of color. He looked at Uchiha Shao, but found his expression utterly unchanged. Indeed, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he gazed down at Yamazaki beneath his foot with the cold indifference one might afford an ant. After a moment, Uchiha Shao crouched, seized Yamazaki by his collar, and hauled him upright, dusting off the dirt from his clothes. "What was it you just said? I didn't catch that clearly. Say it again." He wore a gentle smile. Uchiha Shao had already reigned in his strength beforehand, who otherwise, even as an elite Jonin Yamazaki, would never have survived that blow. Uchiha Yamazaki had long since shed his arrogance. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he stared into Uchiha Zhao's eerily calm smile. How could this person be so merciless? They were fellow clansmen. They shared the same Uchiha surname. Uchiha Shao seemed to divine his thoughts. "Hell, let me guess. You're thinking we are all members of the same clan, so why treat me with such cruelty?" Uchiha Shao turned his head toward Uchiha Ryuichi. "You tell him why." With that, he tossed Yamazaki aside like discarded garbage, sending him sprawling at Ryuichi's feet. Uchiha Ryuichi sucked in a sharp breath. "Yamazaki, have you forgotten how you used to bully Uchiha Shao day after day? Everyone tolerated you out of fear of your talent and your father's position as Grand Elder, so they joined in mocking Uchiha Shao alongside you." Uchiha Yamazaki's anger flared. What was Ryuichi doing? Trying to wash his own hands clean of it all. In truth, Yamazaki himself had barely noticed Uchiha Shao back then. It was Ryuichi and the others who had pointed him out, saying there was a waste who would never dare resist no matter how hard he was mistreated. That was what had drawn Yamazaki into the torment in the first place. Uchiha Shao laughed, a strangely eerie sound. "Uchiha Ryuichi, if I hadn't known exactly what sort of person you are, I almost would have believed your performance. Today you trespassed into civilian homes, and our forces captured you. Even if we brought you before the Hokage, you would have no valid defense. Are you ninjas, or are you bandits? Besides, this is a battlefield, not Uchiha territory. Keep your tongues in check. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the Rain Ninja won't launch a surprise attack, and you'll end up dead at their hands." Uchiha Shao smiled gently. Uchiha Ryuichi's face turned pale. He scanned the surroundings and discovered the Senju forces were all watching with keen interest, clearly engaged by Uchiha Zhao's words. He was stunned. How had Uchiha Shao grown so close with these Senju clansmen? Could it be solely because he was Lady Tsunade's trusted confidant? No, that couldn't be right. Uchiha Ryuichi's eyes swept over the Senju clansmen. Though the unit was incomplete, he noticed that nearly every Senju ninja was unharmed, their morale far superior to his own. Was it because Lady Tsunade was such a gifted commander? No, that couldn't be it either. Among the three, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, only Orochimaru possessed the highest strategic acumen, and even he hadn't managed to keep his forces entirely unscathed. Tsunade surely couldn't have achieved it alone. Unless... His eyes lifted, meeting Uchiha Zhao's gaze. Uchiha Zhao's eyes were now a deep crimson, each iris bearing 2 spinning tomo. Uchiha Ryuichi's pupils contracted. A double tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Shao had awakened a double tomo Sharingan. An overwhelming pressure radiated from him, making it difficult for Ryuichi to breathe. In truth, the moment Uchiha Shao had crushed Yamazaki's skull into the earth, the residual obsession of the original owner had begun to dissipate. With that obsession fading, his Sharingan had naturally evolved into the double tomo stage, and even Uchiha Shao himself had not yet noticed this transformation. Tsunade blinked in mild surprise. "Lord Shao, your eyes." Only then did Uchiha Shao emerge from the euphoria of vengeance. He immediately felt a searing pain in his eyes, and drew in a sharp breath, forcing himself to endure it. "Uchiha Ryuichi, you are a clever man. I don't know what conclusions you've drawn, but if you dare speak carelessly, I suggest you pray your family never leaves this village." It was a barefaced threat, yet Uchiha Ryuichi broke into a cold sweat, and quickly replied, "Lord Shao, I will never speak out of turn," before bowing deeply several times. Uchiha Shao snorted coldly, and with Tsunade's assistance departed the scene. In Uchiha Ryuichi's eyes, a complex mixture of emotions flickered. That guy's talent. Uchiha Shao left the execution grounds, and breathed in the damp air. Did he not wish to kill them? Indeed he did. Yet why had he refrained? First, because of his surname Uchiha. Second, every word and deed he uttered represented Lady Tsunade. He could not bring disgrace upon her. Third, before the watching crowd, if Uchiha Shao was willing to slaughter his own clansmen, how would the Senju clan regard him? With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Shao took a deep breath, and turned his gaze toward the home where Uchiha Ryoi and Uchiha Yamazaki had previously attempted to force their way inside. He then walked slowly to the door and knocked. Thud, thud, thud. "Who is it?" came the voice of a middle-aged man from within. "It is I, Uchiha Shao, commander of this detachment. Earlier the rash actions of my fellow ninja must have frightened you. On their behalf, I offer my sincere apologies." Those two have already been severely disciplined. Uchiha Shao spoke with genuine earnestness. The door creaked open, and a red-haired middle-aged man emerged. He cast a glance at Uchiha Shao, his expression sincere, his frame slightly bowed. He hurriedly offered his hand to help Uchiha Shao up. What words are these from a ninja lord, sir? I have lived 30-some years, and have never before encountered a ninja or a unit such as yours. No, dear brother, I do not speak for other detachments, but ours has always treated civilians with the utmost respect wherever we go. We neither harm nor trouble the people, indeed we safeguard them. Uchiha Shao said. Soon a woman carrying a child of about 5 years old approached the doorway. Had these been other ninja, she might not have dared, but witnessing and hearing of this Konoha unit's conduct, she could not resist curiosity to see the commander for herself. Upon seeing the woman and the red-haired child approaching, Uchiha Shao smiled warmly. Brother, is that your wife and child? How gentle and virtuous she is, and what a clever little one. The red-haired middle-aged man said nothing, instead glancing at his wife and son before sharing a knowing smile. Indeed, having such a wife and child is my greatest honor. He then embraced his wife and gently touched the red-haired child's head. The child's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Shao. The boy possessed a keen sensitivity to good and evil, instinctively sensing that this ninja differed from others and harbored genuine goodwill toward their family. Uchiha Zhao's pupils contracted. The Rinnegan. The couple exchanged a glance. The woman asked, Ninja Lord, our son Nagato has had these eyes since birth. Could you tell us the reason behind them? So it was Uzumaki Nagato. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement within. He was destined to become a towering figure. And yet at this moment he appeared so endearingly naive. After a brief pause, Uchiha Shao nodded. I know somewhat of it. Have you ever heard of the Sage of the Six Paths? He then turned his gaze to the couple. The red-haired man nodded. We have. Our clan records mention the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, though only in passing. Nagato's eyes, the Rinnegan, share the same origin as the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Shao said calmly. The red-haired man and his wife were initially filled with excitement, but then something crossed their minds, and their faces paled. They exchanged a look and silently nodded to one another. Ninja Lord, might I ask a favor of you? The red-haired man dropped to his knees, and his wife did likewise. Young Nagato looked confused, unsure why his parents were kneeling. But being the sensible child he also knelt beside them. Unlike his parents who kept their heads bowed, he tilted his head upward, curiously observing Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao hurriedly supported them both. Brother, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Rise at once. Yet the red-haired man and his wife remained firmly in place, showing no sign of rising. Brother, tell me first, what is it you seek? Uchiha Shao had his suspicions, though he was not yet certain. Ninja Lord, I implore you to take our child and bring him to live in Konoha. The land of rain is far too dangerous. Moreover, we understand this truth. An ordinary man bears no guilt, yet possessing a treasure makes him a criminal in others' eyes. Only Konoha can provide the safety our child needs to grow. I, Uzumaki, will beg you. Take my son with you. Having said this, Uzumaki will shed tears. Uchiha Shao pondered for a moment, then without making an immediate decision, he helped the couple and the child to their feet. Let me first consult our captain regarding this matter. Please return indoors and await my message. With that, Uchiha Shao turned and walked towards Tsunade, while the family watched his departing figure, unable to shake the sense of disbelief. Tsunade had just finished dealing with the two Uchiha matters and was preparing to rest when Uchiha Shao appeared before her. Her luminous eyes brightened. Shao-kun, have you finished clearing your mind? Uchiha Shao said nothing, instead taking Tsunade by the arm. Lady Tsunade, please come with me briefly. There are too many eyes here. You. Tsunade's cheeks flushed. No man had ever touched her arm so casually. Yet seeing the grave expression on Uchiha Zhao's face, she made no further protest and obediently followed him aside. This must be something quite important. Upon arriving at the household, Uchiha Shao knocked again. This time the door opened quickly. The family of three gazed at Uchiha Shao and the newly arrived female ninja, suddenly realizing the commander of this unit was none other than this woman. They immediately knelt once more and repeated their request. Uchiha Shao sighed. Lady Tsunade, this family descends from the Uzumaki clan. Forced by war to settle in the land of rain, they now fear their child. Uzumaki Nagato will suffer the same hardships. Upon hearing the Uzumaki name, Tsunade thought of her grandmother and nodded. Shao-kun, I will dispatch 20 soldiers to escort the family to Konoha. Uchiha Shao smiled faintly. Quickly show your gratitude to Lady Tsunade for her mercy. Uzumaki Wule snapped to attention. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. He even prostrated himself, knocking his forehead 3 times upon the ground. Tsunade smiled. My grandmother was named Uzumaki Mito. With no kin left in Konoha, your arrival will undoubtedly bring her great joy. At this point, Tsunade was unaware that Konoha had already welcomed numerous members of the Uzumaki clan, while only a small fraction bound to their homeland remained in the land of whirlpools. Lady Mito, the Uzumaki princess from the Warring States period. Lady Mito. Uzumaki Wule exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. He embraced his wife. Lady Mito is renowned for her virtue. We can entrust our family to her care with peace of mind. Tsunade smiled gently. Brother and sister-in-law, please wait here for approximately 5 minutes, and I shall send someone to escort you. Uzumaki Wole bowed deeply once more. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Thank you, Lord Uchiha. Uchiha Shao quickly waved his hands indicating that the credit belonged entirely to Lady Tsunade. Then he and Tsunade began walking back toward the camp together. On their way back to the military camp, Tsunade suddenly asked, Lord Shao, why do you care so much about a single family of the Uzumaki bloodline? There are plenty of people like them. Uchiha Shao suddenly smiled and said, You didn't observe carefully just now. That child's eyes are the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. The Rinnegan? What is that? Tsunade looked puzzled. Indeed, Madara's Rinnegan was an accidental product after he bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh. Apart from Madara and Black Zetsu, no one knew the conditions to awaken the Rinnegan. After the Sage of Six Paths sealed the war between Ashura and Indra, and through the long years of the Warring States period, the Rinnegan had barely appeared again, so almost no major clan had records of it. To this, Uchiha Shao explained, I have once consulted the Uchiha ancient texts and various mythological legends, and I have seen mention of the Rinnegan. Tsunade nodded, not particularly suspicious, but she still asked, the Sage of Six Paths' eyes, are they that formidable? Uchiha Zhao's smile deepened. That child, when he grows up, could destroy Konoha with a single thought, crushing it without resistance. Do you believe me? Tsunade's pupils instantly contracted. She stopped in her tracks and stared at Uchiha Shao. His expression had not changed the slightest. Seeing this, Tsunade confirmed that he was not joking with her. Lord Shao, I think sending 20 people to escort that family back to Konoha is still too dangerous. I'll prepare 50, no 100 Senju Upper Nin to escort them. Tsunade stated firmly. Uchiha Zhao's lips twitched. 100 all Upper Nin. Don't let that show of force attract everyone's attention. Remember, we are not the only ones from Konoha in the Land of Rain. Tsunade thought it over and agreed. Then she asked again, Lord Shao, then how many do you suggest? Uchiha Shao crossed 2 fingers, and Tsunade understood immediately. 10 people. Exactly 10. Small profile and 10 Upper Nin can easily hold off a squad of 40. Before they make a move, who would know we sent Upper Nin? Uchiha Shao smiled. Tsunade nodded. She trusted his judgment completely. Thus 10 Senju Upper Nin were dispatched to receive the Uzumaki Nagato family. Before departing, Nagato even kissed Uchiha Shao on the cheek and waved goodbye. Uchiha Shao returned a warm smile and bid him farewell. 3 days later, a letter suddenly arrived. Tsunade opened it. It was in the handwriting of Uzumaki Mido. Dear little Tsunade, thank you for keeping your grandmother in mind. We have safely delivered Nagato. This boy is very clever, blessed with great talent, and quite lovable. According to the clan elders, you suffered almost 0 casualties this time. Well done. In the future, observe more, question more, and listen more to your commander's advice. Reading this, Tsunade's face flushed red. It seemed the clan members who returned had already told their grandmother everything. Lastly, little Tsunade, the battlefield is no game. Stay vigilant at all times. Discuss matters thoroughly, especially your younger Zhao's opinions. Grandmother will wait for your safe return at home and prepare delicious meals for you. Uzumaki Mido's words came to an end. A knowing smile spread across Tsunade's face. Just then Uchiha Shao entered, and seeing her smile, paused for a moment. Lady Tsunade, what is it? He glanced at the letter paper in her hand, and suddenly understood. Family letters are worth 10,000 gold. Is this from Lady Mido? Uchiha Shao found a chair and sat down. After 3 days of rest, the local villagers had come to trust the character of their military contingent. Led by the village head, they had rented an office room and a spacious area sufficient for tents. This is why Uchiha Shao and Tsunade could discuss military affairs here. Seeing him approach, Tsunade smiled and rose to hand him the letter. He sat with his legs crossed, receiving it from her. Here, have a look. Grandmother is praising you and telling me to heed your advice more. Also, Nagato and the others have safely arrived at Konoha and are staying at home. Now you can rest assured. Tsunade was in good spirits. Although they had only fought for 3 days, she felt time dragging endlessly, her nerves tense every single day. This letter from home soothed her restless mind. Uchiha Shao reached out, took the letter, and read it carefully. A smile crept across his lips, joy difficult to conceal. Lady Mito is also praising our Lady Tsunade for her discernment in selecting talent. Without her decisiveness, I would not have had the opportunity to showcase my abilities. Uchiha Shao chuckled. Grandmother specifically said you could call her directly grandmother. Why do you still address her as Lady Mito? Tsunade huffed disapprovingly. Uchiha Shao stood up, gently guided her back to her chair, and said, Lady Mito is a senior, the most revered figure in Konoha. Besides, this is not our home. It would be more appropriate to address her as Lady Mito. Tsunade pondered and thought he was right. After all, this was the command center, and there were 2 guards at the door. But what had Lord Shao just done? His hands had gripped her arms, pushing her back into the chair. How dare he? Yet his expression remained calm, as if it were unintentional. Fine, she would forgive him. Still, his palms felt rather warm. A flood of thoughts surged through Tsunade's mind in an instant. Uchiha Shao, unaware of her inner turmoil, walked over to her desk and leaned down to examine the map. Deep in thought, he studied the terrain. Yesterday the scouts from Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya had arrived at the village reporting that they would rendezvous today, at this very location. Thinking it over, they should have arrived by now. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, the guards at the entrance pushed open the door, bowed to both Tsunade and Uchiha Shao, and reported, Lord Shao, Lady Tsunade, the armies of Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya are awaiting orders at the village entrance. Having delivered the message, the guard knelt on one knee awaiting a response. Tsunade rose to go out, but Uchiha Shao quickly restrained her. Lady Tsunade, our forces are at full strength right now. If we meet the others now, a commander-in-chief will inevitably be chosen. The most likely outcome is that you would be selected. If you go out personally to welcome them, your aura would diminish by one notch. I understand your camaraderie with your former classmates, but you must also compete for this commander-in-chief position. Whether for your political capital or for the safety of the Senju troops, you must maintain composure now. Uchiha Zhao's words caused Tsunade's lips to part slightly. She had never imagined that merely going out to greet someone carried so much consideration. Then Lord Shao, what should I do? Tsunade asked. She knew deep in her heart that Uchiha Shao was only looking out for her. Uchiha Shao replied calmly, simply remain seated here. As he spoke, he pointed to the main seat in the office. Afterward, I will go to welcome Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru. You only need to wait here. After careful consideration, Tsunade still shook her head. That will not do. The three of us are after all former classmates. It would not be proper for me to avoid welcoming them in person. Uchiha Shao opened his mouth as if to argue, but after reconsidering their relationship, he shook his head, sighed, and murmured to himself, perhaps this is the bond shared among the legendary Sannin. He did not press the matter further, and instead followed Tsunade to the village entrance to welcome Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The weather in the rain country was perpetually overcast with drizzle, yet today the rain had unusually ceased, though the sky remained gloomy. For the rain country, this was a rare, clear day. Tsunade walked ahead with Uchiha Shao following behind. Tsunade's mind was filled with the joy of reuniting with her old comrades, while Uchiha Shao was calculating how to secure the greatest benefits for Lady Tsunade. After a short while, the two reached the village entrance under the watchful gazes of villagers and soldiers, where Uchiha Shao also spotted Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Both men wore combat uniforms similar in style to Tsunade's, each leading their own troop. Judging by the numbers, Orochimaru's forces still numbered around 700, while Jiraiya's were approximately 600. This was quite normal. War always brought casualties. To reach here in 4 days with losses not exceeding half their original strength was already a testament to both men's capabilities. Seeing the two, Tsunade smiled and said, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you've finally arrived. With that, she stepped forward to welcome them, her face radiant with joy. Upon seeing Tsunade, a bright gleam flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Oh, it's Tsunade. You look spirited, huh? His hearty laughter drew a disdainful glance from Orochimaru. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, then looked at Tsunade and noticed no trace of exhaustion or sorrow on her face. He was curious about what had happened. After all, he himself had only recovered his condition yesterday. Just as Orochimaru was lost in thought, Uchiha Shao suddenly spoke. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, there are many eyes outside the village. Please enter quickly so we may discuss matters of military and civil importance. Tsunade smiled and said, young Master Shao is quite right. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, come with me into the village. As for your troops, they may enter as well, but they must observe the rules. Rules? A gleam appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. He hadn't expected the ninjas of this village to follow rules. He wondered what kind of rules these might be. Tsunade then explained the 5 death rules. The hunger in Orochimaru's eyes was no longer concealed. Princess Tsunade, who proposed these 5 death rules. May I be introduced to this person? They are a true talent, a genius. Orochimaru smiled. Tsunade gently pointed to Uchiha Shao, who had just spoken. It is the one who spoke moments ago, young Master Shao, also known as Uchiha Shao. Uchiha. Jiraiya frowned. Shouldn't the Uchiha be in his own unit? Why had he been assigned to Tsunade? Long ago the Senju clan had secularized and abolished their surname, yet Tsunade's forces were undoubtedly Senju troops. How could they tolerate an Uchiha giving orders before them? Tsunade, lacking guile, spilled everything about Uchiha Zhao's deeds, including the magnet-released true side-eye. Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes shone with avidity. Can you spare one such confidant for my army? Perhaps. Jiraiya felt nothing unusual, but Tsunade's brows furrowed. He is a trusted aide chosen by Granny for me. The implication was clear. Orochimaru pursed his lips. Fine, just ask for a person, and she brings forth Mito-sama. How was he supposed to compete? He sighed. I suppose I am fated to have no connection with young Master Shao. The three entered the office. None took the main seat. Instead, they discussed upcoming operations together. At the village entrance, Uchiha Shao surveyed the 2 troops, with many Senju elite ninjas following behind. Orochimaru's troops were manageable, composed of Hitaki, Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, and other clans. Most were reasonable and understanding. Jiraiya's forces, however, consisted of Uchiha, Aburame, Sarutobi, and Tsukiyo clans. One couldn't help but wonder if Hiruzen Sarutobi had deliberately arranged this. Compared to Orochimaru's army, Jiraiya's forces seemed significantly weaker. Despite such pressures, Jiraiya had managed to keep his troop numbers at 600, a feat that earned Uchiha Zhao's genuine admiration. Other clans greeted him politely, but the Uchiha were an exception. Some recognized Zhao and sneered while others let out cold, derisive laughter. The Senju elite ninjas behind Uchiha Zhao smiled faintly. Laugh now. You'll suffer greatly when the time comes. Uchiha Zhao, well aware of the Uchiha's nature, paid them no mind. Walking ahead, he announced, everyone has traveled far and fought hard. I welcome you to enter the village. Hearing this, no one objected, but the following words stirred unease especially among the Uchiha. Lady Tsunade has established these rules. Whoever violates them shall be executed without mercy. 1. Trespassing into civilian homes, death. 2. Plundering supplies, death. 3. Assaulting civilians, death. 4. Bullying the weak, death. 5. Forced buying or selling, death. Uchiha Zhao repeated the 5 death rules once more, ensuring no disturbances would arise later. What you say we already know, and Uchiha Jonin replied coldly. So can we enter the village and rest? Everyone here is exhausted. Aside from the Uchiha, others remained silent, merely observing. The Senju Jonin frowned. The Uchiha were truly detestable. Uchiha Zhao turned to see the speaker. An elder, an Uchiha Jonin named Uchiha Kiyoshi. It was said he was a veteran from the Warring States period, commanding great authority within the clan, and had been dispatched to lead the Uchiha contingent this time. What? Do you have objections? Uchiha Zhao narrowed his eyes, looking at Uchiha Kiyoshi. The latter paused. This fellow didn't seem as cowardly as rumored. Even if I have objections, so what? And if I don't, so what? Uchiha Kiyoshi retorted arrogantly. Several Senju Jonin behind Zhao could no longer contain themselves and stepped forward, but Zhao commanded, stand down. The Senju Jonin hesitated, then obediently withdrew. Uchiha Kiyoshi's pupils contracted. He had never imagined that the words of the so-called good-for-nothing heir would carry such weight in the Senju's ears. It seems this fellow is not ordinary, he thought cautiously, though his expression remained contemptuous. If I'm not mistaken, you are Senior Uchiha Kiyoshi, correct? Zhao asked calmly, stepping forward with narrowed eyes. He represented Lady Tsunade in pacifying the ninja troops, so his every action reflected upon her. Facing Uchiha Kiyoshi's provocation, he could not ignore it. This would not only disgrace himself, but also bring shame to the troops and to Lady Tsunade. Therefore he had to stand up. Correct. I am Uchiha Kiyoshi. What do you have to say, Uchiha Zhao? Uchiha Kiyoshi emphasized the word Uchiha, reminding Zhao to remember his clan allegiance. Uchiha Zhao smiled faintly. Nothing much. My hands are merely itchy. Would you care to demonstrate your skills, senior? As he spoke, he formed the hand seals for the opposition formation. The Uchiha clan members, including Uchiha Kiyoshi himself, stared in disbelief. This mere 18-year-old was this bold. The atmosphere grew tense as both sides prepared for confrontation. Uchiha Kiyomi regarded Uchiha Zhao with a hint of gravity in his eyes. He acknowledged that the younger man might possess some skill, yet he had never imagined he would dare challenge a jonin like himself in broad daylight. The other great clans abruptly lost their urgency to enter the village. What pleasure could there be in entering when spectating held far greater delight? Thus they cleared the central ground, yielding space for the two to duel. A notification echoed. The host was about to engage in combat, with an Uchiha Jonin triggering early settlement of prior rewards. Having led the Senju forces through unscathed, the host was granted increased Jonin-level chakra reserves and 500 merit points. Having altered the storyline of the Uzumaki Nagato arc, the host was awarded Jonin combat expertise and 2,000 merit points. Having altered the destiny of Uzumaki Nagato, the host was granted mastery over fire-style jutsu, doubling their destructive power and eliminating the need for hand seals. 5,000 merit points were awarded. With a merit balance of 14,050, the achievement-rich fortune was completed, rewarding the A-rank jutsu, sand burial, already mastered. As the voice faded, streams of rewards merged with Uchiha Zhao. In but a moment he regained his composure. A faint smile played upon his lips. He had originally planned to secure victory through cunning, but now that seemed unnecessary. Seeing his opponent form the hand seals for the opposing stance, Uchiha Kiyomi swiftly mirrored the gesture. Though proud, the Uchiha clan held deep respect for any who dared challenge them regardless of the outcome. Zhao, you are the junior here. Grant me the honor of your first strike. With those words, Uchiha Kiyomi assumed a defensive posture, kunai in hand. It was common knowledge that ninjas were practitioners of high offense and low defense. Uchiha Zhao offered a calm smile and began forming hand seals, the standard sequence for the Great Fireball technique. Uchiha Kiyomi smiled faintly, preparing to deliver the same jutsu as a lesson. However, his expression suddenly shifted. The boy had completed only 3 seals and was already releasing the jutsu. He himself had formed merely 2. Uchiha Kiyomi hastily executed the body flicker technique, evading the blast. His eyes locked onto Uchiha Zhao with intense scrutiny. Had he been even slightly slower, he would have become the first ninja slain by the Great Fireball technique. This kid. A realization stirred within Uchiha Kiyomi's heart. Uchiha Zhao smiled faintly. As anticipated, the Great Fireball technique alone could not burn his opponent to death, even with the feigned hand seals. Unbeknownst to him, in Uchiha Kiyomi's eyes, Uchiha Xiao had already become a formidable adversary. He could not determine whether Xiao had refined the great fireball technique or possessed the ability to perform jutsu without hand seals. Uchiha Kiyomi fervently hoped it was the former. For the latter ability, throughout the entire history of the Warring States period, only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had achieved it. If Uchiha Xiao had attained such a feat, then he. Before he could dwell further, Uchiha Xiao leaped into the air, spinning mid-flight, as three colossal phoenix fire flowers surged toward Uchiha Kiyomi. Uchiha Kiyomi's eyes widened in shock. How could they be so large? What was this boy? He activated the body flicker technique, evading the attack, yet the flames scorched part of his garments. Through these two exchanges of ninjutsu, Uchiha Kiyomi understood one truth in the realm of ninjutsu: he was utterly outmatched by Uchiha Xiao. He drew a shuriken and hurled it toward Uchiha Xiao, who drew his longsword. Clang, 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 clang. The shuriken was deflected back. Just as Uchiha Xiao turned his gaze to where Uchiha Kiyomi had been, he realized the man had vanished. Uchiha Xiao was still dazed when his body moved on its own, raising his sword defensively. Clang. The Jonin combat techniques had fused into his muscle memory, guiding his arm to block. Another metallic ring echoed. Uchiha Kiyomi's face twisted in disbelief. This opponent's combat skills and awareness were already on par with his own. Once he recovered, Uchiha Xiao chose not to form hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Kiyomi retreated hastily, yet the scorching heat still branded his skin. He saw it clearly now. Uchiha Xiao had performed the jutsu without hand seals. This was a true genius. But the Uchiha clan relied upon more than mere swordsmanship and fire release. Uchiha Kiyomi's eyes turned crimson, 3-tomoe spinning within his Sharingan. The other Uchiha clansmen drew sharp breaths. 3-tomoe, the senior had grown serious. Xiao, stand down. I acknowledge your strength. Should this continue, the consequences may spiral beyond control. Uchiha Kiyomi spoke with genuine seriousness, having already conceded Uchiha Xiao's prowess. Yet what Uchiha Xiao sought was far more than concession. Senior, bring your full might. With those words, he channeled release chakra, his eyes transforming simultaneously into the 2-tomoe Sharingan. The expressions of the other Uchiha clansmen shifted dramatically. Jonin-level combat technique, fire release mastery, and a 2-tomoe Sharingan. This did not indicate weakness. It revealed a monstrous talent. It was well known that an Uchiha with a 3-tomoe Sharingan could rival Jonin in strength solely by virtue of the dojutsu. Yet Uchiha Xiao possessed Jonin-level prowess with only 2-tomoe. This meant that upon awakening the third, he could crush even seasoned Jonin and potentially contend with Kaga-level warriors. A seed of admiration took root in Uchiha Kiyomi's heart. Regardless of how Uchiha Xiao viewed the Uchiha clan, he was still one of their blood. Thus he resolved to end this duel with Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu Sharingan. The illusion cast directly by the Sharingan itself. 3-tomoe against 2-tomoe. How could he possibly lose? Just as he believed he had ensnared Uchiha Xiao in his illusion, the younger ninja flashed forward, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Uchiha Kiyomi crashing to the ground. His eyes widened in shock, and the Sharingan within them reverted to ordinary black. Oh, how is this possible? You should have. Uchiha Kiyomi struggled to rise. He had considered himself victorious and was merely about to boast. Who would have predicted Uchiha Xiao would interrupt his incantation with a single kick? Oh, should I not have fallen for Jinjutsu? Does Jinjutsu not depend upon one's state of mind? Thanks to years of his clan's treatment toward me, my mind remains remarkably tranquil. With that, Uchiha Xiao offered a faint smile. Uchiha Kiyomi fell silent, knowing the younger man spoke the truth. Then a hand extended toward him. Looking up, he saw Uchiha Xiao. He opened his mouth to say something. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. Formed the sealing hands for our truce. With that, he fell silent, merely watching Uchiha Kiyomi. Uchiha Kiyomi nodded. After completing the truce, sealing hands together, Uchiha Xiao offered his hand and helped him rise. After murmuring a quiet thanks, Uchiha Kiyomi returned to his position, his earlier arrogance entirely gone. Instead, admiration shone in his eyes as he gazed at Uchiha Xiao. Studying his features more closely, a furrow creased his brow. He felt he had seen this face somewhere before. As if through a haze, his vision blurred, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed to behold the clan leader of the Warring States period wielding a scythe and carrying a fan upon his back. A chill raced down his spine. This young man's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Lord Madara. After Uchiha Xiao defeated Uchiha Kiyomi, the gaze of the Uchiha clan members toward him changed. It was no longer filled with sarcasm and disdain, but rather warmth and respect. Uchiha Kiyomi's strength was universally acknowledged by those present as outstanding among Jonin, yet Uchiha Xiao, who had defeated him, was only 18 years old. What did this demonstrate? Uchiha Xiao's talent far surpassed that of Uchiha Kiyomi. The Uchiha clan revered the strong, and even though Uchiha Madara had left Konoha, that innate pride rooted in their lineage compelled them to continue worshipping strength. Did you all hear that? The 5 kills decree applies to everyone regardless of your clan. Anyone who attempts to challenge Lady Tsunade's authority will not even reach the battlefield. I will send them to their death myself. Uchiha Zhao's words were not directed solely at the Uchiha clan, but at every ninja present. All the ninja replied in unison yes. Especially the Uchiha clan members who followed the orders strictly. Observing this, Uchiha Zhao nodded, and then called out. Nawaki stepped forward. Here, a boy of about 10 years old stepped forward. His face was round and earnest, his eyes filled with pure admiration for Uchiha Zhao. He had witnessed the entire battle between Uchiha Zhao and Uchiha Kiyomi. No hand-seal ninjutsu. That was something only his grandfather and his grandfather's equals could perform. If this man could also use such techniques, it meant he was a ninja capable of rivaling his grandfather. Nawaki, whose name had just been called, was bursting with excitement, yet he maintained his composure, for all eyes in the room were fixed upon him. He could not bring shame to his grandfather or to the Senju clan. Uchiha Zhao glanced at him and then smiled. Come with me. He gestured to Senju Nawaki, then turned to address the army. Everyone stand down and return to rest. Recover your strength, for a tough battle lies ahead. With that, he led Senju Nawaki toward the office. Inside, the future Legendary Sannin were discussing their military strategy. Jiraiya believed they should strike directly at the enemy's heart and confront Samoyeda Hanzo head-on. Orochimaru, however, was utterly speechless. How could he share the same master as this reckless fool? Samoyeda Hanzo was a ninja whom even their own sensei might struggle to handle. Besides his exceptional swordsmanship, he possessed a body laced with venom and a summons the armored catfish. In terms of strength, the armored catfish summon could rival even a tailed beast. If they engaged him head-on, even if the three of them might possibly emerge victorious, what of the vanguard forces? Were they to be sent to certain death? These were the elite of each clan. If they were massacred and returned home empty-handed, Danzo would surely pin the blame of poor command upon them. And with such a label attached, any dream of becoming Hokage would be dashed. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Zhao requests permission to join the meeting accompanied by Nawaki. Uchiha Zhao's voice was steady and solemn. Orochimaru's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Uchiha Zhao, hadn't Lady Tsunade mentioned him earlier? This young man appeared to possess some ability that allowed the army to anticipate danger before it struck. Orochimaru then glanced at Tsunade, and Jiraiya did the same, for technically the two of them were visitors to this alliance, while Tsunade was the host. Tsunade nodded and announced loudly, let them in. Following this, Uchiha Zhao entered with Nawaki after the guards opened the door. Nawaki, you rascal, are you hurt? Tsunade's face was etched with concern as she approached Nawaki, carefully inspecting his body for any signs of injury. I'm fine, One-san. Besides, during this campaign, I took down 3 or 4 rain ninja. Senju Nawaki scratched his head and grinned. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him before turning to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, thank you. I am at ease knowing Nawaki is under your care. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. Nawaki is clever and sensible. His achievements today are the result of his own hard work. As he spoke, he glanced toward Senju Nawaki, a faint smile playing on his lips. Nawaki was his disciple, but it was only natural that he would look after him. Tsunade responded. Orochimaru stopped flattering him. I know exactly what my younger brother is like. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru burst into hearty laughter. At this point in time, Lord Snake had not yet grown dark and twisted, consumed by his obsession with immortality. Like most people, his ambition was simply to become Hokage. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, wearing a broad smile, wrapped an arm around Senju Nawaki and pulled him aside. Ahem, have you finished those books I gave you? I'll lend you a few more once we return to the village. Senju Nawaki's eyes instantly blazed with excitement. Thank you very much, Senior Jiraiya. Watching this scene, Uchiha Zhao's lips curled into a smile. The bond between the 3 legendary Sannin and the radiant smile on Senju Nawaki's face, scenes he had only ever witnessed in animated stories, were now unfolding before his very eyes. He could not help but feel a deep sense of joy well up within his heart. At that moment, Tsunade walked up to Uchiha Zhao and waved her hand in front of his face. Lord Uchiha, what are you thinking about? Tsunade asked, somewhat puzzled. Uchiha Zhao suddenly snapped back to reality. Seeing Tsunade before him, his face flushed red, and he quickly dropped to one knee. Lady Tsunade, please forgive my negligence. Tsunade was taken aback, touched her forehead, and helped Uchiha Zhao to his feet. I only noticed you gazing at everyone with such a blissful smile, so I wanted to ask what occupied your thoughts. Uchiha Zhao replied shyly. Seeing Nawaki and how harmoniously Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, and Lord Jiraiya interact, it naturally stirs a sense of envy within one. Orochimaru, who had also approached, spoke to Uchiha Zhao. Lord Uchiha, I have heard from Lady Tsunade that you possess a ninjutsu capable of foreseeing danger. Would you be willing to demonstrate it? Orochimaru was deeply curious about Uchiha Zhao. What manner of ninjutsu could enable the Senju forces to suffer almost 0 casualties? At these words, even Jiraiya and Senju Nawaki ceased their playful banter and turned their attention toward him. Uchiha Zhao first cast a questioning glance toward Tsunade, who smiled and nodded. Everyone here is our own ally. Only then did Uchiha Zhao nod in agreement. Though his gesture of seeking Tsunade's approval might seem unnecessary, it demonstrated his keen understanding of human relationships and propriety. Next, Uchiha Zhao covered his left eye. The sand particles in the air began to converge, forming an eyeball that floated in the air, circling around the people in the office again and again. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Lord Uchiha, this appears to be a detection-type magnetic release ninjutsu, does it not? It allows shared vision for intelligence gathering while minimizing casualties. I wonder what its range is and what consequences the caster would face if the technique were disrupted. True to his reputation, even before he had begun his research, Orochimaru's observational skills remained among the sharpest. The range is 10 kilometers. Even if this eye is destroyed, the caster would simply be unable to use this technique again for 3 hours. As for any effect on the caster himself, I estimate it would be merely somewhat irritating, Uchiha Shao explained. Orochimaru nodded in understanding. No wonder Lady Tsunade's contingent returned without a single casualty. With such a divine detection technique, as long as they knew how to avoid danger, incidents would virtually never occur. He glanced at Tsunade and could not help but marvel. Lady Mito's judgment was truly impeccable, selecting such a genius as Lady Tsunade's trusted confidant. Orochimaru's gaze toward Uchiha Shao burned with an almost feverish intensity. That jutsu, he wanted it too. It was a pity he lacked the magnet release bloodline limit, otherwise this technique would have been nothing short of divine for him. Tsunade noticed Orochimaru's hungry stare fixed on Uchiha Shao and let out a cold snort. She stepped in front of him. What's this, Orochimaru? You trying to steal my man? Orochimaru's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He then glanced sideways at Jiraiya, who was scratching his head, completely oblivious to the tension. Orochimaru felt a bit exasperated. Jiraiya was truly naive. Never mind him for now. He turned to Tsunade. No, I simply have an interest in Lord Zhao's reconnaissance-type ninjutsu. Besides, these are the confidants Lady Mito selected for you. How could I possibly be taking anyone? You better not. In Tsunade's heart, Uchiha Shao was absolutely precious. Dual bloodline limits exceptional in battle, never sought unearned credit, and always considered her interests. He was simply heaven sent, the ultimate support she could ask for. Uchiha Shao scratched his head, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. Tsunade then pulled his arm and led him to the main seat in the office, pushing him down into it. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Nashima, Uchiha Shao. Could this be a seat meant for him? This was the position of Supreme Commander. Or rather, if this battle were won, the majority of the merit would be credited to the Supreme Commander. Uchiha Shao hurried to rise, but Tsunade's monstrous strength took over. His face flushed red as he couldn't move a single inch. Lady Tsunade, didn't we agree before? This time I'm only assisting you. I don't want any credit. Uchiha Shao insisted. That was then, this is now. Just now Jiraiya proposed that the three of us face Sama Fish Hanzo in. I also thought it reasonable, but doing so creates a command problem for the army. Tsunade smiled. Orochimaru also grasped the key point and smiled. Exactly, Lord Shao. At this moment what we need is a commander skilled at leading troops, to lead the army and defeat the other ninja of the Land of Rain. Exactly, Shao. Listen to Tsunade. You're renowned for your brilliant tactics, so who else, but you should lead the troops. Jiraiya laughed. Uchiha Shao paused, frowning. Who proposed the duel with Sama Fish Hanzo? He had forgotten to struggle, turning to look at Jiraiya with something peculiar in his eyes. Orochimaru's eyes brightened. Could this lad be? Jiraiya was bewildered. Wasn't this strategy sound? All three of them were carrying tremendous pressure. Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced from Jiraiya to Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao patted Tsunade's arm, and she released her hold. Then resting his chin on his hands, he asked, why duel him? Jiraiya scratched his head. Because intelligence reports indicate that apart from Sama Fish Hanzo, the rest of the Land of Rain's forces are essentially a ragtag mob. So you three want to hold back the main force while the army sweeps up the remaining ninja to inflict heavy casualties. Uchiha Shao stated coldly. Orochimaru fell silent, deep in thought. He'd sensed something was off earlier, but couldn't pinpoint it. Yet looking at how Lord Shao carried himself, it seemed he had a superior approach. Tsunade listened carefully to Uchiha Zhao's words, watching his back, saying nothing. Lord Jiraiya, what is Sama Fish Hanzo's true intention? He seeks to expand territory to demonstrate his strength and capability to other nations. If you fight him and lose, it's humiliating. If you win, he fights all three of you alone. Either way, it only boosts his reputation. So why fight? Uchiha Shao said solemnly. Then if we don't fight, how should this conflict be resolved? Jiraiya frowned, believing his method was already the best. Uchiha Shao suddenly stared straight at Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, if we follow your plan and win, don't forget, in the Land of Rain we're not the only faction. The Hidden Rock and Hidden Sand villages are watching us. If we engage and win, then those two will sit back and reap the benefits, devastating what remains of our forces. Would we consider that a victory or a defeat? Uchiha Zhao's fingers tapped rhythmically against the table. Jiraiya fell silent instantly. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. It was true, they weren't the only presence in the Land of Rain, and others might seize the opportunity. No, based on Daimyo Onoki's profile, he would definitely make a move. Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Shao with deep appreciation. Just then Tsunade spoke up at the right moment. Lord Shao, then how should we wage this battle? Uchiha Shao studied the map. The Land of Rain bordered the Land of Earth to the west and south, and the Land of Fire to the east. In that case, tomorrow we march. We'll assault Amigakure, the capital of the Land of Rain. Lady Tsunade lead the Senju forces to surround the eastern gate. Lord Jiraiya, take your team to encircle the southern gate. Lord Orochimaru, your division holds the northern gate. Every day we implement scorched earth tactics, severing all supply routes nearby. If they send troops out, we retreat. Once they withdraw, we re-establish the siege. Uchiha Zhao's eyes brightened. What about the western gate? Jiraiya asked. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya with something strange in his expression, as though seeing him for the first time. What does the western gate have to do with us? That side faces the land of earth. Containing these 3 gates is sufficient. When the Land of Rain is driven to desperation and attacks from the western gate, it's Lord Oenoki of the Land of Earth who bears the brunt. Orochimaru smiled. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Moreover, this approach maximizes preservation of our army's combat effectiveness, while achieving our desired objectives. Uchiha Shao nodded. War is fought not only with the strength of ninjas and troops, but also with resources, national power weapons, and other supplies. Cut off their grain supplies for 2 months, and they'll either surrender or charge out the western gate. At that point, it becomes a battle of cornered beasts. It won't be easy for the Land of Earth to deal with a group of desperate, starving fighters. After laying out his strategy, Uchiha Shao leaned back and closed his eyes deep in thought. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all turned their gaze toward him, making Uchiha Shao feel a chill run down his spine. He opened his eyes and looked at the 3 of them. Wait, why are you all staring at me? Does this strategy work or not? Say something. Orochimaru smiled. It works, of course it works. I'm just curious. Lord Shao, with your remarkable military acumen, whom did you study under? Tsunade also nodded. Indeed, Lord Zhao's strategic prowess is truly formidable. You've forcibly transformed a war of manpower into a resource war advantageous to us. Jiraiya was thoroughly convinced. Lord Shao Jiraiya is now convinced. Uchiha Shao froze. Oh no, he'd shown too much. This strategy seemed to be unprecedented in the ninja world. Damn it, he'd failed to keep his abilities hidden. Uchiha Shao had explained the strategy with remarkable clarity, and even Jiraiya had mastered the specific implementation methods. Thus Tsunade led the Senju clan members to block the east gate, preventing enemy forces from launching an attack on Konoha village. Jiraiya, accompanied by Uchiha clan members, guarded the south gate to prevent enemies from making contact with the Suna ninja and forming an alliance. Meanwhile, Orochimaru led elite troops from various clans to defend the north gate, preventing the enemy from executing a flanking maneuver against Konoha. The 3 leaders stationed their forces openly within the enemy's line of sight, yet beyond the range of thrown shuriken. Every supply convoy from surrounding towns heading toward Yujiri was intercepted by their dispatched Jonin squads, without a single failure. Hanzo naturally recognized that this situation was deeply abnormal, so he led his troops out through the city gates and charged straight toward Tsunade. Upon seeing the city gates open, Tsunade hurriedly ordered all units retreat and launched a green signal flare. The Senju forces withdrew in disciplined order while the Rain ninja pursued relentlessly. Deep within a dense forest, they fell into Konoha ninja traps. Countless explosive tags and ground spikes devastated their ranks. Continuous screams echoed through the forest, causing even Hanzo's brows to twitch involuntarily. Damn Konoha ninja. When I catch you, I'll flay your skin and pull out your tendons. He cast his blood-red gaze upon the distant Tsunade, who merely looked back without advancing even a single step. As Uchiha Shao would have put it, this was guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we harass. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. There would be no direct confrontations whatsoever. These 16 characters, these supreme principles of warfare, had been proposed by a great strategist, and their power needed no elaboration. Regardless, watching the Rain ninja fall continuously around him, Hanzo grew increasingly frenzied. He began channeling all his chakra into enhancing his speed, determined to tear Tsunade apart. Then at that very moment, Jiraiya at the south gate and Orochimaru at the north gate simultaneously issued orders to assault the city. Waves of battle cries erupted, and from the direction of Yujiri a signal arrow was urgently loosed into the sky. Whoosh! The signal arrow streaked through the air with a piercing whistle. And it was precisely this sound that caused the blood-crazed Hanzo to halt mid-stride. His gaze snapped toward Yujiri behind him, and his heart sank. Disaster. This was merely a diversion to lure them away. Their true objective was Yujiri, his very stronghold. If he chose to continue pursuing Tsunade, now even if he managed to kill her, their capital would fall, and there would be no further fighting needed, for defeat would be sealed. Hanzo gritted his teeth and roared, "Soldiers! We will settle this account with them next time. Retreat to the city." Yes. The Rain ninja seethed with suppressed fury. Being cut off from supplies was bad enough, yet the enemy refused to fight head-on or withdraw cleanly, instead relying on traps and ambushes. Was this truly the demeanor of a great nation? If Uchiha Shao had known their thoughts, he would have sneered. A bunch of brave, but brainless fools. You're supposed to learn the essence of Huasha military strategy. As Tsunade's forces watched Hanzo retreat, they fired another signal flare, this time red. Upon seeing it, Orochimaru and Jiraiya immediately led their armies to withdraw from their previous positions. When Hanzo returned to the base of the city walls, he was greeted only by devastation. Traces of explosive tag bombardment marred the structures, and the city gates stood nearly shattered. Looking up, he saw corpses littering the ramparts, all of his own Rain Ninja garrison. Confronted with this scene, even Hanzo, hailed as a demigod, could find no recourse. Uchiha Shao sat at the command center before a sand table upon which 3 flags were planted representing Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Based on intelligence reports, he was responsible for moving the flags and observing the situation unfold. In one phrase, commanding from within the tent, securing victory 1,000 miles away. Outside the command center, Uchiha Kiyoshi himself and several Uchiha clan members stood guard, insisting on protecting Uchiha Shao. Seeing their resolute expression, Tsunade could only agree. The command center was now restricted to only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Beyond that, even the Hokage himself would not have been permitted entry. Another intelligence report returned. Uchiha Kiyoshi carried it into the command center. Uchiha Shao, seated in his chair with eyes closed, spoke calmly. As Hanzo retreated into the city, the commotion has ceased, hasn't it? The scout immediately knelt. Your brilliance is unmatched, my lord. Following your strategy, our casualties number no more than 200, while the enemy dead exceed 800. The scout's eyes gleamed as he gazed upon Uchiha Shao. A 4-to-1 casualty ratio. What magnificent strategy and planning. To think he could not only witness it with his own eyes, but also serve as a scout delivering messages. This was simply the honor of his lifetime. Uchiha Kiyoshi opened his mouth as if to say something, but looking at Uchiha Shao in that moment, his throat seemed constricted, unable to produce a sound. It was no wonder he was moved speechless. Throughout the entire Warring States period, the best recorded casualty ratio among all clans was merely 1 to 2, and now it had doubled. Having witnessed Uchiha Zhao's commands throughout, Uchiha Kiyoshi's heart was a turmoil of complex emotions. His gaze toward Shao carried deep admiration. Simultaneously, fury burned within him. He wanted to ask those clan members who had once humiliated Uchiha Shao, how dare you bully someone like this? Do you even deserve to be called his equals? Setting aside Uchiha Zhao's terrifying combat talent, it was precisely his strategic genius alone that made him untouchable by those simplistic-minded clansmen. This was simply, Kiyoshi, Uchiha Kiyoshi, are you listening to me? Uchiha Shao waved his hand, frowning. How could someone who appeared so reliable zone out right now? Uchiha Kiyoshi snapped back to attention, dropping to one knee with practiced ease. Forgive me, Commander. I was momentarily distracted. I beg your punishment. Uchiha Shao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, Kiyoshi. No need to be so tense. There's just something I want you to. Uchiha Shao leaned in and whispered in Kiyoshi's ear. That's not appropriate. Uchiha Kiyoshi's mouth twitched. Good heavens. He wanted to take back his earlier praise. Uchiha Shao was utterly shameless, a rogue without any moral boundaries. Uchiha Shao shot him a sideways glance. What do you understand? When two nations wage war, the highest strategy is to thwart the enemy's plans, the next is to disrupt their alliances, and the lowest is to besiege their cities. If we can resolve this without losing a single soldier, isn't that preferable? Go at once. Do not delay the military situation. Uchiha Shao glared at Kiyoshi, then crossed his legs and lazily hummed a tune. Uchiha Kiyoshi drew a deep breath, bowed deeply, and departed for the front lines to find Tsunade's forces. Meanwhile, Tsunade was still observing the distant Yujiri city when suddenly a subordinate rushed over. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Kiyoshi requests an audience. Tsunade's brows raised slightly at the name, Uchiha Kiyoshi. Then her expression softened. It must be someone sent by Shao. Could there be an urgent matter? She said, bring him in. Uchiha Kiyomi sprinted all the way, his feet kicking up dust, as though evil spirits pursued him from behind. He dared not pause or lag, even for an instant. At this moment, he was gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, his clothes torn by tree branches, and his hair in complete disarray. He looked utterly disheveled, even more so than the warriors fighting bloody battles on the front lines. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade frowned slightly, wondering what on earth had happened. She gently waved her hand, signaling her subordinate to hand over a pot of clean water, and spoke in a gentle tone, drink slowly, don't choke. Watching Uchiha Kiyomi's urgent and flustered appearance, Tsunade's confusion deepened. Could there be an emergency order of utmost importance? Yet why would Uchiha Kiyomi personally deliver the message instead of the usual scouts? And judging by his disheveled state, the news he brought must undoubtedly be of grave significance. However, seeing Uchiha Kiyomi so hurried and flustered, Tsunade refrained from directly asking about the details at that moment. After receiving the water pot, Uchiha Kiyomi drank greedily in large gulps. The sound of glug glug echoed continuously as he repeatedly downed several mouthfuls of cool water. Having somewhat quenched his thirst, he finally raised his head and gazed at Tsunade, panting heavily and speaking in broken fragments. Uchiha. Shall Lord, shall I? Yet the words seemed to catch in his throat, and he could not bring himself to complete them. What is it? Speak quickly. Tsunade urged anxiously, a fine bead of sweat forming on her forehead. It was not only Tsunade who felt this way. The ninja Ryuichi Ruji and the other Uchiha clan members present were equally anxious. Yet seeing Uchiha Kiyomi's grave expression and hesitancy, none dared press him too urgently. Finally, Uchiha Kiyomi took a deep breath and slowly began. Besieging a city is the lowest approach. Conquering the heart is superior. The enemy's provisions have been cut off, and their morale must be crumbling. At this juncture, we need only dispatch ninjas to learn the characteristic songs of the local people from surrounding towns, and then have those ninjas sing loudly before the enemy. By doing so, we will surely disrupt the minds of Sanju Hanzo and his subordinates, shattering their psychological defenses in one stroke, and winning this battle without shedding a single drop of blood. In truth, Uchiha Kiyomi had rehearsed these words repeatedly in his mind during the journey here. Upon hearing them, a trace of perplexity first appeared on Tsunade's face. After all, for a powerful enemy like Sanju Hanzo, could mere songs truly compel him to surrender? She fell into deep contemplation, muttering to herself, should Sanju Hanzo choose not to surrender despite this, how shall we respond? Then she raised her head, her gaze fixed directly upon Uchiha Kiyomi, awaiting a convincing answer. Just at that moment, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly rang out, since they refuse to surrender, we shall continue the siege. Once the grain stores in the city are exhausted and cannot sustain them, they will naturally fall into chaos. With these words, Uchiha Zhao's tall and imposing figure gradually emerged. Everyone followed the sound, and beheld Uchiha Zhao standing against the wind in black battle robes, as immovable as a towering mountain. His gaze was sharp as a falcon's, radiating an aura that struck fear into hearts. Upon witnessing Uchiha Zhao's appearance, the Senju forces who had seemed weary were instantly invigorated, their faces lighting up with delight. This was because over the recent period Uchiha Zhao had displayed remarkable strategic brilliance and masterful command of military tactics that left everyone utterly captivated. His arrival was like a powerful stimulant, instantly stirring excitement among the crowd. However, after the initial wave of joy, Tsunade's expression quickly turned solemn. She strode quickly to Uchiha Zhao, her brows knitting in playful reproach. Lord Zhao, how could you come to the front lines yourself? As our commander, do you not understand the basic principle that a gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall? Faced with Tsunade's rebuke, the smile that had rested on Uchiha Zhao's lips faded slightly. He scratched his head sheepishly and explained, please do not be angry, Lady Tsunade. I found myself utterly restless, confined to the rear command post, watching all of you fight bloodily. How could I remain seated in my tent? That's why I couldn't resist coming to join the excitement. Uchiha Zhao's gaze darted about, as if avoiding eye contact with anyone. The reason he had secretly come to this place was entirely born of concern for Tsunade's safety. Not long ago, he had just executed his meticulously planned psychological warfare strategy, yet an indefinable sense of unease had lingered in his heart ever since, making him feel that something terrible was about to occur. Under this overwhelming premonition, after much internal struggle, Uchiha Zhao finally resolved to head to the front lines. After all, if any unexpected situation were to arise, being on site would allow him to respond with the utmost speed and prevent more devastating consequences. Meanwhile, Tsunade kept her gaze fixed upon Uchiha Zhao, whose expression showed a hint of fluster. After a long while, she sighed helplessly, never mind. I shall not dwell on these troubling thoughts. I cannot unravel them anyway. When it came to pondering complex matters, Tsunade had never been particularly inclined, for it truly drained one's energy. Then with a serious expression, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Zhao and said earnestly, however, Lord Zhao, I must lay down the law beforehand. Since you have come to the front lines and joined my forces, you must obey my commands and arrangements absolutely. No unauthorized action whatsoever. Although these words sounded like a stern warning, in truth Tsunade's actions stemmed from her desire to protect Uchiha Zhao's physical safety. Uchiha Zhao was such an astute person that he could not fail to perceive the deeper meaning behind Tsunade's words. He gave a slight nod to indicate his understanding and replied firmly, I will surely heed Lady Tsunade's orders. Even if mountains of blades and seas of fire lie ahead, I will charge forward without hesitation and never retreat a single step. Having spoken, he suddenly raised his head, a confident and composed smile blooming upon his face. Witnessing this, Tsunade raised her eyebrows and silently nodded in approval. Then she methodically began to deploy the next course of action. First, she instructed her subordinates to diligently learn the characteristic songs of the local area, and then dispatched her scouts to promptly inform Jiraiya and Orochimaru of the relevant matters. Amid the clearing rain, Lord Hanzo, the grain and supplies in the city are insufficient for both the civilians and the troops. We will run out by tomorrow at the latest, a rain ninja reported to Hanzo. Hanzo sat upon the leader's seat, silent, his recent demeanor somewhat withdrawn. It had been 4 months since he declared war upon the 3 great nations, fire, wind, and earth. In the initial 2 months, he caught the 3 sides off guard and pressed into their territories, but the 3 great nations paid no mind. They organized their own ninja, merely within a day annihilating his forces completely, then turned their armies toward his Yuji. It was only then that he realized the 3 great nations were not weak, They had simply been waiting for an opportunity to counterattack and secure even greater advantages. Although Hanzo himself possessed strength befitting a Kage, he was far inferior to the likes of Hiruzen Sarutobi Inoki and the third Kazekage. He was fully aware of how much water was in the upneen ranks of the Land of Rain. He merely wished to prove to the other nations that his Land of Rain was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Yet now it dawned on him just how vast the chasm between a minor nation and a great one truly was, and how humiliating it was to be a subject of a weak state. The man who should have been full of vigor now bore visible white strands in his hair. Sighed deeply. Hanzo waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates. He slowly stepped out of his territory, gazing upward. Yuji, originally signifying rain clearing after a storm. He had established his capital here precisely so the Land of Rain might bid farewell to days of humiliation and welcome its own clear skies. But the light rain overhead continued to fall relentlessly, weighing heavily on his heart. At that moment the troops surrounding the 3 city gates began singing the ballads of the Land of Rain. Hanzo's expression changed instantly, then burned with fury. What did Konoha mean by this? He then climbed to the eastern gate to survey Tsunade's forces, noticing they remained beyond striking distance. Channeling chakra into his mouth, he amplified his voice so it carried all the way into their city. Yet within 2 or 3 minutes Hanzo understood what Konoha meant. He watched as the Rain ninja forces dropped their weapons, eyes reddening, their fighting spirit shattered, some even beginning to weep. Hanzo drew in a sharp breath. Excellent, very excellent indeed. The commander of Konoha is formidable. Merely the songs of home had made his own troops yearn for home, stripping away most of their combat effectiveness. And now with supplies running out, morale had sunk to its lowest ebb. Just then he spotted 2 scouts making their way toward Tsunade. Observing his own army's state, on the verge of surrender, he still felt that some turnaround might occur. At Tsunade's camp, report to Lord Tsunade and Commander, came an Uchiha scout, a man under Jiraya's command. He was covered in wounds, his face grim. Uchiha Shao remained silent. His face paled as if something had occurred to him. Our forces initially blockaded the city gates smoothly. Who knew the Sand Village's Kage-level powerhouse Chiyo would lead 500 Sand Ninja to ambush our army. Our troops have suffered heavy casualties and are now regrouping toward Lord Tsunade. After finishing, the scout fainted. Uchiha Zhao's face turned white. Clenching his teeth, fire erupted in his eyes. Damn Sand Village. Tsunade sighed. This was not Uchiha Zhao's fault. His tactics targeting the Land of Rain were sound. The surprise attacks by other nations were unforeseen. Just as she prepared to console Uchiha Shao, another scout arrived, a member of the Yamanaka clan. His clothes were relatively intact, and he seemed unharmed. Report Lord Tsunade, Lord Uchiha Shao. Inoki personally led 1,000 nin force to ambush our rear. Lord Orochimaru has made arrangements. We have suffered 200 casualties in this engagement. Currently Lord Orochimaru leads 600 troops converging toward Lord Tsunade's position. His eyes burned with rage, his voice trembling. He wasn't directing his anger at Uchiha Shao, but at Inoki, at the Stone Ninja. These bastards hadn't shown themselves earlier, and just as they were about to seize Yuji, they came out to stab them in the back. Uchiha Zhao's expression darkened. Vermin. Tsunade took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. She then had the scout taken away to rest. Uchiha Shao drew in a sharp breath, knelt on the ground, and said, Please punish me, Lord Tsunade, for my command error. Ryuichi and Ryuni exchanged glances. They opened their mouths as if to speak, but were stopped by a middle-aged clan member of the Senju. Everyone knew now that this was not Uchiha Zhao's fault, yet none could bring themselves to say it. Tsunade walked up to Uchiha Shao and helped him to his feet. Shaokuin, your strategy was brilliant. I, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya are fully aware. Shaokuin allowed us to nearly breach Yuji with only the vanguard forces restricting Hanzo's movements. This is a plan unmatched by anyone. Our objective was to intimidate the Land of Rain and establish Konoha's prestige. That has been achieved. Even our teacher could not have orchestrated such a plan. Therefore do not blame yourself, Shaokuin. Everyone knows your strength in strategy and ability. Lift your head. What we must do now is reunite with Jiraiya and Orochimaru and figure out how to proceed. After speaking, Tsunade offered Uchiha Shao a smile. Uchiha Shao slowly rose. He had underestimated the heroes of the world. He had forgotten that one should always keep a fallback option for oneself. He had only thought of breaking Yuji and quelling the war, but never considered that the other 2 nations' aims were not merely to quell the conflict, but also to weaken them. Yes, Lord Tsunade. Uchiha Shao bowed respectfully, then stepped aside, closed his eyes, and pondered countermeasures. Soon Jiraiya returned with 300 ninja, and Orochimaru led 500 ninja back. Upon reuniting, they immediately asked where the commander was. Uchiha Shao sighed, guessing they had come to reproach him. Oh well. After opening his eyes, he walked toward them only to find Jiraiya and Orochimaru instantly kneeling. Uchiha Shao, what are you doing? Uchiha Shao was bewildered. Shouldn't they have come to scold him? He hastily helped them up. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, we failed in leading troops. As we were about to capture Yuji, we grew overconfident and forgot to guard against other nations' ninja. Please punish us, Commander. Their voices were loud and forceful, moving even Uchiha Shao. Indeed, in a normal war the commander only needed to provide the broad direction. The execution was the responsibility of the troop leaders. However, Uchiha Shao was too responsible, thus taking everything upon himself. Uchiha Shao was startled and quickly helped them up. "What are you saying, my lords? Clearly it was my inadequate consideration that led to this situation." Orochimaru shook his head. "Command is your responsibility, leading troops is ours. A general should prepare for all possible scenarios, not blame the commander. Therefore this is our fault." Jiraiya nodded. "Correct, Commander. Just now our troops saw the city gates about to open, but we forgot to guard the rear, leading to a major defeat. Therefore please do not blame yourself. Continue commanding and secure the greatest benefit for us." Uchiha Zhao's eyes trembled. Yes, the current Konoha was united, not blaming each other, but seeking their own shortcomings. This was exactly the Konoha he loved. Tsunade smiled, walked over, and stood beside the two. "Commander, please decide soon and secure the greatest benefit for us." Uchiha Shao took a deep breath, his gaze flickering as he smiled. "I will." Uchiha Shao helped the three of them up, then fell into deep thought before speaking. "Our current forces number approximately 1,600. Inoki commands 1,000 at the north gate, while Chiyo leads 500 at the south gate. Given our current strength, we cannot handle this situation. Both Inoki and Chiyo are genuine Kaga-level fighters, and engaging either side would be highly disadvantageous for us. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya. If the three of you joined forces, you could at least contend with one Kaga-level opponent. But the remaining two Kaga-level fighters are no fools. The moment they see us locked in a stalemate, they will inevitably launch an attack." As Uchiha Shao analyzed the current situation, all three couldn't help but nod in agreement. Though Tsunade and the others were now close to Kaga-level strength, they were still classified as Jonin. Mid-aged Chiyo and the comparatively youthful Inoki. How could he not feel that even the legendary Sannin would lose if they fought directly? He was merely speaking diplomatically, suggesting that three could handle a Kaga-level opponent, but what he meant was not victory, but rather tying them down. Therefore the key to this war lies at the south gate. Uchiha Zhao's eyes lit up, and the three nodded in agreement. "So you're suggesting we attack the south gate?" Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. At this moment, he seethed with hatred toward the old woman Chiyo. Just as they were on the verge of capturing Amigakure, she launched a surprise attack, ruining everything and giving Amigakure hope once more. Orochimaru chuckled heartily, thinking his good friend deserved to lose. Tsunade meanwhile chose not to comment, pretending to appear profound for fear of seeming foolish. Uchiha Shao shook his head. "If you were Zabuho Halfzong, would you lead your forces against Chiyo's 500, Inoki's 1,000, or our 1,600? Obviously Chiyo," Jiraiya answered without hesitation. "Common sense, really. It's not merely a matter of strength. We are currently opposed to the Iwa Nin, and neither side dares to make a reckless move. Therefore Zabuho Halfzong will attack the south gate. But how do we deal with the Iwa Nin? If we engage them, we'll suffer heavy losses before long," Tsunade asked. Orochimaru too fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Shao, eager to hear his solution. Uchiha Shao stretched lazily and smiled. "Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf." Tsunade was slightly taken aback, but Orochimaru's eyes brightened as though he understood something. He spoke up. "Lord Shao, do you mean Kumogakure?" Uchiha Shao nodded. "Precisely, Kumogakure. With the Tsukikage now appearing in the Land of Rain, it means Iwagakure currently has no strong force garrisoned there. Given the personality of the third Raikage, he would certainly not remain idle upon learning this news," Uchiha Shao said with a smile. He wondered whether Kumogakure and Iwagakure were simply destined to clash. Whenever a major battle erupted, the two always got into a fight. Once they learned that Iwagakure had no Kage present, given their thuggish nature, they would surely launch a surprise attack. In that case, Orochimaru also smiled. What an ingenious drive the tiger to devour the wolf strategy. Commander Shao truly possesses unmatched tactical brilliance. I admire you greatly. He was already thinking that after this great battle, he must cultivate a closer relationship with Uchiha Shao. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, as if silently asking were only the two of us who didn't understand. However, Tsunade quickly averted her gaze back to Uchiha Shao. This man was undeniably charismatic when devising strategies. Unaware of this, Uchiha Shao turned to Jiraiya instead. "Lord Jiraiya, your intelligence network should be quite formidable, correct?" According to the original narrative, Jiraiya served as Konohagakure's primary intelligence source beyond the village, able to learn of events almost instantly. Jiraiya nodded. "Indeed, I have many subordinates scattered everywhere gathering material. If you call it an intelligence network, that's not inaccurate." In his eyes, those people were friends, sharing the same aspirations, who collected material alongside him. He never considered them as gatherers or transmitters of intelligence. Uchiha Shao smiled. "How long would it take you to transmit information to Kumogakure if you mobilized your people, eh?" "At most half a day." Jiraiya patted his chest confidently. He had great faith in these friends of his. "Very well, Lord Jiraiya. Please dispatch the message immediately. Simply state that Tsukikage Inoki has appeared in the Land of Rain. Nothing more." Uchiha Shao smiled faintly. "Yes." Jiraiya immediately set out to handle the matter. With a slight smile, Uchiha Shao thought, as long as this succeeds, Amage Cure is as good as mine. Orochimaru also smiled. Congratulations, Commander, on taking Amage Cure. I should be the one congratulating Lady Tsunade. This was entirely her plan. I merely acted as a trusted aide. Uchiha Shao shook his head. Orochimaru paused, then realized the implication behind his words, and sighed finally. Those elders still harbored such deep suspicions toward the Uchiha. Tsunade frowned slightly, though she also understood the reason. Thus the pre-battle conference concluded in silence among the three, after which everyone dispersed to attend to their own matters. The next day, Kumobikure. I held a kunai, his eyes flashing with sharp light as he burst into hearty laughter. He promptly convened the village elders, and the final decision was reached: mobilize 3,000 troops. March upon Awagakure. Land of Rain battlefield. At the south gate, Chio and Halfzong had already clashed. One deployed puppet techniques. The Chome 10 humans launched relentless attacks while demonstrating impenetrable defense, showcasing their full prowess. Halfzong roared furiously, slapping the ground with his right hand to summon the Salamander Sage mode. With a single bite, it devoured 30 to 40 sand ninjas before charging toward Chio. Then he released purple toxic gas that spread across the battlefield. Chio commanded, everyone take the antidote pills. As the Sand Village's master poison researcher, Chio possessed profound expertise in toxins, and her antidotes could temporarily immunize against Halfzong's venom. Halfzong drew his twin katanas and charged at Chio. The Chome 10 humans were hastily controlled by Chio to intercept him, and the two fought fiercely with neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the east and north gates remained eerily still, both sides watching each other's every move. Just then, Konoha scouts reported that forces were rushing from the northern Awagakure direction straight toward Inoki's camp. Upon receiving this intelligence and relaying it to Uchiha Shao, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others, Uchiha Zhao's lips curved upward. Send more scouts. He thought to himself, Kumobikure's speed is remarkably fast. It seems I is indeed a forthright man. North Gate, Inoki's military camp. Inoki trembled with rage, cursing bitterly. Those scoundrels. Damn bastards. They've ruined my grand design. Damn them. Inoki's guard Sekiai stepped forward. Lord Inoki, what are we to do now? Inoki's face darkened. What can we do? Naturally, we must return and defend immediately. That third Raikage is rumored to withstand a tailed beast. None of the nations have deployed their Jinchuriki, which means his strength is effectively invincible. If I do not return, Awagakure will certainly suffer devastating losses. Damn it. How did the news spread so quickly? Was it Konoha or the Rain Yin? Inoki shook his head. Now is not the time for speculation. Issue my command. The rear guard advances to the vanguard. Full speed retreat. Upon giving the order, Inoki activated his light and heavy iron release, stood upon a rock pillar, and traveled back to the village at maximum speed. Along the way, he could not help but cast a lingering glance back at Amage-Cure, letting out a heavy sigh. Southgate. Chio appeared as a middle-aged woman, now her gaze cold and sharp. Soon as finances were already in crisis, unable to meet expenditures, and Shimatsuki Hanzo's declaration of war had successfully diverted their internal conflicts. To repay the favor of Amage-Cure, this old woman will give her all and drive out these scum. Thinking thus, Chio extended both hands, 10 strands of chakra thread shooting from her fingers and connecting to the Komiai doll army. She raised her hands and flicked her fingers slightly, and all 10 puppets of the Komiai army sprang into motion, moving with lifelike agility as they charged toward Shimatsuki Hanzo, who was sprinting forward. Shimatsuki Hanzo roared, executed a swift turn to slip past the first puppet, then raised his right hand and slashed downward. Swoosh. His long blade spun, felling the second puppet, and as he drew it back, the third puppet thrust its pointed spear toward Hanzo. Just as Hanzo prepared to counterattack, the previously defeated puppet seized his right arm and long sword tightly. Hanzo's expression shifted suddenly. He released his grip and used the momentum of the extraction to leap backward, dodging the third puppet's strike. He then spun around and decapitated the third puppet. Before he could catch his breath, the first puppet hurled poison Senbon needles at him. Hanzo instinctively activated his substitution jutsu. Thud clatter. The sound of impact came from where he had been moments before. A wooden stake stood in his place, the poisoned Senbon striking it. The poison was fierce. Almost instantly, the substitution stake darkened from brown to purplish black. Hanzo's eyes turned cold. You old hag, you really don't hold back. Old hag. Chio had only intended to stall him, not fight seriously. Yet he called her that. Boom. A massive surge of chakra erupted, thickening the chakra threads in Chio's hands considerably, while the Komiai puppets drew all their weapons. Various forms: swords, blades, tridents, spears, cannons, explosives, saws, hooks. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, tossed his katana aside, then reached behind his back and drew forth a Kuzurigama. Any ninja who knew his reputation understood this meant he was done playing around. This was his signature weapon, not something a katana or longsword could replace. Bastard, hasn't anyone ever taught you not to casually mention a woman's age? With those words, Chio unleashed a furious roar, her powerful chakra blowing her hair upright. The Komiai puppets redoubled their charge toward Hanzo at twice their previous speed. Hanzo retreated, but the puppets pressed relentlessly. Then he formed hand signs, a smirk forming on his lips. Fire released bombing flame formation. Chiyo's brows furrowed as she withdrew 4 puppets, leaving the remaining 6 positioned within the explosive trap zone. In an instant, numerous explosive tags buried underground launched upward, adhering to the 6 Konoha puppets before Hanzo let out a thunderous roar. The explosive tags detonated. Boom. The 6 puppets were blown apart and crippled. Chiyo attempted to control them, but found the 3 damaged puppets unresponsive. She retracted her threads, her expression growing grave. She had no idea when Hanzo had planted the explosive tags, or why they hadn't been triggered during Jiraiya's earlier assault on Southgate. Yet her suspicions were understandable. Bombing flame formation was an A-rank jutsu requiring at least a true jonin with enormous chakra reserves to activate. Among AIM's ninja, only Hanzo fit that description. This explained why Jiraiya and his forces had not been harmed by the formation. Hanzo snorted coldly, dismissing the old woman's bewilderment as overreaction. He swung his Kusarigama toward Chiyo, but at that moment a bull-headed puppet emerged from the Konoha army, blocking Hanzo's advance. Puppet art clang. The Kusarigama was deflected. Hanzo's eyes lit up, and he used the rebound force to swing again. Kusarigama's second strike. The chain spiked and pierced the bull puppet's heart, impaling it completely. Hanzo then gripped the base of the chain with his right hand and yanked forcefully. The metal torso of the bull puppet was torn apart, costing the Konoha army another puppet. Hanzo licked his lips, watching Chiyo with a mocking grin. 7 of the 10 puppets were already lost, leaving only 3 battered remainders. He saw no reason to believe he would lose. Chiyo's expression remained grim. She had originally assumed AIM was merely a minor village and Hanzo's reputation was all bluff, never expecting his true strength to be so formidable. Hanzo prepared to deliver the final blow to the old woman, shouting loudly, "Salamander." The salamander responded instantly, first dissolving into white smoke, then reappearing beside Hanzo, moving in perfect sync with their master. The salamander immediately exhaled a vast cloud of purple poison mist. The toxin was not only extremely potent, but also covered an enormous area, instantly enveloping Chiyo. Hanzo sneered. Ninja art, sickle and mist technique. His figure vanished into the poison fog as he quietly approached Chiyo, seeking an opening to strike. Chiyo snorted coldly, manipulating with her right hand alone. The remaining Konoha puppets formed a triangular formation, and as she yanked her right hand back, all 3 puppets opened their mouths wide. 3 treasures absorption collapse. The massive poison mist was rapidly drawn into the puppets. Even Hanzo struggled to resist the force of this technique. Damn it, this jutsu was a hard counter to him. He was growing frustrated. Once the poison fog was completely purified, Chiyo smiled and gave her order. "Everyone gather around me." The sand ninja immediately ceased their assault and took cover behind Chiyo. Hanzo seemed to realize something. No. He hurled his Kusarigama at the Konoha puppets, but a shield of iron sand intercepted it. Clang. The chain sickle bounced off. Hanzo's expression changed. Magnetic release and iron sand. Could it be? Then he saw a man with blue long hair and a spiky haircut appear, arms crossed, looking down upon him from above. The 3rd Kazekage. He has arrived. The strongest Kazekage in history. Hanzo had just finished a massive battle and had no confidence facing 2 Kage-level fighters simultaneously. The 3rd Kazekage raised an eyebrow, tilted his head, and pointed toward the Sound Village troops. Chiyo's lips curved into a smile. "As you command, Lord Kazekage." The 3 puppets opened their mouths wide again, unleashing the salamander's potent poison mist toward the sound forces. Hanzo roared, "Run." He sprinted toward AIM at top speed, but the sound ninja fares far worse. Just as they attempted to flee, a wall of iron sand erupted from the ground, blocking their path. As the poison mist enveloped them, their bodies lost all support, purple spots spreading across their skin as they collapsed to the ground. Only then did the 3rd Kazekage signal Chiyo to stand down. Chiyo, ever obedient, followed instructions and used the Konoha puppets to absorb the salamander's poison mist, intending to study it carefully. Perhaps it would prove invaluable in the future. Chiyo held deep respect for the 3rd Kazekage. Although she was the wife of the 1st Kazekage and possessed considerable seniority, the position of Kazekage had always been granted to the most capable individual. When considering the strengths of the first 2 Kazekage alongside his own, the 3rd Kazekage was undoubtedly the strongest among them all. Moreover, he placed great value on Chiyo and cared deeply for her. "Elder Chiyo, are you unharmed?" Upon landing, the 3rd Kazekage immediately inquired after Chiyo's condition, mindful of her past kindness and support toward him. Chiyo shook her head with a smile. "Thanks to your timely arrival, Lord Kazekage, otherwise I fear I might have suffered grievous injuries this time." These were not mere empty words. Hanzo's personal combat prowess was formidable. Had the battle between him and Chiyo continued unchecked, she would have inevitably fallen. Furthermore, given Hanzo's ruthless nature, Chiyo could well have perished on the battlefield. This was something the 3rd Kazekage could never accept. Chiyo was a true Kage-level fighter. Currently, the Sand Village had far too few Kage-tier combatants, only himself and Chiyo. Although he had 2 prodigious disciples below them, their strength remained merely that of Jonin. Thus the third Kazekage would never stand idly by while Hanzo attacked Chiyo. Head is good that you are unharmed. This time 7 of Elder Chiyo's Chikamatsu 10 patriots were destroyed. We should demand proper compensation from the Land of Rain. The third Kazekage raised an eyebrow. With this the finances of the Sand Village could finally breathe easier. Afterward Chiyo and the third Kazekage chatted briefly. During this period the ninja were given time to rest and recover. In the afternoon, they would coerce Hanzo at the base of the city walls to sign the treaty. Below the southern city gate Hanzo sneered. Who is on duty atop the wall? Open the gates. Your leader has returned. Just then Tsunade's figure suddenly appeared atop the city wall. A smile played on her lips as she looked down at Hanzo. Hey, who is that down there? Identify yourself. This city has been occupied by Konoha. Please find another route. Tsunade naturally knew who stood below. Was it not Hanzo himself? Haven't seen you for a few days and already this week. Hanzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared up at Tsunade on the wall. What was going on? Would the Tsuchikage really stand idle and watch them consume Amigakure? Wait, had the two villages formed an alliance? Impossible. As far as he knew Inoki the Two Scales was an extremely ambitious individual. How could he possibly cooperate with Konoha? Then what was happening? Damn it. What should he do now? Amigakure had been seized before him and the Sand Village pursuers were behind him. Bloody hell. Hanzo's face darkened. Could it be that the principle of Konoha never occupying foreign territory spoken by the god of shinobi was a lie? Tsunade shook her head. Naturally not. Before the siege, she had been informed by Uchiha Shao of possible scenarios, which is why she could converse fluently with Hanzo. Then what do you mean? You have violated the rules established by Hashirama Senju. Cold sweat streamed down Hanzo's face. Rules of the dead. Who would care? That was what he thought inwardly. However, a sliver of hope lingered. What if the Konoha ninja would return what they had taken? And Konoha would indeed return it, but how they would do so was a different matter entirely. Lord Hanzo, do you not remember that you previously declared war upon our Konoha? Uchiha Shao walked onto the city wall with a smile. He wanted to see what Hanzo looked like. This disheveled half-god of the ninja world was a rare sight indeed. Hanzo frowned. This person was not in the intelligence reports. Who are you? I certainly remember your declaration of war. Now you Konoha ninja have occupied Amigakure. You have won. If you withdraw from Amigakure now, I will not pursue it afterward. These words amused Uchiha Shao. Lord Hanzo, are you joking with me? Why were you so arrogant when you declared war, yet so composed even in defeat? Do you treat warfare as a child's game? Hearing Uchiha Zhao's words, Hanzo's heart sank. However, the other party had not outright refused to return Amigakure, which meant they had conditions. Yes, you are right. Then state your terms. Hanzo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There was no way around it. Who asked him to lose? First, the Land of Rain must sign a war surrender document. Second, the Land of Rain must compensate us with 300 million Ryo. Third, after the war, the Land of Rain must cede 10% of its ninja missions to our Konoha. Before stating these terms, Uchiha Shao had discussed them with Orochimaru. The compensation amount was within what the Land of Rain could bear. Moreover, under these circumstances, defeated by the Sand Ninja, Hanzo had no choice but to agree. Hanzo's body trembled. Although he had long anticipated some compensation demands from Konoha, hearing these figures still sent a chill through his heart. But did he have the right to refuse? No. Heartbroken and defeated, he said, "Very well, I agree. Let me in." Unexpectedly, Uchiha Shao sneered. "Empty words mean nothing. Outside the city, our Jonin Lord Orochimaru and his 800-strong unit await. He will sign the contract with you. After it is signed, we will withdraw our troops. At that time, release your Rain Ninja, and they will open the gate for you." Hanzo clenched his fists. He had originally planned to kill his way in after the gate opened, hoping to change the outcome. Yet this brat and that girl had calculated everything. Fine. Send invoice. The moment his words fell, Orochimaru dispatched 3 ninja, who brought out 3 copies of the contract. One for Konoha, one for the Land of Rain, and one for Hanzo, ensuring fairness in the agreement. Hanzo bit his teeth and signed the contract. After exchanging glances with Uchiha Shao, the envoy nodded and Hanzo said, "Lord Hanzo is indeed a man of his word. We will release your people now. Kindly wait a moment." Then he signaled Tsunade. Tsunade nodded, led her soldiers away from Amigakure, and met with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Approximately 10 minutes later, Uchiha Shao said, "Then farewell, Lord Hanzo." Uchiha Zhao's figure dissolved into a cloud of smoke and vanished. It was a clone. Shortly after, the Rain Ninja opened the city gates and released Hanzo. Fury consumed Hanzo. He slashed the Rain Ninja to death with his scythe and cursed, "You useless lot." Glaring coldly at the cowardly ninja around him and recalling the contract he had just signed, he sighed and said, "Never mind. Give him a proper burial." Then, utterly dejected, he returned home and sat down. No one dared disturb him. Staring at the walls of his house, he could not help but shed tears. Humiliation. Pure naked humiliation. He had now surrendered to Konoha. This battle was already lost. Meanwhile, the Konoha forces had already reached the border of the Land of Fire. Upon entering, they encountered Hiruzen Sarutobi and the main army, who were heading toward the battlefield. Hiruzen paused in surprise. "Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, why have you returned?" have you been defeated? The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Then Tsunade handed the contract to Hiruzen. His eyes lit up and he gasped, "You won. And you even made Hanzo sign the terms of defeat." At the border of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Tsunade with a smile and patted her shoulder. "Tsunade, tell me how you defeated the Rain Ninja Village." Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Shao, seeing the slight smile on his lips, and a nod, then turned back to face Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi observed this, glancing sideways at Uchiha Shao and falling into deep thought. Then Tsunade began recounting the events. The more Hiruzen listened, the more he felt that Tsunade possessed strategy and wisdom just like him. When explaining the situation to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade used "we" rather than "I." Although Uchiha Shao had previously told her to take full credit, she still felt embarrassed to claim all the achievements for herself. Orochimaru and Jiraiya standing nearby side. Uchiha Shao, due to his political stance, wanted to conceal his abilities. This attempt was likely doomed. Having heard the word "we" many times, Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Uchiha Shao, who stood aside with a blank expression and lowered head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Excellent, excellent. Tsunade, you truly display both courage and strategy extraordinary in wisdom and bravery." Orochimaru negotiated with calm composure. Jiraiya relayed messages across vast distances. "You are all the pride of our Leaf Village." As he spoke these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared intently at Uchiha Shao, while Uchiha Shao seemed unaware, keeping his head bowed and watching the stones on the ground. Afterward, Hiruzen Sarutobi led Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the army back toward Konoha Village. With the war concluded and reparations secured, what further need was there to go to the Rain Ninja Village? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement, ending the war in the Land of Rain. Rating in progress, S rank. Utilizing strategy, entered the city effortlessly and subsequently signed the treaty. Rewards: 3-tomoe Sharingan, pending activation, Jonin level chakra, magnetic release, nature transformation, iron, sand, magnetic release, sand, iron, time ring. In just an instant, the chakra within Uchiha Zhao's body at the rear of the formation surged wildly. His magnetic release also underwent some special change. It seemed harder, sharper. As for the Sharingan, Uchiha Zhao chose not to activate it immediately, because each evolution of the Sharingan requires vast amounts of mental energy and chakra, leaving the body severely weakened. Moreover, as they were on their way back to the village, he did not wish to draw attention. South Gate of Yuj. The third Kazekage, accompanied by Chiyo Ebisu and 2,000 sand ninjas, stood beneath the city gate. Upon receiving the third Kazekage's permission, Ebisu stepped forward from the ranks and shouted loudly, "Samayo, Hanzo, you have already been defeated. I advise you to sign the treaty, or our sand ninja army will attack the city." Although Ebisu lacked strength in actual combat, he was quite skilled in political affairs, which is why he was sent to speak. At this moment, Samayo Hanzo ascended the southern city wall and said, "You have come too late. Our Rain Ninja Village has already signed the defeat terms with Konoha, leaving no funds to offer you. Therefore, gentlemen, please return." Ebisu was taken aback and looked toward the third Kazekage, who frowned and immediately confronted Samayo Hanzo. "Are you mocking us, claiming that our sand village does not understand the state of warfare? The IWA ninjas and Konoha kept each other in check, and you signed a contract with Konoha." Samayo Hanzo let out two cold laughs. The Hidden Rock Village was ambushed by the Hidden Cloud Village, and Anoki led his troops back for defense. While I was fighting you, Konoha took the opportunity to seize Yuj. What do you make of that? The third Kazekage was startled, then gritted his teeth. His eyes blazed with fury, and at this moment, he seemed ready to devour people whole. That damn Konoha was always resorting to such underhanded tactics. Chiyo, on the other hand, wore a grim expression and gritted her teeth. She had paid the price of 7 10-man squads to repel Samayo Hanzo, yet now the ripe fruit had been plucked by Konoha. Do you truly have nothing left to offer in compensation? The third Kazekage gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this. Samayo Hanzo responded indifferently, "Why don't I give you the ledger of the Land of Rain? Take a look and see if there's any silver remaining in the city." The third Kazekage's body trembled. Ebisu stepped forward to support him. "Lord Kazekage, this." The third Kazekage gave a cold snort. "Retreat. First return to the village, then declare war on Konoha. We must condemn them for seizing the fruits of others' labor, and demand substantial compensation." He knew that the Land of Rain, being a small country, had likely exhausted all its resources just compensating one nation. The city probably had barely any supplies left, meaning this battle had been fought in vain. At this realization, the third Kazekage was so enraged that he spat blood. Chiyo quickly urged him, "Lord Kazekage, please do not be so angry." The third Kazekage waved his hand, then took a deep breath and led his troops back to the sand village. He intended to declare war, but first they needed to rest and recover. Thus the group set off toward the sand village. Samayo Hanzo watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but sneer, "What does it matter if a bunch of incompetents defeated me? In the end they gained nothing but empty joy." But that young one was quite clever. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shao, standing at the entrance of Konoha Village, suddenly sneezed. "Achu!" This instantly caught the attention of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo, and others. Who the hell is talking behind my back? Uchiha Xiao rubbed his nose. Hiruzen Sarutobi burst out laughing. That sound was truly like a sudden clap of thunder. He then looked at Uchiha Xiao. Shimura Danzo remained silent, his eyes closed as he followed behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, not even glancing at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Hokage Dano, I caught a bit of a chill last night. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, then walked over to him, patted his shoulder, and adjusted his collar. You've worked hard. Take care of your health. Uchiha Xiao was momentarily stunned, then bowed. Going to war for the village is the duty of every ninja. Hokage Dano, this is what we as villagers should do. Uchiha Xiao did not mention the Uchiha clan, but spoke of Konoha village instead, making it clear to the village that he supported Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. This young one was rather interesting, different from the other Uchiha. The other Uchiha clan members were people who constantly boasted about their family's honor, growing increasingly arrogant day by day. Although they harbored no ill intentions, their attitude had stirred considerable discontent among the villagers. But Uchiha Xiao was humble and discerning, wise enough to know when to conceal his abilities. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, then walked to the front of the group. My heroes of Konoha, welcome home. He looked at these ninjas and smiled. Oob. Finally home. Long live the Hokage. The cheers rose one after another. Watching this scene, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt delighted in his heart. Through this battle, his position must be secure now. This was a great victory. After delivering some post-war speeches, everyone began heading toward their homes, while Uchiha Xiao made his way to the Senju district. He wanted to report his safety to Lady Mito. Uchiha Kiyoshi had originally followed Uchiha Xiao, wanting to lead him back to the Uchiha compound, but when he saw Uchiha Xiao walking side by side with Tsunade, chatting and laughing toward the Senju district, he stopped. He opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence, heading instead toward the Uchiha district. His mind held only one thought: to let the Uchiha clan know of Uchiha Xiao's brilliance. Tsunade gently raised her hand and tapped on the ancient heavy door of the Senju clan compound with her knuckles. After a brief moment, a voice called out from within the courtyard, "Who's there?" The voice sounded somewhat low, as if tinged with weariness, yet it carried an underlying warmth. Tsunade paused, her thoughts drifting to whether they had come to visit someone. Judging from the voice, it seemed to belong to a middle-aged woman. Just then another familiar voice suddenly rang out. Is that little Tsunade and Xiao Xiao? Upon hearing that voice, Tsunade's face immediately lit up with delight. She hurriedly replied, "Grandmother, it's us." Before she could finish speaking, the courtyard gate slowly creaked open, revealing the kind countenance of Uzumaki Mito. The moment Uzumaki Mito spotted Tsunade and Uchiha Xiao standing safely outside the door, her previously worried heart instantly relaxed, and she couldn't help but break into a happy smile. This morning I heard magpies chirping incessantly on the branches, and I was wondering to myself what good fortune awaited. To my surprise, it turns out my dear little Tsunade and Xiao Xiao have returned safely from the battlefield. As she spoke, Uzumaki Mito gazed affectionately at Tsunade and Uchiha Xiao, her eyes filled with the same tenderness one would reserve for one's own cherished grandchildren. Uchiha Xiao, seeing this, promptly offered a respectful greeting, "Lady Mito." However, barely had the words left his mouth when Uzumaki Mito's brows furrowed slightly, and she feigned displeasure. "Didn't I tell you to call me grandmother?" Uchiha Xiao paused for a moment, then coughed softly. "Grandmother," he said. Though quiet, his voice carried both reverence and intimacy. Watching this from the side, Uzumaki Mito chuckled softly. She reached out with her left hand to take Uchiha Xiao's, and with her right grasped Tsunade's, leading them slowly toward the heart of the compound. Once inside the clan grounds, Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade glanced around with curiosity. Before them bustled hundreds of Uzumaki clan members, each absorbed in their own tasks. Every single one of them possessed striking red hair, blazing like living flames. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, silently marveling. These Uzumaki clan members all harbor such immense chakra within their bodies. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he noticed that even the youngest girl present possessed a chakra reserve only slightly lesser than his own. He had to admit the Uzumaki clan truly lived up to their legendary reputation. As the two were taking in their surroundings, a tiny figure suddenly darted toward them, like an arrow loosed from a bow, launching itself at Uchiha Xiao and wrapping its arms tightly around his leg. Uchiha Xiao paused again, looking down to see it was young Nagato. A faint smile touched his lips as he murmured, "Little Nagato, isn't it?" He reached out and gently ruffled Nagato's hair. Looking up, Nagato grinned, ear to ear at him, his eyes brimming with excitement and joy. Since arriving in Konohagakure, Nagato had only just realized that the sky wasn't perpetually overcast, and that there existed so many delectable foods in the world. The thought alone made him swallow hard. Uzumaki Mito, who had been quietly observing the entire scene from the sidelines, found her smile growing ever brighter at such a heartwarming spectacle. Her fondness and satisfaction toward the young Uchiha Xiao deepened even further. Just as everyone was basking in this joyous and harmonious atmosphere, hurried knocking suddenly echoed from the entrance, accompanied by a loud shout. "Grandmother, grandmother. I'm back, your favorite grandchild has returned." Uzumaki Mito's lips curved upward into a tender smile. She had been about to rise and open the door herself for Shiranui, but at that moment Uchiha Shao, cradling young Nagato in his arms, strode cheerfully toward the entrance. With a soft creak, the door slowly swung open. Standing outside, Shiranui's face immediately broke into a broad, endearing smile. Before he could even recognize who stood before him, he threw his arms wide and lunged forward, wrapping them tightly around the figure, while chattering excitedly, "Grandma, hee, I've missed you so much." But in the next instant, when he caught the sound of a familiar cough, he raised his head. The sight before him left him frozen. Standing there was not the grandmother he had longed for, but Uchiha Shao, trying hard to suppress a grin. Realizing his mistake, Shiranui quickly released his grip, straightened his posture, and bowed his head respectfully. "Commander." Uchiha Shao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "The war is over now. From here on, just call me Shao. This is your home. There's no need for such formality." With that, he let out a helpless little chuckle, wondering to himself why the situation felt as though Shiranui were the actual guest. Just as Uchiha Shao was about to close the door, he noticed two figures approaching rapidly from a distance. Upon closer inspection, one was a man with snow-white hair carrying gifts, and the other was a slender man with black hair. These two were none other than Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They had come to the Senju clan compound specifically to visit Lady Mito, never expecting to encounter Uchiha Shao here. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, and then slowly pushed open the wooden door, stepping into the courtyard. When Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the child peacefully sleeping in Uchiha Zhao's arms, his heart gave a sudden jolt. An ancient prophecy from the Toad Sage suddenly surfaced in his mind. He would one day encounter a student possessing extraordinary potential, capable of reshaping the very fabric of the ninja world. Gazing at the child before him, particularly those deep and luminous eyes, an indescribable sense of familiarity washed over Jiraiya. For some reason, Jiraiya felt as though some invisible thread connected him to this child, compelling him to reach out and gently stroke Nagato's head. Nagato looked up at the white-haired stranger with mild surprise. Yet in an instant, Nagato felt the warmth and affection radiating from the man's palm. That inexplicable trust made him relinquish all resistance, allowing Jiraiya to gently caress his hair. It was undeniable. Being petted so tenderly brought Nagato a profound sense of comfort and peace unlike anything he had ever known. Uchiha Shao, watching from the side, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He thought to himself that even within this vastly different timeline, the master-disciple bond from the original narrative remained just as profound and inextricable. With that thought, Uchiha Shao gently passed Nagato into Jiraiya's arms and introduced him with a warm smile. "Jiraiya-sama, please hold him. This child is Uzumaki Nagato." Hardly had he finished speaking when Uchiha Shao turned and walked toward the interior of the house, leaving Jiraiya standing still with Nagato cradled in his arms. A strange yet deeply heartwarming atmosphere settled between them. Within the Uchiha compound, clan head Uchiha Hiroshi sat cross-legged upon the floor, listening to Kayomesa's report. When he learned that the nominal commander of this campaign was Tsunade, while the true strategist was in fact Uchiha Shao of their own clan, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He glanced toward his 6-year-old son sitting rigidly upright beside him. Sighing softly, he thought Fugaku was excellent in every respect, yet that perpetually stern demeanor of his gave him pause. Uchiha Hiroshi did not dismiss Kayomesa. Instead, he turned toward young Fugaku and asked, "How do you view this matter?" Fugaku offered a respectful bow. "I believe Uchiha Shao acted rightly. Our clan now stands at the crest of a storm. We must bide our time and focus on healing our wounds." Uchiha Hiroshi's expression darkened, and he struck Fugaku sharply across the face. Fugaku stood frozen, confusion clouding his eyes as he looked up at his father, silently wondering if he had spoken wrongly. Uchiha Hiroshi let out a cold breath. "Then tell me, why did Uchiha Shao yield the credit?" Hiroshi was the sharpest mind in the Uchiha clan, and he asked these questions not out of ignorance, but to measure the breadth of his son's understanding. Fugaku hesitated. Because he wished to avoid drawing attention. He was halfway correct. Uchiha Hiroshi gave a slow nod. "And whose attention do you believe he sought to avoid?" Uchiha Hiroshi closed his eyes. He knew that no matter how clever his son was, this particular answer would elude him. Only the heads of the major clans could have seen it. If Fugaku had been able to arrive at that conclusion, it would have proven he possessed the mind of a clan leader. Fugaku fell silent in deep thought before finally speaking. "He does not wish to draw our attention. After all the people of the Uchiha clan." He did not finish the sentence. Uchiha Hiroshi completed it for him, because among the Uchiha, no one supports him. They mistreat him, even insult and bully him. Uchiha Hiroshi opened his eyes. His irises had transformed into the 3-tomoe Sharingan, and a suffocating pressure and icy cold radiated outward from him. Father. Fugaku was forced backward, his fingers digging into the tatami to keep from being blown away. Even Kayomesa stood drenched in cold sweat. Uchiha Hiroshi closed his eyes once more, and the pressure dissipated as though nothing had occurred. "Fugaku, your answer was incomplete. Beyond what you have said, there remains one most critical point." Fugaku lifted his gaze to his father, sensing that the answer would come. Indeed, after only 2 seconds, Uchiha Hiroshi smiled and said, "On another level, he does not wish to draw the attention of Konoha's upper echelons. A tall tree invites fierce winds, and his surname is Uchiha." Fugaka frowned slightly. His surname? He had heard tales of Uchiha Shaowei beating Uchiha Yamazaki, the Grand Elder's son, without a moment's hesitation. At that time, Shaowei had shown no reverence for the Uchiha name whatsoever. Fugaku could not believe Shaowei would now concern himself with his own surname. And Shaowei would never know. If he had been present at that moment, cold sweat would have poured down his face. Uchiha Hiroshi, the clan head of the Uchiha, had essentially plumbed Shaowei's thoughts with uncanny accuracy. Observing the bewildered expression on his son's face, Uchiha Hiroshi could not help but sigh. He then turned to Kayomesa. "Kayomesa, I thank you for your labor. This evening bring Uchiha Shaowei back to the compound. Tell him I wish to speak with him." Kayomesa acknowledged the order and departed from the clan head's residence. Uchiha Hiroshi stepped outside and gazed upward, thinking to himself, can the fate of our clan truly be changed by Uchiha Shaowei? Then, unseen by anyone, the 3 tomoe in his eyes slowly melted away and reformed into the pattern of 3 plum petal shapes. If Uchiha Shaowei had witnessed this scene, he would never have dared to come. A Mangekyo Sharingan. Who in their right mind would face that? But it lasted only an instant. The Sharingan returned to black, utterly still. He entered the room to rest, preserving his strength for the evening discussion with Uchiha Shaowei. At that time, it was best to conserve one's energy so that his thoughts would remain clear and sharp when the conversation began. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the Senju compound, Uchiha Shaowei not only received the warm attentions of Mito, but Tsunade herself showed no restraint in linking arms with him as she led him through the courtyard. The soft warmth pressed against his arm brought a faint flush to his cheeks. Jiraiya was deep in discussion with Nagato about the coming shinobi war and the prophesied savior, and he even taught Nagato several C-rank jutsu for self-defense. Nagato was remarkably quick to learn, which filled Jiraiya with quiet satisfaction. Orochimaru, for his part, was questioning Mito about sealing techniques. Watching Tsunade's cheerful interactions with Uchiha Shaowei from afar, Mito felt a deep sense of approval, and she shared her knowledge with Orochimaru generously. This visit had been fruitful for everyone, a joyful occasion between host and guest. Yet now Uchiha Shaowei had to return to the Uchiha compound. After all, an Uchiha lingering too long at the Senju residence would only bring trouble for Tsunade, and the two were neither spouses nor companions. As Uchiha Shaowei prepared to take his leave, Tsunade called out to him. He paused and turned. Then, before he could react, a graceful figure darted forward from behind and threw her arms around him, pressing close, causing his eyes to widen in sudden surprise. "Tsunade-sama." "I." Before he could speak further, Tsunade interrupted. "Shaowei-dono, thank you. Without you, I cannot imagine what losses our Senju clan would have suffered." Though the Senju clan had largely faded into common status, their jonin and core fighting force remained intact. Every one of them was like family to Tsunade, and the death of even a single one would devastate her. Guided by Uchiha Shaowei, this time the Senju forces had suffered nearly 0 casualties. Though over 100 bore serious wounds, all could be healed. In that moment, Tsunade's gratitude toward Uchiha Shaowei was overwhelming, though she may not have realized how deeply her current embrace affected an adult man. Uchiha Shaowei, hearing her words, paused briefly before smiling gently. "Tsunade-sama, this was my duty." Tsunade then released him, puffing out her cheeks in mild annoyance. "From now on, simply call me Tsunade. Or like grandmother does, call me little Tsunade. Tsunade-sama makes me sound like an old woman." Uchiha Shaowei blinked, then a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Very well, little Tsunade classmate." Tsunade froze for a moment, puzzled by the unusual form of address, but then shook her head. "Shaowei-dono, it grows late. You should depart now. The patrol squads will begin their rounds shortly." Uchiha Shaowei nodded and waved farewell before leaving the Senju compound. Tsunade watched him until his figure disappeared from sight, then turned back with a trace of melancholy, only to find Uzumaki Mito standing there watching her with a knowing smile. Tsunade's cheeks flushed red. Mito said nothing, merely taking Tsunade's arm and leading her back inside. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Kayomesa appeared without warning. He bowed deeply to Uchiha Shaowei and spoke respectfully. "Lord Shaowei, the clan head requests your presence." Uchiha Shao gazed at Uchiha Qing, attempting to discern something from his expression, only to find that the Qing's face remained rigid, utterly devoid of any change. Uchiha Shao let out a sigh. "Lead the way." "Yes." Uchiha Qing replied, then opened the clan compound's gate and led Uchiha Shao inside. Although he had never explored the Uchiha grounds before and felt a touch of curiosity, this was a summons from the clan head for negotiations, so he could not afford to lose his composure. Thus Uchiha Shao kept his gaze fixed ahead, dismissing the stares and whispers from those around him. Most Uchiha clan members were intrigued by him, having heard privately that he was the commander of this Rain Country campaign. But these were merely unconfirmed rumors. If they were true, why would neither the clan head nor the Hokage speak of them? Uchiha Shao sighed. He knew exactly what expressions those fellows would wear, but he was no soft persimmon to be gawked at. With a cold snort, he gathered chakra in his palms. The magnet released Great Wind Wall, an original jutsu of no specific rank, which warded off all attempts by clan members to probe his position. A wall of swirling sand and wind materialized, blocking the Uchiha clan members' vision entirely. Their expressions shifted abruptly. Magnet release a Kekkei Genkai. Coupled with Uchiha Zhao's Sharingan, this made him a prodigy possessing dual Kekkei Genkai. The Uchiha clan members' eyes were no longer probing, instead they brimmed with shock and wild joy. Though they were a clan that admired strength, honor meant everything to them as well. With a dual Kekkei Genkai prodigy now among their ranks, he was their Uchiha clan's treasured darling. Since the prodigy didn't want to be watched, they might as well leave. They shared the Uchiha name after all. That was enough to know. In an instant, all the ninja departed. The Uchiha ninja all regarded genius and strength with respect. Uchiha Shao raised an eyebrow. This Uchiha clan wasn't bad after all. Following Uchiha Qing's guidance, Uchiha Shao soon arrived at the residence of the clan head Uchiha Guangji. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. Uchiha Shao frowned, and knocked again, still no response. He sneered. "Oh, giving me the cold shoulder. Fine, watch me flip the table." Uchiha Shao called out, "Qing, step aside." Uchiha Qing hesitated, unsure of what his companion intended. Before he could react, Uchiha Shao clapped his hands together, drew in a deep breath, and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Guangji could no longer remain calm. His eyes snapped open as he formed hand signs. Water-style Water Wall. Water-style Water Prison Jutsu. The water wall blocked the Great Fire Annihilation for 2 seconds. In that brief interval, the water prison encased the house. Finally, the two techniques collided and dissipated. From a cloud of white steam, a figure slowly emerged, his entire body flushed red. Don't ask, the steam had done its work. Uchiha Qing's eyes widened, his mouth twitching as he glanced at Uchiha Shao, thinking, damn it, he just unleashes ninjutsu at the slightest provocation. Uchiha Guangji walked out, veins throbbing on his forehead. He only wanted to give you the silent treatment for a moment, and you went straight to using jutsu. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Uchiha Shao merely smiled faintly. Greetings, clan head. Uchiha Guangji's brows relaxed. Shao, you've arrived. Do come in. As he spoke, he gestured toward his own home. Uchiha Shao remained motionless, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he looked at the house. Uchiha Guangji scratched his head. Neither moved. Finally, he shot Qing a glance. Uchiha Qing understood, immediately stepped out of the courtyard, closed the gate, and stood guard watching the surroundings. Uchiha Guangji and Uchiha Shao took seats around the stone table in the courtyard. Neither spoke. Uchiha Shao knew this was a test of who would break silence first. The one who spoke first would be at a disadvantage. Uchiha Guangji studied Uchiha Zhao's appearance and demeanor, unable to help but draw in a sharp breath. His looks bore a resemblance to that certain someone, while his aura reminded him of Uchiha Izuna. Elegant and wise, as though everything were calculated. He couldn't quite understand why Uchiha Zhao's appearance resembled that person so closely, yet his temperament was so similar to Lord Izuna's. I'll have to consult the clan records sometime. This lad is no ordinary fellow. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shao observed Uchiha Guangji's features and noticed a striking resemblance to Uchiha Itachi. The tear troughs were quite pronounced, and his hair fell smoothly on both sides. However, unlike Uchiha Itachi, there was light in his eyes, and he did not carry the same lifeless gaze that marred Itachi's youthful countenance. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Uchiha Guangji sighed. Heroes emerge from youth, Shao. I wish to ask if you would consider serving as a clan elder within our ranks. Uchiha Shao fell silent, offering no immediate response. He was calculating whether this would prove advantageous to him. Uchiha Guangji did not press him. He believed Uchiha Shao would accept. The Uchiha clan needed a clever mind, and his own days were numbered. Once he was gone, the Uchiha household would be watched by many. Uchiha Shao pondered for a long while. Becoming an elder meant the fate of the Uchiha clan would be intertwined with his own. That was a responsibility. But as an elder, he would gain access to the clan's intelligence network. And what was intelligence? Intelligence meant the initiative. If he could learn of his enemy's plans sooner, he could formulate countermeasures more quickly. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's cunning came with a certain advantage. Even if they were somewhat arrogant, they would never scheme against you. He would have to guard against the future Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Relying solely on himself, he could not maneuver against them. Therefore, he had to seize the clan's power, and not merely in title, but in substance. As for Fugaku, he was adequate at maintaining the status quo, but lacking in ambition. Among the clans of Konoha, if one lacks the drive to advance, one should prepare to be devoured and enslaved. At this thought, Uchiha Shao took a deep breath. Very well, but I have one demand. If the clan head does not agree, I can only choose to preserve myself. Uchiha Guangji felt a surge of delight. His goal was to bind Uchiha Shao to the Uchiha clan, so offering the position of elder was merely a probe. If it failed, he could raise his offer. Shao, speak your mind. As clan head, I will certainly agree. Uchiha Guangji smiled faintly. Uchiha Shao nodded. Hand over the Uchiha clan's intelligence system to me. Once any situation arises, inform me at once. Uchiha Guangji nodded. No problem. As an elder, you already have the right to access intelligence. Clan head, what I want is not the right to review intelligence, but control over the intelligence system itself. Uchiha Xiao smiled faintly. Uchiha Guangxi fell silent. He had deliberately sidestepped the matter earlier, fully aware of how crucial this was. But seeing Uchiha Xiao's resolute stance, he knew he could not weasel out of it any longer. Agreed. This time Uchiha Guangxi did not evade the topic, for he had seen Uchiha Xiao's eyes transform into the 3-tomoe pattern. Ding! 3-tomoe Sharingan activated. To increase his leverage, his natural talent, Uchiha Xiao chose to force his way to the 3-tomoe stage. An 18-year-old with 3-tomoe Sharingan paired with magnet release. Provided he survived, he was destined to become a Kage-level powerhouse. What could Uchiha Guangxi do but comply? Uchiha Guangxi agreed to Uchiha Xiao's terms. A genius at 18 with 3-tomoe and the magnetic release Kekiai, Gunkai promising to serve as the clan elder, which only strengthened their bond. He readily accepted Uchiha Xiao's requests. It was merely a matter of the intelligence network, a trivial affair. Yet he had no idea the words that followed would send cold sweat streaming down his back. Clan leader, there is one more matter. Hand over the position of Minister of the Konoha Security Division to me. I will handle communication with the village elders. Uchiha Xiao fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Guangxi, for he knew the Security Division was the sole instrument of authority within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Guangxi hesitated, his lips parting as though to speak, yet he closed them once more and bowed his head in deep contemplation. The position of Security Division Minister was traditionally held by the clan leaders, wielding power within the clan while maintaining direct access to the village leadership. Yet Uchiha Xiao was clearly seeking to carve authority from the clan leaders' grasp. Even when all clan leaders convened for council meetings, it was the Security Division Minister who carried the greatest weight in speech. Moreover, the Security Division served as the primary source of personnel for the Uchiha clan, an honorable position charged with upholding order and punishing wrongdoing. Uchiha Xiao sighed. If the clan leader refuses, then I shall depart immediately and never meddle in clan affairs again. Saying this, he rose to his feet, preparing to leave. The unspoken message was clear: if you will not yield, then I shall not remain as elder, and should disaster befall the Uchiha afterward, it shall not be my burden to bear. Hold on, Xiao. I wish to know why you desire the Security Division so badly. Is this truly about dividing the clan leader's authority? Uchiha Guangxi studied him intently, seeking any flicker of emotion. But he was disappointed. Uchiha Xiao's expression remained unchanged, his posture upright, as he replied with a faint smile. Allow me to ask first, what is the village's attitude toward the Uchiha? Uchiha Guangxi's face darkened. Many clan members had been embittered by the villagers' duplicity, outwardly obedient, yet behind their backs cursing them with venom. Even the Uchiha Security Division members had grown dispirited, offering no explanation, simply making arrests with grim countenances. Furthermore, Guangxi, do you not see that power is sometimes a double-edged sword? Outsiders call it the Uchiha Security Division. It has become perceived as the property of our clan. Have you considered the opinions above? Having spoken, Uchiha Xiao gestured toward the Hokage Tower. Uchiha Guangxi's face grew pale once more. Uchiha Xiao knew this was the final strike. Clan leader, you have held power too long, and have nearly become its slave. In doing so, you have lowered yourself and lost clarity of thought. He fell silent thereafter, sitting composed and serene. Uchiha Guangxi reflected upon the past. It was as Xiao had said. When he had first inherited the position of clan leader and the security division, he had held both the authority of his clan and a place among the village leadership, safeguarding the villagers. But from some unknown turning point, the security division had been repeatedly maligned, and the Uchiha were painted as villains who arrested whomever they disliked. He had raised the matter with the village elders, who promised action, yet nothing was ever done. Still, he refused to relinquish control, choosing silence and compliance. And so the security division became the most despised organization in the village, while the Uchiha name suffered, declining from the preeminent clan to one accused of bullying the weak. Only those within the division understood their profound grievance. Their original purpose had been to protect the lives and property of Konoha's citizens, yet they had been slandered as oppressors. Uchiha Guangxi raised his head. Xiaokuan, do you have a solution to change all this? Uchiha Xiao leaned back, strategic calm upon his face. With certainty. I am fully confident. But I require the clan leader's cooperation, or I cannot guarantee success. Uchiha Guangxi nodded. Since you are confident, I am willing to yield the position of Security Division Minister. Tomorrow I shall meet with the Hokage. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. Now? The early hours of night are the most opportune moment. Now? You move too hastily. At this hour the Hokage would already be asleep, Guangxi exclaimed in disbelief. Clan leader, what I mean is that tonight's visit to the Hokage concerns one primary matter: the Uchiha clan's full support for the Hokage's governance. The transition of the security division is a secondary concern. Have you forgotten the pride of the Uchiha? You would have us bow our heads. Uchiha Guangxi's face darkened with fury, unable to believe that someone he had trusted so deeply could demand such humiliation. Uchiha Xiao smiled faintly. Understand this: the Hokage has only just assumed office, and his foundation is fragile. We are not bowing our heads. We are placing our bet. There is an old saying, it is better to offer aid in dire need than to add flowers to brocade. If we are the first to visit the Hokage and pledge our support, do you not believe that all the malign rumors against us will vanish? Uchiha Shao spoke with confidence. Even if they do not entirely disappear, the Hokage himself will rise to clear our name. He smiled. Uchiha Guangji remained uncertain, but Uchiha Zhao's expression turned cold. Clan leader, understand this, I act for the sake of the Uchiha. If you find this humiliating, then surrender the position of clan leader to me as well. I guarantee the Uchiha will find far greater ease both within the clan and in the village, rather than being marginalized and attacked, as we are now. His voice turned icy as he met Uchiha Guangji's gaze. Uchiha Guangji's face drained of color. In that brief glance, he seemed to see Madara of the Warring States period, the same air of contempt and mockery. I agree, Xiaoquan. Let us depart at once. He reached out and seized Uchiha Zhao's hand, but Xiao withdrew it. Clan leader, you would go empty-handed. Uchiha Guangji paused. Had he not already thrown his lot in with someone? Was it improper to arrive without a gift? Uchiha Shao sighed. Clan leader, the Hokage has a son named Tsurutobi Shinizuke, who is now a student at the Konoha Academy. Present him with a set of ninja tools, preferably those crafted by the Nico clan. Uchiha Guangji nodded. He now saw the wisdom in Zhao's words. The understanding of human nature displayed here was beyond Guangji's own grasp. The Uchiha were a clan of fierce warriors charging headlong into battle. Never before had such a strategist appeared among them. Uchiha Guangji summoned the Nico clan's living weapon and conferred with it. Within 10 minutes, a brand new set of ninja tools and a tool pouch were delivered. Uchiha Guangji and Uchiha Shao pushed open the door and set out toward the Sarutobi district. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was studying documents, intelligence gathered by Anbu on Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao, son of Uchiha Bifu, grandson of Uchiha Izuna, and great-grandson of Uchiha Taijima. Hiruzen exhaled a stream of smoke, a glint of sharp understanding flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Izuna was a legendary figure renowned for both his strategy and his prowess. This young man had clearly inherited much of that legacy. Sarutobi Hirokatsu puffed on his pipe, while reviewing Uchiha Zhao's file, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just as he set it down, a clan member hurried in with a report. Report, Lord Hokage. Uchiha clan leader has brought a young man to pay his respects. Sarutobi Hirokatsu paused upon hearing this, then rose to his feet. You say? The Uchiha clan leader has come. He set down his smoking pipe, straightened his posture, and furrowed his brow. What could require such a late-night visit? Receive them in the main hall first. I will be there shortly. Having said this, Sarutobi Hirokatsu immediately changed into a more formal kimono. Only then did he make his way to the main hall. Inside, Uchiha Guangji and Uchiha Shao were seated in the guest area, conveniently positioned at the seat of honor, whether deliberately or not. Sarutobi Hirokatsu narrowed his eyes, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, the clan leader of Uchiha graces my humble residence. Truly an honor. Uchiha Guangji cast a glance at Uchiha Shao. Upon receiving a subtle nod, he began to speak the words they had discussed beforehand. Lord Hokage, you flatter me. Uchiha Guangji has long admired you and yearned to pay his respects. However, with war raging, I found myself unable to come. Now that matters have somewhat settled, I have brought a junior clansman to visit. The words were delivered flawlessly logical and courteous. Sarutobi Hirokatsu naturally noticed the subtle exchange between Uchiha Guangji and Uchiha Shao, but he chose not to press the matter. Some things are better understood in silence. O clan leader Guangji, you speak too humbly. I myself am new to this role, my first term as Hokage. I lack experience and must rely on the guidance of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hirokatsu's probing remark caught Uchiha Guangji off guard. This had not been part of their rehearsal. He turned to Uchiha Shao, who rose and pulled Guangji forward to bow deeply to Sarutobi Hirokatsu. Lord Hokage, you are far too kind. You are the Hokage, the supreme leader of this village. It is we, the Uchiha, who should seek your patronage. Moreover, we Uchiha pledge our full support for all your decisions. Uchiha Shao deftly sidestepped the trap, instead declaring plainly that the Uchiha clan stood firmly behind Sarutobi Hirokatsu. The latter was momentarily taken aback, then flushed with pleasure, hastening to support both men to their feet. Rise quickly. Clan leader Guangji Shao, what are you doing? A warm smile had already softened Sarutobi Hirokatsu's features. This was excellent news. With the most prestigious clan in Konoha backing him, the other ninja clans would likely fall into line as well. Someone serve tea to our guests. Where are your manners? Show some awareness. With that, he personally escorted Guangji and Shao back to their seats. The servants of the Sarutobi clan hurried to prepare the tea. These were honored guests indeed. As Sarutobi Hirokatsu saw Uchiha Shao off, he clapped a hand on the younger man's shoulder, his expression carrying an unfathomable smirk. Uchiha Shao returned a gentle smile. Just as Sarutobi Hirokatsu was about to return to his seat, Uchiha Shao summoned a ninjutsu scroll and produced a tool pouch, which he then presented to the Hokage. Lord Hokage, this is a complete tool pouch containing every type of ninja implement obtained through trade with the Nakomata clan. Hearing that your eldest son has entered the ninja academy, we wish to offer this small token of our regard. Please accept it. Uchiha Shao extended the tool pouch forward. Sarutobi Hirokatsu frowned. This I cannot accept. You are guests here, and it is my duty to host you properly. Take it back. Uchiha Shao persisted. Lord Hokage, you have won a splendid victory for Konoha. You have worked tirelessly. We merely wish to express our gratitude. Please accept this gift. Sarutobi Hirokatsu stood firm. Protecting the villagers is the duty of the Hokage. What is this for? Take it back at once. He pushed the pouch back forcefully. Uchiha Shao played his final card. Lord Hokage, this is the sincerity of the Uchiha clan. We may lack treasures, but we do possess an abundance of high-quality ninja tools. Upon hearing that the young master has entered the academy, we immediately sent our finest collection for him to test. Is it suitable? Does it serve him well? After all, it is the young master who has done us a favor. Sarutobi Hirokatsu's eyes narrowed as he studied Uchiha Shao. This boy was indeed clever. The gift was framed so graciously. No sense of obligation, only mutual benefit. And the mention of ample quality tools carried a clear implication: continued supply. After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi Hirokatsu smiled. Haha, then I shall thank you on behalf of my son, honorable nephew Shao, and clan leader Guangji. Uchiha Shao quickly replied. Lord Hokage, please do not say such things. I am certain young Nobisuke will one day become a pillar of Konoha and a renowned powerhouse in his own right. The effusive flattery sent Sarutobi Hirokatsu into peals of laughter. He patted Uchiha Zhao's shoulder warmly, while beside them Uchiha Guangji fell into deep thought. Perhaps this nephew was more suited to the clan leadership than he himself. Soon after, the Sarutobi attendants delivered 3 bowls of tea to the Hokage clan leader Uchiha and Uchiha Shao respectively. As the three raised their cups, a sudden commotion broke the quiet moment. A runner burst in, none other than the Sarutobi clan member who had earlier delivered the message. Report Lord Hokage outside. He spotted Uchiha Guangji and Uchiha Shao and abruptly halted, falling silent. Sarutobi Hirokatsu frowned. Clan leader Uchiha and nephew Shao are our allies. Speak freely. Uchiha Shao and Uchiha Guangji rose and bowed respectfully. Sarutobi Hirokatsu smiled and gestured for them to sit and listen together. Yes, Lord Hokage, the clan leaders of the Inuzuka Shikaku and Yamanaka clans have come to visit. He cast a glance at the 2 Uchiha men as he spoke. Sarutobi Hirokatsu felt a surge of satisfaction. Previously, the Inuzuka Shikaku and Yamanaka clans had maintained neutrality, neither supporting nor opposing him. Their united arrival suggested his old friend Akimichi Tarafu had been advocating on his behalf. Sarutobi Hirokatsu rose and said to Uchiha Guangji and Uchiha Shao, please wait here a moment. I will go receive the 3 clan leaders. We shall convene together afterwards. As you say, Lord Hokage, Uchiha Guangji replied with a smile. Uchiha Shao remained seated sipping his tea. He had anticipated this. The Inuzuka Shikaku and Yamanaka clans would come to declare their allegiance. But it did not matter. The Uchiha clan had been first, and in terms of influence and strength, they remained the most pivotal force. As Uchiha Shao had predicted, within moments the 3 clan leaders followed Sarutobi Hirokatsu into the main hall, engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon catching sight of the newcomers, Uchiha Guangji drew a sharp breath. Akimichi Tarafu, a member of the 2nd Hokage's guard, stood alongside Yamanaka Yunhai and Nara Shikame. These 3 were the current leaders of the Inuzuka Shikaku and Yamanaka clans. He glanced at Uchiha Shao, finally understanding why the young man had insisted on this overnight visit. Uchiha Shao, however, remained impassive, continuing to savor his tea. Sarutobi Hirokatsu then turned to introduce the newcomers. Oh, I forgot to mention, it is truly a fortunate evening. The clan leader of the Uchiha and a distinguished young member of his clan have also come to pay their respects. The words were deliberately placed a measured test to observe how both factions would react. Nara Shikame's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that at this critical juncture the Uchiha clan would also come to pledge their allegiance. After all, no other clan had yet submitted. He had been seeking precisely this opportunity to send charcoal in snowy weather. That was why he brought the clan leaders of the Akimichi and Yamanaka to pay their respects, yet he never imagined that the Uchiha, one of the 2 great noble clans, would make such a choice. This prompted him to glance involuntarily at Uchiha Hiroto, but as far as he knew, although Hiroto was clever, he probably wouldn't have grasped the deeper complexities at play. Then his gaze shifted to Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao set down his teacup, nodded with a smile, rose to his feet, and faced Sarutobi Nichiren. Lord Hokage, he said, before our clan leader arrived, he instructed us that from this day forward we shall follow your lead unconditionally. Then Uchiha Hiroto also nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Nichiren smiled with satisfaction and replied, what are these formalities? The honor is mine, for I am deeply grateful for the Uchiha clan's trust. In the days ahead, I look forward to your continued patronage, clan leader Hiroto. It is we who need the Lord Hokage's patronage. Uchiha Hiroto replied with a gentle smile. Nara Shikame paused for a moment before expressing a similar sentiment, which filled Sarutobi Nichiren with delight. They spent over 2 hours sharing tea, the occasion marked by mutual joy and warmth, until finally they took their leave. Just as Uchiha Shao and Uchiha Hiroto were about to step out of the Sarutobi clan grounds, Nara Shikame's voice rang out. "Pray wait." Uchiha Shao and Uchiha Hiroto paused in surprise, then turned to see Nara Shikame. They exchanged a glance, and Uchiha Hiroto asked, "Clan leader Shikame, is there something you require?" Nara Shikame also gave Uchiha Shao a lengthy contemplative look, then turned to Uchiha Hiroto with a smile. "Clan leader Hiroto, you truly are a master strategist." Uchiha Hiroto, puzzled and unsure of what Nara Shikame meant, was still pondering his response when Uchiha Shao spoke up. "Clan leader Nara is no stranger to such matters either. After all, an investment timing is everything." Uchiha Zhao's tone carried a faint edge of coldness. They were all here to invest after all. If such bluntness was hardly diplomatic. To call it investment was generous, one could just as easily call it a wager. They now all served as advisors under Sarutobi, Nichiren, none more powerful than the other. Nara Shikame's mind cleared. So it was this man who was the true mastermind behind the operation. He had noticed during their team meeting that Uchiha Hiroto had glanced at Uchiha Shao more than once. It was merely to confirm his suspicion that he had resorted to such a tactic. Of course, for those less perceptive, his meaning would have remained obscure. "My apologies, Lord Shao, clan leader Hiroto. As compensation, henceforth I shall handle all medicinal herb trade between the Uchiha and Nara clans at a 30% discount." Nara Shikame was a shrewd man. Even if he had offered no compensation this time, it would not have been a significant matter. However, considering Uchiha Zhao's acumen and the Uchiha clan's profound heritage, combined with the fact that they now all served under the Sarutobi faction, he had weighed multiple factors before deciding to extend this discount. Before Uchiha Hiroto could respond, Uchiha Shao spoke. "As fellow shinobi clans from the Warring States period, henceforth the Uchiha clan shall offer a 30% discount on all ninja tool trade with the Akimichi Nara and Yamanaka clans." Nara Shikame was taken aback, and so were the leaders of the Akimichi Nara and Yamanaka clans. Had they heard correctly? A 30% discount on ninja tools. Those were as good as hard currency. Uchiha Hiroto was momentarily stunned, but not wishing to embarrass Uchiha Shao in public, he nodded. Nara Shikame gave Uchiha Shao a profound look, then smiled. "We are grateful for the Uchiha clan's generosity. Mutual benefit." Uchiha Hiroto replied with a smile. Just then Akimichi Torfuse spoke up. "Henceforth the Akimichi clan shall also offer a 30% discount to the Uchiha on all barbecue services, and we will provide employment opportunities for Uchiha commoners." Uchiha Hiroto was astonished once again. The Akimichi clan's barbecue business was no less substantial than the Uchiha's ninja tool trade, and not only were they offering discounts, but also jobs. Before he could process this, Yamanaka Onkai chuckled. From now on, the Yamanaka clan is willing to share all intelligence with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hiroto could barely contain his delight. Who would have guessed that by offering such a modest concession, he could receive so much in return? He was thoroughly excited. The other clan leaders exchanged knowing smiles, their attention shifting to Uchiha Shao. His expression remained perfectly composed. Was he not pleased? Oh, he was pleased, but the ability to conceal one's emotions was the hallmark of a master negotiator. The Akimichi Nara and Yamanaka clans have been great houses since the Warring States period, and we have long admired your renown. Now that we are all ninja clans of the Leaf Village together, we earnestly request your guidance and patronage for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shao smiled gently. Nara Shikame laughed. When it comes to great clans, the Uchiha are truly the paramount power of the Warring States era. We of the Akimichi Nara and Yamanaka hold in deep esteem the contributions the Uchiha have made to protect the Leaf Village. We look forward to your guidance as well. After exchanging pleasantries, they began their separate ways. Uchiha Hiroto finally asked, "Lord Shao, did you anticipate that they would all reciprocate, which is why you directly offered a 30% discount on ninja tools?" Uchiha Shao paused, then spoke slowly. "Clan leader, initially, it was they who probed us. Had we accepted the 30% discount on medicinal herbs, without hesitation, we would indeed have gained without loss. But we would have forfeited the opportunity for a long-term partnership with all three clans. In their eyes, we would be regarded as short-sighted fools, and no cooperation would follow. To seek only gain without giving anything in return. That is the conduct of the masses of those who greedily chase petty advantages. We are the Uchiha, a prestigious shinobi clan. If our leadership is short-sighted, we shall only be weakened again and again." Uchiha Hiroto fell silent, a flush coloring his cheeks. When Nara Shikame had first tested them, he himself had felt a flicker of temptation. Compared to Shao, his own intellect and emotional intelligence were utterly surpassed. Moreover, does clan leader believe enormous advantage today? Uchiha Shao continued. Uchiha Hiroto nodded. Though they had yielded a 30% discount on ninja tools, the returns far exceeded the concession. Uchiha Shao shook his head. The greatest gain today was not wealth, intelligence, or employment. It was the friendship of the three clans. From this day forth, this bond shall connect the Uchiha and the Akimichi Nara and Yamanaka. We have gained allies. Meanwhile, across the way, Akimichi Torfuse chuckled. "Shikame, you're far too generous with a 30% discount on herbs. Won't your formidable wife give you hell? Narashikame waved his hand dismissively. And here you are criticizing me. You offered a 30% discount on barbecue plus employment. Don't think I don't know your motives. Compared to both of you elders, my intelligence network seems rather insignificant. Yamanaka, Unkai sighed. Narashikame upon hearing this patted his shoulder. Unkai, you are mistaken. Among the cooperations offered by our three clans, yours is the most vital. Matters that money can resolve are but trivial concerns. Those beyond the reach of coin are what truly matter. A gleam shone in Narashikame's eyes. Akimichi Torifuse nodded in agreement. Precisely, Unkai. Money is secondary, your intelligence is far more precious. Yamanaka Unkai chuckled and threw his arms around the necks of both Shikame and Torifuse. The three men laughed heartily as they made their way home. Uchiha Shao, a most intriguing individual. The future of the Uchiha clan would likely rest upon his shoulders. Narashikame mused to himself. Uchiha Hiromasa slowly pushed open the door, his weary frame dragging with exhaustion. The moment he stepped inside, he still felt as though he were lost within an illusory dream. Everything that had transpired that day was hard to believe. While establishing diplomatic ties with the Sarutobi clan had long been anticipated, it remained an event of profound significance. As Hokage, safeguarding the peace and stability of Konoha and fostering unity among the various ninja clans were of utmost importance. Yet what truly astonished Uchiha Hiromasa was the unexpected agreement to cooperate with the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi families. It was well known that the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans had always been inseparable, functioning as one entity, never establishing formal partnerships with any other ninja clan. Now the Uchiha clan was breaking convention and forging cooperation with the three great families, an undoubtedly groundbreaking move. At this thought, Uchiha Hiromasa raised his head and gazed toward the courtyard where Uchiha Shao resided, a quiet sigh lingering in his heart. Truth be told, Uchiha Shao possessed extraordinary ability and far-reaching vision. Compared to the elders within the clan who incessantly preached the so-called Uchiha glory, Shao was simply incomparably superior. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shao sat alone in his room, deeply engrossed in tallying the generous rewards granted by the system. Suddenly a crisp chime resonated through the air. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden achievement, Aid in Need. As the Uchiha clan became the first family to invest in Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have been awarded an extraordinary weapon, the Blazing Flame Sky Fan Folding Fan. This fan's blade was wreathed in roaring flames. It could serve as a devastating close combat weapon, and when employed alongside fire release techniques, a mere flick of the fan would dramatically amplify their power. Hearing this news, a satisfied smile spread across Uchiha Zhao's face. Then another clear chime rang out. A crisp system notification sounded, and Uchiha Zhao's heart leaped with delight. His successful cooperation with the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans had triggered a hidden achievement: fewer enemies, more friends. Accompanying this pleasant sound, the system generously bestowed 600 points as a reward. His cumulative point total now reached an impressive 20050. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Uchiha Zhao's mouth. He reached into his robes and carefully withdrew the Blazing Flame Sky Fan. The fan's blade gleamed with a cold, deadly light, its sharpness unrivaled. The body possessed a translucent quality resembling warm red jade, adorned with a vivid fire dragon motif that seemed poised to leap from its surface at any moment. A fine treasure indeed, Uchiha Shao murmured to himself in admiration. With a thought, the fan vanished into his system space. He then slowly closed his eyes, exhaustion evident in every line of his posture. Earlier he had forced the activation of his 3-tomoe Sharingan to secure Uchiha Hiromasa's attention. Such an action had taken a tremendous toll on his spiritual energy. Nevertheless, pushing through his fatigue, he had accompanied Uchiha Hiromasa to the Sarutobi estate to build rapport with Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed by a series of probing exchanges with Narashikame. After such an exhausting series of psychological contests, Uchiha Shao was utterly drained in both body and spirit. Finally, he dragged his heavy footsteps back to his residence within the clan district. The moment he entered, he barely had the energy to remove his clothes before collapsing onto his bed, sinking immediately into slumber. However, the sleeping Uchiha Shao was unaware that by the following morning, every villager who had ever spoken ill of the Uchiha clan had simply vanished, as though swallowed by the earth, never to be heard from again. The Uchiha Guard Regiment members stepped out with renewed vigor to begin their duties. Along the way, they sensed an atmosphere entirely different from before. Villagers along the route not only greeted them with friendly, respectful glances, but some warmly approached, offering each guard a cup of cool water with genuine smiles. This unprecedented warmth left the Uchiha Guards both surprised and delighted. These heartwarming scenes were swiftly reported to Uchiha Hiromasa, the clan leader. Standing by the window, bathed in the bright morning sunlight, Uchiha Hiromasa's lips curved into an involuntary smile. He thought to himself, indeed Zhao's approach was the right one. Recalling the previous evening's investment in the Sarutobi estate alongside Shao, and combining it with the Guard Regiment's report from today, everything had become painfully clear. That very morning, an important post-war council was about to convene. Surprisingly, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally dispatched his ANBU operatives to the Uchiha district specifically to notify Uchiha Hiromasa of the meeting. More notably, before departing, the ANBU member had specifically reminded him, "Do not forget to bring Uchiha Xiao with you." Upon receiving the message, Uchiha Hiromasa wasted no time and set out immediately for Uchiha Xiao's residence. Arriving at the door, he knocked gently, but received no response from within. He knocked harder and called out loudly, "Xiao, wake up." All that answered him was a mumbled groan. "Ouch, what are you doing? I haven't had enough sleep. Let me sleep a little longer." Clearly, Uchiha Xiao's morning grumpiness had taken over as he lay in bed refusing to rise. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiromasa's eyes darted and an idea struck him. He formed hand seals and chanted Fire Release Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Instantly, 2 blazing fireballs streaked through the air like meteors hurtling straight toward Uchiha Xiao's blankets. Uchiha Xiao woke instantly. Sensing the chakra, all traces of grogginess vanished, replaced by combat readiness. Magnet Release Great Sand Wind Barrier. Springing to his feet, he raised his hands and a sand-iron wind barrier materialized, instantly neutralizing the Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Only after the danger had passed did Uchiha Xiao withdraw his chakra. After all, the Great Sand Wind Barrier was impenetrable. No technique could breach it. "I'm telling you, clan leader, what time is it? Before 8 o'clock, and you're dragging me out of bed. I refuse to attend an early morning meeting." Uchiha Xiao complained petulantly. Uchiha Hiromasa was momentarily at a loss for words. "The Hokage is holding a meeting and specifically requested your presence. If you don't want to go, perhaps you could explain it to him yourself." Uchiha Xiao dressed himself in the robes of a clan elder, all in somber black, with the Uchiha fan crest emblazoned upon his back, complementing his distinctive hairstyle. He looked every bit the handsome youth. The elderly elders were struck dumb upon seeing Uchiha Xiao's appearance. The hairstyle, the visage, it all dragged them back into memories. Back in the Warring States period, when they were still young, they had witnessed that noble one's majesty within the Uchiha Great Tent. The elder of the Hawk faction seemed to hold his breath, as if his respiration had quickened. It was only when the second elder patted his shoulder that he came back to his senses. As for the matters concerning his grandson, he knew nothing of them. Seeing Uchiha Xiao in such attire, he couldn't help but feel an urge to pay homage. He resembled him so much. That same arrogance and dashing bearing as Lord Madara back in those days. The elders harbored different thoughts, but Uchiha Hiroto showed no reaction, instead saying, "You are all likely aware of what transpired today. Indeed, all of this is due to my esteemed colleague, the newly appointed elder Uchiha Xiao." The head elder's eyes brightened. He was somewhat judgmental by appearances, and since Xiao bore such a striking resemblance to Uchiha Madara and led the Hawk faction, he held a favorable opinion toward him. The second elder belonged to the neutral faction, refusing to align with either the Hawks or the Doves. It was precisely because of this disposition that he and the Uchiha behind him were rather unpopular within the clan. The third and fifth elders were the head elder's own younger brothers, and naturally part of the Hawk faction. The fourth elder, however, had chosen to stand with the village as a dove, and his son was none other than Uchiha Kagami, who had already perished in battle. Clan leader, might I ask what merits this newly appointed elder possesses to hold the position at barely 20 years of age? It was the fourth elder who spoke. His brows furrowed. He felt this matter was not simple and wished to get to the bottom of it. The head elder and the fourth elder were at odds, so he snorted derisively. "Hey, old Ford, do you still not trust the clan leader's judgment? Since Uchiha Xiao has been chosen as the new elder, he must surely have his merits." The third elder also sneered. "Hey, exactly. Just with that face, he can become an Uchiha elder." His unspoken meaning was clear. Uchiha Xiao was very likely a blood relative of Lord Madara. Did he need to elaborate on Lord Madara's talent and strength? The fifth elder nodded in agreement. The fourth elder glanced toward the second elder, who kept his head bowed and remained silent, as though he had heard nothing at all. The fourth elder was at a loss for words. Were these people only judging by appearances? Yes, Uchiha Xiao resembled that Great One, but that Great One had betrayed the Uchiha. Uchiha Xiao crossed his arms and watched the scene coldly, then said coldly, "Does any of you have objections? Why don't we settle this with a fight?" As he finished speaking, he looked at the several elders. His three-tomoe Sharingan manifested, and the hem of his robe fluttered without wind as he fixed his gaze on the fourth elder. The other elders shuddered. It was this gesture, and even the aura in his voice bore a striking resemblance. The fourth elder frowned, then his Sharingan transformed into three-tomoe. A kunai appeared in his hand as he lightly said, "Youngsters should not be too overbearing, or they will harm themselves. Let me teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the fourth elder used the body flicker technique to dash in front of Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao let out a cold snort, then jumped, clapping his hands together. Fire Release Phoenix Flower Jutsu. His chakra was natural chakra, so the phoenix flowers grew from small orbs to the size of leather balls. The scorching heat even caused everyone present to start sweating involuntarily. The fourth elder frowned, formed hand signs, and with a pop transformed into a log. His figure then appeared outside the attack range. The phoenix flowers hit the ground, smashing a large pit, with high-temperature flames still burning within. "Hey, old man, are you going to dance too?" Uchiha Shao looked at the fourth elder with aggressive eyes, while the fourth elder merely chuckled. Then he once again employed the body flicker technique. How should one put it? As the father of Kagami, his use of the body flicker was simply beyond reach. Uchiha Zhao's Sharingan rotated back and forth to track the fourth elder's movements. At this moment, the fourth elder seized the opportunity appearing at Uchiha Zhao's blind spot and thrust his kunai fiercely toward him. If it struck true, Uchiha Zhao would either die or suffer grievous wounds. Uchiha Zhao's eyes turned icy cold. Was this old man trying to take his life? Then with a snap of his left hand, chakra flowed, and an iron shield materialized out of nowhere to block the fourth elder's kunai. Clang! The kunai and iron shield collided, sending sparks flying. It was magnet release. The head elder, second elder, third elder, and fifth elder all sucked in their breath simultaneously. A bloodline limit, magnet release. This youth's talent is extremely formidable. Such terrifying power. Perhaps in the future, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lord Madara, or even that god of the ninja world. Our Uchiha clan has hope of producing a Hokage. Desire and ambition gleamed in their eyes, but what they did not know was that in Uchiha Zhao's view the position of Hokage was not so tempting and was even a trouble. Magnet release. An iron sand too. You damn fool. The fourth elder gritted his teeth. Before he could utter another word, Uchiha Zhao extended his right hand without turning around. Then he slowly clenched his fist. Magnet release, sand iron bind. The moment the words left his lips, the iron shield dissolved into scattered iron sand that surrounded the fourth elder and wrapped him up. Uchiha Zhao decided to teach him a lesson. Then the sand iron bind manifested, gradually constricting and exerting pressure on the fourth elder. The fourth elder spat out a mouthful of blood, then glared at Uchiha Zhao. A hint of panic rose in his heart. Could this newly appointed elder intend to kill him? Just as his bones began to crack under the pressure, three having already snapped, Uchiha Zhao waved his hand. The iron sand dispersed, and the fourth elder fell from the air. The Dove faction members hurriedly went to support him. The fourth elder's face turned ashen as he stared fixedly at Uchiha Zhao. Loss of face was a secondary concern, rather the fact that the Uchiha had produced such a person now. Could the relationship between the village and the Uchiha still improve? It was already difficult to integrate, and now a talent like this had emerged. Would the higher-ups let it rest? Otherwise, how would his own son have? At this thought, he fell into despondency. While some rejoiced, others mourned. Just as the fourth elder was in despair, the Hawk faction's eyes were already gleaming with excitement. Whether in strength or bearing, Uchiha Zhao was simply perfect for their Hawk faction. The Uchiha clan is a clan of warriors, everything should be resolved through force. Uchiha Hiroto seized the opportunity to step forward. Is there anyone who still has doubts about Lord Shao serving as an elder? The Hawk faction elders wore broad smiles. The Uchiha revered the strong, so naturally there were no objections. The Dove faction elder, the fourth elder, sighed. He had been defeated. Anything else he said would be futile. He looked at Uchiha Zhao, who stood in place, his expression complex. Uchiha Zhao felt nothing about this. For him, the Uchiha clan was currently beneficial to him, capable of providing intelligence. Therefore, he was determined to secure the elder position. The matter of resolving the elders' opinions was settled as swiftly as lightning, with everything coming to a close in less than 10 minutes. Just then, Uchiha Hiroto slowly opened his mouth and declared, "Since there are no objections from anyone, I hereby formally announce that Uchiha Zhao shall become the sixth elder of our Uchiha clan." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic applause and cheers. However, Uchiha Hiroto remained unfazed by the lively atmosphere and continued, "Additionally, the Hokage has specially instructed me to escort Uchiha Zhao to an important meeting, so I would appreciate it if everyone could kindly make way for us." With those words, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Hiroto's face. Upon hearing this, the crowd and the elders showed no hesitation and quickly moved aside, clearing a wide path. Uchiha Zhao walked steadily in the lead, while Uchiha Hiroto followed behind at a leisurely pace. The two gradually grew farther apart until their figures disappeared at the edge of the clan compound. Once they had departed, the previously quiet crowd suddenly erupted into commotion, with people turning to one another and whispering amongst themselves. "Elder, for some reason I can't help but feel that Uchiha Zhao's face seems strangely familiar." The fifth elder frowned slightly, tilting his head thoughtfully as he turned to consult the chief elder. The chief elder smiled, gently stroking his chin beard as he replied slowly, "Old fifth, you were but a child when those events occurred. It is only natural that you have forgotten them." In truth, Uchiha Zhao bears a striking resemblance, nearly 8 parts similar, to Lord Madara of days past. Moreover, his extraordinary talent and the distinctive aura he exudes in every gesture are simply identical to Lord Madara's. As he spoke, the chief elder threw back his head and laughed heartily. The fifth elder nodded slightly in agreement, a trace of nostalgia passing across his weathered face. His thoughts were instantly transported back to his childhood, when he was merely 5 or 6 years old, and had once by some stroke of fate witnessed the legendary Uchiha Madara with his own eyes. Although much time had passed since then, that fleeting glimpse had left an indelible impression deeply etched into the depths of his young heart. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other side grew somewhat tense. Shao, wasn't what you just did rather ruthless? Uchiha Hiroto furrowed his brows lightly, letting out a heavy sigh, before turning, with visible resignation, toward the cold and stern-faced Uchiha Shao beside him. Uchiha Shao snorted, a chill emanating from his gaze as he replied, "Humph. Some people have served so long as willing dogs for others that they can even strike down their own clansmen without hesitation. For that kind of scum, I find my methods to be quite merciful, honestly." Hearing this, Uchiha Hiroto nodded with utmost helplessness, his words catching in his throat as he murmured, "Sigh. That fourth elder he." Yet before he could finish, Uchiha Shao suddenly halted, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he said dryly, "Oh, clan leader, do you intend to use this as an opportunity to properly reprimand me?" Faced with Uchiha Zhao's probing question, Uchiha Hiroto hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly, insisting, No. Let's just go. Attending the meeting is far more pressing at the moment." In his heart, he believed that offending this rare genius within the clan over the petty misconduct of a mere fourth elder would be a profoundly foolish and loss-filled endeavor. Upon receiving his answer, Uchiha Shao gave a slight nod, and the two continued onward, making their way toward the Hokage Tower. Along the way, they brushed past numerous clan leaders and elites from other families, exchanging polite nods or brief greetings with each. Among them were Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the heads of the Inazuka Nara and Akimichi clans. There were also two additional individuals whose pupils were pure white. Uchiha Shao narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts racing through his mind at lightning speed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reached a conclusion. The comparatively shorter man was almost certainly Hayashi Hyuga, given his status as the eldest son of the Hyuga main branch, a position of immense distinction. As for the taller, more dignified elder standing beside him, there was no doubt in Uchiha Zhao's mind that he was his father, though his name remained unknown to him at present. Just then, Uchiha Hiroto followed Uchiha Zhao's gaze, and upon seeing the Hyuga father and son, a faint smile graced his features as he softly remarked, "Young master, Shao, do you see those two over there? The elder is Hyuga Akashiro, the current head of the Hyuga clan, and the handsome young man standing beside him, if my estimation is correct, should be his eldest son Hayashi Hyuga." Uchiha Shao gave a slight nod to acknowledge Uchiha Hiroto's words, followed by a soft hum of affirmation. He then turned to face Uchiha Hiroto and offered a quiet word of thanks. With that, the two walked side by side toward the Hokage Tower, where an important meeting awaited their attendance. Tsunade had been thoroughly unenthusiastic about having to attend an early morning meeting. What a bore! But the moment she spotted Uchiha Shao, her eyes lit up, and she made her way toward him. A smile playing on her lips, she lightly patted Uchiha Zhao's broad, solid shoulder and said in a charming voice, "Hey, young master Shao, what a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought I'd run into you here?" Uchiha Shao had been entirely absorbed in his thoughts when that effortlessly familiar voice reached his ears, instantly snapping him back to the present. A subtle curve touched the corners of his mouth as he responded softly, "Indeed, quite a coincidence, little Tsunade." Witnessing this exchange from the sidelines, Jiraiya's eyes bulged wide as though his eyeballs might pop right out of his head. He then stuck out his long tongue, his face a mask of utter astonishment and disbelief, muttering to himself, "What on earth did I just hear? Little Tsunade, what is going on here?" He quickly shifted his gaze towards Tsunade beside him, desperate for some explanation. At that moment, a faint blush spread across Tsunade's beautiful face, resembling a perfectly ripe apple. Astonishingly, rather than showing any sign of anger, she appeared rather shy and flustered. Just then, Jiraiya suddenly felt as though his heart had been violently pierced, a wave of sharp pain surging through him, as if a deep crack were slowly spreading across his chest. On the other side, Orochimaru narrowed his long, slanted eyes and emitted two soft, mocking chuckles. He first reached out and lightly patted Jiraiya's shoulder, speaking with a teasing tone, "All right, stop staring blankly, the old man is still waiting for us." Having said that, he turned his gaze toward Uchiha Shao not far away, a deeply enigmatic and playful smile dancing across his face, leaving his true thoughts utterly inscrutable. Uchiha Hiroto, standing among the crowd, was completely dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. He could never have imagined that the meticulous and calculating Uchiha Shao from the previous night would share such an intimate relationship with the exalted Princess Tsunade, so intimate that they could address one another by nicknames. Though Tsunade blushed slightly within 2 seconds, she composed herself and said to Uchiha Shao, "Let's go. This should be your first time attending a meeting, young master Shao. Oh, remember to listen more and speak less, and the meeting will pass quickly enough." Uchiha Shao smiled and nodded, replying simply, "Very well." And so the two walked shoulder to shoulder into the Hokage's office, leaving Uchiha Hiroto alone in the corridor, his entire worldview shaken to its foundations. In the spacious and bright Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat upright on the chair that symbolized supreme authority. His eyes were half closed, his expression serene as he rested both hands lightly supporting his chin as though deep in thought about something important. Standing at his sides were 3 elder advisors, Shimura Danzo, Tenma Koharu, and Mito Kato En. Though the assembled delegates had felt relatively at ease outside the moment they crossed the threshold into the Hokage office, an invisible pressure pressed down upon them, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy and oppressive. Faced with this situation, everyone chose to remain silent. No one dared to break the tranquility so lightly. They silently found their roughly appropriate positions to stand, then waited quietly, without making the slightest extra sound. This was actually one of the methods commonly employed by those in power. By cultivating such a tense atmosphere, one could not only effectively establish an image of authority, but also seize the opportunity to carefully observe the subtle changes in facial expressions and psychological states of every person who came to attend the meeting. Time ticked away minute by minute, and the hands of the clock on the wall slowly pointed toward 9 o'clock. Just then a dark shadow suddenly materialized in the office like a wraith. It turned out to be a root ninja dressed in black tight-fitting garb with a mask concealing his face. The root ninja strode quickly over to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side, leaned down, and whispered a few words into his ear. After receiving the root ninja's report, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had kept his eyes tightly closed all along, finally opened them slowly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Then his gaze swept across everyone present as he asked softly, "Have all of you arrived?" The office was so silent that even a needle dropping to the floor could be heard. The atmosphere was extraordinarily heavy. In this dead silence, suddenly a loud and clear voice shattered the quiet. "Representatives of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hiroto and Uchiha Shao have arrived." The voice rang out like a massive bell, echoing throughout the office. And the one who spoke those words was none other than Uchiha Shao himself. Upon hearing this, confusion and bewilderment appeared on everyone's faces. They muttered to themselves, "The Hokage isn't blind. Can't he see who has entered? Why make such a pointless gesture?" Yet these thoughts flashed through their minds only to vanish, for very quickly someone realized that matters were not quite so simple. Nara Shikame's eyes suddenly brightened, his previously solemn expression instantly replaced by a cunning smile. Then, raising the corners of his mouth slightly, he imitated Uchiha Zhao's tone. "Just now, representatives of the Inoshikacho, 3 clans Nara Shikame, Yamanaka Kumo, and Akimichi Torafusa have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, a round of low laughter erupted around them, but more people were looking at Nara Shikame thoughtfully. Nara Shikame couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to himself, as expected of Lord Shao. That simple statement is not merely informing everyone who has arrived, it is also a declaration of stance. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been sitting upright before his desk, nodded with a smile, and said to the newly arrived few, Come, Chief Hiroto, Shao, and Shikame. All of you come sit up front, you do not remain standing so far away." As Hiruzen's words faded, Uchiha Hiroto, Uchiha Shao, Nara Shikame, and the others stepped forward to the seats at the very front of the office and took their places in sequence. Everyone's gaze fixed intently on these few, their eyes revealing a mixture of complex emotions, some filled with curiosity, others carrying suspicion, and still others showing a hint of wariness. For a moment, a tense yet subtle atmosphere permeated the entire office, as though an intense confrontation was about to unfold. Tsunade also announced, "Teacher Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya have also arrived." After finishing, Hiruzen nodded and waved them over, saying, "Come sit down." Tsunade chuckled and walked over to Uchiha Shao, taking the seat beside him. Now everyone understood. Hiruzen was asking which clans were willing to stand on his side. The current situation was that the Uchiha and Inoshikacho had already aligned with the Hokage's faction. One was a millennia-old noble house, the other the family most adept at placing strategic bets. Tsunade and the others were Hiruzen's students, and while many seats remained, the ones at the front were growing fewer. As the various clan heads hesitated, Hyuga Akagi spoke up. "Hyuga Akagi, accompanied by my youngest son Hyuga Hazuki, has arrived." Hiruzen nodded with a smile. "Please be seated," he said, pointing to the few positions remaining in front. Hyuga Akagi nodded and took his place. Seeing that both the Uchiha and Hyuga had made their stances clear, the remaining great clans followed one by one. Hiruzen offered a faint smile and shot Uchiha Shao an approving glance. "Well done," and Uchiha Zhao's lips curved upward as he nodded in acknowledgement. After each clan had declared its stance and taken their seats, Hiruzen spoke. "First, as Hokage, I must thank every clan for being willing to dispatch your ninja to fight in the land of rain. This victory belongs to all of us." With those words, Nara Shikame was the first to applaud, a smile on his face as he looked at Uchiha Shao, who understood the gesture and began clapping as well. Led by these two, the others began to applaud. The applause lasted for 3 full minutes before Hiruzen cheerfully signaled for everyone to stop. Only gradually did the applause fade, and Hiruzen spoke again. "Originally, public rewards were to be bestowed upon each clan. However, last night we received secret intelligence." As he spoke, Hiruzen's expression darkened. "The Sand Village has already mobilized its forces and is marching toward our Konoha. With great war imminent, we can only record these previous merits for now and bestow rewards after this battle is won. Do any of you have objections?" Everyone shook their heads. Who among them would object? With war on the horizon, addressing the Sand Village threat was the foremost priority. Hiruzen gave a slight nod of approval, then slowly continued, "Since no one has objections to this matter, I would now ask each of you to speak freely and share your insights and views on the current battlefield situation." The moment he finished speaking, Tsunade rose abruptly. Her expression grave, she looked at Hiruzen and said solemnly, "Teacher, through my first-hand experience on the Rain Country battlefield, I believe we should increase the number of medical ninja deployed among the combat units. In every 3-person squad, there should be at least 1 medical ninja assigned. This way we can greatly reduce the number of casualties." Hearing Tsunade's words, Hiruzen's brows knit tightly together. As everyone knew, in the current world of nations, medical ninja were as rare as phoenix feathers and tiger teeth. If these precious medical ninja were assigned to individual squads, and they happened to encounter a powerful enemy ambush, they would very likely lose their lives. Such an approach was truly impractical. Hiruzen gently shook his head, rejecting Tsunade's proposal, and responded candidly, "Tsunade, while your intentions are certainly noble, under the current circumstances this approach is not feasible." Tsunade was taken aback by his response, completely stunned. After a brief moment, she slowly lowered her head, a trace of disappointment and dejection crossing her face. And just at that moment, Uchiha Shao, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly rose and declared in a clear voice, "Hokage-sama, I actually believe that Madame Tsunade's proposal is highly worthwhile." Hiruzen was clearly caught off guard that Uchiha Shao would support Tsunade's viewpoint. For a time, he too was stunned. Recovering from his surprise, he furrowed his brows slightly and pressed, "Shao, then tell me, how exactly do you find this proposal viable?" It was not only Hiruzen. The clan leaders and future heirs of all the various clans turned their gaze toward Uchiha Shao, somewhat curious about what this fellow would say next. Uchiha Shao completely ignored the curious glances from those around him. He spoke with a grave and earnest expression, "Lord Hokage, in my opinion, I believe the reason you rejected Lady Tsunade's proposal must be due to your concerns about the number of medical ninjas and their actual combat effectiveness on the battlefield." Hearing this, Tsunade was slightly startled, her mind running through the implications. Indeed, how had she not thought of this herself? After all, not every medical ninja was like her, capable of both charging into battle to slay enemies and wielding miraculous healing arts. The vast majority of medical ninjas were skilled only in treatment and knew absolutely nothing about combat. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated at the head, slowly nodded in agreement with Uchiha Zhao's perspective, responding, "You speak truth, Shaoquan. As you have pointed out, our Leaf Village's medical ninjas as a whole are indeed relatively weak in combat capability. Rather than sending these combat-incapable medical ninjas to the front lines alongside squads to fight, it would be far better to keep them safely in the rear, dedicated solely to providing treatment for wounded comrades. This approach would not only maximize the protection of our personnel's lives, but also fully leverage the medical ninjas' expertise." Uchiha Shao gave another slight nod, then shifted his tone. "However, Lord Hokage, regarding this matter, have you considered the following 2 possible scenarios?" "Oh, pray elaborate," Hiruzen Sarutobi asked with keen interest. He knew well that this young man possessed far more than mere intelligence and worldly wisdom. What truly amazed him most was Zhao's extraordinary tactical thinking ability. Although Tsunade and the others had not disclosed to him the specific details of Uchiha Zhao's command of operations, as the saying goes, no wall is impenetrable, especially not to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who possessed a formidable intelligence network. How could such matters escape his notice? However, the primary reason Hiruzen Sarutobi had remained silent on the matter was that the beneficiary of this incident was none other than his beloved disciple Tsunade. Moreover, since Uchiha Shao himself had already given tacit approval, there was naturally no reason for him to interfere. At this moment, hearing Uchiha Shao begin to speak, Hiruzen Sarutobi lent his full attention, capturing every word without exception. Beholding Uchiha Zhao's calm and composed expression, he continued quietly, "First, let us examine the first possible scenario. Those ninjas bearing severe injuries, unable to reach medical ninjas in time for treatment, would see wounds that could have been healed with a simple creation rebirth technique deteriorate unchecked, ultimately requiring extreme measures such as amputation to preserve life, and even worse, some comrades who could have been saved through timely treatment instead fell into incurable conditions due to delayed intervention." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly in agreement, for such scenarios were not uncommon on the smoke-filled life and death battlefields. Even with his countless battles and deep understanding of such situations, he often felt powerless before the cruel reality of war. Next, let us explore the second possibility. Suppose the enemy, disregarding all boundaries, makes a show of frontal assault as a feint merely to draw out our main forces, then seizes the opportunity to lead a large contingent in a surprise attack upon our medical ninja positions. Consider for a moment, who would step forward to withstand such a thunderous assault? A tremendous crash echoed like thunder, splitting the sky, sending a shock through everyone present. While the first scenario was troubling, it remained within everyone's expectations, yet the second had never truly materialized, and if it ever did, the consequences would be catastrophic. All medical ninjas would likely perish. Medical ninjas were a crucial link in the entire combat system, shouldering the vital responsibility of treating the wounded and maintaining fighting strength. Without the protection and support of these angelic figures, what tragic fate would await the ninjas battling bloodily on the front lines? The answer was self-evident. Even minor injuries could prove fatal without prompt and effective treatment. In such a scenario, the enemy need only advance cautiously and engage in a protracted war of attrition. No matter how formidable our strength or refined our tactics, we would ultimately be driven to desperation and suffer complete defeat. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned. Looking at Uchiha Xiao with luminous eyes, he asked Xiaokuan, "Are you saying that Tsunade's proposal can resolve the risks posed by both of these scenarios?" Uchiha Xiao smiled and nodded precisely. It is precisely because medical ninjas lack combat ability that they require the protection of combat ninjas. Assigning them to squads is the optimal solution. With their teammates providing protection and receiving immediate treatment when their comrades are injured, a virtuous cycle is formed, extending the squad's operational duration. Furthermore, if medical ninjas are dispersed among various squads, there need be no fear of camp raids. Uchiha Xiao concluded, glancing at Tsunade, winking at her, and smiling gently. Tsunade's lips curved upward, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Xiaokuan was defending her before so many people, and his brilliance was truly impressive. Everything Uchiha Xiao said was comprehensible to every ninja present and struck directly at the heart of the matter. Hiruzen Sarutobi now began to carefully consider the reasons he had put forth. Meanwhile, a white-haired man in the corner froze, gazing at Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade, exchanging smiles, and a wave of regret washed over him. If only he had stepped forward just a moment sooner. This man was Kato Tenzai, a genius ninja proficient in the spirit transformation technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze toward Uchiha Xiao, but noticed him sharing a glance and smile with Tsunade, his expression growing somewhat peculiar. "Xiao, are you certain you offer these reasons solely because the proposal is viable? Could these two youngsters be involved in a romance? Tsk Tiska Senju and an Uchiha. Would Lady Mito approve?" Hiruzen Sarutobi mused inwardly. Uchiha Xiao paused, then nodded firmly. "Indeed, I am certain." In the original narrative, the proposal Tsunade put forward remained in use well into the Boruto era, making it entirely viable. Chiyo of the Sand Village excels at surprise attacks. Perhaps she might attempt a raid upon our rear medical positions, Uchiha Xiao remarked casually. In fact, Chiyo had indeed carried out such an operation during the Second Shinobi War, and it was precisely because of this incident that after the war the village adopted Tsunade's proposal, instituting a system requiring each squad to be equipped with a medical ninja. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen Sarutobi declared, "Very well. Although the two scenarios Xiao has outlined have not previously occurred, we cannot neglect preparedness for them." Turning to Tsunade, he added, "Tsunade, regarding the development of medical ninja systems, I expect a complete institutional framework on my desk tomorrow." Tsunade chuckled happily. "Yes, sensei." She felt brimming with energy, determined to complete the compilation that very night and consult Xiaokuan in the process. Uchiha Xiao smiled, gently recognizing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had come to his conclusion and was prepared to implement the system. "Now let us deliberate on how to repel the Sand Village's offensive." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice, then turned to gaze at his old friend Danzo. Having caught his close friend's glance, Shimura Danzo slowly stepped forward to face the assembly. "Hiruzen, I volunteer to lead the troops in crushing the Sand Village invaders." Among those present, everyone would respectfully address Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage-sama. Only Danzo dared not. That was his comrade-in-arms, his most intimate and trusted companion. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was in the prime of his life, his visage at its peak. His resolute features were framed by bangs evenly parted on either side of his forehead protector. His handsome face was nearly flawless. Though a blade scar marred his chin, it only enhanced his cold, austere aura. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Among his current Hokage advisors, the one he valued most was his esteemed brother-in-arms, Shimura Danzo, loyal to Konoha and formidable in battle. His only flaw was inheriting his master's prejudice against the Uchiha. In private, he had spoken poorly of them on numerous occasions, remarking things like, "Naturally corrupt little Uchiha brats." With the Uchiha now having chosen their side, they were effectively allies. He would need to find a way to shift his old friend's mindset. However, the immediate priority was settling the matter of the overall commander for the Sand Village had already mobilized, and war loomed on the horizon. He could not directly propose appointing Danzo himself, so Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to be deep in thought, when in fact he was silently exchanging glances with Uchiha Xiaoji and Uchiha Xiaowang. "I extended courtesy to you both earlier. Is it not your turn to oblige me now?" Uchiha Xiaowang offered a faint smile. "Hokage-sama, there can be no commander better suited for this campaign than Lord Danzo. You must remain at the rear to oversee the broader strategy. Lord Danzo was once your comrade-in-arms and a direct disciple of the second Hokage. None is more qualified to serve as supreme commander against the Sand Village." Uchiha Xiaowang harbored some reservations about Danzo, but given the Hokage's directive, he could not simply pretend not to notice. Uchiha Guangxi also nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I concur with Xiaowang's assessment." Following them, the three great clans, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, spoke in unison, joined by other ninja clans that had maintained close ties with the Uchiha and the Ino Shikicho trio since the Warring States period. Clans such as the Sarada Aburame Inazuka Yugao and Tsukuyami, among others, voiced their support. Observing that over half of the assembled clans had already endorsed the decision, the Hyuga clan and their allied families saw no reason to remain silent. Thus, virtually every notable clan present lent their support to Danzo's appointment as supreme commander. Shimura Danzo cast a prolonged gaze upon Uchiha Xiaowang, but swiftly turned his attention back to Sarutobi Hiruzen before him. After a moment of considered silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Danzo, since all present recommend you for the role of supreme commander, I shall appoint you as such. But tell me, do you have the confidence to undertake this duty? This was merely a formality on Hiruzen's part. To bestow the position outright would appear hasty. He needed Danzo to state his commitment openly before the assembly. I shall lead Konoha's forces and crush the Sand Village's arrogance. Shimura Danzo's lips curled upward, radiating the vigor and resolve of his youthful prime. Seeing the moment ripe, a smile lingered briefly on Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips, only to vanish in an instant as his expression turned grave. He rose from his seat and struck the table with authority. I hereby proclaim that Shimura Danzo shall serve as Konoha's supreme commander in this campaign against the Sand Village. All who are present shall heed his commands and fight with everything they have. When victory is ours, I shall host a celebration in your honor. Should any who disobey orders or act recklessly be found, they shall face military justice, death without mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out powerful and resolute, sending a shiver through every ninja present. Witnessing such a display, Uchiha Xiaowang couldn't help but reflect. In the anime, the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen was known for his poor judgment, pliant toward outsiders, yet harsh toward his own people. But the Hiruzen before him now was a true legendary shinobi, decisive in action and unwavering in battle. If you dared to attack, he would meet you head-on. He would not cease until his adversary learned the cost of resistance. What had caused such a profound transformation in Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Xiaowang pondered deeply, then a flash of insight struck him: power and advancing age. Once a man tastes the sweetness of authority, he finds it impossible to relinquish it, becoming corrupted by its influence. Combined with the fear of death that accompanies old age, the bold spirit of youth fades away. How different was this from Dong Zhuo of the Western Liang? In his youth, he roamed freely across the western frontier, forging alliances with heroes and warriors alike. Upon entering the capital to quell rebellion, he too indulged in the pleasures of power. And when old age claimed him, did he not likewise make foolish decisions and lose his drive? Uchiha Xiaowang shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. The paramount concern at present was the impending large-scale conflict with the Sand Village. If his memory served correctly, numerous pivotal events would soon unfold in this war. Namake's Jinta stumbling upon an explosive tag, Kato being assassinated in his camp, the White Fang's flash of light, bringing Chiyo to tears, and Chiyo's nighttime raid on the medical tent. He lapsed into reverie just as Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his speeches and declared the meeting adjourned. Rising to depart, Uchiha Xiaowang felt a hand grasp his arm. It was Tsunade. Lord Xiaowang, are you leaving so soon? The master just informed us that he wishes for you, myself, Orochimaru Jiraiya, and Lord Danzo to remain behind for a private discussion. Tsunade was puzzled, but upon seeing Xiaowang's dazed expression, she realized he had been lost in thought. Coming back to his senses, Uchiha Xiaowang replied, Oh, I see. He had indeed been preoccupied with countless thoughts, and had been distracted throughout the entire session. Seeing this, Tsunade sighed softly. Uchiha Guangji chuckled, and approached, bowing respectfully to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I leave Lord Xiaowang in your care. I must return home. It is only right, Uncle Guangji. Rest assured. Tsunade had always felt indifferent toward the Uchiha clan, but now that Uchiha Xiaowang held the rank of elder, she felt compelled to show respect. Why not address Uncle Guangji as uncle? It cost nothing. Uchiha Guangji chuckled warmly and exchanged a meaningful glance with Uchiha Xiaowang, conveying silently, I await you within the clan. Best of luck. Uchiha Xiaowang managed a wry, resigned smile. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, being roughly the same age as Xiaowang, also made their way towards Tsunade, and Xiaowang having much to discuss as peers. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head awkwardly, while Orochimaru remained impassive. It was not until most of the attendees had departed and the ENBU guards sealed the conference room doors that the atmosphere shifted. Sarutobi Hiruzen threw an arm around Danzo's shoulders and looked warmly at the four. Old friend, these four are the lieutenants I have appointed for you. Shimura Danzo's brow furrowed. What? Sarutobi, do you not trust me? Are you assigning these green youths to keep watch over me? The three young ninja, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, each wore displeased expressions, while only Uchiha Xiaowang remained unfazed, offering a calm, faint smile. How could you think such a thing, old friend? Let me ask you, how have I ever treated you? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, patting Shimura Danzo's shoulder good-naturedly. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. He too was proud and knew exactly how Hiruzen regarded him, yet he could not shake his irritation at being assigned a group of untested youths. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a warm, amiable smile as he cheerfully remarked, You must be well aware of how spectacular the war in the Land of Rain truly was. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo nodded without hesitation and replied, "Naturally, I am fully aware. I must say your disciple Tsunade indeed possesses the bearing of a true commander. Understanding when to adapt and how to weigh advantages against disadvantages. Such a person is more than qualified to serve as a deputy." Speaking thus, he boldly voiced this assessment right before everyone present, showing no regard for tact. Danzo continued, "I have also heard that Jiraiya and Orochimaru performed admirably throughout this protracted campaign. I harbor no objections to either of them. However," suddenly shifting tone, he fixed Sarutobi Hiruzen with an intensely probing gaze and demanded, "As for that brat from the Uchiha clan Hiruzen, just what do you mean by this?" At this point, Danzo had not yet established the Root organization as his intelligence network, so his knowledge remained far less comprehensive than Sarutobi's. It was precisely because of this that he still firmly believed the victory had been secured through Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 favored disciples personally leading the army into battle. Confronted with Danzo's aggressive interrogation, the trio, standing nearby, were instantly seething with fury. Especially Tsunade, whose fiery and straightforward nature made it nearly impossible for her to contain her anger. Just as she was about to fire back, she suddenly caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern glance directed at her. Despite her reluctance, that single look compelled Tsunade to forcibly swallow the retort that had been on the tip of her tongue. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shao was gently stroking Tsunade's long silken hair that cascaded like a waterfall, his touch light and delicate as though soothing a frightened kitten. His fingers traced through her hair with a reassuring quality, silently urging her not to act rashly and to maintain her composure. Uchiha Shao himself remained utterly composed, observing the unfolding scene before him with an expression of serene detachment, as though the surrounding commotion and tension held no relevance to him whatsoever. His demeanor was one of tranquil equanimity, like a detached observer quietly watching events unfold. From his seat nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen took in the entire scene and gave a slight nod of approval. His admiration for Uchiha Shao deepened. Such composure and clarity of thought in the face of such complexity was truly rare. A young man of exceptional caliber indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face breaking into a broad smile, reached out to pull Danzo beside him and gesture for him to join them. Then he turned and waved warmly toward Uchiha Shao. "Uchiha Shao, come over here." Upon hearing the Hokage's summons, Uchiha Shao nodded without hesitation and strode steadily towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with measured, confident steps. As he drew nearer, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile broadened. Turning to Danzo at his side, he said with evident pride, "Danzo, did you know that in the war against the Land of Rain, it was Uchiha Shao who devised those brilliant strategies? The protracted warfare, the severing of enemy supply lines, and the surprise assault on Amigakure." Hearing this, Danzo, who had been somewhat dismissive, was jolted upright in his seat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Uchiha Shao, his expression a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Yet given that these words came from Sarutobi himself, they could not possibly be false. With this realization, Danzo studied the young man before him once more, the one who appeared unremarkable, yet clearly harbored depths unknown. What puzzled him, however, was why Uchiha Shao had not claimed credit for these achievements. Instead of acknowledging his own role, he had redirected the praise towards Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Could this be part of some larger scheme? The thought sent Danzo's gaze turning cold once more as he shot another look at Uchiha Shao. Noticing this, Shao offered a faint smile and a slight nod, a gesture that only irritated Danzo further. Sarutobi Hiruzen's curiosity piqued as well. "Little Shao, tell me, why are you reluctant to claim credit?" Hearing this, Danzo also turned his gaze toward Uchiha Shao. His eyes were like a measuring instrument. He could detect a lie at a glance. "So you inherently sinister Uchiha brat. If you dare deceive me, I will utterly destroy you." His eyes grew cold and calculating, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth as though he were confronting a prisoner rather than a fellow villager. "Danzo, restrain your gaze." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Why did his old comrade always let his suspicions run wild at the mere sight of the Uchiha? What had the Uchiha ever done to him? Uchiha Shao offered a faint smile, recognizing the familiar pattern. He exhaled wearily. "To begin with, Lady Tsunade saved me when I had just awakened my Sharingan during the Hokage's pre-battle address. Later, Mito-sama showed me great kindness as well. Given my strained relationship with the Uchiha clan at the time and my desire to avoid drawing attention, I felt it most appropriate to attribute the majority of the credit to Lady Tsunade. She required recognition far more than I did. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya then executed the strategies I proposed through their own mastery of command. Therefore this triumph belongs to them. I merely offered suggestions." Uchiha Shao spoke with quiet composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval. "A fine young man," he mused. "This is precisely the kind of pillar our Konoha needs. One who understands both when to advance and when to yield, who seeks no empty glory, but offers only genuine contribution." Danzo was taken aback. He could see that Uchiha Shao spoke the truth. His expression and tone carried an unsettling calmness, as though recounting something entirely trivial. He was certain that Uchiha Shao had not lied, and that he truly meant what he said, showing no interest in claiming credit for these achievements. An odd confusion stirred within him. If it had been Danzo himself in that position, he would never have surrendered the credit so willingly. Instead, he would have proclaimed it from the rooftops. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into hearty laughter. Lord Zhao's strategic brilliance is without parallel throughout history. Having traversed the entire annals of the ninja world, I have never encountered anyone more accomplished in the art of command, he praised with genuine admiration. I am unworthy of such accolades, Hokage-sama. I remain and shall forever remain a steadfast supporter of Konoha and of your leadership. By seizing this moment to declare his loyalty, Uchiha Shao only deepened Sarutobi Hiruzen's delight. Danzo let out a derisive snort and turned away, yet grudgingly admitted to himself that the young Uchiha possessed genuine ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned to Danzo with a teasing tone. Old friend, what do you think? Might young Shao serve as your deputy? Danzo faltered for a moment before replying, well, he is acceptable, I suppose. Nodding, Sarutobi Hiruzen faced Uchiha Shao once more. Young Shao, during the forthcoming conflict with Suna, I trust you will continue to offer counsel to my old friend, as you have before. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance remained composed. He had made his intentions clear. He sought to ensure that Uchiha Shao would help his trusted comrade build his record of achievements. Danzo turned his gaze toward them as well. Recognizing that Uchiha Shao was indeed talented, and understanding that his old friend was acting in his favor, he felt an unexpected surge of warmth. After considering the current circumstances, Uchiha Shao nodded. I shall do my utmost to assist you, Danzo-sama. Commander Chidai, what exactly are we doing here? A female ninja asked. Her hair was styled in two deep green twin tails that pointed skyward with chestnut blonde locks resembling pendants framing her forehead. Her figure was perfect and her skin fair and radiant, or anyone would have guessed her identity at once. Waiker, the prodigy of the Sand Village, a genius whose fusion of wind and fire Kekiai Jinkai manifested as boil release. She was only about 20 years old, yet her chakra reserves had already reached the level of a jonin. Chidai had originally preferred to keep to herself since their mission involved ambushing the path through which Konoha would inevitably pass and setting explosive tag traps, something best kept secret from as many people as possible. At that moment she furrowed her brow and turned her head slightly to look at the speaking female ninja. Upon recognizing Waiker, her brows relaxed. Oh, it's you, Waiker. Haha, old woman here is taking you to set up the traps. Traps? Wouldn't it be a bit too late to set them up now? After all, Konoha isn't made of fools, Waiker said, somewhat puzzled. Chidai smiled. Konoha has just won a great victory, and their minds are restless. If there's a careless commander among them, these traps might just work wonders. Waiker's eyes flickered. Indeed, the arrogant will fall. Everyone understood this principle, yet it perpetually repeated itself. It was a living testament to those words: that which has been is that which will be, and that which has been done is that which will be done. There is nothing new under the sun. Waiker nodded with no further questions and followed behind Chidai, diligently carrying out their tasks. Chidai also nodded in approval, her gaze toward Waiker filled with warmth. The current Kazekage of the Sand Village was the strongest among them, and he had two disciples. One was Waiker with boil release, the other was Rasha with magnet release. Waiker drew closer to the elders, whereas Rasha preferred the common people. As a member of the Elder Council, Chidai naturally favored Waiker more. That kid Rasha was something of a hypocrite, constantly preaching about the people, while dismissing the contributions of senior shinobi like them. Thinking of this, Chidai shook her head. The unit continued on their journey, hoping to reach their destination sooner rather than later, so they could make the explosive tag traps even more concealed. Konoha. Everyone exited the conference room, and Uchiha Shao called it out to Tsunade. Little Tsunade. Moi. Tsunade looked back at Uchiha Shao quite pleased, not only because he had spoken up for her when she made her suggestion. Furthermore, the Hokage had also recognized his abilities. The fact that Shao possessed such talent that the upper echelons were convinced spoke volumes about his merit. This also meant that from now on Shao had entered Konoha's inner circle. Whenever there was a battle, Uchiha Shao would be the first one thought of. His status had increased considerably. Shao-kun, is there something on your mind? Tsunade asked, her eyes curving into a charming smile. Uchiha Shao smiled. Yes, there are some matters, important matters. Would it be convenient to discuss them when we return? Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Of course. She then turned to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Are the two of you coming? Jiraiya hesitated, then forced a smile and scratched his head. I think I'll pass. The Toad Sage suddenly told me to go to Mount Mayaboku. Orochimaru clicked his tongue and shook his head. I have some matters to research recently, so I won't be going either. With that, Jiraiya vanished in a flash of space-time ninjutsu, and Orochimaru used his body flicker technique to leave the scene. Tsunade noticed no one was nearby, so she stepped forward and wrapped both arms around Uchiha Xiao's arm, her soft curves pressing close as she smiled gently. Let's go. Uchiha Xiao was momentarily stunned, then smiled. All right. Under Tsunade's guidance, they began walking toward the Senju clan compound. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi placed his pipe between his lips, drew a deep breath, and exhaled the smoke. Seeing Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade walking together in such close intimacy, he sighed. Jiraiya, it seems you've lost your chance, he muttered. Then he shook his head and returned to his seat to continue reviewing documents. Uchiha Xiao took the opportunity to query the system. System, do you have any anti-explosion equipment? Ding. Host request received. Querying the marketplace. Ding. 2090 anti-explosive suit. Blocks all damage from explosions with maximum defensive capability. Can withstand 3 attacks from Kaga-level powerhouses. Price, 10000 points. Would the host like to purchase? Upon seeing this price, Uchiha Xiao's heart trembled. He hadn't expected such an item to actually exist. But this price. He snapped back to reality, looking at Tsunade's bright smile, her alluring figure, and yes, he had made his decision. He would buy this item. After all, the battlefield was fraught with danger. Merely warning his brother-in-law might not be enough. So he thought purchase. The system seemed noticeably more cheerful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 2090 bulletproof suit. It can be materialized according to the size of the person in your mind, fitting perfectly at a 1-1 scale. Remaining points, 10050. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your expenditure has exceeded 10000 points, completing the achievement Spendthrift. Reward 1 random talent. Ding. Talent drawing in progress. Drawing complete. Reward time-space talent undeveloped. Seeing that he had received a talent as a reward, Uchiha Xiao finally felt that his money had been well spent. He thought, brother-in-law, this time I'll protect your life. His mood was excellent, his lips curving upward, and soon he and Tsunade returned to the Senju clan compound. The guards at the Senju clan compound saw the eldest miss returning accompanied by Uchiha Xiao. Everything was fine then. One opened the gate, while the other announced their arrival. Soon Mito appeared before they even reached the entrance. Grandmother. Tsunade called out, but she didn't loosen her grip on Uchiha Xiao's arm. Uchiha Xiao had originally envisioned countless brilliant responses he'd seen online, but when faced with reality, those words seemed stuck in his throat, impossible to utter. The reason was simple. He felt those phrases were far too artificial and exaggerated, completely at odds with his true state of mind. Just then, Lady Mito. Uchiha Xiao quickly rose to his feet, offering a respectful bow, before taking a deep breath to steady himself, and speaking. Lady Tsunade is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also a brave and kind soul. I imagine few in this world could resist the charms of such a wonderful woman. The same holds true for me, of course. Yet the person standing before him was no ordinary individual. She was Uzumaki Mito, the one blessed with the divine Kameru no Mi. Under the penetrating gaze of that extraordinary power, not the slightest deception, nor even the most subtle flicker of expression could escape Uzumaki Mito's sharp eyes. Thus, faced with such a formidable presence, Uchiha Xiao knew that complete honesty was his only prudent course. Upon hearing Uchiha Xiao's words, Uzumaki Mito offered a faint smile and gently replied, I never asked whether others might favor her. I wish to know only your own feelings, Uchiha Xiao. By dancing around the matter, are you not being somewhat impolite? At these words, Uchiha Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face as he chuckled nervously and responded, Lady Mito, you're quite right. In truth, I do hold deep affection for Lady Tsunade. Then when do you intend to propose? Uzumaki Mito softly parted her lips, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, as her words struck like thunder, catching everyone entirely off guard. Uchiha Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire body seemingly frozen in place. He could not help but question whether his ears were playing tricks on him. How could such words suddenly emerge? Propose. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear his thoughts, yet Uzumaki Mito's words continued to echo relentlessly through his mind. But Lady Mito, isn't this rather hasty? Uchiha Xiao finally managed to compose himself, stammering as a thin sheen of perspiration formed on his forehead. He was certain he must have misheard, or perhaps Uzumaki Mito was merely jesting with him. After all, his relationship with Tsunade had not yet progressed to the point of discussing marriage. Yet Uzumaki Mito regarded him with utmost seriousness, determination gleaming in her eyes. It is not too early. When Hashirama and I wed, we were merely in our early 20s. Furthermore, as Tsunade's elder, should the two of you truly be suited to one another, I naturally hold the authority to arrange this match myself. She spoke with such conviction that it seemed the matter was already settled. Uchiha Xiao could not help but furrow his brows, silently lamenting his plight. As a righteous man from the 21st century, shaped by modern values, he found such an arranged marriage, devoid of emotional foundation, simply unconscionable. While this might represent the most expedient path to marrying Tsunade, it was emphatically not the kind of love and union he had ever desired. Lady Mito, please forgive my bluntness. Though I do harbor genuine affection for Tsunade, I truly cannot accept such a method. I sincerely hope that Tsunade chooses to be with me out of heartfelt fondness rather than for any external considerations. If they were to marry merely for the sake of marriage without profound affection between them, then entering into such a union would, without question, represent a profound injustice to Tsunade. Uchiha Xiao drew a deep breath, mustering his courage to voice the truths residing within his heart. As he spoke these words, Uchiha Xiao met Uzumaki Mito's gaze directly. Without hesitation or guilt, but with unwavering resolve and sincerity. Uzumaki Mito's heart gave an unexpected lurch. She had never anticipated that this young man would possess such unconventional thoughts. A ripple stirred within her heart. Even someone who had weathered countless storms was herself deeply moved. Leveraging the profound investigative power of her divine Kamru, Uzumaki Mito clearly perceived that every word Uchiha Shao spoke emanated from the depths of his sincere heart. It was precisely for this reason that at this very moment the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upward, her eyes revealing an unmistakable expression of satisfaction. She gave a light crisp snap of her fingers and spoke with a smile. Shao Shao, I must confess, you have truly exceeded my expectations. The moment her words faded, the mysterious barrier that had enveloped them instantly dissipated, and their figures reappeared exactly where they had first stood. Uzumaki Mito then gently narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. Regarding matters between you and Tsunade, I will not interfere excessively. That said, I do hope you will treat her with genuine sincerity. That girl may be somewhat dim-witted at times and possess a stubborn streak, but her heart is truly good. Therefore, if any friction or conflict arises during your time together, I ask that you show greater tolerance and understanding. With that, Uzumaki Mito burst into another round of light laughter. Hearing these words, Uchiha Shao nodded solemnly, quickly raising his right arm and pressing his clenched fist against his chest as he responded gravely, "Rest assured, Lady Mito. I shall take good care of Miss Tsunade by the supreme honor of our Uchiha clan." Upon finishing, his gaze burned with unwavering determination, as though he had sworn an oath that would never be broken. Witnessing Uchiha Zhao's solemn gesture and resolute demeanor, Uzumaki Mito's smile deepened. She nodded slowly, signifying her acceptance of his pledge. After all, for a prestigious warring states clan like the Uchiha, with its long lineage, the oaths they utter typically carry unshakable weight and binding force. Very well, come inside with me quickly. If we tarry any longer, little Tsunade will grow anxious. That child. As they walked, Uzumaki Mito recounted amusing anecdotes from Tsunade's childhood, reducing Uchiha Shao to trembling laughter throughout his entire body. Inside the house, Tsunade's heart was filled with worry. Had she caused trouble for Shaokun? Would her grandmother misinterpret the situation? She decided to stop overthinking it. If her grandmother became angry later, she would simply claim it was her own choice. With that thought, Tsunade's eyes hardened with determination. Clenching her fists, she prepared to go out and find her grandmother and Uchiha Shao. Just then the two of them walked into the house, chatting and laughing, which surprised Tsunade. Why was her grandmother so happy today? Tsunade shook her head and let it go. As long as Shaokun was fine, that was all that mattered. Then her gaze fell upon the handsome Uchiha Shao beside her, and the corners of her into a smile. With the door gently pushed open, the two slowly entered the room. Tsunade's once restless heart gradually calmed like ripples in a lake, settling into stillness. She did not ask what had happened, but obediently walked to the table and began skillfully preparing tea. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito was chatting with Uchiha Shao about everyday matters. Uchiha Shao wore a smile, handling every conversation with ease, catching each remark perfectly without letting the dialogue falter. Not only that, his humorous and witty remarks often drew hearty laughter from Uzumaki Mito, filling the entire room with joy and warmth. Tsunade, meanwhile, stood quietly aside, focused on brewing the tea. The corners of her lips curled upward into a faint smile, her gentle gaze fixed on Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Shao as they chatted animatedly, as if completely immersed in this tender moment. However, in this peaceful and harmonious moment, a sudden shout shattered the tranquility. With a loud bang, the door was flung open, and a figure burst in, shouting loudly, "Grandmother's sister. Master finally agreed to let me fight on the front line." As these words echoed through the room, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Uchiha Shao raised his eyebrows with interest, a faint smile playing on his lips. Tsunade's brows tightened, worry clearly etched across her face. Uzumaki Mito's expression darkened, at once obviously displeased by the news. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shao turned his gaze toward the child, Senju Nawaki. Previously, he had crossed paths with Nawaki at the Rain Country encampment, though he had not observed him closely at the time. Now, looking at him carefully, he couldn't help but admire silently. Indeed, a truly vibrant and spirited youth. Tsunade's brows knitted tightly, her heart heavy with concern. Though her nephew Nawaki had reached the age of 12 and become a genin to her, he remained nothing more than a child. Even now that Nawaki had placed himself under Orochimaru's tutelage, Tsunade harbored deep anxieties about whether he could survive the brutal battlefield. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito's face was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. After all, their family had only two younger generation members, Tsunade and Nawaki. With Tsunade heading to the battlefield, she bore this duty as the Hokage's disciple, and Uzumaki Mito would not question it. It was only natural. But her precious grandson, the direct descendant of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, at merely 12 years old, sent to the front lines amidst raging war. What kind of reasoning justified this? If anything were to happen to him, who would bear the responsibility? Would it be Orochimaru? The answer was clearly no. Orochimaru well understood Nawaki's special status and would never recklessly send him to the perilous front lines. Yet this time Orochimaru surprisingly agreed to the arrangement. If there were no other scheming hands pulling strings behind the scenes, Uzumaki Mito would never believe it. Uchiha Shao, having discerned Uzumaki Mito's worries, spoke with a warm smile. "Nawaki, do you still remember me?" Senju Nawaki turned to Uchiha Shao, his eyes lighting up. "It's you, Lord God of War. We met in such a rush last time, without proper greetings. What brings you to my home today?" Any ninja who had participated in the Second Shinobi World War's Rain Country campaign knew Uchiha Shao. Within Konoha, there was even an emerging sentiment addressing him as the God of War. Uchiha Shao paused, slightly taken aback. "God of War? What was this?" But he shook his head and smiled. "Nawaki, I came to your home to discuss important matters with your sister and grandmother." "Oh." Nawaki nodded. "Nawaki, may I ask, did you plead with Orochimaru to allow you to the front lines?" Uchiha Shao asked, puzzled. He could not fathom why the grandson of the first Hokage met such an unjust end. Explosive tags planted within him, his internal organs hollowed out. He died, leaving not even a whole body. It defied all reason. Nawaki nodded eagerly. "Yes. Since I am the grandson of the first Hokage and aspire to become Hokage myself, I must undergo the baptism of war to grow." Uchiha Shao froze, then spoke coldly. "Who told you this?" He finally understood. Someone was deliberately Nawaki onto the battlefield. Although the original Nawaki also yearned for strength and harbored the dream of becoming Hokage, he had never possessed such twisted convictions. The truth was clear: someone had manipulated Senju Nawaki. Nawaki paused, meeting Uchiha Zhao's stern expression. He couldn't help but shiver. An old man He closed his eyes, trying hard to recall, then opened them wide in shock. He looked just like Lord God of War, just older. Uchiha Shao froze, then abruptly sat down on a chair with a thud, startling both Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. Especially Tsunade, who quickly asked, "Shaokoin, are you alright?" Uchiha Shao shook his head. "I'm fine." He had merely lost his composure for a moment. He had seen that appearance before. It bore an 80% resemblance to Uchiha Madara. And Nawaki said the man resembled him, but as an elderly version. The identity of that person became unmistakably clear: the rose of the Warring States era, the Azura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Shao never expected Madara's shadow would still linger after all these years. And Madara's actions, he suspected, were not his own doing. Rather, he had been manipulated by that black Setsu. Otherwise, given his relationship with Hashirama, how could he possibly go so far as to sow discord and push Nawaki to the battlefield? Uzumaki Mito noticed the shift. "Little Shao, have you discovered something?" She had a premonition. He had guessed some great secret. Otherwise, with Zhao's ordinarily steady demeanor, he would never have lost his composure like this. Uchiha Shao lifted his head, about to speak, but swallowed his words. He didn't know how to explain everything to Uzumaki Mito. Yet Uzumaki Mito seemed to read his thoughts. Forcing a smile, she said, "It's alright, little Shao. If you have suspicions, you can share them." Uchiha Shao nodded. "If my guess is correct, the person Nawaki saw should be Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara? That's impossible. Wasn't he killed by great-grandfather?" Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. How could a ninja who had died over 10 years ago suddenly reappear in Konoha? Uzumaki Mito's gaze sharpened. "Little Shao, what evidence do you have that the person was Madara?" She began to frown. She had always felt Madara could not have died so easily, only believing it after witnessing his corpse at the burial. "I'm not sure. Have you ever heard of Izanagi?" Uchiha Shao said gravely. Uzumaki Mito's pupils contracted. As a veteran clan from the Warring States period, she was certainly familiar with the Uchiha clan's Izanagi. Uchiha Shao saw from Uzumaki Mito's expression that she had heard of it before, but looking at Tsunade and Nawaki with their blank expressions, he shook his head. The Izanagi of the Uchiha clan is a forbidden jutsu. It once swept through the Uchiha in its heyday, during which time the clan was thrown into utter chaos. Uchiha Shao murmured. Izanagi, also known as the art of reality distortion, can alter reality that has already occurred, allowing someone to return from death. At this, Uchiha Shao sighed. Tsunade and Nawaki widened their eyes in disbelief. Distort reality. Reverse life and death. Was this not going a bit too far? If the Uchiha possessed such an ability, they would have long been the #1 ninja clan. "You don't believe me?" Uzumaki Mito asked, looking at her grandson and granddaughter. "This is all true. It is merely that our Uzumaki clan does not have many records of this jutsu. However, it seems activating this technique requires a tremendous price, doesn't it?" Uchiha Shao nodded. "Lady Mito speaks correctly. Indeed, the price is great." As he finished speaking, his eyes instantly changed from black to blood red, 3-tomoe on each Sharingan rotating within. When Uchiha Shao activated his 3-tomoe Sharingan, Tsunade and Nawaki first paused, then a sense of overwhelming pressure swept over them. In Konoha, there was only one Manjikyu Sharingan at the time, Uchiha Hiroto's. However, he preferred to conceal his strength, so he appeared to others with only a 3-tomoe Sharingan. To the villagers of Konoha, a 3-tomoe Sharingan of the Uchiha was considered the strongest form. Tsunade, a powerhouse nearing Kage level, had seen many 3-tomoe Sharingan eyes, but this was the first time she had felt such oppressive pressure, just like Uchiha Zhao's. Others' 3-tomoe Sharingan were similar to Uchiha Shao's, but she simply felt the oppressive aura was different. It was not surprising that Tsunade had such a feeling. Currently, Uchiha Shao possessed Kage-level chakra, all of which was natural Senjutsu chakra. Natural chakra stored within his body was constantly improving Uchiha Zhao's physique, and the Sharingan, as one of his organs, naturally received enhancement as well. In terms of ocular power, his current 3-tomoe Sharingan was comparable to an ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan, that is Kage-level ocular power. Therefore, it was only natural that Tsunade felt suppressed. Returning to the topic, the price of Izanagi is 1 Sharingan eye. Uchiha Shao said calmly. After activating Izanagi, one can distort reality and return oneself from a state of being killed back to one's initial peak condition. Meanwhile, 1 Sharingan eye will lose its pupil and become a white useless eye. Tsunade and Nawaki sucked in a breath. Didn't this mean gaining 2 extra lives? So you mean Uchiha Madara was truly dead at that time? He carefully planned the timing and prepared in advance to activate Izanagi. Uzumaki Mito asked gravely. Yes. Uchiha Madara was likely gambling that Hashirama would not let anyone touch his corpse or remove his eyes. Fortunately, he won that gamble. Uchiha Shao chuckled. Uchiha Madara is still alive. What should we do then? Tsunade said with some concern. Uchiha Shao then smiled and asked, so what if he is alive? The outside world believes he is dead, and he has not come forward to clarify it, which means although he is still alive, his strength has significantly declined. We should continue with what we are doing. He will not interfere. Uzumaki Mito slightly nodded, agreeing with Uchiha Zhao's words. After all, Uchiha Madara, known as the Shura of the ninja world, lived up to his fearsome reputation. Compared to the simple and kind Hashirama Senju, who was called a naive fool, Uchiha Madara was resolute in his actions, never dragging things out. A truly decisive and ruthless man. Recalling the first 5 Kage summit back then, when Uchiha Madara had not yet left the village, Hashirama Senju actually planned to distribute the tailed beasts to various nations to maintain so-called peace. However, upon hearing this proposal, Uchiha Madara bluntly objected on the spot. Distribute them. Hashirama, are you jesting? Surprisingly, Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage who usually opposed Uchiha Madara, strangely stood on Uchiha Madara's side regarding this matter. Unfortunately, Hashirama was stubborn and, disregarding everyone's objections, insisted on pushing forward with his plan. In the end, he even did something shocking, kneeling before the other 4 nations, begging them to listen to his proposals. If Uchiha Madara with his fiery temper had handled this matter, he would surely have roared domineeringly, "Bow down to me, and we will consider this matter settled." How could he ever endure swallowing his pride like Hashirama? Returning to the subject, Uzumaki Mito gently sighed and shook her head helplessly, saying, "It seems Madara knows Hashirama's nature quite well." Uchiha Shao nodded thoughtfully and further speculated, this time Madara's instigation of Nawaki to join the front lines is likely because Nawaki possesses something that Madara is determined to obtain. Tsunade shook her head vigorously, her face filled with disbelief. Nawaki is merely a low-ranking genin. How could he possibly attract the attention of someone like Madara? Clearly, Tsunade could not accept this notion. However, Uchiha Shao merely responded coldly, "Don't forget, he possesses Hashirama's bloodline. In other words, Hashirama's cells." Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito's face instantly turned pale. Indeed, although Nawaki had not yet awakened the wood release, he undeniably carried the bloodline closest to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, even more so than his older sister Tsunade. Seeing everyone fall silent, Uchiha Shao continued. If the worst comes to the worst, and Nawaki encounters some misfortune, while Madara's subordinates lie in wait lurking in the shadows, then Nawaki's fate afterward should be easy to imagine, isn't it? These words struck Tsunade like a thunderbolt. A terrifying image involuntarily flashed through her mind, Nawaki being ruthlessly killed by her enemies. In an instant, Tsunade felt the world spinning, her vision darkening, and her entire body began to tremble. She stumbled backward, her steps uneven and unsteady. In her panic, Tsunade reached out to grasp the nearby table in an attempt to steady herself. However, due to her extreme fear and anxiety, her arm became somewhat uncooperative, and after considerable effort, she barely managed to support her collapsing frame. With teary eyes, Tsunade looked at Nawaki and said, "Boy, this time can you not go to the battlefield? Go tell Orochimaru that you will not be going out this time, okay?" Her voice trembled as she pleaded. Gazing at his older sister Tsunade before him, Nawaki couldn't help but pause momentarily, a trace of hesitation welling up within his heart. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Madara had indeed startled him, yet those words he spoke flashed through his mind, like lightning searing deeply into his soul. Indeed, only by experiencing the trials and baptism of war could one truly grow strong. For Nawaki, who aspired to become the greatest Hokage of Konoha, this opportunity to head to the front line was 1 in a million, and he would not let it slip away so easily. Therefore, Nawaki gazed steadily into Tsunade's concerned and worried expression, his voice resolute. "Wanisama, even though it's clear the enemy is after me, I still intend to go to the front line." Speaking thus, he paused slightly, his gaze growing ever more resolute, as though a fierce flame burned within him. He then declared firmly, regardless of whether Uchiha Madara is good or evil, that final statement of his. Only through the baptism of the battlefield can one truly grow. I am resolved to go. At that moment Nawaki's eyes were filled with steely determination without the slightest hint of retreat. Facing such an resolute younger brother, Tsunade was at a loss for a moment, unsure of how to respond. At that instant Uchiha Shao slowly reached out and gently patted Tsunade on the shoulder, attempting to soothe her slightly restless emotions. Uzumaki Mito was somewhat dazed, gazing at Nawaki. In him she seemed to see the Hashirama of years past, unchallenged in his courage even when surrounded by formidable foes. Though Nawaki's strength paled in comparison to Hashirama's, that sheer drive of his was something she truly couldn't bring herself to dampen. She let out a deep sigh, a helpless expression crossing her face as she gently shook her head. As the younger generation grew up and became increasingly independent, Uzumaki Mito could only sigh inwardly. Alas, every child has their own destiny. Yet at this moment what she cared about most was the child Senju Nawaki, sincerely hoping he would return safely. Uzumaki Mito shook her head and returned to her room. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shao sighed, then prepared to take out the explosion-proof suit he had purchased and give it to his brother-in-law. Uchiha Shao focused his spirit and through sheer will accurately transmitted detailed data about Senju Nawaki, his height, age, and other specifics, to the mysterious system. Upon receiving this information, the system adjusted the 2090 explosion-proof suit at an astonishing speed, ensuring a perfect fit for Nawaki. Immediately after, Uchiha Shao deftly retrieved an exquisite storage scroll from within his robe. As Tsunade and Nawaki watched with curiosity, he began channeling his chakra. In an instant, accompanied by a sharp crackling sound, a thick plume of white smoke erupted upward with a loud bang. Taking full advantage of Tsunade and Nawaki's attention being completely drawn to the sudden white smoke, the system and Uchiha Shao worked in seamless coordination, silently teleporting the modified explosion-proof suit directly into the cloud of smoke. All of this unfolded with flawless grace, as though the explosion-proof suit had simply been drawn from the storage scroll all along. Taken completely by surprise, Tsunade and Nawaki were caught off guard and began coughing violently from the dense white smoke. Especially Tsunade. Her lush, generous chest heaved and swayed with each forceful cough, her voluptuous figure nearly causing Uchiha Zhao's Sharingan to fixate. Realizing his lapse in composure, Uchiha Shao quickly snapped back to his senses and swiftly averted his gaze. Somewhat flustered, he reached up to rub his eyes, secretly feeling relieved. Thank goodness both Tsunade and Nawaki were too overwhelmed by the smoke to open their eyes, or I would have been utterly humiliated and socially destroyed right there. Only after the lingering white smoke and the mysterious scroll had completely dissipated did the still closed-eyed Uchiha Shao slowly open his eyes. A gentle smile warm as spring breeze graced his lips, a captivating sight that Tsunade, gradually recovering from her shock, happened to witness. Gazing at the charming smile of the man before her, Tsunade felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her heartbeat skipping a beat. She instinctively wanted to look away but found her gaze inexplicably anchored, unable to tear itself away the slightest bit. Meanwhile, Senju Nawaki, standing nearby, was not fixated on Uchiha Shao the way his sister was. Instead, his entire attention was concentrated on the man's hands. There, resting quietly in Uchiha Zhao's palm, was an article of clothing that appeared utterly ordinary. "Brother Shao, what kind of garment is that you're holding?" Senju Nawaki asked, curiously pointing at the article of clothing. Hearing her younger brother's inquiry, Tsunade suddenly snapped out of her daze and turned her gaze toward Uchiha Zhao's hands. Only now did she notice that somehow a black garment resembling a jacket had appeared in Zhao's hand. Seeing that all their attention had shifted to this garment, Uchiha Shao felt secretly pleased, knowing he had successfully piqued their interest. He promptly smiled and explained, "Tsunade, don't underestimate this piece of clothing. It is no ordinary garment, but a special ninja tool specially prepared for Nawaki. You may see its exterior and think it as plain as any common clothing, but in truth it possesses extraordinarily powerful defensive capabilities. Not only does it completely negate all explosive damage, but its defensive power is equally remarkable. Even facing a full-strength strike from a Kage-level expert, it can withstand 3 full hits." Hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Tsunade's face, but it was quickly followed by a furrowed brow and a skeptical expression. "Shaokuin, are you truly certain that merely this modest leather jacket can withstand such a fierce blow from a Kage-level powerhouse?" No wonder Tsunade harbored doubts. After all, the garment before them appeared utterly unremarkable at first glance, lacking any distinguishing features. Its color was dull and lifeless, its design utterly commonplace, devoid of any unique styling or decoration that might catch the eye. Tsunade even felt that with a single swing of her blade this garment would tear apart as easily as fragile paper. However, facing Tsunade's skepticism, Uchiha Shao did not offer further explanation. Instead, he merely smiled and beckoned to Senju Nawaki, standing nearby. Witnessing this, a hint of confusion stirred within Nawaki's heart, but driven by his trust in Uchiha Shao, he did not hesitate and stepped forward without a second thought. Uchiha Shao noticed Nawa walking over, offered a gentle smile, and patted his head before turning his gaze towards Tsunade. Tsunade looked puzzled, and just then Uchiha Shao explained the reason to her. Experiments are the sole criterion for testing truth. Since little Tsunade doesn't believe it, try it with your own hands. Uchiha Zhao's confident smile combined with his striking appearance seemed quite convincing. Tsunade pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, we should give it a try. If it truly worked, Nawa would have a safeguard when he went to the battlefield. Try? How to try? Let older sister punch this clothing. Nawa scratched his head. At that moment, Uchiha Zhao's lips curved upward, then his expression turned serious. Nawa, let me ask you, do you want to go to the front lines for combat experience? Seeing Uchiha Zhao's expression, Nawa couldn't help but grow serious as well. Yes, big brother Xiao, I'm going. Watching Nawa's earnest face, Uchiha Xiao felt a twinge of guilt. Deceiving this naive kid was starting to weigh on his conscience. But it passed quickly. Uchiha Xiao said, then Nawa, put on the clothing. Let your older sister test its defensive strength. Only when the defense is strong enough will she agree to let you go to the battlefield. After finishing his sentence, Uchiha Xiao patted Nawa's shoulder. Got it. Nawa was about to put it on when he suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, test the defense. Let older sister punch him. Recalling all the scenes of his sister beating him throughout his childhood, his face turned pale. Uchiha Xiao naturally noticed this, his eyes glinting. He thought he needed to stir things up a bit more. Nawa, you know your older sister's personality. If she can't guarantee your safety, she absolutely won't sit idly by when you go to the front lines this time. Uchiha Xiao smiled, glancing at Tsunade. Right? Little Tsunade? He asked aloud. Since their conversation hadn't been kept from her, Tsunade could hear everything. Tsunade nodded. That's right, Nawa. Nothing is more important than your safety. If I can't ensure your safety, I will never agree to let you go to the front lines no matter what. Hearing both Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade, Nawa exhaled and looked at Tsunade. I understand, older sister. He took the protective suit from Uchiha Xiao and put it on immediately. Uchiha Xiao nodded to Tsunade, then jumped backward to keep a safe distance from Nawa. Tsunade had inherited the monstrous strength of Senju Tobarama. Even at the Jonin level, she could unleash power nearly equal to that of a Kage. If he were to get hit by a single punch from her, his Uchiha Xiao shook his head, refusing to dwell on it. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Nawa watched Uchiha Xiao retreat, and his serious older sister involuntarily swallowing hard. I'm going up. Brat, get ready. Tsunade stepped forward with her right foot, the ground of the Senju clan territory cracking beneath her. Then she shot toward Nawa like a streak of light. Although Nawa also possessed monstrous strength talent, he was 6 years younger than his older sister. In Tsunade's presence, his strength was barely noticeable. Monstrous strength, mountain crushing strike. Tsunade appeared before Nawa, pulling her right arm back, twisting her waist, and delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The punch landed on Nawa's protective suit with an audible report. He was sent flying, crashing into the wall before finally stopping. His body sank 3 inches into the wall, a result of Tsunade restraining her power to Chunin peak level. Nawa. Tsunade called out. Nawa quickly replied, Sister, I'm fine. Not injured at all. Hearing his robust voice, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Nawa struggled forcefully and jumped out of the wall. Tsunade had felt that just before she made contact with Nawa, a luminous barrier had appeared. She had struck the barrier and Nawa was sent flying as a result. Nawa understood this best. Indeed, a pale yellow light barrier had materialized, a detail easily missed. His older sister's punch had never actually reached him, it had struck the barrier instead. Inside the barrier, he hadn't suffered a single injury. He smiled, fully aware that this was all thanks to the protective suit. Sister. Before he could share his thoughts, Tsunade instantly teleported beside him, her expression icily stern. Painful heaven kick. This was the most devastating technique in her taijutsu arsenal. Even though she was only a jonin, combined with her monstrous strength and taijutsu, this strike could reach the peak of jonin level. Although Nawa had witnessed the protective suit's formidable defense, his older sister's overwhelming presence seemed even more terrifying. Boom. With that sound, Tsunade's foot stomped Nawa into the ground. She carefully sensed what she had just stepped on. It wasn't flesh, but a layer of membrane, incredibly soft. It dissolved all her force before vanishing, allowing her foot to rest upon Nawa's chest. This strike was nearly at Kage level power, yet that layer of membrane had withstood it completely, showing no sign of breaking. Tsunade felt a surge of excitement. With this ninja tool, as long as Nawa avoided a village's Kage on the battlefield, he would be virtually unharmed. Tsunade turned and gazed at Lord Xiao, then launched herself toward him. Uchiha Xiao wasn't paying attention and was knocked to the ground by Tsunade's sudden pounce. Thank you so much, Lord Xiao. With this ninja tool, Nawa will be safe. Tsunade's heart swelled with gratitude. Uchiha Xiao froze for a moment, feeling the soft pressure against his chest, drawing in a sharp breath. If Tsunade didn't get up soon, his manhood would begin to respond. He patted Tsunade's head gently and said softly, Get up quickly. Nawa is still watching. Hearing this, Tsunade quickly rose and looked toward Nawa. The moment Nawa felt his sister's gaze, he shivered and stared blankly at the sky. This sky is such a wonderful sky. He had no idea what he was saying, but he was certain of one thing: Uchiha Xiao would definitely become his brother-in-law in the future. Tsunade huffed, turned around, and looked at Uchiha Xiao with shy embarrassment. Lord Xiao, it's all my fault. I lost control of my strength just now and pushed you. Feeling that this sounded immodest, Tsunade quickly clamped her mouth shut, her cheeks flushing red. Uchiha Shao, however, became quite interested. The corners of his mouth lifted as he leaned close to Tsunade and said, "It's all right, quite soft. I mean quite comfortable." After saying that, he ran off without looking back. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then chuckled exasperatedly before turning to Nawa. "Right now I'm at ease letting you go to the front lines. However, remember to listen to your master, Orochimaru. Orochimaru isn't only the strongest among the three of us, but his escape skills surpass even those of my brother Jiraiya and me. You should learn from him as much as possible." After finishing her words, Tsunade headed indoors. She needed to share this news with their grandmother. After leaving the Senju clan grounds, Uchiha Shao made his way to what fans of fanfiction often called Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen had not yet taken the form of a proper storefront as seen in the anime. Instead, it was nothing more than a small cart, a street-side stall where noodles were hand-pulled and boiled to order. Even so, Uchiha Shao found himself surrounded by villagers and ninja, the bustling crowd, making for quite a lively scene. "Tuchi, one bowl of your signature tonkatsu ramen. I've been on a mission for the past few days. Could have died for a bowl of this. Oh boss, there are plenty of ramen shops around, but yours is still the best. Make me 2 miso chashu ramen. My grandson's been crying and begging me to buy some. Tuchi, your craft is truly unmatched. How on earth did you come up with these flavors? Give me a bowl of signature tonkatsu too." The crowd before the stall was loud and chaotic, but it was precisely this lively scene that made Uchiha Shao realize just how popular Ichiraku Ramen truly was. A young man wearing a white flat cap replied with full energy, "Right away, everyone. The most delicious Ichiraku Ramen is on its way." As he spoke, the man pulled out dough that had been prepared in advance right in front of everyone. The dough was clean and neat, uniformly shaped so much so that onlookers could not help but smile as they watched. Then, with his waist and legs working in unison, he began pulling and stretching the dough before everyone's eyes. In no time at all, the dough transformed into strands of evenly thick ramen noodles. With that step complete, he dropped the noodles into a pot of bone broth that had been prepared earlier, then began slicing the toppings. Already made narutomaki and boiled eggs, all cut with precision. After about 4 minutes, he lifted the noodles from the broth, poured the rich bone soup over them, and arranged the narutomaki and eggs atop the paper bowl. Finally, he handed the bowl to the ninja who had arrived earlier, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. I added an extra egg for you. Please be careful on your missions." The man's smile was sincere and kind. The ninja stared momentarily, stunned, his eyes growing red. He bowed deeply and replied, "I will. I'll definitely come back next time." He then sat down at a nearby table and began eating, tears streaming down his face as he chewed. The young man smiled and nodded, then returned to making ramen. You have probably already guessed it by now. This man who ran throughout the entire Naruto series was none other than Tuchi, the ramen shop owner. Wait, perhaps I should call him Brother Tuchi, for he did not look particularly old. And yet even at this moment his kindness shone through clearly. He himself was merely a street vendor and his family was hardly wealthy. Still, he had willingly given an extra egg to the ninja who had worked so tirelessly on a mission. This also showed his love for the village and his deep respect for those ninja who risked their lives to protect it. Every customer gathered around the stall had witnessed this scene. Their corners of the mouth rose involuntarily. He was truly a good man. "Next, your miso chashu ramen. Considering your child's appetite, I added extra noodles for you." Tuchi's voice rang out loudly, full of passion. Watching this, Uchiha Shao nodded. He deserved every bit of his success. He deserved to be this popular. In this world, there were not many employers like him. Uchiha Shao looked up at the sky. The setting sun burned like fire, bathing the entire Konoha village in a warm orange-red glow. Glancing again at the smiles on Tuchi's face and the villagers, his own lips began to rise. Peace is truly beautiful, Uchiha Shao thought to himself. Sigh. Peace is truly beautiful. A voice came from nearby. Uchiha Shao turned to look. A ninja appeared. A man whose rare white hair was bathed in the light of the setting sun, making his expression seem extraordinarily gentle. He wore a green Jonin combat vest and walked toward Uchiha Shao. "You are Lord Tsukumo Hatake." Uchiha Shao saw the man's white hair and recognized him instantly. His first thought was Kakashi, but at this point in time Kakashi would still be a child. Therefore this man could only be Tsukumo Hatake. Although Tsukumo Hatake held the rank of Jonin, his true strength was undeniably at the Kage level. His Hatake-style swordsmanship was breathtaking, and even the third Hokage could not have defeated him quickly in a fight. He first earned his fame during the Second Shinobi World War against the Hidden Sand Village. For the sake of intelligence, he single-handedly killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, only to later discover that the two had been protecting their child, Sasori, rather than delivering any secrets. He earned the title Konoha's White Fang, and his Kage-level strength became universally recognized. His actions tragically altered Sasori's personality, turning a pure and kind child into a cold and cruel puppet master. In a single night, Chiyo's hair turned completely white, and she hated the White Fang of Konoha with every fiber of her being. "Oh, you know my name." Tsukumo Hatake scratched his head. Although he was a powerful ninja, he could not recall ever having met this young man before. Uchiha Shao nodded. Lord Tsukumo, your swordsmanship has reached the peak of perfection. Your Hitaki-style sword art combined with your great sword strikes fear into your enemies. Haha, those are just rumors, nothing worth taking seriously. Tsukumo Hitaki had just returned from the Hokage's office and had passed by Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing Uchiha Shao and the surrounding scene, he felt inclined to have a chat with this junior. Lord Tsukumo, Uchiha Shao was about to say something, when to his embarrassment his stomach let out a loud growl. Gurgle. Uchiha Zhao's face flushed red. This was so humiliating. Meeting one of the legendary ninja for the first time, and it was like this. That cursed stomach. He felt a burst of frustration. Tsukumo Hitaki chuckled. Enough, lad. Fate has brought us together. Let me treat you to a bowl of ramen. He turned his gaze toward the Ichiraku ramen stall. Tuchi. 1 miso ramen and 1 tonkatsu ramen. Tsukumo's loud voice drew everyone's attention. The ninja present recognized Tsukumo Hitaki and immediately bowed in respect. The villagers meanwhile studied both Tsukumo and Uchiha Shao curiously. Tuchi's eyes lit up when he saw the visitor. Right away, please wait a moment. Tuchi set to work busily. Tsukumo raised a hand signaling the crowd to go about their business, then turned to face Uchiha Shao. I'm not sure what flavor you prefer, so I ordered both of Tuchi's specialties. Pick whichever one you like, and I'll take the other. I'm easy. With that, Tsukumo Hitaki's lips curved upward. Uchiha Shao felt something shift within him. Tsukumo was so cheerful and friendly. If he had the chance in the future, he would do everything he could to help him. He would not let Tsukumo meet the same tragic fate as in the original story. Tuchi worked swiftly. Before 10 minutes had passed, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were ready. Tsukumo took them and asked Uchiha Shao, which one do you want? Uchiha Shao first glanced at the tonkatsu ramen. He couldn't help but swallow. The pieces of meat inside were generously large. Then he looked at the miso ramen, where the meat portions were noticeably smaller. So Uchiha Shao pointed to the miso ramen. Tsukumo Hitaki of course understood what was happening. He chuckled. I had barbecue for lunch, so I've grown a bit tired of meat. I'm in the mood for the miso ramen. He then handed the tonkatsu ramen to Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao hesitated for a moment. He was not a child anymore, and could plainly see that Tsukumo was deliberately saying this. A warmth spread through his chest. He looked at Tsukumo, who was still wearing that gentle warm smile. Take it, lad. Let's eat and talk. He gestured toward the nearby tables and chairs. Uchiha Shao took the tonkatsu ramen from Tsukumo's hands, a quiet warmth rising within him. Thank you, Lord Tsukumo, Uchiha Shao said earnestly. Tsukumo Hitaki blinked. No need to thank me, he replied in a gentle voice as pleasant as a spring breeze. Hitaki, Tsukumo, and Uchiha Shao took their seats and placed the ramen on the table. Tsukumo pressed his palms together and said itadakamasu. Shao had only ever seen such a gesture in anime, but this was his first time performing it in person. He followed Tsukumo's example and bowed his hands in gratitude. The two then began slurping their noodles. After the first bite, Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. The flavor was extraordinary and the texture of the noodles was simply divine. His eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Seeing this, Tsukumo smiled gently. Young man, what is your name? Judging by your Uchiha attire, you must be a member of that clan. Shao paused and swallowed his noodles. I am Uchiha Shao, sir. Tsukumo's eyes lit up. Uchiha Shao. He had heard of this man from the Hokage and from clan members who had participated in the Rain Country War. The evaluations were unanimously high, brilliant in strategy, capable of turning the tide against overwhelming odds, a prodigy of rare caliber. Some even whispered a title for him, the military deity. Oh, Uchiha Shao, the military deity. Tsukumo chuckled. Shao scratched the back of his head. Those are just rumors spread by others. Do not take them seriously. Tsukumo shook his head. I just heard the Hokage himself say these words to me at the Hokage Tower. You would suggest the Hokage spreads baseless tales. Shao drew in a sharp breath. He had not expected Hiruzen Sarutobi to hold him in such high regard. Yet reflecting on how he had aligned the Uchiha with Hiruzen on his very first night back, he found little surprise in it. After all, their interests were intertwined. Elevating Zhao's reputation served Hiruzen's own ambitions, consolidating his rule. Impressive, isn't he? He stands among my most trusted allies. Nevertheless, Shao remained humbled before Tsukumo. Sir Hitaki, that was merely fortunate circumstance. The true credit goes to Lady Tsunade. Without her, giving me the opportunity to act, success might never have been achieved. Hearing Zhao's words, Tsukumo nodded inwardly. So young, yet having accomplished so much and still so modest. This Uchiha Shao was indeed someone worth befriending. Shaokuin, may I address you thus? Tsukumo asked with a warm smile. Shao nodded. By all means. I have received a mission and would value your counsel on it. Tsukumo's expression suddenly turned grave. Shao paused, glanced around at the crowded surroundings and replied, this is hardly the place for such matters. He returned to his noodles. Tsukumo understood from this that Shao would help analyze the situation. Only the timing was ill-suited. He too quickened his pace of eating. Once they had finished, Shao asked, Sir Hitaki, would your home suffice? Tsukumo nodded. Naturally. They rose and made their way to his residence. The journey took no more than 20 minutes. Shao cast his eyes over Tsukumo's home. A perfectly ordinary two-story house. Xiao felt a pang of reflection. Were all truly capable individuals so low-key? Thinking of the grand residences in the Uchiha district, he couldn't help but shake his head. The houses were built lavishly, yet among the able warriors, only Uchiha Hiroto was truly worthy of mention. The others, suffice it to say, no comparison. Tsukumo knocked on the door, and a woman's voice called out from within, "Who is it?" "It's me, Miko. I've brought a guest." Tsukumo's eyes softened with warmth at the mention of her name. With a click, the door opened. A beautiful woman poked her head out, first glancing at her husband with delight, then noticing Uchiha Xiao, her expression becoming reserved once more. "Do come in." She retrieved a pair of slippers at the entrance and invited her husband and Xiao inside. Xiao admired Tsukumo is truly blessed to have such a virtuous wife. Yet as he recalled, Kakashi had seemingly grown up without a mother, raised solely by his father. This meant Lady Miko must have met with some tragic accident and passed away. "Xiao-kun, please come in," Tsukumo said, gesturing toward the study. Xiao nodded, slipped on the slippers, and entered. After preparing tea, Miko withdrew from the room and closed the door behind her. She understood the following conversation was beyond her comprehension. She even locked the door, ensuring that no one could enter unannounced. Xiao signaled for Tsukumo to speak. Unhesitating, Tsukumo revealed, "According to intelligence from our spies embedded in Suna, a household within the hidden sand village possesses knowledge of this military deployment and strategy. The Hokage ordered me to depart tonight, seize that household, and extract the information. If they refuse to speak, then eliminate them entirely." Finishing his account, Tsukumo handed over the map and coded message recovered by the spy. Since Xiao was aligned with the Hokage's faction, this arrangement posed no issue. Between them, who would ever know? Xiao examined the letter and frowned. The handwriting bore traces of imitation, certain passages were unsatisfactory. Glancing at the map, he was astonished. Only one house depicted in the entire hidden sand village. Was this a jest? "Well, Xiao-kun, what do you make of it?" Tsukumo asked, equally puzzled. He had reviewed the documents himself and sensed something amiss, yet since the Hokage had entrusted them to him, he could only force rationalizations. For instance, perhaps the map only depicted the target. Wasn't that normal? The poor handwriting might simply mean the ink had run dry. Setting the letter and map aside, Xiao looked up at Tsukumo and chuckled. The intelligence is fabricated, and yet it holds truth as well. Tsukumo looked bewildered. What did he mean by both false and true? What was he referring to? Noting Tsukumo's confusion, Xiao abandoned further suspense. The intelligence is false because the handwriting clearly attempts to imitate our spy style, which is why certain strokes appear clumsy. Yet it is also true because the map depicts only a single house, a house that genuinely exists and is currently occupied. As for whether genuine military intelligence lies within Sir Hitaki, if you were a commander leading troops, would you store your battle orders in your own home? Xiao asked with a knowing smile. Tsukumo froze. Indeed, military secrets would never be kept at home. Such information resided only in the minds of commanders and senior officers, or remained close to their persons. Concealing them domestically was hardly practical. Through Xiao's guidance, Tsukumo finally grasped the dual nature of the intelligence, the truth embedded within deception. Then what is their true purpose? Tsukumo asked, still puzzled. Xiao, drawing upon his broader perspective, the letter and the map, deduced that this was a premeditated transmission. The actual informant may already be dead, and the message itself was merely a product of internal power struggles within Suna. They sought to use Konoha to eliminate the occupants of that house. Xiao laid out his conjectures for Tsukumo, who fell into silence as he absorbed the grim reality. Hitaki. Tsukumo fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Lord Uchiha, what should I do? Should I report this to the Hokage?" Uchiha Xiao shook his head. "That's not necessary. The order came directly from the Hokage. Having your own judgment is commendable, but if you report this to him now, it would force him to contradict his own decree. Even if your intentions are good, it would leave an unfavorable impression on the Hokage. How about playing along with their scheme? You set out tonight, go to the location marked on the map, and then..." These final words were whispered directly into Hitaki Tsukumo's ear. Tsukumo nodded. "I understand. Lord Uchiha." Uchiha Xiao glanced out the window at the night sky. Bright stars scattered beneath the moonlight. A cool breeze drifted in, sending a shiver down his spine. He sighed. "Pretend I never came here tonight. Oh, and there's one more thing, Lord Tsukumo. Those who stand tallest catch the strongest winds. Remember to conceal your brilliance. Konoha is far more complicated than you imagine." Setting that aside, Uchiha Xiao rose from his seat and made his way out of the study. He approached the door, grasped the handle, and pressed down. The door swung open. Uchiha Xiao paused, taken aback, to find Lady Michiko waiting at the entrance, her attention seemingly fixed on something. Upon seeing Uchiha Xiao emerge from the doorway, she offered him a perfunctory smile before stepping aside to let him pass. Uchiha Xiao gave a slight nod before departing from the Hitaki residence. He could already deduce who was behind this, though he knew it wasn't appropriate to share such information with Hitaki Tsukumo. The more one knows, the heavier the burden becomes. Hitaki Tsukumo was like a blade. Exceptionally sharp, so dangerous that even its wielder had to exercise caution. Any mission he undertook would be executed flawlessly. It was precisely this combination of immense talent and unguarded nature that made the third Hokage view him with suspicion, stirred Danzo Shimura's jealousy, and ultimately led to his inability to reconcile with himself, resulting in his suicide. Even though the aging third Hokage recognized Tsukumo as a loyal and exceptional ninja, he dared not take the risk. What if one day those who supported Tsukumo encouraged him to challenge for the position of Hokage? Would his own place remain secure? One must understand that the later years of Hiruzen Sarutobi saw him increasingly consumed by power, only relinquishing it at the moment of his death. What about the fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, indeed came from a commoner background. He was Jiraiya's disciple and also Hiruzen Sarutobi's protégé student. After becoming Hokage, he did not form his own faction out of respect for his master's master. He consulted the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, on every matter, which greatly satisfied Hiruzen's desire for control. In other words, the fourth Hokage was merely Hiruzen Sarutobi's puppet. At that time, Fugaku Uchiha had also sought out Minato Namikaze on multiple occasions, both subtly and directly hinting at his concerns. However, Minato only discussed trivial matters and avoided politics, leaving Uchiha Fugaku deeply worried. Meanwhile, the other clans were also watching carefully. After all, compared to Hiruzen Sarutobi, they preferred this politically naive yet gentle Minato Namikaze. Uchiha's repeated setbacks also led the other clans to abandon their hopes and cease visiting Minato Namikaze. But let's return to the main topic. Uchiha Shao had this time instructed Hatake Tsukumo to deliberately fail the mission and had also prepared various explanations for him. The rest was up to Hatake Tsukumo. What needed to be said had been said, whether he would listen was his choice. A perennially victorious general undefeated in 100 battles sounds impressive, but it easily arouses the suspicions of the ruler. The danger of meritorious service overshadowing one's lord is no empty talk. Just as Uchiha Shao was leaving the Hatake clan grounds, 5 Uchiha ninja appeared before him. They knelt down in unison. "Sixth elder, the clan leader has instructed us to escort you to the meeting." Uchiha Shao was momentarily startled, then smiled. "All right, all rise. We belong to the same clan. There's no need to kneel so readily. A man's knees hold golden worth. Henceforth you need not kneel before me. Please lead the way." Uchiha Zhao's words about a man's knees holding golden worth left these Uchiha ninja momentarily stunned. Something stirred within their hearts. Such words had never been spoken by any of the other elders. Even the Dove faction's fourth elder, though gentle in countenance, still carried an inherent sense of superiority in his bones. But Uchiha Shao before them was different. They could sense his genuine sincerity. Everyone turned to look at the lead ninja. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Listen to the sixth elder, everyone. Rise first." Then the lead ninja spoke up. "Sixth elder, this humble one is Uchiha Dan. Please follow me." Uchiha Shao nodded. "Very well, I shall remember you, Dan." "Yes." After Uchiha Dan nodded, he led the remaining 4 ninja forward. Uchiha Shao smiled faintly and followed behind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gifting the 2090 blast-proof suit to Nabashiro. The reward will be distributed after the battle with Suna. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slightly changing Hatake Tsukumo's thoughts. Reward 5,000 points, body flicker technique. The chakra circulation path for the body flicker technique instantaneously imprinted itself onto Uchiha Zhao's mind. A smile played on his lips as he looked at the ninja ahead, activating chakra without hand signs. In an instant, Uchiha Shao leapfrogged several positions, running alongside the ninja ahead. "Hey Dan, I'll wait for you at the clan entrance." After speaking, Uchiha Shao continuously used the body flicker technique, leaving the 5 Uchiha ninja present dumbfounded. They had seen the body flicker technique before, but never with such fluidity. Moreover, the technique consumed considerable chakra, yet Uchiha Shao seemed to have an inexhaustible supply. The 5 ninja exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and began forming hand seals to release their own body flicker techniques, yet they still couldn't catch up with the perpetually flickering Uchiha Shao. Moments later, Uchiha Shao appeared at the entrance to the clan grounds. The Uchiha guards on duty immediately bowed upon seeing him. "Sixth elder, please enter. The clan leader is organizing the meeting." Uchiha Shao shook his head. "Wait, not everyone has arrived yet." There was a hint of amusement in his tone. "Not arrived yet." Confusion flickered across the guard's face, but he dared not ask further. He returned to his post and stood motionless, guarding the entrance to the clan grounds. Roughly 3 minutes later, Uchiha Shao glanced in the direction from which they had come, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. So the 5 of them had finally arrived. He waved his hand. "Hey, you're finally here." Uchiha Dan and the other 5 had not used the body flicker technique for the final stretch. They had simply run. Good heavens, the body flicker technique consumed far too much chakra. If they used it again, their chakra might be completely depleted. Forcing themselves to endure the immense chakra depletion, the group sprinted to Uchiha Zhao's side. They noticed that Uchiha Shao showed no signs of fatigue. His face wasn't flushed, he wasn't breathing heavily, and he was smiling warmly at them. As expected of the 6th elder, the youngest among the elders, his reputation was truly well-deserved. These 5 were thoroughly convinced. Uchiha Shao chuckled. "Young people lack training," he said, patting Uchiha Dan on the shoulder. Uchiha Dan's face was now flushed. He stammered, elder. So strong. We can't compare to you. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. Rest for a moment. Seeing Uchiha Dan in such a state, he felt somewhat guilty. He had been too absorbed in showing off, and had forgotten to consider the others. Uchiha Dan shook his head, took a deep breath, and forced himself to perk up. Please, elder, follow me. After speaking, he led the way with trembling steps. Uchiha Dan bore his physical discomfort as he escorted Uchiha Xiao to the conference room. Given that the Uchiha clan was currently enjoying a honeymoon period with the village, the meeting was not held at the Naka Shrine. We have arrived, sixth elder. After speaking, he pointed toward the conference room and then departed. Uchiha Dan simply wanted to collapse onto his bed and sleep. Uchiha Xiao sighed in the direction where Uchiha Dan had left, thinking to himself, young lad, you still have much to learn. He then turned his gaze toward the large conference hall. Yes. Impressive, truly grand, roughly the size of an entire floor in an office building. He knocked on the door and a voice from within called out, who goes there? It is I, Chief Hiroto. The moment he finished speaking, the door swung open. Uchiha Xiao was taken aback. Looking down, he was surprised to see Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku bowed and said, Elder Xiao, please follow me. Uchiha Xiao nodded. Uchiha Fugaku was still quite young, yet he always carried such a stern expression. One would hardly feel inclined to engage with him. However, with the meeting underway, he would have to let Fugaku guide him. Soon, under young Fugaku's guidance, Uchiha Xiao entered the conference room. Uchiha Hiroto immediately rose to his feet, his face breaking into a warm smile as he exclaimed, Ah, the sixth elder has arrived. Do come in. At the sight, a crowd of Sharingan wielders turned their gaze toward him, their eyes gleaming with intensity and joy. They had heard that the Sand Village had declared war and Konoha would be dispatching ninjas the following day to respond. Members of the Uchiha clan were naturally warlike, generally not gifted with words, though Uchiha Xiao was the notable exception. Their reluctance with words did not mean any lack of devotion to the village. Rather than speak of their loyalty, they preferred to demonstrate through action that their love for Konoha was no less than anyone else's. And Uchiha Xiao, their sixth elder, was among Konoha's elite in both combat prowess and strategic acumen. Though the outcome of the Rain Country campaign remained unspoken, everyone understood the magnitude of his capabilities. Everyone's staring at me. I'm getting a bit nervous. Uchiha Xiao scratched his head. Damn, there must be nearly 200 pairs of Sharingan eyes fixed on him. Wait, wasn't he also one of the red-eyed? And his Sharingan boasted 3 tomo. What was there to fear? Beyond Chief Hiroto, who could possibly surpass him? With that thought, Uchiha Xiao's eyes shifted crimson as the crushing pressure of his triple tomo Sharingan radiated outward. He followed Uchiha Hiroto to the front and swept his gaze across all present. Uchiha Hiroto watched this with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, no wonder they call him the military god. He adapted to the stare of 200 Sharingan in moments, far quicker than I was at his age. Such remarkable psychological fortitude. Once accustomed to the collective gaze of the Sharingan, Uchiha Xiao took his seat at the position Uchiha Hiroto had specifically arranged for him. It was the third seat to the right of the chief's position. As the sixth elder, his seniority was still relatively young, and in the Uchiha clan seniority was still highly valued. Among the other 5 elders, the Hawk faction extended goodwill toward Uchiha Xiao, while the Dove faction's 4th elder merely snorted, thinking young upstart, playing unfair by ambush tactics against an elder. Uchiha Xiao returned a warm smile to the Hawk faction elders. To the 4th elder, he offered an apologetic glance he never actually saw. For Uchiha Xiao's disregard of the 4th elder, the old man's face turned dark with anger, while the other elders secretly rejoiced. The 2nd elder, however, remained unaligned. A veteran, shrewd in judging character, he needed only more time to observe. One had to admit, the 2nd elder was an experienced veteran who knew how to read people, though further observation was still needed. Uchiha Hiroto cleared his throat twice, took his place at the chief's seat, and his expression turned grave, starkly different from his earlier warmth. Everyone, you surely understand the purpose of this meeting. The Sand Village has invaded our Konoha. The Hokage has appointed Elder Danzo as the primary commander to oversee operations. Our Uchiha clan must actively cooperate. Therefore, I have decided that the Uchiha will dispatch 200 Jonin, 300 Chunin, and 500 Jinin, all to be placed under the command of 6th Elder Uchiha Xiao, the military god of Konoha. The moment these words were spoken, the 200 Jonin below changed color. They were eager to establish merit and defend their village, but 1,000 Uchiha ninja. This was nearly the entire clan in arms. If something went wrong this time, they would nearly wipe out all their fighting strength. For a clan, such a loss was unthinkable. The Hawk faction elders turned pale, their gazes toward Hiroto filled with disbelief, as if to say, have you lost your mind? Deploying the entire clan's strength for the village. Uchiha Hiroto, however, remained composed. He believed that by aligning with Hiruzen Sarutobi, and as Konoha's largest clan, contributing their full resources to defend the village, Konoha would forever remember the Uchiha after this battle. Uchiha Xiao looked toward Uchiha Hiroto, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had anticipated Hiroto would deploy significant forces, but never imagined Hiroto would go all in, pushing every chip to the center. Uchiha Hiroto gazed at Uchiha Shao and asked, "Sixth Elder, do you have any objections?" His trust in Shao ran deep. He believed that a reputation this great could not rest on empty foundations. Uchiha Shao snapped back to awareness. He felt a sense of trust, unconditional absolute, and he turned to Uchiha Hiroto, his mouth opening as if to speak. Finally he clenched his fist. Uchiha Shao solemnly obeys the chief's command. "This time I will ensure our Uchiha clan's name resounds with glory, and I will spare no effort to minimize casualties among our clansmen." At that moment Uchiha Zhao's heart burned with passion. It was the first time he had been trusted so completely, and with a ninja force of this magnitude one might as well say they could annihilate the land of wind. Uchiha Shao would give everything to lead this force to victory. Uchiha Hiroto nodded then spoke. "I know some of you may harbor doubts about Lord Shao, but have you heard that during the last Rain Country campaign Lord Shao commanded the Senju forces with fewer than 30 casualties? No Jonin suffered serious injuries, almost no Chunin died, and only a handful of genin fell to ambushes before they could react. Have you ever heard of such a casualty rate? Who since the Warring States period has achieved this?" As Uchiha Hiroto's words fell silent, all 200 Jonin below were stunned. They had only ever heard the legend of Konoha's military god Uchiha Shao, but never the concrete numbers behind it. Now hearing this for the first time, all doubt and fear vanished from their eyes, replaced by blazing excitement, as if fire itself erupted from their gaze. Uchiha Shao knew he could no longer remain silent. "By the name of the Uchiha I swear, Uchiha Shao will spare no effort to ensure everyone's safety." 200 Uchiha Jonin shouted in unison. "Uchiha Ninja, we solemnly obey the chief's command and await the sixth elder's orders. Protect the village, defend the nation, slay the enemy." The elders glanced at one another. None dared intervene at that moment, for the hearts of the Uchiha belonged to the chief and the sixth elder, and this expedition represented both the clan and the village. To obstruct now would be to undermine morale, so all eyes turned toward Uchiha Shao, each praying that he would command wisely and minimize casualties among the clan's ninja. The following day Sarutobi Hiruzen Shimura Danzo, along with Tsubian Kosan and Minato Hamura, arrived early at the village entrance. The previous day's meeting had already settled the matter. Shimura Danzo would lead the forces. Each major clan was to contribute no fewer than 30 Jonin, 50 Chunin, and 100 Genin, meaning every family had to pledge at least 180 ninja. Including all the major and minor clans, Konoha's army would number approximately 6,000 ninja at least. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood waiting with tranquil composure, while Shimura Danzo appeared burdened with worry. "Hiruzen, do you think we can actually muster 6,000 this time?" Shimura Danzo's expression grew dark and unreadable. He found it hard to believe those great clans would commit their finest warriors to the battlefield. "We will," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied evenly. "The Jonin may fall short, but there is never a shortage of Chunin and Genin. And even if we do come up short, many civilian ninja will fill the gaps." Shimura Danzo nodded. "Those great clans all guard their strength carefully and conserve their resources. Expecting them to contribute Jonin is somewhat unrealistic." He let out a heavy sigh. The Sarutobi and Shimura families had been close allies since the Warring States period. Both men served as elders and clan leaders within their own families, so they understood the mindset of the ninja clans intimately. But unlike other high-ranking officials, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were also members of the village's inner circle. They had to think of the village and the war. In truth, if one looked closely, there was no true dissolution of barriers between the great clans, which family did not harbor grievances against another. Hashirama Senju's vision of establishing a single village where everyone could set aside past hatreds and coexist in peace was far too idealistic. Of course, while Hashirama Senju lived, when a single individual could crush all opposition, his words carried the weight of the ninja world's will. But not long after his death, the first great ninja war erupted. Despite his belief in peace, the ninja world's warriors trusted only in strength. "Monkey, look, seems like a clan is approaching from over there." Tsubian Kosan tapped Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. Hiruzen returned to reality and gazed toward the distance. Dressed in simple cloth garments with long hair flowing over their shoulders, the Hyuga ninja advanced steadily. At their head walked Hyuga Akira, his face lit with a warm, easy smile as he made his way toward the village entrance. "All 30 Jonin, 50 Chunin, and 100 Genin of the Hyuga clan have assembled. We await your inspection, Lord Hokage." His voice rang with absolute confidence, a trace of pride gleaming in his eyes. The Hyuga clan, renowned alongside the Senju and Uchiha, proved their worth as these ninja deployed without hesitation, though they were all members of the branch family. Even so, this represented a formidable force on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and smiled at Hyuga Akira. The Hyuga truly live up to their reputation as a great clan, gathering so many ninja in barely a day. No need for formal inspection. I trust the Hyuga clan, and I trust you, head Akira. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Hyuga Akira nodded. Understood. He then stepped aside and stood at attention with his hands clasped behind his back. One after another the clan leaders arrived with their ninja. As Sarutobi Hiruzen had predicted, none had enough Jonin and were patching the ranks with genin instead. Each one lamented that their clan's strength was insufficient and their numbers inadequate. Everyone understood what was happening. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply nodded with a reassuring smile and offered words of comfort. It is fine. I know you have all done your best. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo's face remained impassive though fury simmered beneath the surface. Every family was hoarding its strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he surveyed the assembled ninja. Where was the Uchiha clan? At the very moment this thought crossed his mind, the ground began to tremble. Over 1,000 Uchiha ninja marched in lockstep toward the village entrance. The clan leaders' hearts tightened. When they clearly counted the number of Uchiha present, their expressions shifted in disbelief. Had the entire clan mobilized? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment before overwhelming joy washed over him. Even Shimura Danzo could not suppress his wide-eyed astonishment caught between delight and incomprehension. Had the Uchiha lost their minds? Lord Hokage, Uchiha Ka called out. Today no other Uchiha elders or clan leaders had come. Only Uchiha Ka had been dispatched to lead this contingent. Ka, you're here. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's initial pleasure faded as he frowned and gestured toward the assembled Uchiha ninja. Uchiha Ka realized the gravity of the moment and should comport himself formally. He stepped back 2 paces and bowed deeply. I, Uchiha Ka, bring 200 jonin, 300 chunin, and 500 genin of the Uchiha clan. With our entire clan's strength committed, we shall defend the village and serve the nation. To fight against the sand dogs. Uchiha Ka's powerful voice cut through the air with striking clarity. The surrounding ninja clans were utterly shaken. Was this truly the Uchiha they had known? They had committed their entire clan's strength to fight for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed the sincerity in Uchiha Ka's words. His gaze swept across the Uchiha ninja and finally rested upon Ka. I thank the Uchiha clan for your full support. As he spoke, he inclined to return the bow. But Uchiha Ka could not bear to let the Hokage bow. He hurried forward. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen waved him off and instead bowed deeply to the Uchiha ninja themselves. You are the Uchiha of Konoha. You always have been and you always will be. Your dedication has not gone unnoticed by either me or every villager. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, thank you for your sacrifice. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed to the Uchiha clansmen. The Uchiha clansmen were deeply moved. In unison they dropped to one knee. For the village, for the people. This is exactly what we have willed. Even Shimura Danzo felt a surge of stirring emotion and his perception of the Uchiha clan began to shift. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan head who had worn such pride on his face moments before now looked rather uncomfortable. Setting aside the Uchiha's past reputation, what mattered now was that they had committed their entire clan's strength to fight for the village. Such resolve was unmatched by any other family. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, the Uchiha clan would become the benchmark family of Konoha. Narashikime's eyes brightened at the sight. He held deep admiration for Uchiha Ka and the Uchiha clan, because even he himself would not have dared to make such a resolute decision. Tsunade was not present. Were she here, she too would have been deeply moved. Due to the medical ninja proposal, she had been assigned to oversee the village's medical ninja, as the war's medical command director, keeping her from direct combat. The Senju troops stood nearby watching Uchiha Ka and the Uchiha clan with quiet reflection. Indeed, differing leadership shapes a clan's spirit, as they were discovering firsthand. The Uchiha now radiated unity and a profound sense of responsibility. The third Hokage observed all of this with satisfaction, patting Uchiha Ka on the shoulder. He offered a gentle smile, then exchanged a knowing glance with Shimura Danzo, who understood immediately. This was what Sarutobi Hiruzen had told him, to consult frequently with Uchiha Ka going forward. This time he was here to support him. Shimura Danzo was well aware of this arrangement. He turned to Uchiha Ka and forced what he hoped was a warm, sunny smile. Uchiha Ka returned the gesture with an equally composed smile. After all the ninja clans had assembled, Hiruzen Sarutobi delivered a stirring pre-battle speech that set every listener's blood aflame with fervor. Following his address, Danzo Shimura was called forward to speak. Not naturally eloquent, he offered a few perfunctory remarks and concluded quickly. Well acquainted with Danzo's character, the crowd nevertheless offered their support and broke into applause. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Hiruzen spoke. We now number nearly 8,000 ninja, a considerable force. I hereby appoint 2 deputy commanders, Uchiha Shao and Narashikame. Uchiha Shao was taken aback. Had they not agreed beforehand that he would let Danzo claim the achievements? Why was he thrust into the open this time? Danzo remained silent, though he had no objection. The entire Uchiha clan was committing its combat strength, so what could he possibly oppose? Besides, as the overall commander, he stood to gain the most regardless of the outcome. Uchiha Shao, Narashikame, we obey. The two immediately knelt on one knee and accepted their orders. The other clans exchanged varying expressions. The Hyuga clan furrowed their brows. They shared Kekkei Jinkai bloodlines with the Uchiha, yet only the Uchiha received deputy commands while they received none. They refused to believe the Uchiha had commanded operations in the Land of Rain during their last campaign. Meanwhile, the Senju forces exhaled in relief, sharing knowing glances with their clansmen. this battle would be far easier to fight. The Inoshikacho trio felt a stir of excitement as well. Nara Shikamae belonged to their alliance, which meant they could all bask in reflected glory. Now we march. Warriors of Konoha repel the sand village and shatter their ambitions. Danzo swept his arm forward and shouted at the top of his lungs. With that, the forces departed the village in orderly formation heading southwest. The battlefield lay in the land of rivers where the Sand Village had likely already seized territory. The Sand Village was one of the 5 great nations after all. The land of rivers was merely a minor state, and no small nation could possibly withstand the sand, even ranked lowest among the great powers. What now concerned them was whether the enemy had already breached Konoha's borders. If so, where would they lay ambushes? That night, as Danzo was deep in thought, Uchiha Shao called out, "Lord Danzo." Danzo paused, turning to see the Uchiha. He nodded. "Shao, speak plainly. You need not use such formalities." Such words were meant to be heard and dismissed. Anyone who actually believed them would be a fool. "Lord Danzo, I believe the enemy has already crossed into our borderlands." He pointed to Kikyu Mountain, Tegami Mountain, Kashiwagi, and Nagaga on the map. "Oh, on what grounds do you say so?" Danzo's interest piqued, and he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao wasted no time. He gestured to the map. "Kikyu and Tegami Mountains are ideal ambush positions. Once our forces pass below, boulders and shuriken can rain down upon them. That is one point. Kashiwagi and Nagaga remain within our borders, some might even say firmly inside our territory. They launched this campaign with prior planning, while we are 2 to 3 days behind. Those 2 to 3 days are more than sufficient for them to march through the land of wind and reach our borders. The recent messengers came from the Fire Country capital, not from Kashiwagi or Nagaga. This indicates those areas have fallen, or more precisely that the sand has severed their communication lines. No intelligence can get out. Therefore, in summary, the Sand Village has already breached our border. They have also laid traps at Kashiwagi and Nagaga. Uchiha Zhao's analysis was rigorous and methodical. He had laid out the situation with crystal clarity. Even Danzo found himself wanting to commend him. "Go on. If it were you, how would you fight?" Danzo, fully aware of Uchiha Zhao's capabilities, was genuinely eager to hear his counsel. "Open battle at Kashiwagi and Nagaga, concealed crossing at Ishida," Uchiha Zhao said with a smile, pointing to Ishida. "Elaborate." Danzo's eyes brightened, eagerly awaiting the rest. "On the surface, we station our troops to fight at Kashiwagi and Nagaga under your command, Lord Danzo. We hold the line and do not attack. Given our superior logistics and terrain advantage, our supplies will flow endlessly while the enemy traverses treacherous mountain paths over vast distances. Before long, they will exhaust their provisions. That is our first victory. In secret, I will lead the Uchiha clan around through Ishida and scale Mt. Dayu, cutting off their supply lines. Once accomplished, I will fire signal flares, then strike the sand forces positioned on Kikyu and Tegami Mountains from behind. At that moment, Lord Danzo, you must lead the full army to engage simultaneously on both peaks. Thus we can annihilate the sand dogs entirely. This approach minimizes casualties. Your forces, Lord Danzo, will suffer virtually none. As for the Uchiha, it all depends on your speed." Uchiha Shao smiled. Danzo studied Uchiha Shao deeply. This young man was handing him the greatest credit, while simultaneously placing his own life in Danzo's hands. Could it be that the Uchiha were not as his sensei had described? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he spoke. "Rest assured, Lord Shao. We shall proceed exactly as you have outlined. Once the signal flare rises, our army will charge immediately. Within 10 minutes at most, we will arrive." Danzo spoke earnestly. At this moment, he too needed this achievement. Uchiha Zhao's strategy offered the least casualties and the greatest results. What reason could he possibly have to refuse? Had this been the elderly Danzo, Uchiha Shao would never have trusted him. But this was Danzo, fresh from inheriting Konoha's authority from Tobarama Senju, a passionate young man. Though somewhat radical, he was undeniably ambitious and driven. "Oh, by the way, Lord Danzo, there may be explosive tags at the entrances to Kashiwagi and Nagaga. Have the army send shadow clones ahead first. It will be far safer." With that, Uchiha Shao began gathering the Uchiha ninja to follow him. Nara Shikamae also wished to accompany them, but Uchiha Shao shook his head. "We need a sharp mind holding the fort here. You understand, Shikamae?" Speaking no further, Uchiha Shao and the Uchiha ninja, cloaked in black beneath the night, took a detour toward Ishida. Danzo ordered the main force to establish camp and await dawn before advancing. Casting a glance toward Ishida, he thought to himself, "Shao, if this succeeds, I shall drink 3 cups with you the moment we return to the village." Uchiha Shao yawned, and a ninja below hastily remarked, "Elder Sixth, please stay warm. The night temperature drops sharply. One must not catch a cold." I'm fine. Someone must be speaking ill of me behind my back," Uchiha Shao chuckled. He suddenly turned to face the Uchiha ninja. "This mission is the most perilous, but also the most rewarding. The village will never forget our contributions. From this day forward, the Uchiha shall be remembered as a clan of honor. I will do my utmost to ensure every one of your safety, though no plan is without risk. If you fear death, you may return to Lord Danzo's forces now. There is little danger there." Uchiha Zhao's words reached every Uchiha ninja. Sharingan blazing, they declared, "Elder Sixth, we do not fear death. We only fear dying without purpose. Now that we know how vital this mission is, what has death to fear? They all nodded. Beneath the moonlight, Uchiha Shao looked upon the 1,000 Uchiha warriors and smiled. Then listen well. I, Uchiha Shao, pledge to you. I shall lead the charge at the forefront. If anyone must die, it shall be me first. With those words, the group vanished into the shadows of Ishida. Uchiha Shao led the Uchiha clan ninja through the Ishida area under cover of night. As he had anticipated, not a single Suna shinobi was present in Ishida. They reached the foothills of Mount Dayu without difficulty. Upon seeing the mountain rise nearly 1,000 meters high, Uchiha Shao and the Uchiha ninja collectively drew sharp breaths. Mount Tai itself stood at only 1545 meters. The terrain was treacherous with no established trails, only sheer rock faces to scale. Though the ninja possessed chakra, climbing such heights remained a formidable challenge even with it. Uchiha Shao took a deep breath. Everyone wait here for now. Once I reach the summit, I will lower nearly 20 ropes. You can use them to climb up more easily. Elder 6, this is far too dangerous. Let me go instead. A Jonin frowned, his expression earnest and sincere. Uchiha Shao firmly pushed him aside. You have entrusted your lives to me, so of course I must take responsibility. It is merely a small hill. He glanced toward Mount Dayu. Clearly he did not consider it a small hill, but leading from the front was a principle every commander must uphold. The Uchiha ninja were visibly moved. Uchiha Shao waved his hand and turned with a smile. It is nothing more than a bit of wind and rain. He activated the body flicker technique, shooting upward 100 meters before gripping the jagged rocks jutting from the cliff face, and began climbing. Chakra adhered to his palms, increasing his grip on the mountain stone as he climbed steadily downward, the ninja below watching his every move with worried expressions. Uchiha Zhao's climbing never ceased. He understood that at this moment he carried the lives of 1,000 Uchiha ninja, the honor of his clan, and the fate of this battle upon his shoulders. He could not fail. He could not stop. He could not fear. There was only one road ahead. Constant climbing until he reached the summit. The initial climb was relatively manageable. He could ascend step by step. But when he reached 400 meters, Uchiha Shao suddenly felt his breath growing shallow, the common malaise of oxygen deprivation. His complexion faded from rosy to pale. Even as a ninja facing the raw power of nature, he appeared profoundly helpless. Uchiha Shao drew 2 kunai-channeled chakra and drove them forcefully into the rock above. He leapt upward, planting his feet upon them to rest. After 2 minutes of deep breathing, feeling somewhat restored, he continued his climb. As altitude increased, the temperature plummeted, even traces of frost began forming on certain rocks. Visible plumes of white breath filled the frigid air. His Uchiha clan robes offered little warmth, so he could only increase the flow and speed of his chakra circulation to maintain body heat and grip strength on the stone. Time lost all meaning. Just as Uchiha Shao glimpsed the cliff edge and exhaled in relief, his foot slipped, and he fell 10 meters. He hastily drew his kunai and jammed them into the rock wall. Sparks flew where the kunai met stone. Uchiha Shao drew his second kunai with his other hand and embedded it into the cliff. The violent friction numbed his palms, yet he dared not loosen his grip. He could not let go. Victory lay just before him. Only dozens of meters remained to the peak. How could he fall? How dare he fall? His brothers below awaited him. They had entrusted their lives to him, their honor to him. He could not could he disappoint them. He would not lose. He would climb. Such thoughts roared within Uchiha Zhao's mind. His muscles began to tremble. Even with natural chakra surging through his body, he was still human, subject to exhaustion, subject to limits. And what Uchiha Shao did now was break past those very limits, forcing his body to move despite the agonizing soreness in every muscle. One step, another step, yet another step upward. At last, after an eternity, his fingers brushed the cliff edge. He drove 2 kunai beneath his feet with his other hand, anchoring himself against the possibility of falling once his strength gave out. Then, gripping the cliff edge with both hands, his muscles already swollen and aching, he found he could barely muster strength. Despairing, Uchiha Shao let out a thunderous roar. 1 centimeter. 2 centimeters. Slowly his feet left the kunai. His arms hardened like bedrock, his entire head straining with effort. Veins bulged from his temples, the veins on his neck swelled terrifyingly. His face contorted in agony, every fiber of his body trembling under the strain. When his torso cleared more than half the cliff edge, he thrown his head forward with one final surge, and momentum carried his entire body onto the mountaintop. With his knees hanging over the abyss and his upper body sprawled upon the snow-dusted peak, he gasped for air. He was so weary. He so desperately wanted to sleep. Drowsiness washed over him like a tide. At that exact moment, the system's voice rang out. Host, you cannot sleep. If you do now, you may freeze to death. Uchiha Shao jolted awake. He activated his chakra to recover, crawled on all fours, and once his entire body was safe upon the mountain, he rose to his feet, drew 2 survival pills, and tossed them into his mouth. Though portable rations, these pills contained trace amounts of chakra that could aid recovery. He closed his eyes and entered meditation, circulating his chakra. Energy from the surroundings flowed into his body, nourishing his flesh and easing the deep ache in his muscles. After approximately an hour, Uchiha Shao opened his eyes. Enduring fatigue and pain, he retrieved ropes from a ceiling scroll, linked them together, and formed 20 ropes, each nearly a kilometer long. He secured them firmly to mountain trees and stone pillars, then attached small stones to each end to help the ropes descend to the foothills. Upon finishing, he exhaled and sat upon the ground, surveying the surrounding landscape. Mount Diyu, what a magnificent peak! Among the ninja world, few mountains could rival its height. Uchiha Shao chuckled and shook his head. Within barely 10 minutes, a ninja had already ascended to the summit. Hearing the sound, he looked up and discovered it was Uchiha Dan. Dan, come here. Watch your step. Uchiha Shao called. Uchiha Dan cast his gaze upon Uchiha Zhao's wretched state and felt his heart tighten. He hurried to his side. Elder Sixth View. Uchiha Dan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he beheld Uchiha Zhao's pale complexion and exhausted countenance. Those who had climbed with the ropes found the ascent relatively effortless. Chakra reinforced their legs, their hands gripped the ropes, and they could have even run upward without difficulty. Uchiha Shao waved his hand. It is nothing. Simply a bit tiring. Let me rest for a moment. Wake me when everyone has arrived. Uchiha Dan nodded, forcing back tears. Elder Sixth was merely 18 years old, yet he alone bore the burden of command and this grueling summit climb. Truly worthy of admiration and compassion. Uchiha Shao collapsed into Uchiha Dan's arms and fell into sleep. Were it not for the gentle rise and fall of his abdomen and the soft sound of his breathing, the others might have panicked. As the remaining ninja gradually reached the summit, some had intended to report, but seeing Uchiha Shao asleep, they fell silent and withdrew. Even the Jonin organized the ninja, quietly warning them to make no noise. The elder was resting. The ninja all nodded and moved with the utmost care. Who says the Uchiha clan is born evil? Look at them now. Is this evil? Shimura Danzo led the main forces to the border of Baimu, where he raised his hand and signaled a halt to the advance. Listen up, everyone. Deploy shadow clones now to scout ahead. Do not advance recklessly. Shimura Danzo's voice rang out, and the entire ninja army followed his orders, forming hand seals to activate the clone technique. A newly formed Konoha army crossed the border into Baimu, with members of the Hyuga clan dispatched to monitor the shadow clone army's movements. Their Byakugan could see for great distances, making them ideally suited for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. As the shadow clone army had advanced roughly 500 meters, explosions suddenly erupted. Boom. The first explosion triggered a chain reaction, setting off all the explosive tag traps. Screams echoed throughout the Konoha shadow clone army as the hidden devices detonated in rapid succession. This was the consciousness Shimura Danzo had implanted into the ninja clones, a directive to scream loudly upon encountering ambushes or attacks designed to draw out hidden enemies. Once the explosions subsided, 500 Tsunade ninjas emerged, instantly wielding puppet techniques and wind-release jutsu, in overwhelming numbers, storming into the shadow clone formations. Witnessing the chaos and panic within the Konoha shadow clone ranks, they grinned sadistically. The smoke from the explosive tags obscured their vision, and amplified by the clones' cries, they believed they had found the main force. They were a death squad. Having come prepared to die, they saw an opportunity to take many lives and prove their devotion to the hidden sand village. But as one wind-release ninja unleashed a wind-release vacuum bullet aimed at a rogue ninja, the target let out a sharp cry and dissolved into white smoke. The ninja's expression shifted just as he began to speak. At that moment, Shimura Danzo's shadow clone materialized behind him, clamping a hand over his mouth, while the other drew a kunai across his throat. Everyone else engaged the enemy immediately. As expected, Shimura Danzo's strength during his youth was formidable. His shadow clones were capable of eliminating living targets. Danzo himself was a master of assassination techniques. Though he couldn't kill Hiruzen Sarutobi in the original work, eliminating Tsunade ninjas was well within his capabilities. Under Shimura Danzo's shadow clones command, the remaining clones engaged in combat. The Tsunade ninjas sneered, "Can you really resist?" They fought desperately, but whenever a Tsunade ninja sensed something amiss, the shadow clone Danzo would deliver a precise stab from behind, silencing them before they could raise the alarm. Yet the shadow clones were ultimately just that, clones. Some dissipated as their chakra depleted mid-battle, while others turned to white smoke after being killed. The Tsunade ninja now realized they'd been outmaneuvered. Chiyo's plan had been completely exposed. At that moment, the Konoha army arrived. Gazing at the Tsunade ninja within the battlefield, their eyes gleamed with amusement. Looking towards Shimura Danzo, they couldn't help but admire their commander's brilliance. A ninja's strength lay in assassination, surprise attacks, and ambushes. Once revealed openly, their effectiveness would be halved, though certain exceptions applied. Shimura Danzo watched the remaining Tsunade ninja with cold detachment and swept his hand forward. Immediately, jutsu of various elements converged upon them. After a brief resistance, the Tsunade ninja were overwhelmed and killed by the relentless barrage of long-range techniques. Shimura Danzo had slain 500 Tsunade ninja without losing a single soldier of his own, an astonishing feat that drew everyone's attention. Lord Shimura Danzo is brilliant. This shadow clone army deception has never been seen from ancient times to the present. What's more, we destroyed an elite unit of the hidden sand village without any casualties. Lord Shimura Danzo is mighty. The ninja praised Shimura Danzo's brilliant strategy, and he chuckled, waving his hand modestly. It is thanks to your heroic efforts that we achieved such results. I should be thanking you all. As expected, politicians are skilled with words. With the success of this battle, Shimura Danzo's reputation grew significantly. Only Nara Shikamayu contemplated Shimura Danzo thoughtfully. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. A sly smile touched his lips. He guessed that such cunning tactics must be the work of that person, but he kept silent. Shimura Danzo then calmed the excited crowd and commanded, "We will now proceed to the nearest village to establish a military camp. Remember, no one is to leave the camp to engage the enemy without my order." "Yes." The ninja responded in unison, their complete trust in Shimura Danzo's leadership unwavering. Shimura Danzo nodded and summoned Orochimaru. Orochimaru lead 1,000 Senju clan members to Chang'e to fight against the hidden sand village and prevent them from launching a surprise attack on our rear. Orochimaru placed his fist against his palm and replied, "I shall obey," before departing for Chang'e alongside the Senju clansmen. On the battlefield at Chang'e, Orochimaru employed the same tactic Shimura Danzo had just used, successfully avoiding the explosive tag traps. However, unlike the previous encounter, this time the commanding forces were Granny Chiyo and Fu. Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine. According to village intelligence, Granny Chiyo was at the Kage level, and while Fu was only a jonin, her shorten was truly rare, with damage comparable to a Kage-level powerhouse. Direct confrontation was impossible. Therefore, Orochimaru deployed a barrage of shadow clones as a diversionary gift to the Suna forces, trading dozens of enemy heads before swiftly retreating to the nearest town. There he established a military camp focused solely on defense, refusing to press the attack. Within the Suna forces, Fu said with some frustration, "Granny, our previous arrangements have failed." She hadn't expected the enemy to employ such tactics. While man proposes, heaven disposes. It seems the other side, Konoha, has talent as well. A shadow clone army, quite interesting. Granny Chiyo shook her head. She understood that from this moment onward they had already lost. If they couldn't even pass the first trial, how could they hope to defeat Konoha? At that instant, a ninja suddenly appeared, kneeling on the ground with a terrified expression. "Chiyo, Lady Chiyo, last night assassins attacked and injured your son Lin," the Suna's secret agent reported. Chiyo's pupils contracted sharply. "What? Damn it. How is my son?" At this moment, Chiyo was no longer as composed as she had been upon the battle's failure. Lin was her only son, the apple of her eye. How could she remain calm hearing such news? She grabbed the scout by the collar, her face twisted with fury. The scout swallowed hard, fear coursing through him. "Lord Lin is unharmed. He simply asked me to give you this." After saying so, he produced a letter from his robes. Hearing this, Chiyo breathed a sigh of relief. She took the letter and opened it, reading aloud, "Dear mother, your son is safe. During the battle, I captured a map and some intelligence. This matter is of great importance, so I asked you to review it." After finishing, Chiyo unfolded the map, her face turning ashen. Examining the letter again, she noticed certain writing habits in the handwriting that were unmistakable. This was Yashimaru's style, with a characteristic upward hook on each stroke. Who was Yashimaru? He was Rasha's brother-in-law, and also served as Rasha's advisor. Granny Chiyo's expression darkened, and she dismissed the scout, giving him some silver notes, and warning him not to speak carelessly. The scout quickly nodded and departed. In the military camp, only Fu and Chiyo remained. Seeing Chiyo so furious, Fu hurriedly asked, "Granny, what's wrong?" Chiyo snorted coldly. "Of course it's your esteemed senior brother. He wants to use me as a blade to murder my son, leaving me without an heir, broken in spirit and removed from the struggle for power, all to pave the way for his own future. With the main enemy before us, he still betrays intelligence and colludes with hostile villages. What a splendid Rasha, what a proud disciple of the third Kazekage." Granny Chiyo sneered. She was no pushover, but this time she owed a debt to Konoha. Therefore she had no intention of attacking Orochimaru. As long as he didn't advance, she wouldn't either. After all, this was a significant favor. "What? You're talking about the village. The village itself is trying to kill my son, and you expect me to sacrifice myself for it? Bullshit." Granny Chiyo turned to Fu. "Fu, do not attack without my order. I'm going to confront the third Kazekage and ask him how he trains his disciples." Fu nodded. "Understood, Granny. Be safe on your journey." Granny Chiyo nodded, gathered the map and intelligence, and headed toward the central command tent. She intended to demand answers from the third Kazekage about how he planned to handle this matter. At the Suna headquarters camp, report. To the Kazekage, Elder Chiyo requests an audience, the guard at the entrance announced. The Kazekage, who was studying the current tactical situation on his sand table, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Wait, Elder Chiyo was supposed to be leading the ninja forces in battle at Choga, planning a surprise attack on Konoha's medical unit encampment. How could she have abandoned the battlefield and come directly to him? Could something have gone wrong at Choga? That seemed impossible. After all, Chiyo was one of Suna's elder stateswomen, a female commander who had led troops in battle. Even if she had suffered a defeat, it should not have happened now. He shook his head and let the matter go. For now the person had arrived and answers would come soon enough. A pleasant expression crossed the third Kazakage's face. Elder Chiyo, where are you currently? I shall go welcome her in person. The third Kazakage and the Council of Elders had worked together for many years now. Their relationship was as close as family, and everything they did was for the prosperity of the hidden sand village. Their rapport had always been harmonious. Elder Chiyo is still at the camp entrance, the guard hastily replied. The third Kazakage's brow furrowed again. Didn't you invite the elder inside? Is this how I taught you to behave? He was somewhat angry. How could his subordinates be so inept? We did invite her, my lord Kazakage, the guard reported. But Elder Chiyo said she is an aged woman of little importance and dares not overstep her bounds, so she waits at the camp entrance. The guard wore a deeply uncomfortable expression. Would he really be so rude? The real issue was that Elder Chiyo simply refused to enter. The third Kazakage drew in a sharp breath. This was clearly a serious matter. Elder Chiyo was genuinely offended, refusing even to cross the camp threshold. Show me the way. I will go welcome her myself. The third Kazakage did not hesitate. He suspected he had done something to upset Elder Chiyo, or she would not have reacted this way. He sighed inwardly. There was no avoiding this. For now he would have to endure whatever Elder Chiyo had to say. The sand village could not afford any more turmoil, so he would do his best to minimize the damage. The guard quickly pushed open the main tent and sprinted toward the camp entrance while the third Kazakage channeled chakra beneath his feet, creating a firm platform that carried him swiftly in pursuit behind the guard. As he approached the camp entrance, the third Kazakage stepped down and walked toward Elder Chiyo, extending his hands with a warm smile. Oh, Elder Chiyo, what a pleasant surprise. How are things holding up on the front lines? Elder Chiyo took a step back, then bowed deeply. Kazikage-sama, the front lines are secure. This time Chiyo has deserted her post for personal reasons, and I await your judgment. Her voice was ice-cold, her expression grim, her gaze fixed on the ground, as if she could barely look at him. The third Kazakage's heart sank. What was going on? What had happened to make Elder Chiyo treat him with such hostility? If this was not handled carefully, it could become a major crisis. Elder Chiyo, what are you saying? Your concerns are my concerns, and the village's concerns. There is no blame to be placed. The third Kazakage's expression suggested reproach, yet his words clearly sided with Chiyo. Hearing this, Elder Chiyo's expression softened slightly. Thank you for your understanding, Kazikage-sama, but I have come to the headquarters to file a formal complaint against your disciple Rasha for colluding with Konoha and harming fellow villagers. Especially those final 10 words, colluding with Konoha and betraying fellow villagers, rang out with such force that the third Kazakage's face drained of color. Even the guards at the camp entrance and those within the camp heard the accusation. Elder Chiyo, you cannot make such accusations without proof. The third Kazakage recovered himself and urged her to provide evidence. He still held his disciple in high regard. Rasha devoted himself entirely to the people, treated him with warmth and humility, and demonstrated excellent military strategy. Aside from his clashes with the elders, he was impeccable, in both the third Kazakage's and the former Chiyo's eyes at least. When Elder Chiyo produced the map and letters, the third Kazakage glanced at them and was stunned. The map only showed the address of the Chiyo residence. And that handwriting. Yashimaru. The third Kazakage felt utterly numb. He now understood this was undoubtedly connected to Rasha. Yashimaru was Rasha's wife's younger brother, always obedient to him, and this scheme was clearly orchestrated by Rasha. His face turned ashen, and taking a deep breath to steady himself, he said, Elder Chiyo, regarding this matter, I will surely give you an answer after the battle. Seeing the seriousness in the third Kazakage's expression, Elder Chiyo nodded. His word was trustworthy in her eyes. Then I leave this entirely in your hands, Kazikage-sama. I shall return to the battlefield now. With that, Elder Chiyo and her entourage departed, heading toward Choga. The third Kazakage watched Chiyo's retreating figure until she disappeared from view, then turned around. His face darkened, and he spoke in a low, dangerous tone. Send for Rasha. Bring him to me at once. Yes. The guard obeyed and ran toward the sand village. This time the third Kazakage had entrusted Rasha with guarding the village, so he had not accompanied the army, but remained behind. The third Kazakage muttered to himself, Rasha, you actually committed such acts, harming your own people, colluding with the enemy. How what a fine disciple I have. He had already removed Rasha from consideration as his successor. Though brilliant, Rasha had crossed an unforgivable line, one that could never be overlooked. In the sand village, Rasha received intelligence that the Konoha assassins had not killed Chiyo's son Rin, but had instead left the map and letters in his possession. Additionally, Chiyo had departed from the front lines for headquarters. His face darkened with a hint of brutality. The plan has failed. Konoha, how well done indeed. Striking the table coldly, he sent his servants shivering in fear. Outwardly, Rasha appeared gentle, but only those in his household truly knew his nature. You, fetch Yashimaru for me. Rasha pointed to one of his servants. The servant nodded and immediately ran out while Rasha's eyes grew dark and unreadable. Finally, he sighed and murmured to the empty air, sigh. I never wanted it to come to this. Someone has to bear the consequences, and that someone cannot be me. Don't you agree, Yashimaru? Soon after, Inside the third Kazakage's tent report. To the Kazakage, Lord Rasha approaches in mourning attire. The guard was exasperated. Why did he always get assigned to everything? Mourning attire. Who has died? The third Kazakage raised an eyebrow, already suspecting the answer. Yashimaru Rasha-sama's younger brother-in-law. He has poisoned himself, and a letter was found beside the vial. The guard produced a letter and handed it to the third Kazakage. I am sorry, Lord Rasha. I harbored wicked intentions and attempted to manipulate Konoha into eliminating our own people. Day and night I have pondered this, believing only death can atone for my crimes. I beg you, for the sake of your sister who serves you faithfully, do not implicate her. Such was the letter's content. Lord Rasha also stated that his lax discipline nearly caused grave disaster. The criminal's sister, his own wife, has been imprisoned, and he has come personally to apologize to Lord Kazakage and Elder Chiyo, the guard added. The third Kazakage fell silent. Who among them was not perceptive enough to see the truth? Everyone knew precisely who had orchestrated this scheme. What silenced him was Rasha's ruthlessness. He was willing to sacrifice even his own wife and brother-in-law. In that moment he recognized Rasha as someone capable of achieving greatness. The third Kazakage revealed the letter and the entire scheme to Chiyo. She fell silent, a tremor stirring in her heart. Someone like Rasha, who could betray his own wife and brother-in-law, proved to be utterly cold-blooded. All she could do was find a way to sway the election toward Yura rather than Rasha during the fourth Kazakage succession. Otherwise her entire family would. Thinking this, Chiyo glanced at Yura, who noticed the gaze, and with her naturally airhead disposition, simply responded with a puzzled Chiyo sighed. The road ahead was long and burdensome. That night atop Mount Dayu, beneath a canopy of sparse stars and biting wind, Uchiha Zhao's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. He's awake. The sixth elder is awake. Uchiha Dan exclaimed hastily. The 1,000 Uchiha ninja who had been resting nearby sprang to their feet and immediately began asking after Zhao's condition. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. I am unharmed. What time is it now? How long have I been asleep? He addressed Uchiha Dan, who replied, the sun set 2 hours ago. My lord has likely slept for approximately 4 hours. As Uchiha Xiao rose to his feet, 1,000 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. An oppressive silence fell over the assembly. Uchiha Xiao nodded with a faint smile. Thank you all for keeping watch and allowing me to rest. Now it is your turn. Sleep for 6 hours, and upon waking we will deploy as a unit. When is one most vulnerable? Between 2 and 3 in the morning, when most are dead to the world, and even night patrol guards begin dozing off. This was the optimal moment to strike. The Uchiha clan members did not question the rationale. Instead, they sought out open ground leaning against trees or lying flat on the earth. Uchiha Xiao activated magnetic release True Sight Eye to survey the terrain. Military camps dotted Kikyu Mountain and Mount Taya, presumably the main ambush force. Between the two peaks a path led into Wind Country's territory, no doubt their supply route. Below the route, numerous granaries were guarded by approximately 100 ninja. With this intelligence secured, a subtle smile curved Uchiha Zhao's lips. He had his plan. Dispelling the jutsu, he glanced skyward and smiled. After estimating the timing was right, Uchiha Xiao barked, everyone rise. In an instant the Uchiha ninja opened their eyes. Their Sharingan activated, automatically glowing like rubies in the dark night and radiating an aura of danger. You've rested sufficiently. Steady yourselves and follow me. Move quietly. Uchiha Xiao commanded coldly. The ninja nodded in response. Their Sharingan allowed them to navigate and identify enemies even in darkness, eliminating any risk of fighting blind. Uchiha Xiao leaped across the rugged mountain terrain with fluid grace, and the Uchiha behind him followed in disciplined formation. They soon reached the supply route. Uchiha Xiao signaled his team to infiltrate the granaries covertly, using ninja blades and kunai to deliver single fatal strikes. The ninja moved without hesitation. With 200 jonin among their ranks of 1,000, this was child's play. Within 10 minutes, every guard had been eliminated. Uchiha Xiao nodded. Burn them. The Uchiha ninja formed hand seals in unison. Fireball, Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique, Phoenix Flower Fire, and the granaries erupted into roaring flames. Uchiha Xiao raised both hands, activating magnetic release, Grand Wind Barrier. A wall of iron sand slammed down, blocking the supply routes between Wind Country and the granaries on Kikyu and Taya Mountains. Then he drew a signal flare and launched it skyward with a sharp whistle. He turned to the Uchiha clan. Next comes close combat. Follow me. Drawing the blazing flame fan, he sprinted toward Kikyu Mountain, and the others followed closely behind. The signal flare flashed and faded across the sky. Though quiet, it roused some ninja from Kikyu and Taya Mountains. They scrambled to their feet. Wake up. Everyone wake up. Stop sleeping. Enemy attack. But the Sand Village ninja were deep in slumber. Jolted awake, they were groggy and weary. What are you yelling about? We're on a mountain. Even if Konoha attacks, they'd have to breach Chang'e and Baomu first. Exactly, you're overreacting. Another sand ninja rolled over and went back to sleep. The ninja cursed inwardly. They've already fired signal flares. But before he could say another word, Uchiha Xiao appeared above the Kikyu Mountain camp, using body flicker technique, clapping his hands. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal pillar of flame surged toward the sand ninja. The searing heat jolted them fully awake, but the inferno was already upon them. There was no time to react. Uchiha Shao deemed the initial assault insufficient. He unfolded the blazing flame fan and swept it, once doubling the fire pillar's size until it engulfed the entire Kikyu mountain camp. Screams erupted instantly. Oh, enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Have mercy. The cacophony was deafening, but within moments it fell silent. Ninja were reduced to ash, their remains merging with the mountainside. The arriving Uchiha clan members froze in astonishment. Is that really great fire annihilation? Are we using the same jutsu? Damn it. One great fire annihilation destroyed an entire mountain camp. All 1,000 Uchiha ninja felt a shiver run through them. Uchiha Shao himself felt unwell. Damn it, I pushed too far. He had expended 4/5 of his chakra. Great fire annihilation consumed 1/5, and the blazing flame fan alone devoured 3/5. His body grew weak and he nearly stumbled upon landing. Uchiha Dan rushed forward to steady him. Sixth Elder you. Before Dan could finish, Uchiha Shao waved his hand. I'm fine. However, I likely won't be able to use such jutsu in the battles ahead. The rest is up to all of you. The Uchiha clan rallied with renewed vigor. Yes. They charged toward Mount Taya, emboldened by Uchiha Zhao's earlier strike. The Sand Village forces on Mount Taya were fully awakened. They understood that the ninja on Kikyu Mountain were likely already overwhelmed. One by one they summoned puppets and drew kunai, preparing for battle. Mount Taya hosted approximately 800 ninja, double the force on Kikyu Mountain. With all of them now awake, this engagement promised to be grueling. Uchiha Shao drew his long sword and led the vanguard, leaping into the fray. With both hands gripping the blade, he cleaved a Sand Village jonin in two. Inspired by Zhao's ferocity, the other Uchiha ninja drew their weapons. Illusions, fire release, wind release, puppets, Uchiha style, sword techniques, Senbon, and Shuriken clashed in a dazzling chaotic maelstrom. Explosions, screams, and the ringing of steel echoed relentlessly. The battle raged for 3 hours, finally concluding when Uchiha Shao slain the last remaining Sand Village jonin. Assess the wounded. Uchiha Shao bellowed. Moments later, Uchiha Dan approached. Sixth Elder, the Uchiha clan has lost 10 jonin, 20 chunin, and 30 jinin. 60 fallen in total. We have slain nearly 1,500 enemy combatants. Of those casualties, 500 fell to Uchiha Zhao's hand, 400 were consumed by the Great Fire Annihilation, and the remainder perished in close combat. Uchiha Dan's voice trembled. In his eyes this was a resounding victory. Yet Uchiha Shao wore a heavy expression. Exhaling slowly, he ordered, collect the bodies of our fallen clan members into scrolls. Upon returning to the village, return them to their families for burial. Record each name and distribute compensation to their households. Though Uchiha Shao had known from the start that war demands lives, and though only 60 of their 1,000 had fallen, his heart still ached profoundly. Ebizo Shimura had not closed his eyes for 2 days. Though he had assigned his trusted subordinate Shikuro Aburame to keep watch over the signal flares on the distant mountain peaks, he still could not rest easy. Ever since dusk, he had been pacing back and forth, his gaze fixed upon Kikyo Mountain directly ahead. Suddenly, a signal flare streaked across the sky. Ebizo Shimura's spirit surged immediately. It had worked. Regardless of whether Uchiha Shao and his forces could seize Kikyo Mountain and Taima Mountain at this moment, the ambush troops on the mountains would certainly be unable to continue triggering traps from above. Open plain combat was a contest of pure combat effectiveness. Their army was intact and fighting with fresh energies against a fatigued enemy. Besides, when it came to combat prowess, who did not know the profound strength concealed within Konoha? Ebizo Shimura hastily convened his troops, and they assembled in under 3 minutes. They looked at him, eagerly, confusion in their eyes. What was he waking them for at this hour? Ebizo Shimura's face flushed with excitement as he loudly proclaimed, "Ninjas, the time to forge our legacy has arrived. Vice Commander Uchiha Shao has already led the Uchiha clan to assault both Kikyo and Taima Mountains, severing the Sand Village's retreat and burning their provisions. Now is the moment to advance. The very traps the Sand Village used to contain us will become the instruments of their slaughter." Upon hearing this news, the ninjas' adrenaline surged instantly. What? The Vice Commander had secretly achieved a decisive victory. Shikamaru Nara immediately spoke up. "I respectfully request your orders, Commander-in-Chief. Launch the attack at once, annihilate the Sand Dogs, and join forces with the Vice Commander." He understood that delay was untenable. The longer they waited, the greater the danger facing the Uchiha ninja on the mountains. He cared little for others, but Uchiha Shao must not die. The Uchiha clan was the greatest clan in the ninja world. If they could be fully integrated into Konoha, it would be Konoha's fortune. And the thread binding all of this together was Uchiha Shao. Annihilate the Sand Dogs. Join forces with the Vice Commander. Annihilate the Sand Dogs. Join forces with the Vice Commander. Annihilate the Sand Dogs. Join forces with the Vice Commander. The ninja in the Konoha camp were consumed by fervor. This was the moment that would decide victory or defeat. How could they not be stirred? Witnessing this scene, a smile curled Ebizo Shimura's lips. He raised his right hand, and all fell silent awaiting his words. I declare, full-scale assault. Breach Byakugi and tear through their lines. Additionally, Shikuro informed Orochimaru. Nagase does not request him to attack. He only asks that he hold the Chiyo unit in check and prevent them from launching a surprise strike upon our rear. Ebizo Shimura swept his arm forward and clenched his fist, exuding an air of absolute control. Yes. Shikuro Aburame received the order and immediately set out for Nagasa's camp. Meanwhile, the gates of Byakugi swung wide open and the entire army charged forth. The Butterfly Clan, along with the Ino-Shikacho Formation's Abudori family, Takefu, and Choza, activated their expansion jutsu, marching at the forefront as living shields, while the remaining Aburame ninja followed closely behind. The Yamanaka clan deployed telepathic links to the front line, coordinated with the Nara clan, who lurked behind them, and released their shadow possession jutsu at the opportune moment. The Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan, serving as scouts. In their perception, the darkness of night posed no obstacle. Indeed, it granted them even clearer vision than daylight. The Aburame clan released their insect swarms, forming living insect shields before the Aburame frontline. Every Konoha ninja deployed their unique abilities, whether for reconnaissance, defense, or offense. One thought filled every mind: breach Byakugi and repel the Sand Village. Within the Sand Village camp at Byakugi, the commander was a middle-aged man with his head wrapped in bandages, an aged countenance, and long eyebrows slanting outward to each side. This man was Ebizo. Ebizo was Chiyo's younger brother, currently in the prime of his life. His deep pupils exuded the aura of a strategist. Having not yet retired to a ceremonial role, he remained the commanding officer at Byakugi. Report. Commander Ebizo, terrible news. A sand ninja guard scrambled and tumbled into the main tent. Konoha has launched a full-scale assault. The Sand Village had never witnessed such a massive force. Konoha was deploying its entire army, no fewer than 3,000 troops, while their camp held only 1,500. A 2-to-1 disadvantage compounded by Konoha's reputation as the strongest military power in the ninja world. How could he not panic? Ebizo paused, then cast a piercing glare at the guard, his eyes flashing with anger. Panic? What is there to panic about? Konoha attacking is entirely expected. Besides, what of 3,000 troops? Our advantage does not lie in numbers alone. With that, Ebizo stepped out of the main tent and launched a Sand Village signal flare into the sky, signaling the ambushed troops on the mountains to prepare. Uchiha Shao observed this maneuver, his brows furrowing. He ordered the bodies of the fallen sand ninja to be searched for their signal flares. After locating one, Uchiha Shao fired it into the sky. Seeing the responding flare, a smile crept across Ebizo's face. He ascended the camp's observation platform and raised his telescope toward the distant Konoha army, murmuring, "Since you have come, then stay and perish." He then ordered the rear gate opened and soldiers, discarding their helmets and armor, feigned retreat, guiding the Konoha ninja toward Kikyo Mountain. Below, the army sprang into motion. Watching this unfold, Ebizo shook his head sadly. Even if Konoha's forces did not perish entirely this time, they would be grievously weakened. On the mountain, Sixth Elder, why did you fire a Sand Village signal flare? Uchiha Dan questioned, perplexed. Others shared his confusion. A gleam flashed in Uchiha Zhao's eyes. According to our intelligence, the commander at Byakugi is Ebizo. Respectfully speaking, he is a wise strategist. In blunt terms, he is a cunning old fox. Consider this: why would they fire a signal flare? Do you believe it was merely to notify the mountain troops of Konoha's approach? Impossible. I believe it is a secret code. If there is no response from the mountain, it means the ambush has been compromised. At that point, they would either forge a bloody path to escape or attempt to regroup with Chiyo's forces. Either scenario would inflict heavy losses upon us. Therefore, by responding to their signal, we confirm their secret code, and they will believe the mountain remains under their control. Uchiha Shao spoke coldly. And then, humph, what a clever Ebizo. Uchiha Shao smiled. As an adversary, he could not help but admire Ebizo's stratagem. Had he reacted even slightly slower, Ebizo would have detected the deception. His subordinates Uchiha Dan and the other Uchiha ninja stood completely dumbfounded. Is this how clever people operate? Their minds are utterly corrupt. They silently vowed never to make an enemy of Uchiha Shao. Should they fall into his schemes, they would not even know how they perished. Uchiha Shao cast a glance at the Uchiha ninja, who suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Rolling his eyes, he commanded, "Everyone prepare. Take positions along the cliff edges. The moment the enemy reaches the summit, hurl the falling rocks upon them." Yes. The Uchiha ninja immediately moved into position, staring at the ambush preparations, falling boulders, poison shuriken, and explosive tags. Uchiha Zhao's eyes lit up, and he murmured, "When resources are scarce, strike with precision. When resources abound, saturate the battlefield with overwhelming firepower." He had never fought such a wealthy battle in his life. The weapons and ammunition would be provided by the enemy themselves. Chaga Battlefield, Sand Hidden Camp. Chiyo watched the signal flare launched toward Kashawood, an inexplicable unease stirring within her. She quickly said, "Yahara, something feels terribly wrong." Yara paused at these words. She had also seen the distant signal flare, which meant Elder Jiroku had already initiated his plan. Shouldn't this be a good thing? The mountain had sent back the correct response. There was nothing to worry about. Perhaps Grandmother Chiyo is overthinking, Yera comforted her. With Lord Jiroku's wisdom and strategic brilliance, we shall surely achieve a decisive victory at the Kashiwood battlefield. Just then a scout burst into camp. Report. Orochimaru has led the Konoha ninja to surround both gates of our camp station nearly 300 paces outside. Chiyo frowned. A siege without attack. This tactic bore an uncanny resemblance to the Rain Country's encirclement of Amigakure. What was Orochimaru's true intention? Suddenly she shuddered with dread and exclaimed, "No, Jiroku is in danger. Orochimaru is trying to prevent us from linking up with the Kashiwood forces." Yera looked puzzled. Grandmother Chiyo, Lord Jiroku's plan has proceeded smoothly thus far. How could he be in danger? Even without us, he could annihilate the Konoha army. Chiyo gritted her teeth. No. You did not fight in the Rain Country War. You have no idea how terrifying Konoha's strategies can be. If my guess is correct, Kikyu Mountain has already fallen to Konoha. Yahara's face turned pale. That can't be right. Didn't the mountain send back a response? Wait, it's the response timing. Overlooked by careless thought, this detail was easily missed. Sand-hidden village signal flares required a second burst immediately following the first. Though the second flare had been launched, the speed was completely wrong. It was approximately 20 seconds too slow. Given Jiroku's rigorous training of his ninja, such an error was impossible. Therefore, Kikyu Mountain had most likely already been captured by Konoha. This meant the traps and weapons originally intended for Konoha would now be turned against their own sand-hidden forces. At this moment, those directly involved were confused while observers saw things clearly. Chiyo and Yera were not on the Kashiwood battlefield and could calm their minds to think. However, with Jiroku facing pursuing enemies ahead, it was entirely possible he had overlooked certain details under such dire circumstances. Alas, one must never look down upon people of this world. Should one grow arrogant simply from transmigrating, dismissing fictional characters as mere paper figures whose thoughts one believes oneself to fully understand, then death draws near. Quickly, deploy all forces at once. We must abandon this position and regroup with Jiroku, or it will be too late, and everything will be lost. Chiyo urgently commanded. Yes. Yahara, the fire release user, activated her chakra at that moment. An orange-red outer garment, forged from the fusion of wind and fire chakra, appeared around her body. She announced loudly, "Everyone charge through the back gate. We must break through and link up with Lord Jiroku's army." Chiyo gritted her teeth, seething inwardly. Damned Konoha. Could Danzo, their commanding officer, truly be that formidable? She slapped the table, then produced a scroll. All 10 Shojuro defenders deploy for battle. Far away, Orochimaru watched this scene and sneered coldly. Though he could not defeat them in direct combat, stalling them was absolutely within his capabilities. Summoning Jutsu. Orochimaru slapped his right hand against the ground and dense black summoning runes spread outward from his palm like a web. Then a colossal creature emerged from within with Orochimaru standing upon its head. Hehehe, Orochimaru. Summoning the great Lord Manda comes at a price. Have the blood sacrifices been prepared? Manda roared with laughter. Orochimaru chuckled. Devour the sand-hidden scum as you please. Manda smiled. Excellent. I intend to eat 100 of them. Eat your fill. Orochimaru's smile turned sinister as he gazed toward the sand-hidden camp. Master, may I fight alongside you? Konoha no Tsubaki grinned broadly, hopping excitedly on the ground. Orochimaru found himself unable to suppress a laugh at this sight. Tsubaki, you are still young. You must protect your own safety above all else. When you grow older, the two of us shall fight side by side. At this moment, Orochimaru remained calculating and ruthless toward his enemies, but toward his own people, especially Tsubaki, he retained his characteristic confidence, warmth, and gentleness. Konoha no Tsubaki sighed. He also understood Orochimaru's critical importance at this moment. Yet he wanted to try. What if his master brought him into battle alongside him? Tsunade's medical unit followed behind Orochimaru's forces. At this moment, a growing sense of foreboding gripped her heart. She glanced toward Orochimaru's army, her gaze restless and uncertain until she finally made up her mind. She channeled her chakra, preparing to head to the front line. Just then a voice rang out. Yo, Tsunade. So you're here. I've been searching everywhere for you. The newcomer was Jiraiya. He scratched his head and looked at Tsunade. Her eyes lit up and she quickly said, Jiraiya, keep an eye on the medical unit for me. I have something to attend to and must leave ahead of you. Before Jiraiya could respond, Tsunade dashed toward the front line. Jiraiya stood somewhat bewildered, but ultimately sighed and took charge of the medical unit. While all attention was focused on the front line, a black-capped figure secretly emerged from the ground, observing the situation. He covertly watched Konoha no Tsubaki, a flash of greed, crossing his eyes, a crooked grin forming on his lips before he slipped back underground. Tsunade's unease intensified. She soon arrived at the front line. At that moment, the camp gates opened and the Sand Ninja charged out of the camp. Orochimaru, Manda, and the ninja forces were all engaged in fierce resistance. Tsubaki. Tsunade spotted her younger brother in combat. After Tsubaki dispatched the Chunin in front of him, he heard his elder sister's voice instinctively, turned his head, and flashed a grin. Then 5 explosive tags flew straight toward Tsubaki. Tsunade's face turned deathly pale. Those 5 explosive tags seemed to materialize out of thin air, and their target was unmistakably Konoha no Tsubaki. Tsubaki. Tsunade's eyes welled with tears. Then a massive explosion erupted, radiating outward from Tsubaki's position. Even Orochimaru, who was exchanging blows with Chiyo, felt his pupils contract. Tsubaki. He immediately activated the Thousand Snake Formation, departed from Manda, and rushed toward his disciple. Seeing a perfect opportunity, Chiyo exchanged a glance with Yera. Yera nodded and unleashed a massive fire-release jutsu. The Thousand Snake Formation shattered with a thunderous boom. With the Thousand Snake Formation broken, Chiyo led her 1,000 soldiers in an immediate retreat toward the foothills of Kikyu Mountain and Kashawood. A massive cloud of dust and debris blinded everyone's vision, obscuring Tsubaki at the center of the smoke. However, this did not hinder the shadowy figure's sight. A sinister smile curled his lips as he emerged from the dust cloud. He unleashed his signature technique, heart extraction. To his astonishment, a sound like shattering glass rang out. His pupils contracted sharply. What? He immediately used heart extraction again, and once more came the sound of breaking glass. He was completely stunned. What was happening? Then Tsunade burst in. Though she couldn't clearly see the shadowy figure's appearance, she assumed it was an enemy. With a devastating pain sky kick, she sent the figure flying. The shadowy figure hastily retreated underground. He was still in shock, wondering why his heart extraction technique had failed. Wind-style gentle breeze. Orochimaru formed hand seals. A cool breeze swept through, clearing the dust around Tsubaki. When the haze dissipated, they discovered Tsubaki and Tsunade stood completely unharmed. Orochimaru felt immense relief in his heart, but his expression darkened as he looked at Tsubaki. This kid never ceased to cause worry. Tsunade's inner turmoil vanished. Seeing her brother safe before her, tears streamed down her face. She had heard it, the sound of the protective barrier shattering, and that was twice. This meant Tsubaki had been subjected to 2 shadow-level attacks in that single instant. Thanks to the explosion-proof suit. Orochimaru-kun, you saved my brother. How should I thank you? Tsunade thought sorrowfully as she embraced Konoha no Tsubaki and wept. The dark figure employed its unique earth retreat technique, vanishing instantly across 1,000 li. As it fled, confusion gnawed at it. What on earth was happening? Even against the third Raikage, he was confident of delivering a fatal blow in one strike. How could a mere genin like Senju Naberi resist 2 of his attacks? Damn it. Before long, it arrived at a secluded treehouse in the land of water. After a long silence, it finally knocked on the door. Has it succeeded? My will's incarnation. A solemn, icy voice echoed out. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, composed himself, and said with a guilty expression, I apologize, Lord Madara. The mission has failed. Hashirama's grandson Senju Naberi seems to possess some protective measures that prevented me from hollowing out his body. The atmosphere fell silent for what felt like an eternity. Finally, a surge of violent chakra erupted, completely destroying the wooden hut as a figure slowly emerged. He wore red Saigonera armor, carried a large fan on his back, and his eyes bore the 3-tomoe Sharingan. An overwhelming pressure pressed down upon Black Zetsu. Useless. You can't even accomplish this trivial task. Sometimes I truly wonder if you're my incarnation. Uchiha Madara looked coldly at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu cursed inwardly, damn it. Your eyes are only useful for your Rinnegan and collecting the tailed beasts. I really want to pour my heart out to you. But on his face a hint of awkwardness appeared. Lord Madara, please calm yourself. Although we cannot obtain that use body cells, we might still be able to. Before Black Zetsu could finish, Uchiha Madara threw his scythe at him, with killing intent in his eyes. I refuse to let Hashirama rest in peace after death. His expression twisted into something grotesque, like a demon crawling from hell. Black Zetsu froze, then quickly retreated underground. Madara's strike missed, embedding deeply into the ground. Black Zetsu muttered a quiet curse before reappearing in human form. But without the Hashirama bloodline, we cannot create a large army to assist you with your plans. Black Zetsu's words left Uchiha Madara momentarily silent. Regardless, there was no way he would dig up Hashirama's grave. Then we won't need that army. I alone am sufficient. Listening to Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel speechless. Do you have that kind of time? Your strength has already declined considerably. By the time you die, who will work for me? Black Zetsu glanced at Uchiha Madara. Actually, there is another way. We can create a white Zetsu army without digging up the grave. He sighed. If he secretly dug up Senju Hashirama's grave on his own, Uchiha Madara might sever ties with him. That would be disastrous. He needed to save his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. Oh, explain. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't have to dig up his dear friend's grave, everything was negotiable. Lord Madara, if you cut a piece of flesh from the human face on your chest and hand it to me for cultivation, I can produce a white Zetsu army. Black Zetsu had no other choice. The white Zetsu army required cells from Hashirama for replication. Since Uchiha Madara refused to desecrate the grave, they would have to take it from the Hashirama face on Madara himself. This would cause Madara severe injury and further degrade his physical condition. If Lord Madara sacrifices a piece of flesh from the face, the Hashirama cells can be replicated. However, this will cause you severe harm. For at least 2 years you won't be able to fight. Black Zetsu was exasperated. Only when absolutely necessary would he resort to this method. There were so many things they could accomplish in those 2 years. He had no desire to delay. Uchiha Madara smiled. How difficult is that? He retrieved his gaff, wrapped it in chakra, sliced a piece of flesh from the face, and tossed it to Black Zetsu. Blood flowed from Madara's wound before gradually sealing shut. His face grew pale, but he endured the discomfort and remained standing. Black Zetsu sighed. I understand, Lord Madara. As your will incarnate, I shall produce a vast white Zetsu army as swiftly as possible. He then retreated into the earth and departed. Only then did Uchiha Madara, leaning heavily on his gaff, stagger toward his cottage. The previous action had aggravated his injuries, disrupting the balance of his chakra temporarily. Only after entering the house and closing the door did he collapse onto the ground, a smile forming on his lips. Hashirama, I shall prove to you that as long as shinobi exist there will be war. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can bring true peace to the ninja world. He then fainted. Baishan jigging mountain foothills. The sand ninja grabbed the prepositioned rope and began climbing upward. Uchiha Cho immediately received reports from his scouts, and a smile curved his lips. When their ninja are almost at the top, sever the rope and drop the rocks. Uchiha Cho's gaze turned cold as he observed the rope stretched taut from the sand ninja's grip. Yes. The surrounding Uchiha ninja drew their kunai, activated their Sharingan, and closely watched the area below, calculating the distance. Soon a ninja entered Uchiha Cho's line of sight. He gestured toward the sand ninja and said sayonara. He severed the rope. The sand ninja's face paled, and he frantically scrambled upward with both hands and feet. Going down meant certain death, so he chose to risk everything. Unfortunately, ideals were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Uchiha Cho threw a shuriken, striking the sand ninja squarely between the legs. The sand ninja's eyes bulged with fury, wanting to curse Uchiha Cho one last time. But Uchiha Cho casually kicked a massive boulder nearby, sending it rolling downward. The sand ninja was engulfed by the boulder as they plummeted together. Below, the remaining sand ninja felt uneasy, sensing danger. Within 3 or 4 seconds, a landslide rained down upon the group. About 20 ninja were caught in the rocks and crushed into paste, while 50 more were severely injured by the massive stones. What's happening? Ebisaru's face went pale, and he stood stunned for a moment. Look out! A sand ninja shoved Ebisaru out of the way. Ebisaru was sent flying and turned to look at the ninja who had saved him, his eyes wide with shock. Takatori, Ebisaru called out. Takatori smiled. I must survive, Lord Ebisaru. Boom. A massive round boulder crushed down onto Takatori's head. Red liquid seeped from beneath the stone, spreading outward. No. Takatori. Damn you Konoha brats. You despicable cowards. You dared to ambush us. I'll reduce your bones to dust. Saying this, he prepared to charge up the mountain. But the sand ninja beside him urgently grabbed Ebisaru. Lord, please calm yourself. The rocks on the mountain are still falling, accompanied by kunai, senbon, and shuriken. We cannot ascend. Ebisaru clenched his teeth. He should have anticipated this. The slow response from the mountaintop meant something had gone wrong. He had been overconfident, deceiving himself into believing Konoha wouldn't attack from the rear, or that they couldn't possibly capture it so quickly. If the rear had been compromised, his forces could have climbed up and formed a pincer movement with the defenders. But he hadn't expected that the ninja on the mountain were killed before they could even send word. This meant Konoha had dispatched overwhelmingly powerful enemies to attack their rear. Ebisaru understood everything. Konoha's strategy was clear, but hindsight, as they say, is always useless. Elder Cairo understood at this moment that his chances of survival were slim. Before them stood Danzo and the ninja from various prominent clans of Konoha, each vigorous and formidable in strength. And himself. His troops had been roused before dawn, sluggish and depleted, while their supply routes and ambush traps had already been seized by Konoha, utterly abandoned by heaven and earth. The rockfalls continued relentlessly. Though Elder Cairo directed his forces away from the mountain base, it was far too slow. The landslide trap alone had already decimated roughly 300 soldiers. Uchiha Shao gestured toward Uchiha Dan, who immediately grasped the signal and rushed to fetch a pair of binoculars. Uchiha Shao took them and scanned the battlefield below, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Relishing the taste of your own trap, aren't you? Uchiha Shao said coldly. He then issued orders for everyone on the mountain to arm themselves with shuriken, kunai bound with explosive tags, and senbon, raining them down upon the enemy below. The Uchiha clan's ninja wore smug expressions. The sensation was quite satisfying. With such overwhelming firepower that threatened no casualties of their own, how often would such an opportunity arise? Missing it now would be unforgivable. From their elevated position on the mountain, the Uchiha ninja could hurl these weapons far enough to strike Elder Cairo's formation. Whizzing sounds filled the air as projectiles rained down relentlessly. Below, the sand ninja began screaming in agony. Some were impaled through the brow or eyes by shuriken, others were maimed by detonating tags upon impact, and and still others succumbed to the excruciating effects of Senju's poison-laced sunban after being pierced. Elder Cairo clenched his teeth and glared toward Kikyu Mountain, cursing, "You curs. I don't care who you are, but if I find out, I'll spare no expense to have a black market ninja assassinate you." The Sand Ninja lost another 400, leaving Elder Cairo with only 700 remaining, and most were in dire condition, either gravely wounded or completely drained of chakra. He then led his battered remnants forward, having no choice. With enemy forces pinned on the mountain behind them, they could not break through. Though Konoha's main force lay ahead, they would die rather than perish without purpose. At least on the road to the underworld, he could take a few ninja along with him. The thought struck Elder Cairo, a man who normally remained in the rear commanding camp, who suddenly yearned to grab his weapon and fight Danzo's forces to the death. "The ninja of Tsunade, we face our hour of survival. I ask you all to calm yourselves and listen to me." As these words left Elder Cairo's lips, the Sand Ninja instantly rallied. The Sand Ninja, though initially demoralized, had come to realize from the dire circumstances that their village was already defeated, and that this mission might very well cost them their lives. Yet as the commander-in-chief of the Uchiha forces, the Elder of Suna, and a man of many titles, Elder Cairo's words carried weight. They turned their gaze toward him and listened intently to his plans. "Now whether we stand or hide, we face the same blade. If we cower, we will be ruthlessly slaughtered by the missiles raining down from above, dying with nothing to our name. If we stand, however, we may yet carve a path through their ranks and take several Konoha thugs with us into the afterlife, making this journey less lonely. Therefore, warriors of Suna, prepare yourselves and charge forward with everything we have. 1 kill breaks even, 2 kills are pure profit. Charge." With that, Elder Cairo charged ahead, sword drawn and leading the vanguard. The remaining 700 Sand Ninja, inspired by his example, summoned their puppets and began forming hand seals, launching their assault against Konoha's forces. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo sneered inwardly, knowing that Lord Zhao's plan had succeeded. The Sand Ninja were now cornered. "But just because you want to fight to the death, must I do the same?" Danzo commanded. "Fuchosa and the Nara, I need you to hold the line. All other ninja remain at range. Use long-distance jutsu to wear them down while keeping a safe distance." After giving these orders, Danzo quickly formed hand seals. His body shot upward with tremendous force, his right hand forming a sword seal held across his chest. Wind release vacuum bullet barraged. Then from Danzo's youthful and handsome face a cold expression emerged as 5 vacuum bullets erupted from his mouth, smashing into Elder Cairo's forces and instantly killing 10 ninja. Witnessing this display of power, all the Konoha ninja surged forward. If the commander himself was leading from the front, they certainly would not lag behind. Fire release dragon fire technique. Water release water wall formation. Wind release wind blade. With a barrage of jutsu unleashed by the Konoha ninja, the battlefield erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors so dazzling that it seemed beautiful. Yet the beauty was purchased with the lives of the Sand Ninja. The Sand Ninja gritted their teeth and continued to struggle valiantly, though the puppeteer's creations were being torn apart limb from limb, and ordinary ninja were running dangerously low on chakra. Even Elder Cairo, who had charged most fiercely at the outset, found his movements growing sluggish after prolonged combat. Without realizing it, his back had become drenched in sweat. Suddenly he shook his head, dropped his weapon, and gazed upward, murmuring, "Sis, it looks like I'm going ahead of you first." As several jonin surrounded him, he only wished to die with some dignity. He then drew a dagger, preparing to drive it into his own heart. At that moment a kunai flew toward him, and a familiar voice rang out, "Elder Cairo, you coward. Could one defeat really break you? Make you resort to suicide?" It was Granny Chi. She had finally caught up. If she hadn't, she might have lost her younger brother forever. Granny Chi rushed to Elder Cairo's side, and the Chikamatsu 10 humans effortlessly dispatched the jonin surrounding him. Sheesh, someone at the Kage level truly was extraordinary. "See, sis." Elder Cairo paused, his eyes reddening as he embraced Granny Chi. Granny Chi was initially startled, tenderness flashing across her face, then anger flashed through. A real man shouldn't weep like a child. "Let go." She pushed him away forcefully. Elder Cairo knew Granny Chi well. Harsh in speech, but soft in heart. Though she appeared stern on the outside, she was actually the most devoted to her family. Seeing Granny Chi had arrived, Elder Cairo's confidence returned. He picked up his ninja blade and resumed fighting. Shimura Danzo frowned. Hadn't they stopped Orochimaru? Then he glanced at Granny Chi with a scornful humph. She was merely Kage level. Danzo's own power was now approaching Kage rank. There was no doubt he could stop her if he acted. At that instant, a massive orange-yellow fireball hurtled toward Danzo. His pupils contracted. When had she, so fast? There wasn't enough time to defend. Before it could strike, a figure leaped in front of Danzo. Magnet released magnetic sand rain. Iron sand swirled together into fine particles, then burst forth like buckshot, slicing the orange-red fireball into fragments. The fireball and iron sand vanished simultaneously. Hasakura furrowed her brows. Magnet release. Iron sand. The third Kazekage. No. She turned her gaze toward the man standing before Danzo. The man looked up and Hasakura caught sight of his eyes. 3 Tomo Sharingan. A ninja of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ninja possessed magnet release. And not just any magnet release, but one that transformed sand iron. The one who blocked Hasakura's scorching technique was none other than Uchiha Shao. Realizing the ambush had failed, Hasakura gave Uchiha Shao a lingering glance before flying toward Granny Chi. She intended to use her scorching release to carve a path for the remaining sand ninja. Danzo vigorously called out Shao. I'm late, Lord Danzo. Are you alright? Uchiha Shao smiled faintly. Not late at all. Just in time. Where are the Uchiha clan ninjas? What's their situation? Danzo hurriedly asked. Uchiha Shao pointed behind Izo. They're launching a surprise attack on the enemy's rear. Danzo followed Uchiha Zhao's gaze and looked in that direction. His eyes widened in shock. The Uchiha Jonin had opened his eyes, staring at the 5 ninja before him. The 5 ninjas seemed frozen in place. Without hesitation, the Jonin drew his kunai and elegantly slit the sand ninjas' throats one after another. He didn't forget to close their eyes afterward. With his chin raised and a slight smile, he exuded an aura of refined lethality. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ninja deployed fire techniques in rapid succession. Dragon Fire Jutsu, Great Fire Destruction, and Great Fireball Technique, combined with their clan's distinctive swordsmanship. They danced through the night like spirits, overwhelming the sand ninja forces. Beautiful. Too fucking beautiful. Danzo applauded at the sight, calling out, All ninja, listen up. Advance the entire formation. The Uchiha clan has already begun their assault from behind. Seize this opportunity, attack. Finishing his words, Danzo drew his kunai and channeled chakra into battle. The entire army's morale surged as they pushed forward, steadily shrinking the sand ninjas' maneuvering space. Uchiha Shao watched with a smile. This is the true strength of Konoha, ninja united against a common foe. He activated the body flicker technique, appearing midair above the battlefield, then clapped his hands and unleashed the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Shao took a deep breath, his hair fluttering in the wind, as he hovered midair, clad in the Uchiha clan's battle uniform, the clan's fan emblem prominent on his back. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Flames erupted from Uchiha Zhao's mouth like a torrent surging toward the enemy. The air grew scorching hot in an instant. The sand ninja froze, their expressions twisted in disbelief as they stared up at the figure hovering above them. Even the Konoha ninja turned to watch Uchiha Shao. What the hell? A B-rank jutsu was being executed with the force of an S-rank forbidden technique. Natural chakra inherently surpasses ordinary chakra, and that was what created such overwhelming power. Yura, who had just joined forces with Chiyo and the sand ninja contingent, felt the intense heat and looked up, her pupils contracting. Wasn't that the magnet release user? How could his fire techniques be so devastating? Yura broke into a cold sweat. She was about to intervene when Chiyo stopped her. Yura, take the remaining troops and retreat first. Grandmother. But Yura protested anxiously, but met Chiyo's grim, resolute gaze. No buts. Go. With that, her 10 fingers moved deftly. The Jintan Hyasub arranged themselves in formation, and Chiyo barked. White secret technique, 3 treasures, devouring collapse. Instantly, the Jintan Hyasub all opened their mouths simultaneously. A tremendous suction force erupted, pulling the Great Fire Annihilation into their maws and swallowing it whole. Uchiha Shao, suspended in the air by the fire technique's recoil, witnessed this, and his pupils contracted. He had never seen 10 puppets simultaneously devour the Great Fire Annihilation in the original work. While Chiyo maintained a calm exterior, her hands trembled beneath her sleeves. The massive chakra being drawn into her puppets was dangerously unstable. If she lost control, the resulting explosion would annihilate everyone. Move out. Chiyo roared, unwilling to abandon everyone. Yura glanced at Chiyo, tears welling in her eyes before she quickly wiped them away. All ninja, listen up. Advance toward the land of rain. Retreat to the sand village. The sand ninja, driven to desperation, charged northward. Scorch release over steam kill. Yura intensified the chakra flowing through her scorch release, propelling a massive orange fireball forward. The Konoha ninja gasped and scattered to either side. That was no ordinary technique. Yura's signature move could literally boil the moisture from a ninja's body, leaving them dead and charred. Seizing the opening, Yura led the remaining sand ninja northward. Danzo clenched his jaw, then exhaled heavily. Perhaps this was fate. The sand ninja's leader was not meant to die here. His gaze turned cold as he fixed on Chiyo. If Yura escaped, then she would remain behind. Uchiha Shao, kill her. Danzo ordered. Nara Shikame's brow furrowed at the command. It violated established protocol. If Chiyo were killed, Konoha and Suna would forge an irreconcilable enmity. Chiyo was the wife of the first Kazekage Ryudo, a ninja on par with Uzumaki Mido. The spouse of the founding Kage, such a target couldn't simply be eliminated on a whim. Uchiha Shao frowned. He wasn't foolish. Pretending his chakra was depleted, he knew full well Chiyo's status. If he obeyed Danzo and killed her, Danzo would certainly sacrifice him to avoid the consequences. Noticing the weakening chakra in the Great Fire Annihilation, Chiyo looked up in surprise. Uchiha Shao met her gaze with a knowing wink. Chiyo paused. This guy. Uchiha Shao staggered to the ground, falling back 2 steps with a pale face. Lord Danzo, my chakra is exhausted. I can no longer fight. Danzo's expression darkened. He wasn't stupid. Uchiha Zhao's chakra was far from depleted. Yet he sighed, accepting that Uchiha Zhao had provided crucial strategy, and the victory was decisive enough that he couldn't press the matter further. You've worked hard, Xiaoquan. He patted Uchiha Zhao's shoulder with an unreadable expression, then glanced at the others. The ninja from the other clans weren't fools. They all averted his gaze. Taking advantage of the moment, Chiyo retreated into the distance and detonated the Jintan Hyasobe. A wave of wild chakra erupted outward, kicking up massive clouds of dust. Uchiha Zhao's expression shifted. He hadn't expected Chiyo to be so ruthless. Consuming a food pill, he pretended to forcibly draw out more chakra. Since he'd already claimed exhaustion, he needed to put on some show. Clapping his hands together, he declared, "Magnet release 4-way wind screen. Activate." Sand-iron walls materialized on all sides, sealing the flames and explosion pressure within. Bang, 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 bang. For sharp impacts rang out as the shockwave struck the sand-iron walls, barely denting them. Under Uchiha Zhao's precise control, the walls slowly reshaped and closed inward. "Oh, my head feels so dizzy." Then he dramatically collapsed before everyone. Narashikame's lip twitched. "Good God, Uchiha Zhao, your acting is terrible." By the time the 4-way wind screen extinguished the flames and the dust settled, Chiyo was nowhere to be found. Danzo fell silent, though privately relieved. He had been caught up in the moment when he gave that order. If Uchiha Zhao had actually carried it out, it would have created serious complications for him. Just then Tsunade and Orochimaru arrived with reinforcements. Xiaoquan. Tsunade immediately spotted Uchiha Zhao collapsed from chakra exhaustion and rushed to his side, pulling him into her arms. Uchiha Zhao immediately felt much better, even letting out a soft from the comfort. Danzo and Narashikame exchanged glances, both suppressing smiles. They could see his lips barely holding back a grin. Danzo Shimura had his subordinates count the casualties. The final tally revealed that Konoha's ninja forces suffered 600 dead across all battlefields, with another 1,000 wounded, though all injuries were minor. They were currently receiving treatment from the medical corps and would be fit for combat shortly. In contrast, the Sand Village had lost at least 4,000 ninja. Among them, 1,000 fell to the blades of the Uchiha clan, 800 were claimed by the Senju forces, and the remaining 2,200 were slain by warriors from all the clans on the battlefield. Gazing at the 1-to-7 casualty ratio, Danzo Shimura found his grin impossible to suppress. He turned to look at Uchiha Zhao, who had awakened under Tsunade's careful bedside care, and offered him a warm, friendly smile. Uchiha Zhao nodded in response, returning the smile. Both men understood each other perfectly, each harboring his own hidden agenda. Of the original 8,000-strong force, only 7,400 remained. Upon hearing Danzo Shimura's subordinates report, the troops gazed at him with undisguised admiration. Who would have thought that Commander Danzo possessed such formidable military leadership? Danzo Shimura thoroughly enjoyed those reverent stares. Uchiha Zhao observed his manner and mused that indeed, as long as one is human, one craves flattery and sweet words. "Xiaoquan, what are you looking at? Are you watching Lord Danzo?" Tsunade asked with an innocent expression, though she knew Uchiha Zhao was the true commander. Still, the old man had ordered that credit for Danzo's victories be given to him. That frustrating elder. At the thought, she puckered her lips. Uchiha Zhao snapped back to attention, looked at Tsunade, and could not help but smile. Indeed. Look at Lord Danzo's smile. Is it not quite bright and cheerful? No one is born to dwell underground as a shadow. Tsunade blinked in confusion. She could not understand why Uchiha Zhao would say such a thing. Uchiha Zhao realized his mistake. He had let his inner thoughts slip out inadvertently. After all, Tsunade had never read Naruto, and could not know that Danzo Shimura would one day become the hidden leaf shadow, the root buried deep underground. Nothing. By the way, Tsunade, where is that boy Fugo? How is he? Was he not injured? Uchiha Zhao asked suddenly. Uchiha Zhao's sudden inquiry about Fugo successfully diverted the conversation, and Tsunade followed along, her attention carried away by the new topic. Fugo is fine. He is currently learning ninjutsu under Orochimaru. But all thanks to your anti-explosive vest, Xiaoquan, she said with a satisfied chuckle. After saying this, Tsunade recounted the details of Fugo's ambush to Uchiha Zhao, who reconstructed the scene in his mind. Are you saying Fugo saw a black hand? Uchiha Zhao's brows rose. He already knew who it was, but wished to confirm. Yes, that is what Fugo reported. I even specifically asked whether it was a black glove, and he shook his head and confirmed it was not, Tsunade stated firmly. Uchiha Zhao nodded, his mind already clear. So this was the work of Otsutsuki Shinka. Driven solely by the desire to save his mother, he had guided Uchiha Madara down a path of no return. When Madara stood on the very brink of success, a single betrayal from behind shattered his dream of becoming a sage. There was another point as well. Madara's fatal weakness lay at his back. As a child, he had told Hashirama, I detest most having someone stand behind me. At the Valley of the End, Hashirama Senju had killed Uchiha Madara from behind, and Black Zetsu had likewise delivered a devastating blow from behind. All signs pointed to Madara's fatal vulnerability being at his back. Someone standing behind him made him acutely sensitive and uneasy. Uchiha Zhao pondered how to explain all this to Tsunade when Danzo Shimura's voice rang out, Xiao Kuan join me in my tent. Uchiha Xiao paused, turning toward Danzo with a slight frown. Tsunade smiled. Xiao Kuan, go attend to your duties. Business comes first. Uchiha Xiao gazed at the understanding Tsunade, moved deeply. Driven by some instinct, he suddenly embraced her, his left hand cradling the back of her head, his right arm wrapping around her waist. His nose pressed against Tsunade's neck as he drew in a deep breath. The fragrance traveled through his nostrils into his lungs, and the softness against his chest sent his mind wandering. In the night, moonlight poured down upon them, its pure silver glow draping the two in a thin, shimmering veil. The young woman's brows lifted in bewilderment, her pupils contracting, then a blush crept across her cheeks. For an instant she forgot to breathe. In this silent moment, Tsunade could clearly hear the pounding of her own heart, or rather not only her own, but Uchiha Xiao's as well. After a long while, Uchiha Xiao released Tsunade and smiled. Thank you, Tsunade, for healing me. It is what allowed me to recover so quickly. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance. When he had first collapsed, she had been deeply worried, but after examining him, she had discovered his chakra reserves were still substantial. He had been faking it. Yet she had not exposed him. Instead, she had played along with Uchiha Xiao, performing until his pretended awakening. Is hugging me your way of expressing gratitude? Tsunade huffed the blush on her cheeks, still unfaded, and glanced away. Uchiha Xiao scratched his head at a loss for how to explain. The moment had overwhelmed him, and suddenly he had acted. How could he possibly justify that? Tsunade stole a sideways glance at Uchiha Xiao's awkward predicament, and could not help but smile. Ahem, right. Go discuss matters with Lord Danzo now. Enough sentimentality, it does not suit you. Having said this, Tsunade turned her back. Her lips curved upward, joy bubbling within. But as a princess of the Senju clan, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she conjured hundreds of reasons to maintain her composure. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao laughed heartily. Haha, then, I will go speak with Lord Danzo first. With that, he set off toward Danzo's tent. At this moment, his steps were unsteady as though floating, and he nearly stumbled. Tsunade turned to see Uchiha Xiao in such a state, and could not help but laugh aloud, though her voice was so soft that only she could hear it. Lady Tsunade, congratulations. It seems you have found the one you love. A cold voice came from somewhere. Tsunade followed the sound, and discovered Orochimaru. Under the moonlight, Orochimaru's already pale face appeared even more ashen, while Tsunade's brows and eyes carried a warm smile. What? Orochimaru-kun, are you not supposed to be teaching Fugo? Instead you are here gossiping. Tsunade neither admitted nor denied, but attempted to shift the subject. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru shook his head and remained silent. He was not foolish, there was no need to press the matter. Having received Tsunade's reply, he already understood her thoughts. What need was there to lay everything bare? It was only pitiful that Jiraiya, that fool, loved her, but dared not even speak of it. Although Uchiha Xiao had not declared his feelings either, at least he had taken action. Seeing that Orochimaru did not respond to her, Tsunade frowned slightly, but said nothing. She set off toward Danzo's tent, intending to wait for Uchiha Xiao at the entrance. I would rather not admire the moon here with this shameless snake. Uchiha Xiao walked slowly toward Shimura Danzo's main tent. A ninja blocked his path. Uchiha Xiao looked up and saw it was Aburame Shikuro. Friend, what do you think you're doing? Uchiha Xiao frowned and asked. Apologies, but it's my duty. With that, Aburame Shikuro began to search Uchiha Xiao. Helplessly, Uchiha Xiao voluntarily handed over his kunai shuriken and other weapons. Aburame Shikuro nodded and said, you may enter now. Please let me know if you need anything. Uchiha Xiao nodded, then lifted the tent flap. Shimura Danzo was examining a scroll, without looking up, asking casually, who is it? Uchiha Xiao didn't believe Danzo hadn't heard their conversation. Even if he hadn't caught every word, he would certainly recognize his voice, wouldn't he? So Danzo knew exactly who was there. But why this attitude? It was a display of dominance, a tactic commonly used by those in power over their subordinates. Combine authority with kindness. Many leaders wield this technique. Though kindness comes first, the real emphasis is on authority. Blind generosity only makes one appear weak and fails to command genuine respect. Authority is the core. Only by first intimidating one's subordinates, then offering a small favor, can one truly master the art of leadership. It's the same principle as the old saying, give a slap, then offer a date. Uchiha Xiao knew Danzo's purpose perfectly, but chose not to expose it. Instead, he played along, wearing a broad smile. Chief Commander, it's me, your humble soldier, Uchiha Xiao. With that, he bowed. Uchiha Xiao showed no arrogance, made no demands based on his contributions, and acted neither entitled nor overbearing. Rather, he played the humble subordinate, flattering himself into insignificance. This was wisdom. Danzo hastily tossed his scroll aside, rose, and stepped forward to support Uchiha Xiao. Oh Xiao, you're the deputy commander of this army. How could you kneel before me? You flatter me too much. Though Danzo spoke humbly, Uchiha Xiao caught the unconscious upward curve of his lips from the corner of his eye. He knew clearly that Danzo was thoroughly pleased with his performance. Lord Danzo, I speak only the truth. Without your brilliant command and masterful strategy, we would surely have suffered devastating losses this time. Uchiha Xiao continued his flattery. Shimura Danzo burst into laughter. Xiao, this success is largely due to your strategic counsel. He patted Uchiha Xiao on the shoulder. What are you saying, Lord Danzo? I've never offered a single piece of counsel. It was all your brilliant leadership. Uchiha Xiao feigned confusion. Uchiha Xiao was making it clear that none of the credit belonged to him. It was all Danzo's achievement. Shimura Danzo shook his head with a smile, his gaze growing noticeably softer. Everyone likes a clever person, but one who is both capable and intelligent is even more appealing. Sit quickly. Danzo pointed to the chair opposite him and smiled. Xiao, your contributions have been invaluable. Tell this elder what would you like as a reward. A test, a blatant probe. But how could Uchiha Xiao not see through it? Esteemed elder, this was my duty as I see it. I dare not expect any reward. As a member of Konoha, one should burn oneself to light the path ahead. Uchiha Xiao rose and clasped his hands in respect. Shimura Danzo nodded. If only all members of the Uchiha clan possessed such resolve, strategic acumen, and discernment. However, if you insist on granting something, then I would ask you, elder, to inscribe a calligraphy piece for the Uchiha clan and for the ninja who have fallen. Uchiha Xiao spoke solemnly. Shimura Danzo paused. A calligraphy piece. Was that all? No, it was not as simple as it sounded. Still, he asked, Xiao, what characters would you have me write? Glorious family. Uchiha Xiao said, slowly looking at Shimura Danzo with an earnest expression. The entire Uchiha clan mobilized. We lost nearly 50 jonin this time alone, and the number of chunin and genin casualties is incalculable. I wish for the chief commander to bestow upon my Uchiha family an inscription, glorious family. I want the villagers to no longer discriminate against the Uchiha clan, to no longer isolate them. The Uchiha have truly shed blood for Konoha. The Uchiha have always wanted to belong to this village, Lord Danzo. Speaking these words, Uchiha Xiao secretly pinched his own thigh, and tears welled in his eyes. Shimura Danzo's mind reeled. He couldn't believe Uchiha Xiao's request was so modest, something trivial for him. He immediately helped Uchiha Xiao to his feet and slapped the table. This elder grants your wish. It cost nothing but a few characters. Yet he never imagined that these 4 words would elevate the Uchiha clan's standing in Konoha to unprecedented heights. At the same time, it left him with no opportunity to move against the Uchiha ever again. Uchiha Xiao, having achieved his objective, smiled inwardly. But Shimura Danzo spoke. The village will not wrong the Uchiha clan. I, Shimura Danzo, say this. Thank you, Lord Danzo. Having composed himself sufficiently, Danzo smiled and said, Xiao, since I'm helping you with the inscription, shouldn't you help me with something as well? Please speak, Lord Danzo. Should there be anything this humble Uchiha Xiao can do for you, I will lay down my life. Shimura Danzo paused, then burst with delight. He had never encountered this idiom before. Look at Uchiha Xiao. An educated man indeed knows exactly how to speak. Haha, it's not that serious. Xiao, tell me, are we advancing or defending? Shimura Danzo pointed to the border between the land of fire and the land of wind on the map and smiled. Uchiha Xiao furrowed his brows. Lord Danzo, why would we attack the land of wind? What does it have that we need? Sand. Shimura Danzo paused and nodded. Right, what did the land of wind have? Endless yellow sands, impoverished and worthless. Why would they attack them? Moreover, Lord Danzo, if we launch an offensive, the wind country's environment would be extremely unfavorable to us while benefiting the enemy. From narrow alleys to towering mountains and flowing streams, everything favors them. As for us, we would rely solely on maps and easily lose our way in those endless sandstorms. Uchiha Xiao added, this is the advantage of terrain. If we truly attack, the terrain would be entirely against Konoha. Shimura Danzo nodded, agreeing with Uchiha Xiao's assessment. Then, we defend. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Wise words, my lord. Uchiha Xiao was about to say more, but Danzo waved his hand. Enough. It's just the 2 of us here. Skip the formalities. Having resolved the most pressing matter, Shimura Danzo suddenly asked, Xiao, are you hungry? Would you like to stay and eat? Uchiha Xiao could read Danzo's intentions clearly. He shook his head. No thank you, Lord Danzo. I've eaten. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Shimura Danzo nodded and personally escorted Uchiha Xiao to the entrance of the tent. Watching him depart, he returned to his tent to prepare his meal. Uchiha Xiao left the main tent and had barely walked 100 meters when someone called out to him, Lord Xiao. Hearing that familiar voice, a smile curved his lips. It was Tsunade. He turned toward the sound and saw her waving at him, her other hand hidden behind her back. Uchiha Xiao walked toward Tsunade, and she walked toward him as well. Just as they were about to collide, Tsunade suddenly pulled out a roasted rabbit and a roasted chicken from behind her back. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I just roasted these. Here, eat quickly. Tsunade giggled, her innocent smile causing Uchiha Xiao to momentarily lose his composure. What are you staring for? Take it. With that, Tsunade handed the roasted rabbit and chicken to Uchiha Xiao. Coming back to his senses, he said, Thank you, Tsunade. It's nothing. Tsunade was in a good mood. Originally, she had planned to wait near Danzo's tent, but after 20 minutes passed, and Lord Xiao still hadn't emerged, she grew bored and caught a chicken and a rabbit, personally roasting dinner for Uchiha Xiao. While Uchiha Xiao had been feigning unconsciousness, she had already eaten. Only he hadn't had a meal, and Tsunade kept that in mind. As ninjas, they often had to make do with whatever was available in the wild. It might be understandable if one couldn't cook at home, but roasting meat was a skill every ninja possessed to some degree. Uchiha Shao broke off a drumstick and handed it to Tsunade, smiling. Let's eat together. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Great. Taking the drumstick, the two sat on a stone in the grassland, gazing at the starry sky and sharing amusing stories, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Stars and oceans shimmered in Tsunade's eyes, while Uchiha Zhao's gaze held only the smiling face of Tsunade. The scene before them was warm and sweet, yet behind them stood two men with forlorn expressions. One was Kato Dan, and the other was Jiraiya. Their hearts were tangled with complex emotions, shifting from initial jealousy to final blessings. Perhaps love is like this. Sometimes letting go is also a form of liberation. Hey, let's head back. Orochimaru appeared beside Jiraiya and draped an arm around his shoulders. Jiraiya nodded miserably. Oh. Orochimaru was somewhat exasperated. This guy had had so many opportunities, but never spoke up, thinking there was plenty of time. Now someone else had found a partner, and he was here shedding tears. It was speechless. However, as a fellow disciple and brother, he naturally wanted to help Jiraiya get over it. Jiraiya, let's go. Oh, by the way, did you finish that? What was it? Paradise? Not yet. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Jiraiya, distracted, looked at Orochimaru and scratched his head. Ahem, I just suddenly wanted to see where you were in the story. I also wanted to ask you about some plot points. Orochimaru was completely speaking against his conscience. He simply couldn't bear to see Jiraiya in such a wretched state. Oh, I get it now. You like it too, don't you? Haha, come on, let's go. I'll tell you all about it. Jiraiya threw his arm around Orochimaru's shoulders. Orochimaru rolled his eyes, and the two headed toward Jiraiya's private tent. Jiraiya fetched a chair for Orochimaru, had him sit down, and then began narrating page by page. It must be said Jiraiya's writing and illustration skills were quite good. What is this? Orochimaru suddenly spotted something explicit, and his face flushed red. Gritting his teeth, Orochimaru asked, Jiraiya, how did you manage to draw these scenes? This is research. Yes, research. Jiraiya laughed awkwardly. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya's demeanor, sighed, and then smiled. Perhaps this would make Jiraiya feel a bit better. Only Kato Dan watched all of this alone. A gust of wind swept past, making him shiver all over. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tsunade and Uchiha Shao snuggled together, sharing roasted food and huddling for warmth. Uchiha Shao even took a garment from his scroll and draped it over Tsunade. Kato Dan turned and walked away as if having made up his mind, never looking back. Tsunade, satisfied with her meal and feeling secure beside Uchiha Shao, soon fell asleep, her head resting on his shoulder. Uchiha Shao tensed slightly. He glanced at Tsunade, his gaze involuntarily drifting downward. He couldn't help but swallow hard. So big. He quickly shook his head. No, she's sleeping. I can't. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Shao cleared his mind of any wandering thoughts. Then, gently supporting Tsunade's smooth thigh with one hand and her back with the other, he carried her toward her tent. After placing Tsunade on her bed, Uchiha Shao fetched a small stool and a little wooden table from inside the tent and sat at the entrance. Resting his chin on his right hand, he gazed at the stars and moon in the sky, lost in thought. The road ahead was still long, and there was no need to rush certain things. Both now understood each other's feelings, but propriety must be observed. Only after marriage could they take that final step. Before he knew how much time had passed, drowsiness overcame him, and he drifted into sleep. The next day, Tsunade opened her eyes, and not seeing Uchiha Shao, felt a touch of confusion. She remembered falling asleep beside him. Where was he? Where is he? She then looked around at her surroundings, confirmed she was in her own tent, got up, washed, and lifted the tent flap, only to see Uchiha Shao resting his chin on his hand, dozing off. Her mood instantly brightened. But considering that sleeping like that must be uncomfortable, Tsunade prepared to pick up Uchiha Shao. Just then, Uchiha Shao suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed someone approaching, right behind him. He turned his head, saw it was Tsunade, and closed his eyes again. Lord Shao, sleeping like this isn't comfortable, Tsunade smiled. Uchiha Shao didn't open his eyes, but his lips moved. It's fine. Let me sleep a little longer. Saying that, Uchiha Shao placed both hands on the table, completely abandoning any sense of decorum. Tsunade merely smiled faintly, picked up Uchiha Shao, carried him to the bed, and then watched him in the room. Honestly, Uchiha Zhao's looks were truly impressive. Tall stature, broad shoulders, wild long hair reaching his waist, and fair skin. One could even say he was the most handsome in Konoha. Tsunade was momentarily captivated. Staring at the sleeping Uchiha Shao, she licked her lips. Rising, Tsunade walked to Uchiha Zhao's bedside, her heart pounding. She bent down and kissed his cheek. A blush spread across her face. Glancing at the still sleeping Uchiha Shao, she felt a wave of relief. Looking toward the tent entrance, Hashirama was holding a bag of food, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was his own sister. She had secretly kissed Lord Shao. Tsunade's expression instantly grew calm. In a flash, she appeared before Hashirama, covered his mouth, and carried him out. Hashirama knew too much. Shio soon caught Yukihara's unit that had withdrawn earlier. Ihabu saw his sister return safely. Or at least that is what it appeared to be, given that all 10 guards of Chikamatsu had perished. Yera smiled faintly, Granny Chio. But before she could finish, a figure darted past her side. She focused her gaze and realized it was Ihabu. To Ahabu, seeing his sister was like beholding light itself. He embraced her tightly. "Sis, I thought you." His voice cracked with emotion. Chiyo gave him a sidelong glance. "What did you think happened to me? Captured? Killed?" Despite her sharp words, her hand still patted Ahabu on the back. Then Chiyo turned to Yera and gave her a nod, forcing a thin smile. Yera nodded back, fully aware they were leaders of a defeated force. One battle had cost Tsunade nearly a third of its strength. Both knew the third Kazekage would be furious upon their return, so Chiyo stepped in and took command of the remaining troops. Ahabu immediately objected. He was the one who had underestimated the enemy and caused this disaster, yet he would not let his sister bear the blame alone. Chiyo shot him a cold look. "Ahabu, do not test my patience. The reason I am taking this responsibility is because someone in the village wants to make a move against your nephew. By stepping into the second line, I can protect my own family. Look at you, old and weeping like a child. Do you have any dignity left? Besides, having just one of us as a council elder is enough to keep us informed about the higher-ups. Do you truly believe it is wise for both of us to hold such positions?" Chiyo snorted coldly. Her brother might occasionally come up with clever strategies, but his political awareness was painfully thin. This time Resetsu had clearly betrayed Chiyo to eliminate her bloodline. Any fool could see it. But what had the third Kazekage done? Because Resetsu had shifted the blame onto his brother-in-law, the third Kazekage had accepted it at face value and sentenced Resetsu to house arrest for 1 year under the guise of poor oversight. Was the third Kazekage truly that foolish? No, he was not. He had his reasons, and they went deeper than simple judgment. He still intended for Resetsu to inherit the position of Kazekage. The village's leadership consisted of just 4 key figures: the third Kazekage Bunpuku, Chiyo, and Ahabu. Bunpuku was a neutral party, the Jinchuriki of Suna housing the one-tail Shikaku within him. Given his immense power, his voice carried considerable weight in the village, yet he belonged to neither the elder faction nor the commoners. The third Kazekage had risen from humble beginnings and would theoretically align with the commoner faction, but he was too shrewd to declare any allegiance. He spoke the language of whichever faction he faced. He supported the elders when it suited him and agreed with the commoners when necessary. But with only 4 positions of real power, and Chiyo and Ahabu occupying 2 of them, the Kazekage himself found his influence somewhat constrained. By all measures of talent, both Resetsu and Yera possessed Kekei Genkai, and Yahara's abilities surpassed her brother's. So why, after all these years, had the third Kazekage never chosen her? Simply because she belonged to the elder faction. Though the third Kazekage said nothing openly and maintained respect toward Chiyo in public, he privately supported every effort to diminish the elder faction's influence. "Enough, this is settled. Ahabu, do not force my hand before I retire." Chiyo glared at Ahabu, who opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately shut it when he met her piercing gaze. Inside the central command tent, the third Kazekage slammed his palm down on the table and pointed at the communications soldier. "What did you just say?" "A crushing defeat at the front lines. We have lost over 4,000 ninja, and the enemy suffered fewer than 2,000 casualties." He had no idea the messenger was softening the report. If the enemy losses had been under 1,000, the third Kazekage would likely have ordered him executed on the spot with sand-iron spikes. "Yes, Lord Kazekage. It is not that our forces lacked capability. It was the enemy's cunning that proved decisive. They devised a strategy of scaling the great moat under cover of darkness and launching a night assault on our camp." The communications soldier continued to speak in defense of Chiyo, Ahabu, and the others. The third Kazekage cast him a single look, and the man immediately fell silent. Rising from his seat, the Kazekage took a deep breath, patted the soldier on the shoulder, and offered a measured smile. "I understand the situation now. You may go." "Yes." The soldier bowed and retreated, completely unaware that the third Kazekage's eyes held cold intent. So even a mere communications officer sided with Chiyo and her faction. The elder faction's reach extended far too deeply. He snapped his fingers, and soon as Anbu appeared in the room, kneeling in readiness for orders. "Eliminate that communications soldier. When Elder Chiyo and the others return, leave the corpse before them." With that, the third Kazekage resumed his composure as though nothing had been said. A cold gleam flashed in the Anbu's eyes before he vanished from the tent. The third Kazekage returned to his seat, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the desk, a faint smile playing across his features. "I do hope you will appreciate this gift, both elders," the Kazekage murmured to himself. He returned to his military texts, replaying the tactics described by the messenger, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. "A brilliant strategy, truly remarkable. I had assumed Konoha's strength lay merely in their power, but I never expected such cunning minds capable of strategizing beyond the ordinary." The third Kazekage narrowed his eyes, concealing his thoughts from all. Some readers may believe his reputation as the strongest Kazekage stemmed solely from his combat prowess, but he knew that was only part of the picture. Without hardened political acumen, ruthless tactics, and profound calculation, he would long ago have become nothing more than a puppet to the elders. Merely my humble opinion. 500 meters from the central command tent, Chiyo's group finally came to a halt. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them all, particularly Ahabu and Yera, while Chiyo's expression remained as serene as ever. As the wife of the first Kazekage, she had witnessed every manner of political maneuvering, and that status alone rendered her untouchable by the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage's handling of the Resetsu affair had made one thing clear to Chiyo: his mastery of balance and control was formidable indeed. As they approached the camp entrance, a corpse was thrown out before them, its gruesome condition sending a chill through the group. Yahara's face paled as she recognized the dead man instantly. He had been one of Granny Chiyo's personal guards. Ihabu's expression darkened with rage while Chiyo merely sighed and ordered her ninjas to collect the body. Please inform the Kazekage, she said, that Chiyo, commander of a defeated army, comes to face judgment. The gate ninja's demeanor shifted instantly. Allow me to report this immediately, he declared before hurrying inside. Lord Kazekage, Elder Chiyo has arrived. The sentinel was among the Kazekage's closest confidants. The third Kazekage raised an eyebrow. Did Elder Chiyo say anything? He inquired with genuine intensity, his gaze fixed sharply on his trusted subordinate's face. Elder Chiyo's exact words were, please inform the Kazekage that Chiyo, commander of a defeated army, comes to face judgment. Upon hearing this, the third Kazekage waved his hand and fell into deep thought. Slowly the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile, though he masked it with an air of urgency, and hurried toward the camp entrance. Chiyo kept her head bowed in silence, maintaining an attitude of accepting whatever punishment came. Before long, the third Kazekage's voice rang out before he even arrived. What in the world are you doing? You dare to block Lord Elder Chiyo? Blind dogs. The third Kazekage cursed the guards angrily, who remained silent, and let him vent his frustration. Only when the camp gate swung open did he hastily help up Granny Chiyo and say, Granny, what are you doing? I am fully aware of how this war unfolded. This is not your fault. It was the commander from Konoha this time, who was too cunning. Chiyo shook her head. Lord Kazekage, this old woman is aging and feeble-minded. My conduct in this battle has only brought greater calamity. I beg to resign from my position as elder. At these words, both the third Kazekage and his personal guards were stunned. Frowning deeply with obvious displeasure, he said, Granny, what nonsense are you talking about? Wars are won and lost. We shall simply win them back next time. There is no need to dwell on this. No, Lord Kazekage. This old woman knows her sins run deep. She no longer has the face to serve as an elder. Chiyo spoke again. Impossible. Tsunade may do without me, the third Kazekage, but it absolutely cannot do without you, Granny. Saying this, he gazed at Chiyo with utmost sincerity. To outsiders this appeared as the third Kazekage's magnanimity, but to Chiyo, it was mere pretense. Thus she spoke once more, Lord Kazekage, I am advanced in years. I only wish to live peacefully with my family. Please grant my request. As she spoke, she was about to kneel. How could the third Kazekage allow that? He would be cursed to death. But it was the third time now, it was about enough. The third Kazekage sighed. Very well. Since you have no heart for governance, I agree to your request. However, if you ever have any suggestions that would benefit Tsunade, you may still come to me directly. I will certainly give them serious consideration. Thank you, Lord Kazekage. Chiyo said flatly. The third Kazekage first comforted the returning shinobi, then took Chiyo's hand and walked into the main tent. Having achieved his goal, the third Kazekage's lips curled into a smile. Heh. From today onward, there will only be one elder from the elder faction. I can finally rest easier. It's this Raza who is still too reckless. Since Granny Chiyo understands when to yield, I must return the favor in kind. Tsunade. Raza sneezed. Why did he have such a bad feeling about this? He then looked at Garaga and smiled. Wife, don't be sad. I can't help it. That Yashimara fellow actually did such an absurd thing for me. Garaga's eyes were dark and unreadable. She knew her younger brother lacked scheming ability. This incident was all Raza's doing. In hindsight, she should never have married this man. Years of living together had shown her that this man had two sides. To the villagers, he was a diligent, fair, and impartial candidate for Kazekage. But to her and his subordinates, he was sometimes wildly furious, sometimes utterly mad. By the time she realized it, she was already pregnant with Raza's child. All she could do was pray that he would never harm her family and child. Gazing at her daughter in her arms and touching her slightly swollen belly, Garaga shed a single tear. Raza naturally saw this scene. Whether it was a moment of conscience or sheer madness, he took Garaga's hand and said earnestly, Wife, believe me. I will never hurt you or the child. I swear if I ever harm them, may I meet a horrible death. Raza vowed. Garaga gave a slight nod and ignored him. A flash of brutality crossed his eyes. Little did he know that his oath would come true. After Raza left the room, a root Anbu appeared beside him. Raza's brows furrowed, and he was about to use his magnetic release gold sand. But the other said, by order of the third Kazekage, Raza, kneel and listen to the orders. Raza hastily withdrew his chakra and knelt on the ground. Who was the third Kazekage? He was his teacher, the one who could directly decide the next Kazekage. Naturally, he could not defy him. Raza, after this war, Enzi will accompany me to personally apologize to former Elder Chiyo. You may refuse, but think carefully about the consequences. After the Anbu finished speaking, he vanished instantly. Raza was first angered, then calmed down. Make him apologize to that old woman Chiyo. Wait, former elder. Chiyo is no longer an elder of Tsunade Year. This is also good news. He came from a commoner background. Although he had some talent, he was far inferior to Yutora. Originally, with two elders backing her, Yutora had a much higher chance of inheriting the Kazekage position than he did. But now one elder was gone. Could it be that? A gleam flashed in Raza's eyes. He smiled and said to the empty air, "Your disciple acknowledges the order." The Anbu hadn't gone far, but was instead observing every move Raza made. Because this was the test the third Kazekage had set for him, and now it was clear he had passed. Enduring what ordinary people cannot endure, bearing what ordinary people cannot bear. That is true wisdom. After receiving the report, the third Kazekage's balance of opinion began to tilt toward Raza. Although Raza was somewhat ruthless and used any means necessary for the Kazekage position. But in an era of great struggle, this has always been the case. If he couldn't do this, then he himself would not be a qualified leader today. As for Yutora, her talent was indeed excellent. If she truly rose to power, she would merely be a puppet Kazekage obeying everything the Tsunade Year elders said. Speaking politely, it would be called being open to advice. Speaking harshly, she would be a lackey of the elder faction. The third Kazekage had not denied Yutora a chance at all, depended on whether she could seize it in the future. If Yutora could break away from the elder faction and pledge allegiance to him, then this successor would be far superior to Raza in the eyes of the third Kazekage. She had strength when needed and loyalty when needed. What a pity. Until her death, Yutora remained a member of the elder faction. This destined her to never sit upon the Kazekage throne. The third Kazekage smiled. After all these years of playing along, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the deaths of the 4,000 shinobi, although he felt anger, the current result meant that gains already exceeded losses. For him, this was acceptable. He looked at the Konoha garrison on the map, his eyes turning cold. "Let me go meet you yourself, Shimura Danzo. Let me show you that when facing absolute power, schemes are useless." The third Kazekage snorted, coldly contemplating when to launch an attack. Konoha Year. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office, his mind unsettled. How was the front line doing? Can they hold? If not, just say the word, and I'll lead reinforcements immediately. However, this thought hadn't formed for long when someone pushed open the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. "What is so urgent?" "Our report." "Hokage-sama." The messenger panted heavily. "Lord Hokage, we have achieved a decisive victory on the front lines. The Leaf Ninja suffered 600 casualties with 1,000 wounded and annihilated over 4,000 enemies. What a magnificent triumph." The messenger hastily reported. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, then erupted in jubilation. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Those three words perfectly captured the sheer elation flooding his heart. Tobarama Koharu and Water Reed's Hamura exchanged a glance and hurriedly offered their congratulations. "Hiruzen, under your leadership, Konoha Year grows ever stronger. Indeed, Fugaku has exceeded all expectations. What a masterfully waged battle." Both men wore broad smiles. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Now, let us not say such things. This victory belongs to us all. It was through the joint efforts and shared sacrifices of you, myself, and every villager that we achieved such a resounding triumph. Though he spoke those words, both Tobarama Koharu and Water Reed's Hamura could clearly sense Hiruzen's profound joy. They exchanged another knowing glance and continued the mutual courtesies with their aging friend. The messenger stood quietly to the side, offering no further words. In moments like these, it was wisest to make oneself as inconspicuous as possible. Such exchanges between the great lords were not his place to join. Only after the esteemed elders had finished did the messenger step forward. "My lord's vice commander Uchiha Shao has asked me to convey a message to you, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen paused, his expression immediately growing solemn. "What does Shao Dano wish me to know?" "Speak swiftly." "Respectfully, Lord Hokage, Vice Commander Shao stated that the war is far from over. In fact, it has only just begun. For the time being, our forces will hold their positions. However, the enemy's Kazekage will undoubtedly lead reinforcements in a counterattack. Unless the Hokage dispatches a Kaga-level warrior to the front lines immediately, we risk rendering this victory meaningless." The messenger faithfully recounted every word Uchiha Shao had entrusted to him. Hiruzen frowned thoughtfully, then nodded decisively. "Very well. Thank you for your service. Please return and tell Shao. This time I shall personally lead 3,000 troops to reinforce the front." Hiruzen slammed his palm upon the desk, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. If the third Kazekage himself deigns to lead the charge, then what fear do I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, possess? "Hiruzen." Lord Hokage. Koharu and Hamura began to speak, but hesitated. Hiruzen's gaze, sharp as a falcon's, fell upon them. "My mind is made up. Do not try to dissuade me." He continued, "This afternoon summon all clan heads to my office for a conference. Report your battle achievements and begin conscription once more. We march upon the sand dogs." Koharu and Hamura exchanged one final glance and nodded. "We understand, my lord. We shall depart immediately." The two elders left the Hokage's mansion, proceeding house to deliver the proclamation. Meanwhile, the messenger bowed deeply to Hiruzen before turning to leave. But just as he was about to exit, Hiruzen called out to him and approached with measured steps, adjusting the messenger's garment and giving his shoulder a firm pat. The Uchiha clan's contributions will never be forgotten, neither by me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor by every soul in Konoha. You two must remain vigilant. The earnestness in his voice brought redness to the Uchiha messenger's eyes. The messenger then knelt upon one knee. I am deeply grateful that the Hokage has us in mind. Hiruzen then withdrew a scroll from within his robes and handed it to the messenger. This is provisions of meat that I purchased with my own funds for the soldiers at the front. Please deliver it to Fugaku and Shao on my behalf. With those words, Hiruzen gave the messenger's shoulder another warm pat. Yes, my lord, the messenger replied and gradually faded into the distance beneath Hiruzen's watchful gaze. Hiruzen smiled to himself. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had truly inherited the will of fire. He returned to his office and waited. Within the hour, every clan head had assembled. Shoulders of those clans whose heads had marched to the front were represented by the clan's eldest senior member. Each clan head understood the situation. Given Konoha's strength, victory was all but guaranteed. One could tie a dog to the formation and still win. The true question was how they would achieve victory and by what margin. Today, Hiruzen would announce the latest news from the front lines, and as the village's elite, all present were deeply invested in the unfolding campaign. Ahem, everyone is present, I see. Hiruzen cleared his throat, twice a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The clan heads gathered below immediately recognized that the Hokage was in exceptional spirits. The front lines must be going exceedingly well. Their own anxieties eased considerably and smiles began to gracing their faces as they awaited Hiruzen's next words. Inside, Hiruzen sighed softly. Without Shoudano, there is no one to properly set the stage. But it matters not. Today's news will stir the heart nonetheless. We have received word that our forces have shattered the Tsunade defenses on the front lines, annihilating over 4,000 enemy combatants, while suffering only 600 losses. A 7-to-1 ratio of enemy to our own. This is cause for celebration. Hiruzen's face radiated with joy. The heads of minor clans exchanged gleeful murmurs while the elders of the great clans, though maintaining their composure, were profoundly shaken within. Shimura Danzo, was he truly this formidable as a commander? Only the founding clans, the Uchiha, Hyuga, Nishinoru, Kimichi, Sarutobi, and Shimura, knew the truth. The true strategist behind every move was Uchiha Shao. Hai no Akatsuki, head of the Hyuga clan, cast a piercing gaze toward Uchiha Hiroto. Upon noticing the look, Hiroto paused, then returned it with a polite smile. Hai no Akatsuki snorted coldly and fell silent, turning his attention instead to the Hokage. If this were merely a report of victory, there would be no need to convene every clan. There was certainly another purpose behind this gathering. Hiruzen then spoke. We have won a splendid victory today, and celebration is warranted. But let no one mistake this for the end of our war. Rather, it is merely the beginning. His words sent a shiver through every present, and all eyes turned sharply toward Hiruzen, desperate to understand the meaning behind his solemn declaration. Hiruzen then recounted the message that Uchiha Shao had sent through the messenger, and as he spoke, admiration kindled in the gazes of every clan head looking upon him. As the disciple of the second Hokage, Hiruzen was indeed a man of extraordinary foresight, and at his young age he already possessed power rivaling a Kage. In their hearts they believed this war would be won without question. They began offering their support eagerly, each clan pledging additional forces to accompany Hiruzen to the front. Even the Hyuga clan contributed nearly 300 ninja. The total force quickly swelled to 4,000. But as several clans sought to send yet more troops, Hiruzen raised his hand. Enough. I beg you to hear me out. Though we march to reinforce the front, we must not neglect our own defenses. How can we be certain that the land of lightning and the land of earth will not take advantage of this moment to strike? 4,000 shinobi is more than sufficient. The various clans exchanged knowing glances and fell silent, waiting for what followed. Hiruzen smiled. During my absence, the defense of Konoha shall be entrusted to Hatake Tsukomo. Hatake Tsukomo was taken aback. Had he not recently suffered a failure? Why would Hiruzen place such trust in him again? Hiruzen nodded to Tsukomo. Tsukomo, your strength is known to us all. You stand among the finest jonin. I have full confidence that with you here, Konoha's safety shall be safeguarded. With those words, all the clan heads erupted in applause, voicing their support for the Hokage's decision. Hatake Tsukomo rose to his feet and bowed deeply before the Hokage. I am grateful for your trust, Lord Hokage. I shall defend Konoha with my life. Should any enemy seek to harm this village, they shall have to step over my corpse first. A fierce light burned in his eyes. Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. It was an curious feeling indeed. Tsukomo had failed his mission, yet Hiruzen felt a flicker of satisfaction. After all, who could claim invincibility? Even Hiruzen himself could not. Though Tsukomo had lost, the Hokage felt a greater trust blossoming within him. That very defeat had revealed a depth of character far more valuable than any easy victory. The third Kazekage gazed at the map, pondering how to launch an attack, when suddenly his eyes lit up upon spotting Dayu Mountain. If the enemy could launch a surprise assault from Dayu Mountain, why couldn't he turn their own tactic against them? Let them also taste the flavor of being ambushed. Thinking this, the corners of his mouth rose. Someone, assemble 1,000 troops and follow me to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Soon 1,000 elite sand shinobi gathered. They looked at the third Kazekage with determination in their eyes. Lord Third Kazekage was renowned as the strongest Kazekage. With his mastery of magnetic release iron sand, the hidden sand village dared not disobey him. The power of magnetic release was unquestionable. More importantly, he was still young in his early 30s. In terms of both combat strength and political acumen, he was an outstanding choice. Therefore his reputation could stand equal with Chiyo, the first Hokage's wife. I have summoned you all today for one purpose: to follow me and launch a counterattack against Konoha. The third Kazekage's voice was remarkably resonant, his confidence evident without needing to be stated. Now the enemy is immersed in the joy of victory. Although they have already deployed defenses at the border, I believe they would never expect us to launch a counteroffensive at this moment of our defeat. Therefore, my lords, do you dare to accompany me to Dayu Mountain to launch a surprise attack on those Konoha dogs and take revenge for our fallen brothers? As the leader of an entire village, the third Kazekage's words were truly inspiring, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the Sand Shinobi. We are willing. We swear to follow Lord Third Kazekage to the death to launch a surprise attack on Konoha and avenge our grievances. 1,000 Sand Shinobi knelt on one knee to demonstrate their loyalty. Seeing this, the third Kazekage's mouth curled into a smile and he waved his hand. Let's move out. He then activated his magnetic release and an iron plate appeared beneath his feet, carrying him through the air. The Sand Shinobi followed closely behind as they made their way to Dayu Mountain. At the Konoha border, Shimura Danzo stroked his chin and studied the map. Lord Xiong, are you saying the enemy will launch a surprise attack on us at this time? Uchiha Shao nodded. Yes, Commander. As far as I know, the third Kazekage is called the strongest Kazekage, not just for his combat strength, but also for his military and political acumen. These are all top-tier qualities. Then tell me, where do you think they will launch their surprise attack? Shimura Danzo asked. He now genuinely trusted Uchiha Zhao's strategic vision. Without Uchiha Zhao, this battle would not have been won so brilliantly, which is why he highly valued Uchiha Zhao's opinions. Uchiha Zhao examined the map and finally extended his finger, pointing to the location of Dayu Mountain. Dayu Mountain. Danzo frowned. Dayu Mountain is our territory, and it is currently under our control. How could they be so foolish? No, Lord Danzo. They are not foolish, but rather very clever. We have just won and the entire army is in a state of euphoria. As the saying goes, an overconfident army is doomed to defeat. Now they have just suffered a major defeat and are brimming with determination to strike back at us. Therefore, if they launch a surprise attack on Dayu Mountain led by the third Kazekage or other Kage-level strong warriors, we will certainly lose Dayu Mountain. At that point, our main camp will be in danger. Uchiha Zhao sighed. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo immediately asked, is there any way to counter this? Uchiha Zhao pondered for a moment, then his brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. I have thought of something, Lord Danzo. Station shadow clones on the mountain and simultaneously plant explosion tags on the ground of Dayu Mountain and inside the clothing of the shadow clones. Even if we lose the Dayu Mountain position, the Sand Shinobi will suffer heavy losses. At that time we will retreat 100 li. They will have fought in vain, and there will be nothing they can do against us. Shimura Danzo nodded immediately. Good. Do as you say. I will send someone to execute this order right away. He then walked out of the tent, found a trusted subordinate, and ordered him to transmit the command. He understood that speed was crucial in warfare. Perhaps the third Kazekage was already on his way. Uchiha Zhao looked at the map and smiled intriguingly. Third Kazekage, I hope you will like the grand gift I have prepared for you. The poor third Kazekage was being played like a fiddle by Uchiha Zhao, completely unaware. Soon the third Kazekage led his troops to the foot of Dayu Mountain at the border with the Wind Country, just as he was about to give the order to climb the mountain. At this moment, the shadow clones on the mountain began pushing boulders toward the cliff below. Instantly, a wave of wailing and groaning filled the air. The third Kazekage looked coldly toward the mountain top. He hadn't expected Konoha to be prepared, but so what? He channeled his chakra and activated magnetic release iron sand realm technique. In an instant, the iron sand formed various iron cones that shot toward the large boulders on the mountain. In just a moment, the giant stones were shattered into smaller pieces. Even if they struck the body, they would cause no significant harm. Everyone charge. At the third Kazekage's command, the Sand Shinobi sped upward. Since Dayu Mountain was relatively gentle within the Wind Country's territory, the Sand Shinobi quickly reached the summit. The Konoha ninja on the mountaintop gritted their teeth. Their numbers were inferior to the Sand Shinobi and they lacked a Kage-level leader. Therefore they trembled all over. Not long after, the third Kazekage stepped onto the iron plate and leisurely flew up to Dayu Mountain. Seeing the Konoha ninja in this state, he couldn't help but sneer. Damn Konoha dogs. You killed my Sand Village ninja. Today is your death day. All troops heed my command. Kill. With a wave of his hand, the Sand Shinobi surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline. They charged furiously just as they were about to reach the Konoha ninja. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out, and then dozens of Sand Shinobi were blown apart, their bodies reduced to mangled flesh and blood. The explosion seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds continued relentlessly. Then came the unceasing screams of the sand shinobi. The third Kazekage's face turned green. He looked at the Konoha ninja on the mountain, his eyes red with rage. This barrage of explosions killed at least 200 men. 200. They were his elite ninja, and they had died so senselessly in the explosive tag trap. Damn it, they actually set an ambush for him. I will make you all die. The third Kazekage steadied his heart, but before he could make a move he saw Konoha ninja flying toward him. He was somewhat stunned. Are Konoha's ninja all this fierce? Just as he was about to strike an elite sand shinobi hastily shouted, "Careful, Lord Kazekage." Then quickly blocking the Konoha ninja, the third Kazekage paused for a moment. He then witnessed a scene that made his blood run cold. The Konoha ninja smiled faintly, then opened his ninja jacket revealing it was full of explosive tags. The sheer number of them made even the third Kazekage gasp. This was enough to cripple him. Uemura. The third Kazekage cried out in alarm. Then the explosive tags detonated. That Konoha ninja turned into a cloud of smoke, while Uemura was blown to pieces, his remains turning into a rain of blood. It's a shadow clone. The third Kazekage's face turned ashen. He ordered the elite sand shinobi to retreat, but those shadow clones of Konoha charged fearlessly into the ranks of sand shinobi and detonated themselves. Boom, 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 boom. The power of these explosions took another 300 sand shinobi with them, and the remaining 500 were all severely injured. They spat blood listless and defeated. Ah, Konoha, I will never forgive you. The third Kazekage was in a frenzy of rage. Night fell over the Konoha camp. The shinobi shadow clones on the mountainside had been destroyed, and memories and pain swiftly transmitted back to the originals. A wave of dizziness and nausea washed over them, but as they gradually adapted they regained control of their bodies. They immediately reported, "Lord Shikaka Danzo, the plan has proceeded flawlessly. The enemy force attacking from the mountains numbered approximately 1,000. We have eliminated 500 of them, while another 500 are severely wounded and unfit for further combat." A flicker of triumph gleamed in Danzo's eyes. He turned to Uchiha Shao. "Excellent. With this strike the third Kazekage is now left commanding nothing but ghosts." Uchiha Shao first comforted the ninja injured by the detonation of their shadow clones, then responded, "True, but with the three mountains reverting to Tsunade here, our earlier advantages have returned to zero. Our sole remaining advantage is that our forces have suffered minimal casualties. Even if they receive reinforcements, it will not be a significant issue." Uchiha Shao offered his assessment after careful contemplation. Danzo nodded and instructed Aburame Shikuro to escort the wounded away. He then turned back to Uchiha Shao and asked, "Then what should we do now?" Uchiha Shao spoke only one word: wait. Wait. Why wait? Danzo was puzzled. Would waiting alone be enough to shatter the Sand Ninja forces? Would waiting alone defeat the third Kazekage? Indeed. Uchiha Shao fixed his gaze upon Shikaka Danzo. Lord Hokage's troops should be arriving soon. Until then we must avoid direct confrontation at all costs. Shao Jun, I believe we should adopt a more aggressive stance. Danzo frowned. He understood well. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen took command, his own opportunities for merit would dwindle, and over half the credit would fall to Sarutobi. He naturally wished to strike the Sand Ninja once more before Hiruzen arrived. However, Uchiha Zhao's next words plunged Danzo into deep thought. "Lord Shikaka Danzo, can you block the third Kazekage's magnetic release? If you can, I agree. If not, you will only increase casualties and forfeit all the merits we have already secured." Uchiha Zhao's words were blunt, yet practical. Yet Shikaka Danzo was precisely the type who responded to such directness. Danzo paused, then fell into thought before lifting his gaze to meet Uchiha Zhao's. "Shao Jun speaks truth. Let us wait until Sarutobi arrives before making our next move." The thought of the brilliant victories they had achieved only to squander them all made Danzo's heart twist. Though a staunch egoist, Danzo was no fool. Uchiha Zhao's words may have been direct, but they were undeniably correct. From beginning to end, Uchiha Zhao's strategic vision and military acumen had earned Danzo's full recognition and respect. Indeed, whatever Uchiha Shao said carried an almost automatic weight of credibility in Danzo's eyes. Uchiha Shao nodded with a smile. "You speak wisely, Lord Danzo. The hour grows late. I implore you to rest soon." A rare smile softened Shikaka Danzo's stern countenance. "Very well. You too should rest. The night wind is cold. Take care of yourself." "Yes." Uchiha Shao responded, then slowly retreated from the main tent and made his way toward his own quarters. On the path, Tsunade spotted him, and her eyes brightened. Her lips curled upward, and she launched herself into Uchiha Zhao's arms. He started in surprise, then opened his arms to catch her. Tsunade wrapped herself around him, limbs entwining as she clung to him tightly. Uchiha Shao steadied her with his hands beneath her hips. Tsunade held on to him like a koala bear, a radiant smile gracing her face. Uchiha Shao sighed, his eyes softening with tenderness. "What's wrong, little Tsunade? Why haven't you slept yet? Wasn't it Orochimaru's watch tonight?" "I couldn't sleep, Shao Jun. Well, how did it go? Did your explosive tag life swap plan succeed?" While Uchiha Shao would never disclose military operations to others, he held nothing back from Tsunade. A smile tugged at Uchiha Zhao's lips. He had intended to play it cool, but Tsunade so observant read his expression and knew immediately. It had worked. Yay? Shao Jun, you're amazing. She threw her arms around him, her smooth cheek rubbing against his face. Uchiha Shao could feel the softness of her skin and felt his heart stir. Not long ago on a single night they had, well, not officially confirmed anything, but rather discovered each other's feelings. Since then, whenever no one was watching, the two would share kisses, embraces, and playful lifts. As a man who had never known intimacy in either of his two lives, Uchiha Shao certainly had no objections. Indeed, he reveled in it. His girlfriend was quite clingy, but that was precisely what he loved about her. After a while, Tsunade seemed to remember that Shao Jun hadn't rested yet. She patted his shoulder. Put me down. It's late, and you should rest. You are the strategist of our entire force. Uchiha Shao paused, then breathed warm words against her ear. Actually, I'm not tired yet. A little longer won't hurt. You. Tsunade's face flushed crimson. Though few were wandering the camp at this hour, Uchiha Shao was being remarkably bold. But then again, she had been the one to initiate this. There was no grounds for objection, so she might as well savor this moment of closeness. Tsunade buried her face against Uchiha Zhao's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Suddenly she sensed her own pulse beginning to synchronize with his, from steady thuds to rapid racing beats growing faster and faster. Uchiha Shao lowered his head and inhaled the fragrance of Tsunade's hair. He could barely contain himself and took a deep breath. Tsunade, puzzled, lifted her head just in time to feel his lips brush lightly against hers. Their gazes darted away and then returned to each other. Tsunade closed her eyes. If Uchiha Shao failed to understand her meaning now, he would truly be a fool. He slowly drew his lips closer to hers. Just as their lips were about to meet, a voice rang out. Sister, there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing? Sun no Najoshi fell silent, his eyes widening in shock as he took in Tsunade, clinging to Uchiha Shao, her legs wrapped around his waist, while Uchiha Zhao's hands supported her hips. He caught his breath sharply. And that wasn't all. Their lips were mere inches apart when Sun no Najoshi's exclamation shattered the moment. Uchiha Zhao's body stiffened while Tsunade's expression darkened. Tsunade was furious, not at Uchiha Shao, but at Sun no Najoshi. How dare her own brother sabotage her every time? Tsunade drew a deep breath to calm her anger. She gently patted Uchiha Zhao's shoulder, her eyes pleading. Understanding her silently, he released his grip and Tsunade's feet touched the ground. Blushing, she said, "Good night, Shao Jun." "Good night." They waved farewell to one another. Najoshi watched the scene, swallowing hard. A large red danger symbol hovered above his head. He turned to flee, but Tsunade appeared before him in an instant, her thumb and index finger pinching his ear. She twisted. Ow, ow. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sister. Sun no Najoshi wailed. Only when tears of pain welled in his eyes did Tsunade release him, giving a cold snort. At night, Uchiha Shao returned to his tent. His heart still beat a little faster. Seeing the water bottle on the table, he quickly grabbed it, unscrewed the cap, and drank the cool water in long gulps. Soon the water ran out. He shook the bottle up and down, found not a single drop remained, set it aside, and then scenes from just now kept flashing through his mind. Tsunade's clingy demeanor, her coquettish manner, the shy way she closed her eyes waiting for his kiss. What a pity that someone had intervened. But Uchiha Shao was not discouraged. After all, if there was one opportunity, there would surely be another. Next time he just needed to be more careful around his own brother-in-law. With these thoughts, Uchiha Shao shook his head with a bitter smile and prepared to sleep. Ding. Congratulations to the host for first dismantling the Sand Village's explosive tag traps, second raiding Mount Diyu, and severely crushing their morale, and third bombing the Kazekage on the mountain. A total of 20,000 points have been rewarded for these 3 strategic maneuvers. Current balance, 25050. Ding. The host's scheming has shocked Danzo, rewarding 500 points, and the hand sign free Jutsu Rasengan. Ding. The host's scheming has instilled fear in Chio, rewarding 100 points, and awakening puppeteer talent. Ding. The host's scheming has enraged the third Kazekage, rewarding 200 points, the magnet release, Sand Iron Realm technique, and unlocking water as a chakra attribute. Ding. Detecting that the host possesses both water and earth chakra within his body. Would you like to spend 500 points to synthesize the wood release Kekei Jinkai? Uchiha Shao was dumbfounded. What in the world? This battle rewarded so much. And he could activate wood release. Gazing at his point balance of 60050, his lips twitched. The system was doing this on purpose, wasn't it? Knowing exactly how irresistible wood release would be to him, it had set the price at 50,000 points. Consider that the Mangekyo Sharingan cost 100,000 points. He had originally planned to save up, but now that wood release had appeared, he suddenly wanted to awaken it at once. After a prolonged internal struggle, Uchiha Shao took a deep breath. System, I choose to activate wood release. Ding. Congratulations to the host for combining water and earth chakra to awaken the wood release Kekei Jinkai. Rewards the Jutsu would release Deep Forest Emergence and would release Impalement Tree. After receiving the points, the system's voice even sounded more cheerful. It continued, Host, if you were to exchange for would release alone, it would cost 200,000 points. This is a special discount I broke the rules to give you after you acquired Water Nature Chakra. You've made an excellent deal. Uchiha Zhao's lips twitched, but thinking of would release's two techniques, his mouth curved upward. Not bad at all. Besides Deep Forest Emergence, can evolve, Flower Forest Emergence, Divine Deep Forest Emergence, with each evolution representing a qualitative leap in power. As for Impalement Tree, everyone is familiar with it. Those who understand. Its control effects are absolutely solid. Overall, Uchiha Zhao was quite satisfied. As for the Mangekyo, he actually preferred not to awaken it naturally. He would rather spend more points than endure that kind of experience. Glancing at his remaining balance of 1050, Uchiha Zhao closed the system panel and drifted into dreamland. Meanwhile, Namake's Uzumaki was undergoing physical conditioning by Tsunade, or rather punishment. He was holding a handstand while Tsunade sat on a stool with her legs crossed, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. This was the first time in history she had ever conducted physical training for Namake's Uzumaki. Normally these tasks were handled by Namake's Uzumaki's master Orochimaru. But with guilt weighing on him, Namake's Uzumaki dared not speak much and could only endure. Seeing that Namake's Uzumaki could barely hold on any longer, Tsunade finally ended the training and said, "Next time you brat learn to read the room." After glaring at him, Tsunade returned to her tent to sleep. The next morning, Tsunade woke up early. In ordinary circumstances, she would never rise so soon. How should one put it? Truly the power of love. After washing up, Tsunade set out to find Uchiha Zhao. She knew that at this hour he should already be awake. As she had expected, Uchiha Zhao was practicing ninjutsu outside his tent. His right hand formed a sword finger as he called out, "Magnet Release, Sand Iron Realm Method." Iron sand materialized from thin air, converging into numerous triangular cones that floated in the sky. Under Uchiha Zhao's control, they pierced into wooden stakes. With a tearing sound, the wooden stake was speared through by the massive sharp iron cones, and then shattered into several pieces. One could imagine, should such a strike hit a person, it would be tetanus plus lacerations, an unquestionable death sentence. Uchiha Zhao exhaled, glanced at the result, and nodded. Not bad. But he remembered that Sasori of the Red Sands, puppet of the third Kazekage, seemed to possess a poison attribute as well. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about such matters, or else it would be poison plus tetanus plus lacerations. Tsunade's beautiful eyes lit up, and she smiled. "Xiaokuin, your strength has improved once again." After speaking, she took out her handkerchief and began wiping his sweat. Although Uchiha Zhao hadn't been sweating at all, his natural chakra was far more potent than ordinary chakra several times over. A beautiful woman wiping his sweat. He was more than willing to indulge in such a paid service. "I've provided so many military strategies, let me enjoy myself, isn't that fair?" Tsunade's movements were extraordinarily gentle, as if wiping a fragile piece of porcelain, while Uchiha Zhao tried his best to remain perfectly still. However, his nose was unremittingly breathing in the fragrance that emanated from Tsunade's body. Gradually, he grew somewhat dazed, and Tsunade was no different. Gazing at Uchiha Zhao's handsome face and his silky cascading disheveled hair, like a waterfall, her heartbeat began to accelerate. Uchiha Zhao took a deep breath, then caught Tsunade's hand that was wiping his sweat with his left hand, while his other hand seized Tsunade's remaining hand. Thud! With a wall slam, he pinned Tsunade against the great tent. Tsunade's eyes trembled, then her red lips parted slightly. Feeling Uchiha Zhao's bold dominance, she felt no discomfort. In fact, her heart leaped with delight. Hurry up, hurry up. She closed her eyes, awaiting Uchiha Zhao's kiss. Filled with youthful passion, he naturally could not resist, so he lowered his head and pressed his lips against Tsunade's. In the end, when Tsunade's face had turned completely crimson, Uchiha Zhao pulled away and their lips parted. Xiaokuin. Just as Tsunade was about to say more, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly arrived. "Oi, Xiaokuin, this old man has arrived. Not only have I come personally, but I have also brought 4000 troops. In that case we..." Before Hiruzen could finish, his lips twitched. What had he seen? Uchiha Zhao had pinned his own disciple, the Tsunade renowned for her monstrous strength, against a wall. And looking at Tsunade's unusually red lips, as an experienced man, he immediately understood what had occurred. Good heavens, had the two progressed so quickly? Had he come at an inconvenient time? Never mind, he could not bear to watch. He covered his eyes, but left a narrow slit. Do not ask. If you ask, the author simply wished to write it. Cough, cough. I was just passing by, sorry for interrupting you too. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't continue, but instead rubbed his two thumbs together. The lecherous grin on his face was unthinkable for the noble Hokage. Hearing his words, Tsunade's face flushed even redder. She covered her face with both hands and hurried away. Sarutobi Hiruzen clicked his tongue, watching her retreating figure, sighing, "The girl has grown up. I must say, kid, you have excellent taste." After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen even gave Uchiha Zhao a thumbs up. After all, who in Konoha didn't know of Tsunade's beauty? However, due to the status gap and Tsunade's lofty standards, she had remained single until now. But at this point, Uchiha Zhao had already won a firm place in Tsunade's heart, leaving deep footprints. say that the softest place in Tsunade's heart had already been reserved for Uchiha Shao with no room left for any other man. Uchiha Shao, listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hokage-sama, instead of meeting with Danzo-sama, so early in the morning, what brings you to my place? He secretly cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen for ruining the moment. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, knowing that Uchiha Shao was complaining about his ill-timed arrival. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. I've already been to see Danzo, so I came specifically to visit our military god Uchiha Shao. I didn't expect to discover some little secrets. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no strong objections to this. If the Uchiha were still as they were in the past, he would certainly need to reprimand both of them. However, Uchiha Shao was now his senior advisor, and Tsunade was not only his disciple, but also the princess of the Senju. Therefore, their romance was something Sarutobi Hiruzen welcomed wholeheartedly. I didn't expect the Hokage to be so gossipy. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's cheerful expression and obvious good mood, Uchiha Shao relaxed a bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Let's get down to business, Uchiha-kun. As for you and Tsunade, I personally support this. Hearing this, Uchiha Shao had no choice but to shift to the matter at hand. Hiruzen-sama, please sit. He pointed to the stool beside the stone table at the tent entrance. This stone table was something Tsunade had arranged some days prior. Noticing how plainly furnished Uchiha Zhao's quarters were, she felt something was lacking. In her impression, Uchiha Shao should be the refined and elegant type of strategist. With no place outside the tent for enjoying tea, how could that be acceptable? Thus, she personally had the stone table and stools crafted for Uchiha Shao. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and took a seat, while Uchiha Shao went to one side to start boiling water. About 10 minutes later, Uchiha Shao personally brewed a pot of tea for Sarutobi Hiruzen and only sat down after pouring a cup. This tea was from Konoha village, which Uchiha Shao found quite pleasant, so he had brought some along. It came in handy today. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted the teacup, blew away the steam, took a sip, then set it down and nodded. Fine tea. Uchiha-kun, your tea-making skills are impressive. I never expected such good fortune. After another sip, Uchiha Shao smiled. Hokage-sama, my humble skills are nothing to mention. At most they are mere trivial tricks. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Uchiha Shao set down his teacup, preparing to listen to his leader, know the Hokage's instructions. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the teacup and began. Uchiha-kun, what do you suggest we do next? I'll follow your lead. In truth, he had arrived the previous night and immediately sought out Shimura Danzo for a full report. Danzo had told him everything truthfully, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gained an entirely new understanding of Uchiha Shao. That was striking before the enemy could strike. Uchiha Shao had pondered this question many times before. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen was asking, he naturally would share his thoughts. Hokage-sama, according to our intelligence, the third Kazekage has led his forces to occupy Diu Mountain, Jegging Mountain, and Doya Mountain. They are currently setting up camp on the peaks and could descend to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Uchiha Shao began with an analysis of the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He understood these points as well, but the critical question was how to fight in order to minimize casualties. I suggest, Hokage-sama, you hold the defensive position and lead 3,000 ninja to resist the enemy's assault. Uchiha Shao pointed to the 3 mountains and their current main camp. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought without interrupting. Then Uchiha Shao continued. Meanwhile, Danzo-sama should lead troops on a detour through the Land of Rain and launch a fierce assault toward the Sand Village. When that happens, the third Kazekage will undoubtedly be forced to return for reinforcements. Hokage-sama, you must relentlessly pounce on him at that moment, holding him fast while Danzo-sama and you encircle the third Kazekage together. Once you pin down the third Kazekage, you have already secured half the victory. At that juncture, with the enemy's morale crumbling and our forces surging with fighting spirit, we shall surely shatter them in one decisive blow. By then, no matter how formidable his personal strength, he will be reduced to a lone commander with no troops, and will have no choice but to surrender. A dark intensity gleamed in Uchiha Zhao's eyes. The crux of this battle lay in the third Kazekage's magnet release and his shadow-level chakra. As long as they could stall him and find a way to shake the Sand Ninja's resolve, the third Kazekage would find his own troops questioning the wisdom of continuing the fight. Chiyo's Chome puppet regiment had already been destroyed, and assembling replacement materials in such a short time was impossible. Ordinary puppets, no matter how skillfully controlled by her, would barely match Jonin-level opposition. At that level of life, Shimura Danzo could handle them completely. As for Yura, Uchiha Shao would deal with him. Capturing him might prove difficult, but at the very least holding him off was entirely feasible. Among the remaining Sand Ninja, worth noting, only 2 stood out: Raza and Bunpoku. Raza could be easily dealt with by anyone among Tsunade, Orochimaru, or Jiraiya, but Master Bunpoku was another matter. He was an existence whose state of mind approached that of the Sage of Six Paths, and as the perfect Jinchuriki of Shikaku, his heart and mind were perfectly in sync. As long as he remained with the Sand Village, no disaster would befall it. However, Uchiha Shao had no intention of actually marching into the Sand Village itself. He only intended to spread panic among the third Kazekage's forces, causing internal discord and reducing their combat effectiveness by half. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. What a brilliant feint. He immediately made his decision. Uchiha-kun, go ahead with confidence. I will hold this position at all costs. Meanwhile, constrain the third Kazekage to the greatest extent. I'll go notify Danzo. By the way, Uchiha, this victory shall be credited to you as the primary strategist. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, patted Uchiha Xiao on the shoulder, then departed from Uchiha Xiao's tent and headed toward Shimura Danzo's quarters. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in exceptionally high spirits, even humming a little tune along the way, which left the ANBU ninja trailing behind him utterly astonished. After Sarutobi Hiruzen had departed, Uchiha Xiao slowly raised the cup of steaming tea before him, took a gentle sip, and then drained it in one gulp. As he set down the teacup, an involuntary sigh escaped him, as if an endless sea of sorrow and worry lay heavy in his heart. He slowly lifted the teacup, gently swirling the last remnants of tea inside, while his gaze grew vacant, as though his thoughts had already drifted far beyond the clouds. After a long while he muttered to himself, a storm is indeed approaching. Then he raised his head, gazing up at that expanse of sky lost in contemplation. And at that very moment atop a distant mountain peak, the third Kazekage stood motionless. His towering figure stood as formidable as a mountain range overlooking the vast boundless land beneath his feet. His piercing eyes stared intently into the distance, every place within his line of sight belonging to the territories he had conquered. All three mountain peaks had already fallen under his control. A gentle breeze swept past, causing the third Kazekage's long, deep blue hair, hard and sharp like a hedgehog's spines, to ripple softly in the wind. At this moment his mind was racing through strategic deployments, pondering how to lead his army forward. Ever since Elder Chi had voluntarily resigned from her position, he had decisively ordered her to return to Suna to safeguard their homeland. Accompanying her was Yura, who possessed the Shotan ability. However, this decision had provoked Hokio's discontent. Nowadays Hokio sat silently in his tent all day, showing no interest in the battle plans whatsoever, appearing utterly disengaged. The third Kazekage understood very well that even knowing Hokio harbored resentment, he did not regret the decision he had made. Because in his view, only by firmly holding all authority in his own hands could he truly feel at ease. Not long after, a loud cry rang out, "Teacher, I have arrived." This unexpected shout caused the third Kazekage to pause involuntarily, and he instinctively turned his head to look. Before his eyes a figure was approaching quickly. It was none other than Resetsu. A trace of confusion rose in the third Kazekage's heart as he wondered when had he ordered Resetsu to the front lines. But before he could ask, Resetsu had already approached with a smile and explained, "Teacher, upon learning that you would personally command this campaign, I came without delay to offer my support. I am willing to serve as your vanguard, fighting side by side with you, advancing and retreating together." Resetsu's words were like a spring breeze, causing the third Kazekage's previously sharp blade-like gaze to soften considerably. Regardless of whether Resetsu was deeply scheming, the fact that he always firmly remained on the same side as him naturally evoked a sense of fondness in the third Kazekage. You, next time, do not make decisions on your own or act rashly. But considering your loyalty this time, I will let it go for now. Scram, I am not so old that I need my disciple to charge into battle on my behalf. The third Kazekage's mood had improved considerably due to Resetsu's arrival, and his tone became noticeably gentler as he spoke. "Yes, master." Resetsu replied with respect. How intelligent he was. He knew the third Kazekage's personality inside out, fully aware of his ambitions and precisely where his soft spot lay. Because of this, he could always perfectly cater to the third Kazekage's wishes, thereby winning his trust and affection. One might say they were truly fit master and disciple. Or perhaps Resetsu simply possessed extraordinary insight into human nature. "Resetsu, tell me, when exactly should we launch our attack?" The third Kazekage gazed thoughtfully at Resetsu, secretly hoping to use this opportunity to thoroughly test his beloved disciple's capabilities in leading troops into battle. Resetsu understood perfectly. He knew this was a test set by his master, so he calmed his mind and began to think carefully. After a short while, a flicker of light flashed in his eyes, and he respectfully began to speak, "Master." However, before he could finish, the third Kazekage's brows furrowed tightly, and he scolded sternly, "During wartime, you must address me by my rank. Show some discipline." Resetsu paused for a moment, but quickly recovered, hurriedly changing his address with a smile, "Commander-in-Chief." Hearing Resetsu's change of address, the third Kazekage gave a slight nod of approval, then raised his right hand in a gesture, signaling Resetsu to continue. Resetsu took a deep breath and confidently analyzed, "Commander-in-Chief, consider this: for those ninja, night is undoubtedly their most reliable natural shield. This is not something only we understand. Konoha must be equally aware. Therefore, in my opinion, launching an attack at night would be unfeasible. Rather than playing it safe, why not strike suddenly and attack Konoha immediately? As the saying goes, speed is paramount in warfare. This way we will catch those Konoha fools completely off guard and overwhelm them." Speaking of which, a tremendously confident smile spread across Resetsu's face. After hearing Resetsu's words, the third Kazekage was completely stunned. He had originally expected to hear some unique and brilliant strategic deployment from Resetsu, but never anticipated receiving such an answer that left him at a loss, neither able to laugh nor cry. At this moment his gaze toward Resetsu had completely changed. The original test and appreciation had vanished, entirely replaced by a speechless expression akin to looking at an idiot. Counterintuitive, my foot. Attacking at high noon. Are you possibly a spy sent by Konoha? As if the enemy couldn't detect our movements. No, with this military caliber, even a genin could hardly devise such a bizarre tactic. That's it, the third Kazekage asked. That's it. Resetsu's eyes brightened as he replied firmly. Watching Resetsu's expression, the third Kazekage's mouth twitched, then he patted his shoulder. Well said. Don't say it next time. Then the third Kazekage turned away, cursing himself inwardly. Why had he thought to test his disciple? Wasn't this simply seeking suffering for himself? Resetsu scratched his head, but he quickly adjusted his demeanor and followed behind the third Kazekage with a serious expression. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that the third Kazekage finally shouted, "All units follow me into battle." The sun sank behind the western hills, light was about to be swallowed, darkness was about to descend. In this moment lay the ideal time to attack. The third Kazekage led at the front with Resetsu following behind. Both master and disciple employed their magnetic release techniques, soaring through the sky, while 6,000 Tsunade ninja trailed behind them. From this one could see the third Kazekage's determination to fight Konoha. 6,000 ninja. Without exaggeration, this was Tsunade's final reserve. If he won, the third Kazekage would surpass the first and second Kazekage. Having defeated Konoha, he would become the unquestionably strongest Kazekage, immortalized in the memory of Tsuna and the Land of Wind. But if he lost, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame, spurned by the people of the Land of Wind. Therefore he could only win. He could not lose. Magnetic release, sand iron domain technique. The third Kazekage declared coldly. With a flick of his wrist, 3 or 4 large iron cones shot toward Konoha. Just as his plan seemed to be succeeding, the corners of his mouth curled upward, as though he could already envision Konoha's ninja being torn apart by those cones. But before he could rejoice, a series of voices rang out. Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Wind release, vacuum cutter. Lightning release, lightning fong. Then came the laughter of the young Sarutobi Hashirama. The real body grinned. 5 elements, great combined attack technique. The main body and 5 clones released their ninjutsu simultaneously. The techniques merged together, neither canceling each other out nor opposing one another. In fact, they amplified each other's power twofold. All 5 attacks converged upon the third Kazekage's iron spikes. His pupils constricted sharply. Damn it. This chakra, it's at the Kage level. The composite jutsu formed by the 5 techniques completely neutralized the sand iron spikes. When they collided, a massive cloud of dust erupted into the air. The third Kazekage immediately attempted to retreat, but suddenly a staff swung down from within the smoke, catching him off guard. What the yay? The third Kazekage looked up to see a wooden staff plummeting from the sky. His right hand moved, instantly channeling chakra as a sand iron shield materialized to block the strike. With a resounding thud, the sand iron shield groaned under the impact. The third Kazekage understood it wouldn't hold much longer, but the time he'd bought was more than sufficient to escape the smoke. He leaped backward, flashing through several movements to put distance between himself and the dust cloud. Something felt wrong. The smoke seemed to be thickening by the moment. And it didn't look like sand at all. The third Kazekage pinched some of the dust from his clothes, held it up to his eyes, and his expression darkened. Moved. This is flour. Barely had he finished speaking when a torrent of flames streaked toward them from the distance. Fire release, massive fireball technique. The third Kazekage glanced and saw Sarutobi Hashirama. He quickly activated sand iron domain technique, launching an iron cone at Sarutobi. The latter glanced sideways, formed hand seals, and declared Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. 1 shuriken split into 2, then 4, then 6, multiplying until finally 256 shuriken hurtled toward the iron cone. The sky erupted in crackling flames and ringing clashes. Though they couldn't knock the cone down, they drastically slowed its momentum. Then Sarutobi executed a substitution jutsu. The iron cone embedded itself into a wooden stake, while he remained completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the sand ninja below suffered the consequences. An explosion tore through the enemy ranks, wounding 200 sand ninja. Engulfed in flames, they screamed and writhed in agony. Witnessing this, the third Kazekage drew a sharp breath. He looked towards Sarutobi's army, roughly 3,000 strong. He had lost only 200. 5,800 against 3,000. The advantage was his. He exchanged a glance with Resetsu. Understanding the signal, Resetsu stepped forward, raised both hands, and countless golden sands converged to form deadly blades that swept toward the Konoha ninja. Jiraiya smirked. Finally, it's my turn. He slammed both palms onto the ground. An earthen wall approximately 2 or 3 people wide rose from the earth. The sound of blades embedding into earth filled the air continuously, yet not a single one managed to pierce through the earthen wall. When the assault finally ceased, Resetsu's face darkened with fury. Looking up at the gray-haired ninja, he muttered through gritted teeth, "Jiraiya." The ninja who had inherited Mount Miyaboku's power and the apprentice of the fourth Hokage Sarutobi Hashirama. Seeing the golden blades cease their attack, Jiraiya immediately dispelled the earthen wall and began collecting the golden blades, storing them in his scroll. Heaven-sent windfall. Pure heaven-sent windfall. Upon seeing Jiraiya's greedy demeanor, both the third Hokage and the third Kazekage's expressions darkened. Resetsu in particular stared at Jiraiya with eyes practically burning with rage. Sarutobi Hashirama found Jiraiya's behavior deeply disgraceful. At least he was the apprentice of Konoha's Hokage. How could he wear such a smug grin over mere gold and silver? The third Kazekage meanwhile saw both Sarutobi and Jiraiya as kindred spirits. Despicable, shameless, and contemptible. How could they stoop to looting their enemy's sand gold? Resetsu felt thoroughly disgusted. "Hey big guy, we're in the middle of a battle here. How am I supposed to conduct myself when you're acting like this?" Jiraiya picked his nose, cast a sideways glance at Resetsu, as if to say troublesome. "Then don't bother. That sand gold is mine now. What can you possibly do about it?" This only angered Resetsu further. He bellowed, raising both hands as he levitated into the air. Vast amounts of chakra surged outward, drawing an immense torrent of golden sand from beneath the ground, which began forming a swirling vortex. Magnetic release, sand gold, great burial. This technique dealt area damage. Even Sarutobi Hashirama couldn't help but look impressed. He glanced at Jiraiya and raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya's scalp prickled. "I only took a few pieces of your gold. Do you really need to go this far?" For the first time, the third Kazekage actually laughed. He hadn't expected his disciple to possess such a move. Not bad at all. If executed perfectly, at least 500 enemies would be crushed on the spot. Jiraiya sighed deeply, then his expression shifted. Fury flashed in his eyes. Earth release, spirit swamp. Fierce chakra flowed through his palms and into the ground beneath everyone's feet. This wasn't ordinary chakra. It was the sage chakra he had refined. Though the quantity was small, the quality was exceptional. The golden sand vortex, moments away from completing its final phase and engulfing the Konoha ninja, suddenly slowed. The vortex's suction weakened considerably. The Konoha ninja rallied and swiftly retreated. Sensing danger, the third Kazekage prepared to activate magnetic release. Just then a black staff suddenly elongated and shot toward him. His expression shifted. A sand iron shield materialized, blocking the strike with a metallic clang. Following the staff's trajectory, he realized that had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been caught completely off guard. Naturally, this piqued his curiosity. He looked up and froze. It was Sarutobi Hashirama. Treacherous dog. Hidden behind his back, his left hand shimmered with red light as chakra secretly gathered. Sand iron rain. Sand iron pellets formed in his palm. Just as he was about to hurl them, the black staff transformed into a humanoid monkey. It let out a roar that momentarily stunned the third Kazekage, but he quickly recovered. His left hand launched the sand iron rain, while his right palm condensed the three-pronged spike of sand iron domain technique. Enma flinched, dodging the first volley of sand iron rain with a quick bend. But the second sand iron domain spike, despite his desperate evasion, still grazed his chest, drawing a spray of blood. "Enma, retreat!" Sarutobi exclaimed urgently. Enma shook his head. "No, Hashirama. I can still fight through minor injuries like these." The third Kazekage's expression darkened as he stared at the Monkey King Deva, a growing viciousness in his eyes. Just then Hiruzen Sarutobi drew in a sharp breath. "The monkey has trapped him." "Understood." The Monkey King Deva then transformed into wooden planks, forming a cage that tightly encased the third Kazekage. Taken aback, he had never encountered such a technique before. After observing for a moment, he suddenly felt a wave of heat surge toward him. Hiruzen let out a cold snort. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. He swiftly formed hand seals, leaning backward as a dragon-shaped torrent of flames roared toward the third Kazekage. Resetsu cursed inwardly. This was bad. Just as he prepared to intervene, Jiraiya blocked his path and unleashed the random lion hair technique, flicking his silver hair forward. His white hair hardened and elongated, stabbing toward Resetsu like spear points. Resetsu's expression darkened as he raised his right hand, summoning a golden shield that deflected Jiraiya's attack. Jiraiya showed no surprise, offering a faint smile. "Let the older generation settle this themselves. Us juniors shouldn't interfere, don't you agree?" "Let me decide. I say step aside." Resetsu grit his teeth, desperate to reach his master. "Why are you blocking my path?" Jiraiya clicked his tongue. "Fine, no more nonsense." He activated Earth Release, Quicksand Jungle Field, transforming the ground beneath Resetsu's feet into a quagmire. Resetsu grimaced in disgust, yet continued fighting. Jiraiya handled him with relative ease since both were disciples of Kage-level shinobi, and their strength was roughly matched. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage felt the heat wave approaching. Without forming hand seals, iron blades materialized on both his hands, and with a powerful motion, he sliced through the wooden logs behind him, creating an opening in an instant. The third Kazekage quickly retreated, then swept his right hand to summon 3 sand iron shields that blocked Hiruzen's fire dragon flame bullet. From a distance he unleashed Sand Iron Domain and Sand Iron Time Rain. Seeing that the cage combined with fire failed to land a hit, Hiruzen called out to the Monkey King Deva, which transformed into a long staff he gripped in hand. He then began performing staff techniques, the rod spinning rapidly with a clattering rhythm. Blocking all of the third Kazekage's ranged attacks, the two clashed in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you stinking monkey, your staff work is decent, but only decent. With those words, the third Kazekage pressed both palms to the ground, channeling chakra through his arms deep into the earth below. Immediately columns of sand iron spikes erupted from the ground. Hiruzen leaped skyward, then launched Fire Dragon Flame Bullet and Water Dragon Bullet in quick succession. Riding the recoil, Hiruzen soared higher as both ninjutsu spiraled toward his opponent like dual dragons. The third Kazekage looked up, then shaped his iron sand into a cocoon that enveloped his entire body. This was his signature technique, Absolute Defense. Despite its name, it wasn't truly absolute. Rather, it offered exceptionally high protection against most ninjutsu. The only way to break through was to concentrate all force on a single point, achieving the effect of piercing through the surface. The two jutsu impacts dissolved against the iron sphere after merely a moment. Hiruzen sneered, the third Kazekage's turtle shell protection isn't half bad. Though your techniques fell apart so easily. At Hiruzen's words, the third Kazekage's face darkened. A gap appeared above the iron sphere, revealing his face. He despised being called a turtle above all else. Roaring in fury, vast quantities of iron sand converged into a massive conical spike, launching straight at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen's pupils contracted, then he shouted, "This is bad. Retreat." As his words echoed, the Konoha ninja previously engaged the Suna shinobi quickly disengaged and withdrew. Glancing at the battle between Jiraiya and Resetsu, Hiruzen swung his staff toward Resetsu, catching him off guard and sending him stumbling backward. Then he exchanged a glance with Jiraiya. Jiraiya scratched his head, then approached Hiruzen. Together, master and student formed hand seals in unison. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. In an instant, two exceptionally thick walls materialized, positioned front and back, designed to deflect the third Kazekage's wrathful strike. Once the technique was completed, the two immediately employed their body flicker technique to retreat. The massive iron cone struck the first earth flow wall, piercing through it with pinpoint precision and shattering it instantly, though its momentum significantly decreased in the process. The iron cone pressed onward toward the second wall, its rotation gradually slowing until it finally breached the barrier, but became lodged within, unable to advance further. The third Kazekage panted heavily, his face flushed crimson as he turned toward them, expecting to see devastation. Instead, he discovered his attack embedded in the earthen wall. Blood rose in his throat, but he forcibly swallowed it back down. He had expended so much chakra on that powerful strike born of anger, yet it had been neutralized by such a method. What he didn't realize was that Jiraiya's earth flow wall contained traces of natural chakra. Without it, they might not have been able to block the attack. Clutching his chest, the third Kazekage glared toward where the Konoha forces had withdrawn, fury burning within him as he stumbled backward 2 steps. Resetsu quickly moved to support him. Master, are you alright? Resetsu asked with genuine concern etched across his features. The third Kazekage shook his head and waved dismissively. I'm fine. Pursue them. We can't let them escape. He pointed toward the direction Hiruzen and the others had fled. But, Resetsu began. Before he could finish, the third Kazekage bellowed, go now. I'll be right behind you. Rising to his feet, the third Kazekage steadied himself, retrieved a pill from his pouch, and consumed it before settling into a meditative posture to restore his chakra. Resetsu cast a glance at the third Kazekage, a subtle glint flashing in his eyes. How dare he speak to me so harshly? But he quickly suppressed his resentment and bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Turning to the 580 Suna ninja troops arrayed before him, a fierce resolve surged through his chest. All of you follow me. This time Konoha will pay dearly. As you command, Lord Resetsu. One by one they charged after Resetsu toward the direction where the Konoha ninja had retreated. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and Jiraiya fought a strategic retreat, keeping the Suna forces engaged without committing fully, neither attacking nor yielding, simply wearing them down. With the situation relatively stable, Resetsu's confidence grew. Didn't this prove his point? Choza had fallen, the third Kazekage had been outmaneuvered, yet he had led his forces against the Konoha ninja with virtually no casualties. But his triumph was short-lived. When his master arrived, the third Kazekage immediately reclaimed command. A question formed in his mind. Why was Konoha fighting this way? They're trying to hold us back. The third Kazekage realized. Konoha had fielded approximately 600 ninja initially, yet only 300 were present now, mostly unfamiliar faces, including Hiruzen himself. This meant their remaining 600 plus forces were positioned elsewhere. No good. We've walked into a trap. Suna village is in danger. Realizing too late, the third Kazekage ordered an immediate retreat. Just then the third Hokage Hiruzen led his forces back into contact, but this time their approach was different. They mercilessly hammered the retreating Suna forces, unleashing a barrage of jutsu upon them. On the other side at the border between Suna and the Land of Rain, the 6,000-strong Konoha forces marched towards Suna under Danzo's command. Chisato received the news and felt a chill run down her spine. She had already been uneasy about the third Kazekage personally leading the assault on Konoha, sensing something was amiss. Now her suspicions had been confirmed. Chisato shook her head. Suna had only 3,000 ninja within its walls. Their elites had been taken by the third Kazekage. The remainder were merely Chunin and Genin. How could they possibly withstand Danzo's army of 6,000? Yet at this point the question of whether to fight was irrelevant. It was no longer a matter of choice, but of necessity. Suna's walls were too low and weak to repel Konoha ninja. Better to strike first than sit idle behind those inadequate defenses. She summoned a messenger and ordered him to deliver word to Master Funimuro that Suna stood at a critical juncture of life and death and hoped he would come out of the village to face the enemy. Chisato then called forth Hayami and Lin. Hayami was a rising talent sent by the elders, while Lin was her own son, a prodigy puppeteer who had already achieved the ability to control 5 puppets simultaneously. Elder mother, both bowed respectfully. Chisato nodded and handed them the intelligence report. Take a look. They took the report, brows furrowing. The situation was far from optimistic. The enemy had already reached their doorstep. Hayami spoke first. Granny Chisato, just tell me what to do. Chisato's expression softened. She patted Hayami's shoulder and smiled. Hayami, Lin, you each lead 500 soldiers to defend the south gate and the north gate. I shall take 1,000 to hold the east gate. Remember, if the situation becomes hopeless, you may retreat. Upon hearing these words, both Lin and Hayami were stunned. This was the first time Chisato had ever spoken of retreat in the face of certain defeat. A somber feeling washed over them. Was the situation really this dire? What was the Kazekage doing? Had he not yet received word? Hayami clenched her fists and gazed toward the direction of the third Kazekage's advance. In truth, upon realizing the situation, the Kazekage had immediately set out to return. By the next day, he had learned of Konoha's forces surrounding Suna, but Hiruzen Sarutobi's relentless harrying had made it impossible for him to break free and come to their aid. Hayami drove away her wandering thoughts and decisively led her troops toward the south gate. However, upon reaching the south gate, what lay before their eyes left Hayami thoroughly astonished. The commander leading the force was none other than that young man with the magnetic release ability, Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao rode high on confidence, having surrounded the south gate with 800 members of his clan. He had originally intended only to apply pressure upon Suna, but who could have predicted that Suna would actually fling open their gates? And from those wide-open doors emerged none other than Hayami, renowned throughout the ninja world for her scorch release. Seeing Hayami appear, the corner of Uchiha Zhao's mouth twitched upward in a faint smile. Long time no see, Miss Hayami. Hayami's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, resting upon Uchiha Shao. She spoke softly. Uchiha Shao, is it? I've heard you excel not only in fire release and magnetic release, but also possess chakra reserves befitting a jonin. Yet in truth your strength rivals that of a Kaga-level shinobi. With those words, her slender waist swayed gently as she strode gracefully forward. Uchiha Shao stared for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, Miss Hayami, you flatter me. Kaga-level strength. That's simply not true. I'm nothing more than an ordinary shinobi. He waved his hands in denial, though inwardly he was deeply shaken. How could this Hayami possibly know so much about him? In fact, Uchiha Shao had no idea that ever since he had unleashed his magnetic release and the devastating Great Fire Annihilation, which had nearly cost Chisato her life, details of his prowess had spread like wildfire across all 5 great nations. Even the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure Inoki, who was locked in fierce battle against Kumogakure at that very moment, had already caught wind of his name. Enough nonsense. Since we're here, let's just fight. With that roar, Hayami's hands flew through seals with incredible speed, her chakra surging through her body like a raging torrent. In the blink of an eye, 5, or perhaps 6, massive brown-red fireballs materialized out of thin air. They seemed to transform into writhing and lashing fire serpents, carrying terrifying heat and blazing energy as they surged relentlessly toward their target. An overwhelmingly hot blast of air hit Uchiha Shao, causing him to pause mid-step. What the hell? This woman is going all out from the start. He cursed inwardly. I never intended to fight you in the first place. Why unleash everything at once? But time was of the essence. There was no room for hesitation. He could only hastily leap backwards several steps to evade the ferocious onslaught. Uchiha Shao, will you not even bother to use your magnetic release? Hayami's voice was as cold as frost. Her icy gaze locked onto her opponent like piercing daggers. Hearing this, Uchiha Shao was startled once more. Wait, I genuinely have no intention of fighting you. But Hayami would have none of it. Snorting derisively, she continued, stop pretending to be innocent. You've surrounded our south gate with 800 Uchiha clan members and still claim you don't want to fight. If you refuse to strike first, then don't expect me to show you any mercy. Before her words had fully echoed, Hayami channeled her chakra once more. The fire serpents, already fearsome, grew even more frenzied and violent. like a stampede of wild horses charging straight toward Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao had no choice but to fight back. He channeled his chakra and activated his magnetic release. The iron sand around them coalesced into towering cone-shaped formations matching the approaching fireballs. Scorch release over steam annihilation. The fireballs hurtled toward Uchiha Shao. The searing heat within filled him with unease. In an instant his hands swept upward. Magnetic release, sand, iron domain. The iron cones collided with the fireballs and instantly melted into molten slag. Uchiha Zhao's expression darkened. Damn it. Her scorch release is a hard counter to mine. The fireballs continued their relentless advance, bearing down on him. Uchiha Shao activated his body flicker technique to create distance, then pressed a palm to the ground, unleashing his signature jutsu, sand iron piercing formation. Sand iron surged from beneath the earth, locking onto Hayami's position before shooting upward in a barrage of spikes. Sand iron spikes erupted from the ground. Hayami reacted with incredible speed, leaping into the air. With a flash of chakra, she melted the spikes using oversteam annihilation before landing gracefully. Casting a glance at Uchiha Shao, a flicker of surprise crossed her mind. Magnetic release can be used this way. Still, attribute advantages and disadvantages applied. Scorch release completely countered magnetic release. As long as she remained careful, there would be no issues. Although Uchiha Shao possessed exceptional talent with magnet release, he knew that even natural chakra could not overcome burn release. He pondered what other abilities could counter it. Fire release. No. Burn release ranked above fire release, and Yekong's chakra reserves were no less than Zhao's. Overwhelming her through sheer volume was impossible. He continued thinking when suddenly inspiration struck. Sharingan. Yes, the Sharingan. He had nearly forgotten his own unique talent. The Jinjutsu inherent to the Sharingan was no joke. A flash of light appeared in Zhao's eyes as he channeled In-style chakra to his head. Instantly Zhao's eyes transformed into a three-tomo Sharingan, its blood-red pupils striking fear into onlookers. Yekong. Shao activated the Sharingan Jinjutsu. Yekong shuddered violently. The stronger a ninja, the stronger their mental fortitude, especially those possessing dual Kekkei Genkai. Yekong staggered, her chakra circulation frozen mid-flow, her burn release dissipating. Seizing the opening, Shao vanished in a flash step, drawing his longsword for a swift strike. When Yekong finally snapped out of it, her face drained of color. At this distance and speed, there was no way to evade. Just then, a crimson-haired man manipulated three puppets, one shielding Yekong, while the other two dove toward Shao, one aiming for his head and the other piercing toward his chest. Zhao's eyes darted left and right. He executed a body substitution technique. Click, click. The sound of metal embedding into wood echoed. Shao studied the puppets following the control wires. He paused. Is that chakra Shikaku? No, that can't be right. At this time Shikaku was still a child. Besides, if it truly were him, he would have already deployed his 100-puppet technique. This man could only command 3 puppets. He immediately realized this was Chiyo's son. Yekong exhaled in relief. Thank you, Lin. Lin shook his head. It's nothing. The north and west gates had no enemies, so I came to reinforce you. It was simply good timing. Yekong hesitated. Why only reinforce the east and south gates? She glanced at Uchiha Shao, who clicked his tongue twice. He knew he could not defeat Yekong today, but he had already succeeded in pressuring the sand village. The green hills remain, the waters flow onward. We shall meet again. With those words, 800 Uchiha retreated in unison. Yekong and Lin exchanged bewildered looks. They could not understand why Shao would not press the attack. But time waited for no one. The two joined forces and led their 1,000 ninja toward the east gate, where Grandmother Chiyo held position. By the time they arrived, the eastern gate ninjas had already withdrawn. They urgently asked, Elder, Mother, what is happening? Chiyo fell silent. Even she had not immediately grasped the situation. Konoha's assault had only come at the south and east gates, and merely as a feint. No real attack had been launched. Suddenly her eyes widened. Her breath quickened. Everyone prepare to pursue Konoha immediately. Hurry, or Lord Third Kazekage will be in danger. Regardless of their political differences, from the perspective of the Sand Village, they were family. Chiyo would never ignore a crisis threatening the Third Kazekage. Yekong nodded resolutely. Lin hesitated, wanting to speak, but under Chiyo's piercing gaze he chose obedience. Within the land of wind, the Konoha forces. Lord Danzo, the Sand Ninja are coming after us, a scout reported. Shibumi Danzo nodded and glanced at Uchiha Shao. Shao gave a thumbs up, and Danzo finally felt reassured. If this plan went poorly, Danzo himself would be the one caught in the crossfire. Shao had already anticipated this very scenario before arriving. If the Sand Ninjas stayed within their village, the traps would be useless. But if they pursued, they would suffer the consequences. Soon explosions and shouts echoed from the distance. A smile curled Zhao's lips. During their withdrawal, they had carefully planted traps at predetermined locations. Spikes, bear traps, and explosive tags lay in wait for any pursuing force. Even though Chiyo understood their true target was the Third Kazekage, her anxiety drove her forward recklessly. At moments like these, the simplest traps proved the most effective. Chiyo gazed upon the ninja, impaled and reduced to unrecognizable fragments. Her once straight spine slowly bent under the weight of despair. She should have noticed how crude the traps were. Yet her hasty decisions had cost them further losses, forcing her to wonder whether age had dulled her instincts. From that day forward, a saying spread across the ninja world: when Konoha retreats, do not pursue, or you will walk straight into an ambush. But that, of course, was yet to come. Yekong hurried to support Chiyo. Grandmother, should we still continue the pursuit? Chiyo looked at Yekong, then at the 800 ninja slaughtered by ambush and the countless wounded. Finally, she sighed deeply. We pursue. Once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot return. Indeed, once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot return. If she abandoned the pursuit now, how could she face those 800 fallen ninja? If the Kazekage died, who would bear the responsibility? Lin clenched his teeth but obeyed his mother's orders. As for Yekong, she never questioned such things. Whatever the elder commanded, she would carry out without hesitation. After a brief rest, the sand ninja resumed their pursuit. Xiaokuin, you truly have your ways. That trap deployment was masterful. Shibumi Danzo laughed boisterously. Uchiha Shao smiled faintly. These traps will only slow their advance. They will still pursue us. Danzo paused, then understood. Exactly. Once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot return. If he were in Chiyo's position, he would also continue advancing. But the remaining troops' combat effectiveness would be far weaker than a full army. Even if surrounded, reinforcements from the sand village would pose little threat. This is already excellent. Xiaokuin, we are not far from the 3rd Kazekage's location. He had just received news the 3rd Kazekage, leading the remaining 4,000 troops, had just crossed the 3 mountains and entered the land of Wind Border. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi led 2,500 troops in hot pursuit behind the 3rd Kazekage. The Kazekage frequently turned to launch attacks, each casual strike claiming 2 or 3 lives. Yet compared to the Kazekage's forces, Hiruzen's casualties remained far lighter. As the Kazekage's column descended the mountain and advanced 100 meters, a sudden wind blade hurtled toward him. Wind release vacuum waved. It was Shibumi Danzo. He had struck. Our Konoha is saved. Cough cough. Danzo's attack came with terrifying speed and precision. The 3rd Kazekage's pupils contracted, and he twisted his body to dodge the wind blade, leaving Rasha behind him exposed. Rasha hesitated for only a moment before another wind blade sliced toward his head. He attempted to duck, but too late. His arm was severed clean off. Agonizing pain tore through him, leaving him writhing in humiliation. Shao stared in astonishment. Danzo had truly outdone himself. The heir apparent to the 4th Kazekage had lost an arm. Uchiha Shao laughed to himself. Danzo had truly outdone himself this round, severing the arm of the 4th Hokage's designated successor. That was a feat he could boast about for the rest of his life. The screams of Raza only aggravated the 3rd Kazekage further, who was already in a foul mood. Can you keep it down? He glanced at Raza, his expression darkening. Raza gritted his teeth. The look he directed at the 3rd Kazekage no longer held any reverence. It was laced with hatred. Why did you have to dodge? If you hadn't dodged, would I be in this state? Now look at me. I'm crippled. The position of Kazekage is undoubtedly gone from me. Since I can't attain it, why should I show you any respect? The 3rd Kazekage shot him a cold glance, then snorted derisively as he turned his attention to Shimura Danzo. Raising his right hand, he circulated chakra, launching razor-sharp, triangular iron spikes toward Danzo. Danzo remained expressionless and merely waved his hand. Orochimaru stepped forward, forming hand seals. Triple Rashomon. 3 massive gates erupted from the ground, and with 2 of them sacrificed, they blocked the attack. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Danzo gave him an approving nod, then gestured towards Tsunade, who nodded in return. She charged forward, unleashing her strength art upon the 3rd Kazekage. Pain Pile, Iron Mountain. A hint of mockery flickered in the 3rd Kazekage's eyes as his body shifted backward, effortlessly evading Tsunade's devastating strike. The Pain Pile, Iron Mountain slammed into the ground, fracturing the earth, and causing the sand ninja troops to stumble and lose their footing. The 3rd Kazekage then curled his fingers upward, gathering sand iron into an arrow that shot straight towards Tsunade. Everything happened so swiftly that Tsunade couldn't react in time, and neither Orochimaru nor Uchiha Shao could reach her in time to intervene. With a sharp piercing sound, the sand iron arrow plunged through Tsunade's shoulder. From Uchiha Zhao's perspective, it looked as though it had pierced straight through her heart. Tsunade cried out in pain before collapsing. The 3rd Kazekage, unwilling to let this opportunity slip, began circulating his chakra. He intended to nail Tsunade to this very spot and kill her. Images of Tsunade's heart being impaled flashed repeatedly through Uchiha Zhao's mind, rendering him numb to everything around him. Self-blame, regret, savagery, bloodlust, madness, slaughter, annihilation. Dark emotions consumed his mind entirely. Instantly, 2 streams of blood tears streamed from his eyes. Gazing at the 3rd Kazekage, his 3-tomoe Sharingan morphed before their eyes. 6 large tomoe radiating from a single center, their tails extending in 6 directions. The Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened. Uchiha Shao instantly appeared before Tsunade. The 3rd Kazekage hesitated for a moment, then searched through his intelligence files, finally confirming this was Uchiha Shao, the prodigy among Konoha's geniuses. Kill him. If he desires death, then let them all perish together. A colossal pyramid of sand iron materialized in the sky, poised to crash down. Uchiha Shao let out a thunderous roar. Susanoo. A golden-red Susanoo enveloped him, and Tsunade in its first form protecting only the two of them. The third Kazekage's expression darkened slightly. Susanoo. It was recorded in ancient texts. Uchiha Madara had possessed that ability as well. It seems I must kill this Uchiha Shao today. Uchiha Zhao's expression turned icy. The Susanoo extended a hand and seized the colossal pyramid, then swept it sideways in a devastating arc. Hundreds of sand ninja were sliced in two by the razor-sharp edges. Approximately 500 souls extinguished in an instant. The third Kazekage sucked in a cold breath. What kind of monster was this? Just as he was about to order a retreat, Raza appeared from somewhere unseen. He employed magnet-released golden shackles of the pivot to immobilize the third Kazekage. The Kazekage froze, turning to look at Raza. A faint smile curled Raza's lips as he parted them slightly. Go to hell. With that, Uchiha Shao, blinded by murderous rage, directed the Susanoo's arm to grip the colossal pyramid and hurl it down upon the third Kazekage. Boom. The third Kazekage was driven deep into the earth. His consciousness began to dissipate as his memories flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Suddenly he understood why he had fallen to such a fate. That woman. And that bastard. Heh. All my glory ruined by a woman and an illegitimate child. However, Uchiha Shao was not yet finished. He commanded the Susanoo to raise the sand iron pyramid and strike again and again and again, until the third Kazekage's flesh was reduced to pulp, his blood dyeing the sands of the Wind Country red. Both Konoha and Sand Ninja stood pale with horror. Uchiha Shao seemed unsatisfied. He discarded the iron pyramid, and within the Susanoo's grasp a massive blade, Itachi, manifested. With a single horizontal sweep, thousands of Sand Ninja were cleaved in two, dead beyond any possibility of revival. Stop. Shao, you've already won. Stop this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, felt a chill run down his spine. How had the usually gentle and amiable Uchiha Shao transformed into something akin to a demon from hell? Shaokuin, that's enough. Danzo swallowed hard. This was the first time he had witnessed the sheer power of the Susanoo firsthand. While he was certainly pleased to see the Sand Ninja slaughtered, even he thought Uchiha Shao had gone too far. By now 1,500 lives had been extinguished by his hand, including the legendary third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest Kazekage. Uchiha Shao paid them no mind. His blade form shifted into a colossal hammer as he looked down upon the ninja wearing Sand Village headbands, his gaze cold and indifferent as though regarding nothing more than a swarm of ants. The hammer rose high, poised to descend. Just then Tsunade threw her arms around Uchiha Shao. Shao? Shaokuin, stop killing. It's enough. I'm fine, it only wounded my arm. Tsunade had barely regained consciousness when she witnessed Uchiha Shao slaughter 1,000 enemies with a single strike. Initially stunned, she soon noticed something was deeply wrong with his state, and immediately embraced him, desperate to bring him back to his senses. Uchiha Zhao's pupils contracted. The golden-red Susanoo dissipated, yet his Tomo-patterned Mangekyo Sharingan remained open, fixed upon Tsunade's arm. Upon realizing the wound was not fatal, tears welled in his eyes. He spoke softly, "It may hurt a bit. Bear with it." His hand grasped the arrow embedded in Tsunade's arm, and with a swift pull he extracted it. Tsunade made no sound, but her body's subtle trembling told Uchiha Shao she was enduring the pain to spare him worry. A flash of ferocity passed through Uchiha Zhao's eyes, something Tsunade could not miss. She gripped his hand and shook her head gently. Uchiha Shao sighed deeply. He circulated his chakra, and the tomo on his left eye began to spin. The Mangekyo Sharingan's left eye technique, resuscitation. Resuscitation, it could instantly heal all injuries, even reverse death itself. Reversing death could only be performed 3 times in one's lifetime, but the healing ability had no limit. A golden aura enveloped Tsunade's wound. In the blink of an eye the injury vanished completely, no scar remained. Her arm was smooth and pristine as though it had never been harmed. Tsunade's beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Uchiha Shao. He offered a faint smile before collapsing into her embrace. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo approach. Hiruzen turned to Tsunade and asked Shaokuin. A tender light flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Shaokuin is fine. He simply exhausted much of his chakra and ocular power. He has fainted. Upon seeing Uchiha Shao collapse, the Konoha ninja immediately snapped back to attention and swiftly rallied to form a protective perimeter around him, particularly the warriors of the Uchiha clan. Among them, the Uchiha ninja who had fought in the brutal wars of the Warring States period burned with fierce intensity in their eyes. They knew the Uchiha clan had once again produced a powerhouse wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, judging from Uchiha Zhao's performance, just now his Mangekyo Sharingan was exceptionally formidable. Though it was only in its first form, it had slain the third Kazekage in an instant. Therefore, at this very moment, Uchiha Shao was their beacon of hope. The Uchiha revered strength above all else, and with Uchiha Guangji having kept his Mangekyo Sharingan concealed, Uchiha Zhao, standing among the 800 Uchiha, surged dramatically. The remaining Konoha ninja also feared that Suna operatives might launch a surprise attack on Uchiha Shao, but but upon witnessing the 800 Uchiha guarding him with their lives, they understood the depth of his importance to them. Instantly comprehending Uchiha Zhao's rising stature in their hearts, they moved outward to reinforce the perimeter, standing resolutely at the ready. Yet the Tsunade ninja now dared not resist. One by one they dropped their kunai and fell to their knees, palms pressed against the earth, with Resetsu leading the surrender. Konoha ninja, I am Resetsu, and I surrender. The instigator of this war, the third Kazekage, is already dead. I beg you, show us mercy, he called out with one hand raised. No one except Uchiha Zhao and the fallen third Kazekage had witnessed Resetsu's treacherous move. After all, the cunning old fox would never allow his reputation to suffer. We wish to surrender. Please, honorable Konoha ninja, spare our lives, pleaded the approximately 1800 battered Tsunade ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, then slowly walked outward from Uchiha Zhao's side. Upon seeing this, Danzo followed at his shoulder, this time as a celebrated hero of the battle in his own right, not merely as Hiruzen's shadow, but as an equal sharing in the glory. Can you truly represent the village hidden in the sand, Resetsu? Hiruzen's expression grew grave as he regarded the surrendering Resetsu, who responded with quiet composure. I was the disciple of the third Kazekage and the designated heir to the title of Kazekage. I believe I have the qualifications. Hold their fire shadow. I am the wife of the first Kazekage of the village hidden in the sand. With the third Kazekage now dead, Resetsu cannot possibly represent the entire village. Any negotiations must be conducted with myself, my brother Ebizaka, and myself. Chie's expression turned cold as she fixed her gaze upon Resetsu. She had just arrived, and through the account of local ninja had learned the full sequence of events. She could not believe this Resetsu dared to call himself the presumptive fourth Kazekage. Who gave him such audacity? Resetsu cried out in haste, Fire Shadow, that madwoman has been stripped of her council seat by the third Kazekage. Do not believe a word she says. Chie remained silent, a flicker of disappointment and disgust crossing her eyes as she looked at Resetsu. A person may suffer physical disability, but never should they bow and scrape, calling their enemy Lord. Thus Chie resolved that as long as she drew breath, she would not permit Resetsu the opportunity to become Kazekage. She turned her gaze to Yaguru. Though surprise flickered in her eyes, she showed no fear or sycophancy, unlike Resetsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated. He did not know whether the third Kazekage had named Resetsu as his successor, but he well understood Chie's status and influence. Danzo Shimura leaned forward and whispered into Hiruzen's ear. Hiruzen, I believe Chie is far more trustworthy than Resetsu. After all, Chie is a ninja from the same era as the first Hokage. She more than adequately represents the village hidden in the sand, whereas this Resetsu. Danzo let the sentence hang unfinished, then took a step back. Hiruzen nodded. When it came to prestige within the Suna village, none surpassed Chie. He therefore decided to negotiate with Chie. Chie of the village hidden in the sand, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha, accept your proposal. Tomorrow at noon, we shall meet at the border of the Land of Rain for negotiations. Chie replied with feigned reluctance. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. We will send our representatives only. Hiruzen blinked, puzzled. Chie sighed. Fire Shadow, today we were thoroughly defeated, and we accepted wholeheartedly. With a ninja of such overwhelming power on the field, it was only natural that our Kazekage could not prevail. Having spoken, Chie's gaze shifted to Uchiha Zhao with sincere respect, then returned to Hiruzen with a heavy sigh. Narashikame's pupils contracted. What a venomous stratagem. What was Chie attempting? She was reminding Hiruzen that they had lost not to him, but to Uchiha Zhao, that Hiruzen's victory was merely borrowed glory. She was sowing discord, driving a wedge between Hiruzen and Uchiha Zhao. He immediately spoke up. Uchiha is a clansman of Konoha. I implore you, Elder Chie, to watch your words and cease this divisive rhetoric. Chie cast a glance at Narashikame, a hint of viciousness flashing in her eyes, as if she wished to tear his mouth shut. Indeed, Hiruzen had just been pondering the very matter, but upon hearing Narashikame's reminder, he instantly refocused, and his gaze toward Chie now carried unmistakable revulsion. Chie shook her shoulders. Since she could not drive a rift between the Hokage and Uchiha Zhao, there was no purpose in remaining. She might as well return to discuss reparations with Ebizaka and Buntoku. Forgive me, Fire Shadow, I must take my leave. With that, Chie led Lin Yaguru and the remaining Tuetsuzuro Suna ninja back toward the village hidden in the sand. Hiruzen watched the departing figures, lost in thought. Hiruzen, Hiruzen, Danzo called loudly, and only then did Hiruzen return to the present. Oh, Danzo, forgive me, I was lost in thought. Hiruzen laughed, scratching his head and draping an arm familiarly around Shimura Danzo. But Danzo knew his old friend all too well. Uchiha's words had undoubtedly taken root in Hiruzen's mind. Tell me, Hiruzen, you know Uchiha Zhao better than I. When he returned from the Land of Rain campaign, did he not come to visit you first? Danzo said slowly. Hiruzen fell silent. He might disregard the words of others, but Danzo was no ordinary man. He was his closest confidant. Furthermore, you witnessed just now the relationship between Uchiha Zhao and Tsunade. Does her status not give you sufficient cause for confidence? Danzo interposed, offering explanations in Uchiha Zhao's favor. In the past, he would never have spoken on anyone's behalf. But now Uchiha Xiao had secured immense merit for the village, bearing hardship without complaint and never making unreasonable demands. His only wish was a single word after the war concluded. Danzo believed Uchiha Xiao was a person worth nurturing, loyal to Konoha and destined for great accomplishments, and therefore chose to trust him. Hiruzen Sarutobi was somewhat surprised. When had his good buddy ever taken the blame for someone else? The fact that Hamura Mitokado was willing to speak on behalf of Uchiha Xiao today truly stunned Hiruzen Sarutobi. In his impression, Mitokado was the type of person who kept his distance from matters that did not concern him. Aside from helping Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had never shown such concern for anyone else. Mitokado, what kind of talk is that? Do I not know this is Chiyo's scheme to sow discord? Besides, do you really think I am the sort of person who would fall for such tactics? Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted coldly. Hamura Mitokado. He knew Hiruzen Sarutobi's true nature all too well. However, since Hiruzen had said this, now it meant he had come to terms with the situation. With that settled, there were no major issues regarding Uchiha Xiao. Hamura Mitokado nodded, then turned to organize his team. Given Uchiha Xiao's distinguished battle record, and to accommodate his condition, Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered the troops to remain stationed where they were. Uchiha Xiao was carried back to his tent by Tsunade in his arms. Tsunade gently placed Uchiha Xiao onto his bed, then fetched a basin of water to personally clean his body. Who would have imagined that the Senju princess who rarely lifted a finger for household chores would be tenderly wiping Uchiha Xiao's body? If word of this were to get out, it would shock everyone. Ninja from the Uchiha clan took turns guarding outside Uchiha Xiao's tent. No one was allowed inside except for Tsunade the Hokage and Mitokado. Uchiha Xiao was currently in a weakened state, and in everyone's eyes he remained the sole bearer of the Mangekyo Sharingan among the Uchiha clan. Shouldering the heavy responsibility of restoring the clan's former glory, some Uchiha ninja had privately suggested that Uchiha Xiao should succeed as clan leader once they returned. With a powerful figure like him as clan head, why would the Uchiha clan fail to flourish? Thinking back to those days. Better not dwell on it, for that was a wound none of the clan members wished to revisit. Tsunade placed a stool beside Uchiha Xiao's bed and sat down, taking his hand in hers with concern etched across her face. A deep sense of guilt gradually overwhelmed her, and Tsunade's eyes began to redden as tears fell one by one. She felt terrible because she had been too weak, overpowered by the third Kazekage, and nearly losing her life. If not for Uchiha Xiao, she would have already departed for the Pure Land. And it was Uchiha Xiao who had forcibly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan to save her. She had once heard from her second grandfather Senju Tobarama about this. The evolution of the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan always required immense suffering to achieve success. Above the three tomo lay the Mangekyo, and only through heart-wrenching pain could one awaken this power. The Uchiha clan was not evil by nature, but a clan defined by love. It was only through the loss of that love that a force born of hatred emerged. This was precisely what rendered the Uchiha clan so unstable, instilling fear in Senju Tobarama. Fortunately, throughout the years under his leadership, the Uchiha clan had produced almost no Mangekyo users. The sole Mangekyo user was the hidden Uchiha Hiroto, whose abilities no one knew anything about. Indeed, no one even knew he had awakened the Sharingan. As Tsunade's tears fell onto Uchiha Xiao's cheek, his eyes moved slightly. He slowly opened them and saw Tsunade weeping. Something shifted within his heart. His right hand rose slowly to stroke Tsunade's face as she clung to him with teary eyes. A hoarse voice escaped his throat. Tsunade, please. Don't cry. You'll ruin your beauty. Uchiha Xiao's voice carried weakness, yet the sincerity behind it reached Tsunade's heart. Tsunade opened her eyes and let out a whimper, burying her face against Uchiha Xiao's chest as her small hand gently patted his shoulder. How could you be so foolish? So reckless? Do you have any idea how much it tore at my heart to see you lying there motionless? I understand. Tsunade, I am a bit thirsty. Uchiha Xiao soothed Tsunade's emotions, his left hand gently resting on the back of her head. Hearing this, Tsunade sniffled and went to pour a glass of water. Returning to Uchiha Xiao's side, she used her left hand to help him sit up slowly and fed him the water drop by drop with her right. After he finished drinking, Tsunade gently lowered him back onto the bed. She remained seated beside him and gazed at his weakened form. Thank you, Xiaokoen. If it weren't for you. Her eyes reddened once more, her voice trembling as tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Indeed, women are made of water, and Tsunade was no exception. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Uchiha Xiao smiled and replied, You are welcome. It is only natural. After all, as Tsunade's boyfriend, I have to ensure her safety. Tsunade felt warmth spread through her heart, yet outwardly, she snorted coldly. Smooth-tongued, but this time you pulled it off, Xiaokoen. Tsunade rose to her feet and pressed a kiss onto Uchiha Xiao's cheek. Then her face flushed red. She sat upright, tilted her head aside, and acted as though nothing had happened. Uchiha Xiao's lips parted slightly, his eyes fluttering before a smile crept across his face. Tsunade, my face isn't dry, but my mouth is a bit parched. See? Tsunade's face flushed even redder. She lightly punched his shoulder, and Uchiha Xiao hissed in pain before coughing softly. Are you trying to kill your boyfriend? At first Tsunade regretted using too much force, but upon seeing that Uchiha Xiao was unhurt, she snorted again. Oomph. Who asked you to be so improper? Look at you, and you are still thinking about. With that Tsunade flicked her head aside, pouted her lips, and looked away. Uchiha Xiao chuckled to himself. He was simply trying to lighten the mood. Hadn't Tsunade stopped crying now? Uchiha Xiao gazed upward toward the tent ceiling, lost in thought. He had originally thought he could exchange points for a Mangekyo Sharingan, but through a series of coincidences, he had awakened it on his own. Sometimes unintentional actions yield the most fruitful results. This further reinforced how crucial Tsunade's position held in his heart. When he had witnessed what seemed like her heart being pierced, Uchiha Xiao felt as though he had lost his beloved. The world around him lay in ruins, and nothing held meaning anymore. Tsunade was gone. He no longer cared to distinguish right from wrong. All he wanted was for them to die. Noticing that Uchiha Xiao had fallen silent, Tsunade turned her head back and saw him staring blankly at the top of the tent, unresponsive. With her keen sensitivity, she perceived the turmoil within Uchiha Xiao's heart. She cleared her throat and coughed twice. Uchiha Xiao's body was still somewhat weak. After exchanging a few words with Tsunade that night, he fell asleep until waking the next day. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing the third Kazekage. You are rewarded with all magnetic release experience values from the third Kazekage, plus 30,000 points. Ding. Since the host has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan on their own, the Mangekyo Sharingan that would have been issued is no longer needed, so an alternative reward has been provided. Ding. An alternative reward has been granted to the host minor immortal body incomplete variant. The effect grants 50 units of chakra, doubles chakra recovery speed, and if chakra is already full, excess chakra converts into I power at a 10:1 ratio. No point rewards. Uchiha Xiao paused, and upon hearing the system announcement, he had just begun extracting chakra when he realized that his former reserve of merely 2 units was now continuing to absorb. Only after reaching full capacity did Uchiha Xiao stop. Sensing the chakra within him, he had a feeling that merely his aura could intimidate ordinary ninja. Then he noticed that his Mangekyo Sharingan, which had remained burning and stinging from the awakening and battle, was now being soothed by something cool. Uchiha Xiao's previously blurred vision gradually recovered. Only when he realized that the scenery before him was exactly as before, or even clearer, did a smile touch his lips. Excellent, truly invigorating. From now on there would be no more worries about blindness, for with the minor immortal body, Uchiha Xiao no longer needed to concern himself with chakra reserves recovery time or the consumption of I power. The system then announced, detecting that Tsunade is approaching. Please control your strength, host. Uchiha Xiao paused, then nodded once again, restraining his aura to around 5 units. As for why he restrained himself so much, do not ask. The answer is to conceal one's true strength. Having a sword, but not wielding it, is entirely different from being without a sword at all. If one awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and their chakra remained unchanged, that would be the most bizarre thing. Tsunade knocked on the door and smiled. Xiao, the old man, is going to negotiate with the Sand Village leadership this time, and he specifically named both of us. As his guardians, we will accompany him to the negotiations. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Good. I have nearly recovered by now. To serve as the Hokage's guardian is for me a rare opportunity to broaden my horizons. Tsunade chuckled and walked over to stand before Uchiha Xiao. Looking up at him with a face full of delight, she then wrapped her arms around his waist. Xiao, do you know, you have earned a title in the ninja world now. Tsunade nuzzled her face against Uchiha Xiao's chest, breathing in his scent. Is that so? Uchiha Xiao was momentarily surprised, then asked what title. Tsunade slowly replied, the Crimson Gold God of Slaughter. Uchiha Xiao's lips twitched. Well, then he was a titled individual now. The previous title of God of War had only circulated within Konoha, but the title Crimson Gold God of Slaughter would likely spread across the entire ninja world before long. He shook his head. These are but empty reputations. By the way, Tsunade, what time do we depart? Uchiha Xiao glanced outside at the pale morning light and asked. Probably around 8 or 9 o'clock. We must go eat now. I heard the Nara clan is preparing the meal themselves. Tsunade also looked at the outside scenery as she replied. With the battle concluded and Hiruzen Sarutobi present, the Nara clan began their cooking. It must be said that the Nara clan not only excelled at eating, but also at preparing exquisite dishes. Uchiha Xiao nodded, then took Tsunade's hand and smiled. Shall we go? Tsunade nodded and followed Uchiha Xiao outside. As soon as they stepped out, Uchiha clan ninja hurriedly bowed. Sixth Elder. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand to indicate there was no need for such formality, then patted the ninja on the shoulder and led Tsunade toward the Nara clan's grilling area not far away. Hiruzen Sarutobi held skewers and devoured them with gusto, remarking between bites, delicious, truly delicious. Takafu, I never expected your cousin's cooking to be so exceptional. I am glad you enjoy it. Eat more, and when we sign the agreement later, secure greater benefits for us. Nara Takafu smiled. He still held Hiruzen Sarutobi in high regard, for in his youth the latter had been a formidable leader. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. I will. However, Takafu, don't you think that since the sand village is already so impoverished, imposing excessively harsh terms may not be appropriate? Upon hearing this, Nara Takafu's smile faded somewhat. Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi, he furrowed his brows, studied the Hokage anew, and finally spoke. Sarutobi, please continue eating. I suddenly remember that Shikame needs me for something. He forced a smile, turned away, and as his expression vanished, his face grew cold. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent, lost his appetite for the grilled meat, and sighed. Uchiha Shao and Tsunade happened to approach from the opposite direction. Nara Takafu quickly resumed his cheerful smile as though nothing had occurred, but such shifts in expression could not escape Uchiha Xiao's sharp eyes. Uchiha Xiao formed some suspicions in his mind, though he would need to speak with Hiruzen Sarutobi directly to understand what had transpired. Tsunade meanwhile hummed a tune, a melody from the ninja world that sounded quite pleasant. Nara Shikame was nearby. Seeing Nara Takafu approach, he hurriedly asked, how did it go? What did the Hokage say? Nara Takafu shook his head and sighed deeply. Nara Shikame's heart sank. Looking toward the Hokage's direction with a complicated expression, he nodded. Alright, I understand. Just as Nara Shikame was about to turn his gaze away, he spotted Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade. His eyes lit up, and he called out, Xiao, I'm Tsunade over here. His voice immediately caught the attention of both. Uchiha Xiao saw the sighing Nara Takafu and the thoroughly excited Nara Shikame, and suddenly felt that something important needed to be discussed. Given that the Uchiha clan maintained an alliance with the Inoshikacho three families, and as the sixth elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Xiao pulled Tsunade forward. Nara Shikame glanced at Tsunade, hesitating as if wanting to speak, but Uchiha Xiao ultimately said, it is fine. We are all allies here. Finally, Nara Shikame nodded. In that case, Xiao, let us hear what information Takafu obtained from the Hokage earlier. Nara Takafu glanced at Nara Shikame. Nara Shikame nodded, and then Nara Takafu said, Xiao, today, I intended to invite everyone for grilled meat casually to probe Sarutobi's views on the Sand Village Treaty. After Nara Takafu finished recounting the events, Nara Shikame sighed. Xiao, you are a clever man. You should understand surely. We have won victory, the enemy stands on the brink of destruction, yet the Hokage desires nothing, seeking only to sign a peace treaty. Uchiha Xiao nodded. He naturally understood. This was tantamount to having fought a war for nothing. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi possessed such noble integrity, should he not also consider the thoughts of the villagers? Had our ninja died in vain, without gaining any benefits at all? That was not how matters should stand. Uchiha Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, very well. I'll speak with Lord Hokage about it. Then I leave it to you. Nara Shimi bowed respectfully. He knew that only someone like Uchiha Xiao, whose current power and contributions were truly outstanding, would command the third Hokage's attention. We're doing this for our own clan as well. There's no need for such courtesy. Uchiha Xiao smiled faintly. With that, he gestured for Tsunade to accompany him toward the Hokage, but she grabbed his arm. Xiaokuan, aren't you being used as someone's pawn? Master's current vision centers on a peace treaty. If you go to him seeking material gain, won't that directly oppose his intentions? Uchiha Xiao paused, a sudden smile crossing his face. Then tell me, my dear. Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson instantly. Her mind went blank. What had he just called her? My dear. I'm going to die. Uchiha Xiao glanced toward the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and spoke quietly. Suppose our Hokage's first campaign upon assuming office was executed so flawlessly that victory required no cost from the enemy and defeat would merely result in a peace treaty. How would other nations perceive this? If they launch war against us, they gain everything from victory and lose nothing from defeat. Can such favorable circumstances truly exist in this world? Far from reducing the likelihood of war, this would instill a dangerous mindset across the ninja world, that Konoha is weak enough for anyone to trample. Tsunade, are you listening? Hello? Uchiha Xiao waved his hand before her face. Tsunade finally snapped back to reality, her face still flushed. Xiaokuan, I'm sorry I was distracted. But, I think you're right. She nodded firmly, clearly expressing her agreement. Uchiha Xiao laughed aloud. Haha, come along, my dear. Let us go see Lord Hokage. If I do not speak up, no one else dares. They may harbor silent grievances against the Hokage at first, but over time it will breed division and discord. Very well. If the sensei reprimands you later, I'll defend you. Tsunade grinned, then added mischievously, you called me my dear just now. It sounds so lovely. I want to hear it more often. Okay. Alright, my little ancestor, Uchiha Xiao chuckled. Beaming, Tsunade linked her arm through his, and together they made their way towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. At that moment, Shimura Danzo approached. He too was preparing to accompany Sarutobi Hiruzen to sign the peace agreement, and had come to discuss the specifics beforehand. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. The Potage Shadow, no wait, the Konoha elder. With him present, negotiations would go much more smoothly. If anyone shared the closest bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was undoubtedly Shimura Danzo. After all, everyone understood the dynamic between them. Danzo, you've arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around as though expecting him, but what he saw surprised him. It was not merely Danzo but also Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade accompanying him. A flicker of thought crossed his mind before he broke into a warm smile. Xiaokuan and Tsunade, you're here too. Please sit. He gestured to the seat beside him, patting it invitingly. Uchiha Shao turned toward Shimura Danzo and said respectfully, Danzo Dano, I insist that you sit alongside the Hokage. Tsunade and I will be fine seated to the side. Shimura Danzo chuckled approvingly and took his seat. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Hiruzen's eyes, noting that despite Uchiha Zhao's formidable strength, he still showed proper reverence for the Hokage and the village elders. Uchiha Shao then led Tsunade to a small chair set aside for them. Shimura Danzo accepted the roasted meat offered by a Kimichi Choza, took a bite, and remarked, This grilled meat is excellent. Hiruzen, care for some? Hiruzen chuckled warmly. I've already eaten. Enjoy yours. The two younger figures sat quietly sipping sake and sampling the meat while the older generation held court. The younger generation listened attentively. Hiruzen, regarding this agreement, how do you intend to proceed? Shimura Danzo asked after finishing the last piece of meat. Hiruzen offered a gentle smile. Danzo, our bond runs deep, doesn't it? Danzo nodded, though privately, he wondered why Hiruzen was dwelling on their relationship rather than addressing the matter at hand. Then I'll be direct. I believe you will support me, Hiruzen said with deliberate calm. Go ahead, I'll hear you out. Shimura Danzo was no fool. He could sense that whatever followed might prove contentious and unlikely to gain his approval. Observing Danzo's measured response, Hiruzen sighed. Danzo Suna suffers greatly. Beyond 800 li of yellow sand, what resources do they possess? Therefore I propose. But before Hiruzen could finish, Danzo's palm slammed down on the table. Propose my grandfather. Are you so fixated on preserving your reputation for benevolence that you'd waive all reparations? Have you considered the shinobi of our village who perished and their families? Shimura Danzo rose abruptly from his seat in fury. As expected, Danzo had anticipated Hiruzen's intent before he'd even finished speaking. Hiruzen fell silent, his expression darkening, then struck the table with equal force. Danzo, don't forget, I am the Hokage. Uchiha Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. An iconic scene. He even handed Tsunade a cup of sake and poured himself one as well. Sipping sounds echoed through the room. Just as Danzo was about to deliver his signature line, You'll regret this, the sound of Uchiha Zhao's sipping caught his attention. His eyes lit up and he spoke. Hiruzen, this victory could not have been achieved without Shaokuin's strategy and strength. I believe you ought to seek his counsel. With that, a smirk played across Shimura Danzo's lips. That's what you get for that drinking sound. Uchiha Shao choked and spat out the sake, the liquid splattering across Shimura Danzo's face. He quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. I'm terribly sorry, Danzo Dano. I didn't mean to. Reaching for another tissue to clean the spill, he was met with Danzo's darkened expression. It's fine. However, when Lord Hokage questions you shortly, I expect a proper response. Danzo then produced his own handkerchief to dab at his face, his piercing gaze fixed on Uchiha Shao. A silent threat that hung heavy in the air. You'd better deliver what I want to hear. Otherwise he was finished. Uchiha Shao nearly slapped himself. He'd spent the journey taunting the Potav's shadow, only to find himself shouldering the blame now. His original intent had been to advise, not confront. With Danzo present, a supporting role would have sufficed. But who would have guessed that a single declaration, I am the Hokage, would shatter the carefully maintained equilibrium? Tsunade covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, finding the dynamic between Uchiha Shao and Elder Danzo oddly harmonious. Indeed, Shaokuin. Share your thoughts on this matter. It would be valuable to hear the perspectives of the younger generation, Hiruzen said with a knowing smile. Uchiha Shao set down his skewer, the wooden stick tapping against his plate, then cleared his throat. Lord Hokage, would it be appropriate? Lord Hokage, is this appropriate? The moment Uchiha Shao spoke, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen froze, while Tsunade felt a chill in her heart. Actually, Lord Shao, you needn't be so blunt, Tsunade thought, as she swallowed hard, then tugged at Uchiha Zhao's sleeve. Uchiha Shao turned his head and gave Tsunade a reassuring glance. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Lord Shao, you also believe I should demand compensation from them, correct? His eyes suddenly fixed on Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao took a deep breath. Correct, Lord Hokage. His voice was neither humble nor arrogant, shifting from casual indifference to full concentration. I recall you initially told me that Tsunade has more than just sand, and that we should surround but not attack them, correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Uchiha Shao paused, then replied, Lord Hokage's strategy is one thing, it is not a reason to forego compensation after the war. He was truly at a loss. How could the third Hokage ask such a question? But our Konoha relies on the fire country, with vast territory, abundant resources, and plentiful wealth. Why would we need resource compensation from the wind country's Tsunade? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. He left the second half of his sentence unspoken. If the other side was willing to sign a peace treaty, he did not mind providing Tsunade with additional resource aid. It was as if someone said, if you win I'll pay you compensation, if you lose I'll give you subsidies. What kind of logic was this? Are you the Song dynasty? That magnanimous? Uchiha Shao deeply understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. Essentially, he sought a reputation for benevolence and recognition from the ninja world. Unfortunately, his choice was wrong. Unyielding concessions would only embolden the other party. As for conquering other nations through military force, Uchiha Shao agreed. If Hashirama represented idealism, then Uchiha Madara embodied reality. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, he inherited Hashirama's benevolence without his strength and Tobirama's political tactics, but only applied them internally. He adopted none of the good, only the bad. Uchiha Shao cleared his throat. Lord Hokage, the villagers' ninja have died and been injured. Besides peace, for what else do they fight? Resources. You are the Hokage, you have everything. But what about those minor clans? They have nothing. After winning a battle, everyone should share the benefits equally. Yet now, Lord Hokage, you wish to abandon them. If I may be candid, how important is this reputation for benevolence? So important that tangible compensation and resources become worthless. Uchiha Shao spoke bluntly, almost directly implying you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are trading what rightfully belongs to us for your own reputation for virtue. Please, if you continue like this, we truly won't want to send personnel on missions anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. His strength paled compared to the first Hokage, and his strategic acumen could not match the second. Yet within him burned his own ambition, to surpass both and become the strongest Hokage. He pondered for a long time, and what ultimately surfaced was this reputation. Relying on prestige to surpass those two previous Hokage and achieve his own name as the greatest. Anything else? Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and exhaled. Shimura Danzo frowned. He had understood Uchiha Zhao's meaning clearly. Hiruzen, what is wrong with you? Uchiha Shao was puzzled. Had he not made himself clear enough? But looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, there was no sign of turmoil. It meant Hiruzen knew the outcome, yet still chose to handle it this way. It seemed that pursuing fame and profit was not without reason after all. So be it. Uchiha Shao prepared to deliver a more potent dose of medicine. Lord Hokage, granted you are benevolent. But have you considered that this approach will not demonstrate our great nation's dignity? Instead, it will make everyone believe that Konoha is easy to bully. You refuse compensation. Yes, Tsunade may appreciate your benevolence. For how long, though? When the next great ninja war erupts, do you truly believe they won't strike us? Uchiha Shao said. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, showing no intention to speak. Uchiha Shao sighed. If we win and refuse compensation, yet suffer nothing when we lose, do you think other nations will not take every opportunity to trample upon us? Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen open his eyes. He gave Uchiha Shao a profound look before beginning to reflect. Indeed, if he were the Kage of another village, he likely would have done the same. Win and you gain, or lose and you lose nothing. Who wouldn't gamble? Yes, Lord Hokage may earn a reputation. Something like Saint, benevolent one, hero of the ninja world. And then what? His own village suffers continuous losses without receiving compensation. For the sake of empty fame, abandoning tangible interests. Acceptable for a short time, but what about the long term? Each clan loses soldiers and commanders with no benefit whatsoever. On what grounds would they continue to send troops? Who would volunteer their elite forces for the next war? Water may carry a boat or capsize it. The various clans trusted Lord Hokage, believing that under your leadership Konoha would grow ever stronger and more prosperous. But once this policy of nurturing the enemy while harming ourselves begins, there is no turning back. Would the clans be willing to follow your benevolence indefinitely? Having spoken this lengthy argument, Shimura Danzo nearly rose to applaud. This was precisely what he wanted to say, but he could not express it with such logical clarity. Of course, my Uchiha clan will certainly support you fully. Uchiha Shao took the opportunity to embellish the Uchiha clan's position. Konoha is not ruled by a single clan, or even a few clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Lord Shao, if you were the Hokage, what would you do? The trap question had arrived. Uchiha Shao needed to answer carefully. After a moment's thought, he said, Lord Hokage, I am merely a soldier under your command. I possess some minor cleverness to assist you in your worries. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Speak freely. Say whatever comes to mind. Consider this casual conversation. Uchiha Shao stood up and bowed deeply. Currently, only the Uchiha Hyuga and Ino-Shikacho clans have drawn close to you, Lord Hokage. The other families remain in a wait-and-see stance. If you can secure the deserved benefits for the village this time, I believe more clans will align with you. However, if you abandon the village's interests on this occasion, not only will the other clans fall silent, but even those who have already pledged loyalty will grow discontent. Of course, my Uchiha will not. Uchiha Shao stated calmly. He had laid out both the advantages and disadvantages. The choice now rested with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder from the side, then squeezed firmly. He thought to himself, Hiruzen, do not disappoint me. Do not disappoint the people of the village. Make the choice a Kage ought to make. Shimura Danzo also shot Uchiha Shao a glance signaling. You spoke well. Do not worry. This old man will protect you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze darkened. He looked at Danzo, then at Uchiha Shao, and finally toward the distance, where Akimichi Torafu frowned and clenched his fists while Yamanaka Kumo and Narashikame observed in silence. At last he sighed. I understand. Lord Shao Danzo, during the negotiations, I will spare no effort to secure resources and compensation for our Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Indeed, he had become obsessed with appearances. What was a Hokage? A leader who fought for the interests of the Fire Country and Konoha village. If one could not even fulfill this most basic duty, what kind of Hokage would one be? And how could one speak of surpassing one's predecessors? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with determination. He rose slowly. Danzo Lord Shao, thank you. You have taught me a lesson. Finishing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed. Uchiha Shao and Tsunade hastily returned the gesture. Shimura Danzo huffed arrogantly. It was about time. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen did not grow angry. Instead, he punched Danzo lightly on the chest. You old fool. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and ignored him. Annoying brat. Afterward, the group dispersed and began making their way toward their respective tents. Nara Kaminari Akimichi Takes and Yamanaka Unkai hurried over to meet them. Shouka Nara Kaminari called out. How did it go? What did the Hokage say? Uchiha Shao smiled and replied, done. Tsunade merely huffed coldly. This time Shaokuin worked incredibly hard to persuade the Hokage. My sister-in-law is right. Shaokuin, you've truly earned our gratitude. Since you've returned to the village, the meal is on me. Everyone should gather at my family's barbecue restaurant and eat until we're absolutely stuffed. And drinks are free too. Akimichi Takes laughed heartily. Nara Kaminari also nodded in agreement. It's only fitting. Thanks to Shaokuin, we received what was rightfully ours. That's right, Yamanaka Unkai added, nodding. Shaokuin, we owe you this time. Without you, I truly wouldn't have understood why we were fighting that battle. Uchiha Shao waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Many of our Uchiha also perished. Going to speak with the Hokage on this matter was for our own sake as well. Nara Kaminari shook his head. It's different. Several of us were gripped by fear and chose self-preservation, but Shaokuin was willing to speak courageously for the entire village. On that note, I Nara Kaminari deeply admire you. He well understood that this act of persuasion carried enormous risk. Should it have failed, he feared the Hokage would hold a grudge and leave an unfavorable impression. That was precisely why he had chosen to keep to himself and stay out of it. Enough, Kaminari. What do you mean by that? Have you forgotten that the Uchiha and the Inoshikacho are already allies? We rise and fall together, don't we? Uchiha Shao asked with a gentle smile. Nara Kaminari was taken aback. His sharp intuition sensed that the phrase, rise and fall together, carried a deeper meaning behind Uchiha Zhao's words. He understood the implication the Uchiha and the Inoshikacho were now on the same boat regardless of whether they belonged to the Hokage's faction. His eyes lit up as he looked at Uchiha Shao. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What if Shao were to become Hokage? Immediately his face drained of color, and he forcibly crushed the idea. Yet once such a thought takes root, no matter how hard one tries to ignore it, it keeps resurfacing. Akimichi Takes, however, simply smiled. Shaokuin, you're right. We're all on the same side. Yamanaka Unkai nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Nara Kaminari let out a sigh. What a troublemaker. But Takes is right. Shaokuin, we stand with you. Uchiha Shao smiled broadly. Very well then. Once all this is settled, Taka for brother, you'll have to prepare a proper feast. Tsunade, and I will make sure to spend you dry. You've got a deal? Bring it on. Try your best to eat me out of house and home. Akimichi Takes boasted, slapping his chest. After a brief period of idle chatter, glancing at the time, and finding it was almost right, Uchiha Shao and Tsunade donned their Konoha patrol uniforms and set out together towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's tent. Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the tent fully clad in his black combat attire, accompanied by Shimura Danzo in full military regalia. Shimura Danzo gave Uchiha Shao a nod of acknowledgement. Uchiha Shao returned the gesture. His silent message clear: don't worry. I've handled the Hokage's side. Uchiha Shao silently thanked Danzo for his support. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Then let's go, everyone. Time to pay a visit to the Sand Village elders and thoroughly squeeze them dry. Yes. The three responded in unison and fell in behind Hiruzen as the four of them made their way toward a negotiation lodge at the border. The great clans of Konoha watched them depart until their figures vanished from sight. At the border negotiation site, there stood an earthen tower resembling an old relay station. Inside, only Yechongchio Katabami and Rin were present. As for Risetsu, Ochio had told the village he needed to remain behind to guard it during this critical time. He was not brought along. Polite wording guarding the home. Blunt truth dropped from the High Council. Hiruzen arrived at the station accompanied by Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Shao, and Tsunade. No other ninjas were brought along. Why? Were they not afraid of Zhao Susanoo? One daring move and Shao alone could annihilate them all. This was the advantage that supreme power brought. Chio understood this as well, which was why she too had brought no additional ninja accompaniment. She couldn't help but reflect quietly, with genuine strength one truly can do as one pleases. Konoha's fortune had been remarkable. First, the two supreme powers Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had dominated the four nations, and later Uchiha Shao had single-handedly slain 1,000 enemies on the battlefield. Why didn't the Sand Village boast such formidable warriors? Knock, knock, knock. The station door was rapped 3 times. Chio's eyes narrowed. They're here. Yechong stepped forward to open the door, but Chio spoke up. I'll handle this myself. She rose from her seat and made her way shakily toward the door. Deliberately adopting the posture of a frail elder, she hoped to awaken compassion in the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, so as to reduce the reparations the Sand Village might be forced to pay. It must be admitted, if Hiruzen had not yet been swayed by Uchiha Zhao's counsel, this tactic might indeed have moved him to sympathize and agree that the Sand Village owed no compensation at all. But now, well, Chiyo opened the door and at first glance saw Hiruzen. Her gaze then shifted to Uchiha Zhao standing behind him, and a flicker of apprehension crossed her eyes. Nevertheless, having served as a high-ranking figure of the Sand Village for decades, she maintained her composure and replied with a warm smile. "Ah, Lord Hokage. This old woman is well past her years, and her legs no longer serve her well. Please forgive me." She stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. Hiruzen said nothing, merely nodding in return. Chiyo found this perplexing. Had her display of weakness failed? She sighed, straightened her posture, and abandoned the act. It was of no use after all. The group proceeded to the table. Chiyo signaled Yechong and Rin to serve tea, then prepared to take the seat of honor. Just then Uchiha Zhao smiled. "Lord Hokage, allow me to escort you to your seat." With that, he gently supported the Hokage and guided him to the position of honor. Chiyo's face darkened. When Uchiha Zhao's eyes shifted from the 3-tomo to the 6-tome spiral pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan, she bowed her head and took the guest seat opposite Hiruzen. Hiruzen said nothing, closing his eyes to collect his thoughts and waiting for Chiyo to speak first. The remaining 6 stood facing one another across the table. Uchiha Zhao opposite Rin, Tsunade opposite Yechong, and Shimura Danzo opposite Katabami. The negotiations began. Yechong first poured a cup of tea for the Hokage, then one for Chiyo, before taking her position behind Tsunade. All 8 remained silent. In any negotiation, the first to speak is the one who cannot hold their nerve and will find themselves at a disadvantage. The moments ticked by minute after minute. Konoha had the confidence and resources to wait. It made little difference to them. But the Suna ninjas did not share that luxury. After a moment of hesitation, Chiyo finally broke the silence. "Respected Lord Hokage, might we discuss the post-war agreement?" Chiyo inquired. Hiruzen grunted softly, content to remain silent. After all, he knew a thing or two about negotiation tactics. Chiyo sighed and withdrew a written agreement, handing it to Hiruzen. He glanced at it briefly before passing it along to Uchiha Zhao. Uchiha Zhao took the document with both hands and unfurled it, only to pause. What he saw left him startled. His expression turned peculiar as he looked at Chiyo, whose composure had suddenly faltered. She lifted her teacup and took a sip, pretending nonchalance. She saw that it only stated Suna would recognize Konoha as the allied leading village and establish friendly relations with them. Not a single line mentioned specific compensation. It was all empty promises. Uchiha Zhao found it rather speechless, while Chiyo sat there trying hard to hold back her embarrassment. There was no way around it. Suna was simply too poor. They were already running a fiscal deficit and had been counting on this war to rake in profits from the land of rain. Who could have guessed some sneak would slip into the city during the chaos and steal all the spoils? Suna hadn't gained a single grain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent the third Kazekage to lead the assault on Konoha. Their internal conflicts and fiscal crisis had spiraled beyond any possible resolution. War became their only option, to divert attention from their crumbling internal strife and unite against an external enemy. The conflict was unavoidable, yet no one anticipated such a devastating defeat. The accumulated wealth and ninja strength of the previous 2 generations had been almost entirely squandered by the third Kazekage. For the current Suna, the only path to security lay in peace agreements and submission. Yet Chiyo refused to offer anything substantial. She was attempting to extract everything for nothing, which hardly seemed fair. Uchiha Zhao handed the peace agreement to Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen felt a fleeting temptation, but when he caught the watchful stares of Danzo, Uchiha Zhao, and Tsunade, he let out a weary sigh. "Chiyo, we are not satisfied with the agreement you provided. Why don't you take a look at the one we've drawn up?" Hiruzen stated firmly. Chiyo's heart sank, but outwardly she maintained composure, offering a strained smile as she replied, "No problem. We do need to discuss this after all." Hiruzen signaled to Uchiha Zhao, who quickly produced a pre-drafted agreement and handed it to Chiyo. "Elder Chiyo, please consider this carefully." As he spoke, Uchiha Zhao activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, standing before everyone and scanning them. The overwhelming spiritual pressure instantly made Chiyo and the other 3 break into cold sweats. Damn that Mangekyo Sharingan. How the Mangekyo Sharingan truly is remarkable. With that crimson and gold Susanoo, I wonder whether Uchiyo or Yura could withstand it. Thanks to the small sage body, the visual power Uchiha Zhao had previously lost had been mostly restored and his eyesight had returned to normal. Chiyo swallowed hard, then opened the agreement. 1. Suna must compensate us with 200 million Ryo in silver. 2. Suna cedes 50 of missions to Konoha ninjas. 3. Suna's ninja count shall not exceed 8000. 4. If Suna fails to voluntarily fulfill the above agreements, our Konoha does not mind stationing troops to protect Suna's safety. Crash. Chiyo felt as though her head had exploded. What sort of exploitative terms were these? The first clause alone would bleed them dry. 200 million Ryo. Good heavens, they couldn't possibly raise that even by selling the entire Suna. Seating 50 of missions. Were they joking? How would their village survive? Limiting the number of ninja. What kind of devil was this? This was like punching Tsunade into ruin with no chance of recovery. Stationing troops was out of the question. If they did, would Tsunade still answer to the wind or to fire? Not to mention their own refusal. The daimyo of the Land of Wind would never accept this either. After a long silence, Chiyo trembled as she spoke. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your country's conditions. We simply don't have the funds for the first and second clauses. The third and fourth clauses already violate the rules established by your first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Is this proper conduct? Chiyo's heart turned to ash. This was what came of being backward, being beaten. If Tsunade still had its strength, she would have thrown the agreement right in Uchiha Zhao's face and cursed him. Then how much compensation do you suggest, Elder Chiyo? Danzo Shimura asked viciously, making Yura grind her teeth in anger. After a moment of thought, Chiyo closed her eyes and sighed. 100 million ryo in silver paid over 3 years. 50 million the first year, 30 million the second, and the remaining 20 million cleared in the final year. As for missions, we can only seed 15. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the table. Very well. Agreed. Then with a broad smile he continued, I must answer to the villagers and the fallen ninja, so I have no choice but to claim this compensation. I hope you understand, Elder Chiyo. Chiyo forced a bitter smile. It's only right, it's only right. Then she looked at Hiruzen. What about the third and fourth clauses? At this point Uchiha Zhao spoke up. Given Elder Chiyo's generosity, we'll let the third and fourth clauses go. After all, we must respect the wishes of our ancestors. Uchiha Zhao dropped the third and fourth clauses to pressure Chiyo into not bargaining too hard. As for stationing troops and limiting ninja, forget it. What was there to garrison in Tsunade? Their ninja were weak across the board anyway. Chiyo finally realized what was happening, but it was too late. She had put forward her counteroffer in front of everyone, making a retreat impossible. A knot formed in her chest. 200 million ryo represented Tsunade's entire remaining reserves. If they paid it all at once, Tsunade wouldn't even be able to manage daily operations. That's why she could only promise 100 million ryo in installments. And even that would force them to tighten their belts for roughly a decade. As for the missions, Tsunade didn't have many ninja left. They could avoid the dangerous assignments whenever possible, and giving up some of the easier ones wasn't such a bad deal. But the more Chiyo thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Why should she bear the burden of the third Kazekage's mistakes? She was already over 40. That was considered advanced age in this ninja world. Why should she be cleaning up after the dead? Still, the agreement was signed, leaving no room for regret. Maintaining her forced smile, she declared, from this day forward, Tsunade and Konoha shall be as family. No more wars between us, bound as allies. Haha, of course. We look forward to working closely with you in the future. Hiruzen's face split into a broad smile. Though he'd previously claimed he wouldn't accept compensation, who could remain unhappy with such a hefty sum of silver now in hand? Uchiha Zhao. Today's humiliation will be returned in kind. Yura couldn't contain her rage and confronted him directly. Chiyo's head spun and she cast worried glances between Uchiha Zhao and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade stepped in front of Uchiha Zhao, glaring at Yura. What right do you have to speak to my Shaoko in that way? Uchiha Zhao's Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and with a single glance at Yura, she fell into an illusion and collapsed. Chiyo hurried to catch her. Yura couldn't afford to come to harm. She was Tsunade's last hope. Raza was incapacitated, and while Rin possessed decent strength, she fell far short of Yura's capabilities. Now only Yura could bear the weight of Tsunade's survival. Hokage-sama, this isn't appropriate. Chiyo gritted her teeth and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Uchiha Zhao and gave him a subtle look. Uchiha Zhao nodded, then said, I merely put her to sleep. You need not worry, there will be no aftereffects. And tell her if she seeks vengeance, Uchiha Zhao shall await her at any time. By then it will not be as simple as mere compensation. Uchiha Zhao's presence surged with overwhelming pressure. Chiyo and the other two instinctively stepped back, their eyes filled with fear, reluctance, and despair. With Uchiha Zhao and Konoha, they could stand invincible. Was Tsunade truly without any chance? Lord Zhao, please restrain your anger. Did you not know we are already allies with Tsunade? I trust they would never betray us. Right, Elder Chiyo. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a warm smile, appearing utterly benevolent. Yet to Chiyo that smile was nothing but the grin of a cunning fox. She could only manage a forced laugh. Yes, Lord Hokage is quite right. Uchiha Zhao immediately restrained himself, his pupils returning to black. He took Tsunade's hand and followed behind Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. The group departed with effortless grace. Hiruzen Sarutobi playing the benevolent figure, while Uchiha Zhao and Danzo Shimura took on the roles of enforcers, leaving the Tsunade delegates utterly bewildered. At its core, it came down to sheer power. Lord Zhao's might was truly peerless. During this era, the Susanoo stood unmatched. Except for that brute who could directly clash with the Eight Tails, and that forbidden jutsu of reanimation, Uchiha Zhao could move freely across the ninja world. As for the tailed beasts, don't forget the Mangekyo Sharingan naturally counters them, including the Nine Tails. This was precisely why Chiyo had not summoned Master Fu to confront Uchiha Zhao. Have you ever heard of Susanoo enveloping the nine tails? For this reason, cornered by necessity, Chiyo could only sign this treaty, a symbol of humiliation. Chiyo sat there in silence for a long time, tears streaming from her clouded eyes. Humiliation, oh humiliation. Living to such an age, yet having to sign such an agreement. Ebisaru patted her shoulder from beside her, offering comfort, saying that blame should fall upon the third Kazekage, not upon her. Meanwhile, Rin manipulated her puppets to embrace Yagura, well aware of the latter's misophobia and aversion to physical contact. While some rejoiced, others mourned. Let us turn our gaze to Konoha. Guided by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Shao, and the others made their way back to camp. Upon seeing the quartet approach, the Hyuga branch family ninja swiftly delivered word, prompting everyone to gather at the camp entrance to welcome them. Dear villagers, this time we have not only secured a peace agreement, but also obtained 100 million ryo in compensation and 10% of Tsunade's mission quota. Hiruzen Sarutobi proclaimed loudly. The ninja were momentarily stunned before overwhelming joy washed over them. 100 million ryo, such a substantial sum. And with an additional 10% of mission assignments, their livelihoods would surely improve considerably. Long live the Hokage. Long live the Hokage. Long live the Hokage. Compared to empty promises, real gold and silver drove people far more frenzied and profoundly amazed. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched this scene and felt relieved that Uchiha Shao had managed to steer him back to the righteous path. Had it been merely a peace treaty signed, these ninja would likely harbor lingering resentment. Water can carry a boat or capsize it. What profound wisdom. At this thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze toward Uchiha Shao. Uchiha Shao meanwhile had his arm around Tsunade as he chatted with Orochimaru Jiraiya and the others. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, Uchiha Shao turned his head and caught sight of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He offered a smile and a respectful bow. Hiruzen Sarutobi clicked his tongue twice, sighing inwardly. What a triumphant figure in life, blessed with both love and career success. Witnessing Uchiha Shao in such a state, he found himself wondering whether Tobirama-sensei might have been mistaken. The Uchiha didn't seem remotely sinister. Danzo merely smiled. His command in this operation was undoubtedly the chief merit. Henceforth, he would rank second only to the Hokage and above all others. All thanks to Uchiha Shao. What a wonderful clan the Uchiha family truly was. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's words fading and giving the villagers a moment to process their emotions, he swept his hand grandly. Konoha ninja, let us return home. The ninja were equally stirred. Home, what a beautiful word. However, Uchiha Shao had arranged for the Uchiha clan to collect the remains of all fallen ninja in advance. Holding one or two urns in their hands, their faces grave, the other ninja clans witnessed this and eagerly came to help collecting their own clan members' ashes and expressing deep gratitude toward the Uchiha clan. For the Uchiha clan, being thanked in such a manner was a first. Some blushed, while others loftily lifted their heads, gently passing over the urns. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in acknowledgement. How could a clan like this, so honorable and compassionate, possibly be evil? The journey proved remarkably peaceful, and after roughly 2 days they arrived at the village entrance. Upon seeing the troops return, the villagers swiftly sent word to Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo Hatake immediately notified all the clans to come and welcome them. Hokage-sama. Tsukumo Hatake led the greeting with folded hands, and the other clans followed closely behind. Indeed, everyone has worked hard, especially you, Tsukumo. I heard you guarded the village with unwavering dedication throughout my absence. I am proud of you. After Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking, he patted Tsukumo Hatake on the shoulder. Tsukumo Hatake hurriedly knelt on one knee. All of this is thanks to Lord Hokage's trust. Please, Lord Hokage, enter the village and rest. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, then led the army into the village to deliver a speech before they each returned home. Uchiha Shao instructed Uchiha Dan to take the Uchiha ninja back to the clan district, first promising to return later. Thereafter, he and Tsunade would first head to the Senju clan district, for upon their return, they needed to inform the elder. Uchiha Dan nodded in agreement and led the Uchiha ninja toward the clan grounds. Tsunade, what do you think we should buy as gifts? It's been such a long time since we last returned. We ought to bring something meaningful to show our respect to the elders, Uchiha Shao said with a smile. Tsunade shook her head upon hearing this. Grandmother lacks for nothing. Your mere presence is enough, she replied, then tightened her grip on Uchiha Xiao's arm. Uchiha Shao smiled gently. Better to offer gifts than none at all. Wait for me here, Tsunade. I'll go purchase some pastries for Lady Mito to taste. Tsunade, like a devoted wife, straightened Uchiha Xiao's collar. Just call her grandmother. There's no need for formal titles. That creates too much distance. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. After Uchiha Shao entered the bakery, Tsunade watched him go, her eyes curving into happy slits, a smile playing on her lips as she hummed an unfamiliar melody, her spirits uplifted. Upon entering the bakery, Uchiha Shao discovered that its proprietor was Namake's Nanada Nagato's father. Nanada was busy preparing pastries when the wind chime by the door chimed. He looked up instinctively and spotted Uchiha Shao, his voice trembling with excitement. Lord Shao, you've returned from the war. Uchiha Shao smiled. Indeed. I just got back and was thinking of visiting the elders and buying some pastries. I never expected to run into you, Brother Nanada. Brother Wule, it has already been half a year since we last parted, and we have not had the chance to meet again. I wonder how you have been during this time. Uchiha Shao asked with a smile. Uzumaki Wule also smiled faintly and nodded gently, replying, "It is certainly far better than remaining in the land of rain." Alright, Lord Shao may not yet be aware. The Uzumaki clan has made the decision to join Konoha. It happened just last month. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Shao was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with thoughts could some major incident have occurred. But outwardly he merely replied, "Is that so? What exactly transpired to prompt such a decision?" Though deep down he could surmise the likely reasons, he dared not be entirely certain. Uzumaki Wule nodded once more and continued, "Just last month a band of rogue ninjas suddenly descended upon the land of whirlpools, rampaging and plundering with merciless cruelty. The situation was dire at the time. Fortunately, Lord Tsukumo arrived promptly with reinforcements, yet alas, it was still one step too late." As he spoke, Uzumaki Wule could not help but let out a heavy sigh. Due to the suddenness of this attack, many ninjas of the land of whirlpools were regrettably captured by those detestable folks. Only the members of the Uzumaki clan who had been forcibly retained in Konoha by Lady Mito remained unscathed. After this incident, the clan members gained a profound understanding of their own weakness, and thus ultimately reached a unanimous decision to join Konoha, seeking stronger protection and greater opportunities for development. The current leader of the Uzumaki clan has since returned the position of clan head to Lady Mito. Uzumaki Wule explained to Uchiha Shao about the events of last month. Uchiha Shao nodded. How did Lady Mito react? Lady Mito was exceedingly delighted. The Uzumaki clan compound now sits adjacent to the Senju compound, and the Uzumaki clan has truly become one with Konoha. As Uzumaki Wule spoke these words, a smile played upon his lips. That is most gratifying. Uchiha Zhao's lips curved upward, as well as a sense of contentment blooming within. He had foreseen this outcome from the beginning, and now that his anticipation had come to fruition, how could he not rejoice? Yet nothing is absolute. Among the people of the land of whirlpools, some remained, captured by those rogue ninjas, and still missing to this day. By the way, Wule, you run a pastry shop. Do you happen to know Lady Mito's preferred tastes? Do help me select a few more for her, Uchiha Shao said with a smile. You have come to the right person. When I used to operate the pastry shop, Lady Mito would often sample my new creations. For most pastries, she simply remarked they were acceptable, but for this particular one, she went so far as to say excellent. With that, Uzumaki Wule retrieved it and placed it upon the counter. Uchiha Shao took a look and was surprised to find a dark crimson pastry. He leaned in close and inhaled deeply. A rich, fragrant aroma of jujube filled his senses, and his eyes lit up with delight. Jujube cake. Uchiha Shao was quite elated. This was his first encounter with such a confection in this world. Previously, he had only known 3-color dumplings and various flaky pastries. This was truly his first time laying eyes on it. Lord Shao, did you say what? Jujube cake. Uzumaki Wule looked at the pastry in Uchiha Zhao's hand and chuckled. Also, that is what you meant. Indeed, it is made with jujubes. However, I prepare very little of it, as people here rarely consume jujubes. Uzumaki Wule remarked that the locals generally preferred softer, more delicate foods. Uchiha Shao nodded, and then said, "Then I shall take all of these jujube pastries. Additionally, please prepare a selection of each of your signature items." Right away, Uzumaki Wule moved with remarkable swiftness, packaging the pastries Uchiha Shao desired and handing them over. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Uzumaki Wule ultimately accepted payment from Uchiha Shao. After Uchiha Shao stepped outside, he looked up and saw Tsunade tugging at Nawaki's face. "Whoa, brother-in-law, save me." At these words, both Tsunade and Uchiha Shao paused in surprise. Tsunade grew slightly embarrassed, while Uchiha Shao thought to himself that Nawaki was proving rather clever indeed. He spoke up, "Oh, Nawaki, what is the matter with you?" Uchiha Shao asked, knowingly well aware of the close bond between his girlfriend and her younger brother. Before he could finish, Tsunade shot him a sharp glare, silencing him. Nawaki turned to Uchiha Shao with a pleading expression. A faint smile graced Tsunade's lips as she called out softly, "Shao." Her voice was gentle and melodious, utterly enchanting. Standing to the side, Nawaki's eyes widened like saucers at the sight. He could hardly believe his ears. "No way, sis. Since when do you speak to me with such gentleness? You've always been barking orders at me." At this moment, Uchiha Shao turned to Tsunade with a look of curiosity and asked Tsunade what on earth happened. He gestured toward Nawaki, indicating she should explain. Tsunade sighed helplessly and pointed at Nawaki. "This rascal, while passing by a chicken coop earlier, he spotted a hen laying an egg. You will never guess what he did next. He actually ran over and forcefully pushed the nearly laid egg back inside the poor creature." Tsunade paused briefly before continuing, "And then, that unfortunate hen simply expired on the spot. Behold that hen lying motionless on the ground over there. Nawaki is directly responsible for its demise." She pointed toward the lifeless hen not far away with her finger. After hearing Tsunade's account, Uchiha Shao was initially stunned, then burst into uncontrollable laughter, doubling over with mirth. He repeatedly patted Nawaki on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Huh, you truly are a character. Who would have thought you capable of such an absurd feat?" Nawaki, initially scratching his head in embarrassment and about to join in the laughter, suddenly felt a powerful force strike from his side. It was his dear sister Tsunade who had acted. With a swift motion of her hand, she delivered a resounding slap directly to Nawaki's neck. The sudden blow left Nawaki trembling, his smile instantly frozen on his face. This boy causes trouble from morning till night. Absolutely relentless. And this dead chicken. That is because of him I was forced to purchase it, and it cost far more than a live one. I am simply beside myself with anger. Tsunade pouted furiously, her face contorted with rage, clearly having been pushed to her limit. Uchiha Shao gave Nawaki a subtle signal, handing him the pastries and gesturing for him to deliver them to Lady Mito and make his escape first. Nawaki nodded and bolted immediately. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shao rested his right hand upon Tsunade's waist and smiled. Now, our princess, let us not remain angry, shall we? Under Uchiha Zhao's bold gesture, Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson. She had entirely forgotten about Nawaki's misdeeds, instead offering a soft murmur of agreement and resting her head gently upon Uchiha Zhao's shoulder. The two enjoyed a tranquil moment together, basking in each other's presence. Eventually, Uchiha Shao broke the silence, saying, "Let us go pay a visit to Lady Mito." With that, he took her hand and led her toward the Senju clan compound. Somewhere in the land of water, Uchiha Madara awoke. Due to his advanced age, he had cut flesh from his own chest, expending immense energy. So much so that half his hair had turned white. "Lord Madara, you have finally awakened," Black Zetsu said with a sinister tone. Uchiha Madara was long accustomed to Black Zetsu's demeanor and paid it no mind. "Zetsu, I ask you, has anything major happened in the outside world?" Black Zetsu had anticipated this question and smiled. "Congratulations, Lord Madara. You have a fine grandson. What nonsense are you spouting? I have never had a wife in my life nor a son. How could I possibly have a grandson? Do you think I cannot kill you, which is why you dare be so presumptuous?" As he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara mobilized his chakra. Black Zetsu hastily waved his hands. "Lord Madara, he is not your grandson, but the grandson of your brother Uchiha Izuna." He then transmitted images from his mind to Uchiha Madara, those of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara paused, then closed his eyes, absorbing the information from Black Zetsu, how Uchiha Obito displayed devastating power on the Wind Country battlefield, slaying the third Kazekage in a single strike. Soon a smile curled his lips. "Not bad. The boy resembles me greatly. At the first stage of Susanoo, he can instantly kill a Kaga-level ninja, and he shows no mercy. Izuna, this grandson of yours, I truly favor him. But why has the boy grown close to Hashirama's granddaughter?" He frowned. He had heard of Hashirama's granddaughter, whose name was Tsunade, was it? She must have inherited even a fraction of Hashirama's talent. She is quite handsome, quite a match for my little pup. "Zetsu, I wish to go see this boy." Uchiha Madara had made up his mind. He would definitely go see him. After all, he was the sole heir of their branch. "Lord Madara, this is not advisable." Black Zetsu was thoroughly bewildered. He had only shown intelligence reports, yet now Madara wanted to personally meet the subject of those reports. Moreover, although Uchiha Obito's current strength paled in comparison to Madara's, he made up for it with youth. Furthermore, Obito was both courageous and brilliant. If Madara were discovered upon arrival, it would hardly be a favorable situation. It could adversely affect his Tsuki no Mi plan. However, observing the determined Uchiha Madara before him, Black Zetsu knew that in this state, not even 10 horses could pull him back. He relented and said, "If that is your decision, Lord Madara, please exercise utmost caution and ensure your safety. Do not act rashly." "Understood. Your nagging is unnecessary." Uchiha Madara donned his Sengoku-era battle armor and in a flash departed the land of water, heading toward Konoha. A rare excitement stirred within his heart. He had long believed himself to have no bonds remaining in this shinobi world. Izuna was dead, his clansmen had betrayed him, and he had lived for so many years like a wandering ghost. Though he had once claimed that the strong need neither friends nor bonds, deep within his heart, he still yearned for connection. Now that Uchiha Obito was Izuna's grandson, he reasoned there should be no issue in paying a visit. Soon he arrived at Konoha. Night had fallen, and Uchiha Obito, under the watchful eyes of Mito and Tsunade, departed the Senju clan compound. Uchiha Madara stood upon a distant rooftop, gazing downward, his hair fluttering in the wind, arms crossed over his chest. Uchiha Obito suddenly felt a pull, a bloodline resonance. As he looked up, he caught sight of Uchiha Madara, half-white hair billowing in the wind, clad in Six Paths battle armor, looking straight at him. In an instant, Uchiha Madara unleashed a Genjutsu. Though he no longer possessed the Rinnegan, his 3-tomoe Sharingan alone was sufficient to force Uchiha Obito into an illusion across rank boundaries. Uchiha Obito sensed the illusion immediately, but rather than breaking free, he chose to see what Madara wished to say. Within the illusion, Uchiha Madara continued looking downward. Suddenly he spoke. "Hey kid." His Sharingan shifted from 3-tomoe to the form of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Obito nearly laughed. If not for having watched the anime, he truly might have believed it. In reality, Madara's eternal Mangekyo had already evolved into the Rinnegan. The eyes now within Nagato's sockets had once been his. Uchiha Obito bowed deeply. You cannot be the former clan head, the war demon of the Sengoku period, Uchiha Madara. Wearing a face bearing a striking resemblance to Madara's, Uchiha Obito's gesture caused the elder's brow to twitch. Indeed it is I. Boy, do you know your true identity. Or has no one told you? Uchiha Madara leaned forward, his profound gaze fixed upon Obito. Uchiha Obito froze. He had an identity. Wasn't his father merely a regular jonin? It was clear that neither Uchiha Hiroto nor Hiruzen Sarutobi had revealed his ancestral lineage, or even his father's, to him. Your father is the son of Uchiha Izuna, making him my younger brother's son. Your great-grandfather was Uchiha Taijima, clan head of the Uchiha during the Sengoku era, a direct line. Uchiha Madara's voice was steady and commanding as he explained to Obito. Had Obito not carried Izuna's bloodline, Madara would not have given him a second glance. Uchiha Obito was stunned. If that was the case, everything fell into place. Why his appearance so closely resembled Madara's? He had previously attributed it to mere coincidence, never imagining Madara was actually his great-granduncle. Does this mean, you are my great-grandfather? Uchiha Obito's pupils contracted in shock. He had previously worried that his excessive activity might have drawn Madara and Black Zetsu's attention, prompting them to come eliminate him tonight. But now such concerns vanished. Madara valued bloodline above all else. Yes, you could say that. Child, I hear you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, correct? Allow me to see it. Uchiha Obito nodded, closed his eyes, then opened them once more. Six-tomoe ring-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. In that instant, Uchiha Madara felt his Jinjutsu realm tremble. Eyes alight with excitement, he gazed at Uchiha Obito. He never imagined Izuna's grandson possessed such extraordinary talent. If after his death Obito were willing to inherit his will, the Tsuki no Mi plan would be realized sooner than expected. Before he could speak, Uchiha Obito beat him to it. Great-grandfather, under my leadership the Uchiha clan has already risen to the center of power and is no longer marginalized. Would you not consider returning? Obito's voice carried sincere earnestness. This genuinely caught Uchiha Madara off guard. He had intended to persuade Obito, but before he could utter a word, he found himself the one being persuaded to return to the village. Still he shook his head. Never mind. I hold no interest in this fabricated piece. Uchiha Obito's eyes brightened. I examined the clan monument. There are traces of modification, meaning the original inscription did not read as it does now. At these words, Uchiha Madara's pupils trembled. Modified? When? Could what he had seen all along have been nothing but an illusion? Impossible. That stone tablet was inscribed by the Sage of Six Paths himself. How could it have been altered? Uchiha Madara materialized in front of Uchiha Shao. He refused to believe it. He would not accept that the path he had walked was wrong, that all his sacrifices were for nothing. For Uchiha Shao to dismiss everything with a single word, it was unthinkable. Uchiha Shao desperately wanted to reveal the truth. That Black Zetsu was Kagetsuchi Otsutsuki, a lingering fragment of Kagaya Otsutsuki's consciousness. But the question was, how could he possibly say such things? Why would Uchiha Madara trust him? Hey kid, don't think our blood relation gives you leverage. I'm not above killing you. Uchiha Madara's eyes burned with fury. Uchiha Zhao's mind raced, then suddenly cleared. Great-grandfather, do you truly believe the Sage of Six Paths would condone us, Uchiha, murdering our own kin to harvest their eyes? If that's the case, would he even deserve the title of sage? In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths opened his eyes, puzzled by who might be speaking his name. He pondered for a long time, but came up with nothing. In the end, he shook his head and let it go. On the street, Uchiha Madara paused, gazing deeply at him before being swept into memory, back when he and Izuna had first discovered the stone tablet and learned of the sage, the Ten Tails, and the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Izuna never believed the infinite Tsukuyomi could bring peace. It was sheer absurdity. Yet he had studied extensively how to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara had shared this view then. The false peace of infinite Tsukuyomi couldn't deliver true tranquility. Only power, only conflict mattered. At Izuna's urging, Madara destroyed the portions of the stone tablet detailing the Ten Tails, infinite Tsukuyomi, and the Sage of Six Paths, preserving only the method for awakening the Uchiha's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan before casting it into the Naka Shrine. But later Izuna fell to some lowlife wielding forbidden jutsu and a divine artifact. Consumed by grief, Madara accepted his brother's Mangekyo Sharingan and achieved the eternal Mangekyo. Then came his battle against Senju Hashirama, the third Susanoo, clashing against the wood-release Sacred Tree Seedling World and Wood Dragon. He lost, defeated by Senju Hashirama. Just as he accepted his fate, Senju Hashirama pulled him up and spoke of realizing their childhood dream, moving him deeply. Hashirama even offered him the position of Hokage while he served as subordinate, yet when peace finally arrived, there was no place for him. Uchiha Madara saw the clan drifting from the center of power, realizing that if this continued, the Uchiha would be eliminated. As clan head, he couldn't stand idle as his family was consumed, so he proposed seceding from Konoha, only to face unanimous opposition from his own people. Yes, that day he left the village alone, with no clan member following. It was also then that he returned to the Naka shrine, gazing at the stone tablet and recalling all he and Izuna had witnessed together. It was then that Black Zetsu appeared, claiming to be his will made manifest, instructing him to gather the tailed beasts, revive the 10 tails, and unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara's expression grew complicated. After all, only he and Izuna knew the tablet's true content. He himself had only learned the method to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Never mind. He's still a child. Better not burden him with the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara shook his head. When you've experienced true darkness, seek me out at this place. With those words, he used Genjutsu to imprint his location onto Uchiha Zhao's mind. For Izuna's descendant, he would naturally afford more patience and more time. Even if Uchiha Zhao refused to help him, Madara would harbor no resentment. The illusion shattered immediately. Uchiha Zhao looked up, but there was no sign of Uchiha Madara anywhere. Uchiha Zhao sighed. He couldn't sway Uchiha Madara, for Madara trusted only what he saw with his own eyes. He was extremely resolute. Once he made up his mind, no one could turn him back. He would have to wait for another opportunity to persuade his great-grandfather. Adjusting his mood, he set off toward the Uchiha district. As for learning that he carried the bloodline of the Uchiha clan head's lineage, he felt no great disturbance. His thoughts were simple: pursue what he desired, love whom he chose. As long as he could spend his life with Tsunade steadfast until their hair turned white, then this transmigration had been worthwhile. At that moment, a black hand lunged toward him from behind. Uchiha Zhao's body went cold, and a golden-red Susanoo erupted behind him with a thunderous impact. Uchiha Zhao turned around, but saw nothing. Frowning, he grimaced. This feeling, how to describe it? It was deeply unsettling. Soon after, many ninja appeared clad in ANBU attire. Sensing the tremendous chakra fluctuation, they had rushed to the scene. Swiftly, they spotted Uchiha Zhao and promptly bowed. Lord Uchiha, what is the matter? Uchiha Zhao smiled. Someone just ambushed me, so I released some chakra. The other ANBU members exchanged puzzled glances. They hadn't detected any intruder. However, noting that Uchiha Zhao hadn't damaged any buildings, they saluted. Lord Uchiha, allow us to escort you home. Uchiha Zhao smiled. Thank you for your trouble. He then followed in Hyuga ANBU and a Yamanaka ANBU toward the Uchiha district. The remaining ANBU scattered throughout the village, ensuring its security. Once everyone had departed, a black shadow emerged from the ground. Coldly watching Uchiha Zhao's retreating figure, he thought, if not for Uchiha Madara's resolute nature, this youngster might have sabotaged his grand design to save his mother. Previously, he had only assumed that if Uchiha Zhao joined Uchiha Madara, the plan would proceed faster and smoother. Who would have expected him to instead attempt to reverse Madara's resolve? How could this be tolerated? He had therefore unleashed his Black Tiger's heart-severing technique, only to find that Uchiha Zhao's combat awareness was remarkably sharp. His control over the Susanoo was masterful, deflecting the strike precisely without the slightest waste of effort. Uchiha Zhao, we shall meet again someday, Black Zetsu murmured, then dissolved within Konoha without leaving a single ripple. Uchiha Zhao turned to his system. System brother, don't tell me you didn't sense that attack either. Ding. This system did detect it. You sensed it and kept quiet. If I hadn't reacted in time, your host would be dead. Uchiha Zhao retorted sharply in his mind. Ding, do I really need to remind you about such a minor matter? Uchiha Zhao, exasperated by the system, asked instead, can you help me identify who launched that attack? Why couldn't I perceive their chakra fluctuation? Ding, affirmative. Please remit 2,000 points. The system's voice was as cold as ever. Uchiha Zhao's lip twitched. This is outright robbery. Ding, the host may decide for themselves. Hey, Uchiha Zhao said resignedly. Ding, playback has been initiated for the host. It will appear in your mind. Original balance, 40050. Current balance, 38050. A scene unfolded before Uchiha Zhao's inner eye. Uchiha Zhao followed the ANBU members toward the clan district. The journey was uneventful, with nothing happening along the way. Uchiha Zhao took out 2 silver notes of 500 ryo each and handed them to the two. They immediately waved their hands, insisting this was their duty and they could not accept payment. Uchiha Zhao explained that the money was a token of gratitude for the trouble they had gone through to see him home personally, and that they should not overthink it. It was what they deserved. The two ANBU members exchanged glances before finally accepting the money. They thanked Uchiha Zhao profusely. 500 ryo, by no means a trivial sum, yet not so exorbitant either. It would afford them 2 fine feasts. Uchiha Zhao smiled, waved to the 2 ninja, and returned to his home. Today had been exhausting. Returning to the village, he had accompanied Tsunade to pay respects to the elders. Lady Mito's constitution remained robust, and with the Uzumaki clan's involvement, she seemed to be experiencing some kind of age regression, growing progressively younger. She fully supported Tsunade and Uchiha Zhao's romance, and even teased Tsunade, saying Tsunade, if only Uchiha Madara had been a woman back then, grandma might have lost her husband to him. This left Uchiha Zhao at a loss for words, forcing out awkward laughs. After finishing the meal, he had prepared to head home, never expecting to encounter some unexpected benefactor. He had nearly been ambushed afterward. An ambush? The thought sparked in Uchiha Zhao's mind as he replayed the memory. Black Zetsu had been concealed underground listening intently to Uchiha Shao and Uchiha Madara's conversation. When he heard Uchiha Shao mention that the stone inscription might have been altered, his entire body shuddered. His chakra shifted imperceptibly. Without careful perception, one wouldn't detect the slightest change. Yet from the system's omniscient perspective, Uchiha Shao saw everything with perfect clarity. After Uchiha Madara departed, Uchiha Shao turned his head to find a dark hand emerging from the ground, reaching directly for his heart. A killing strike without hesitation. The golden-red Susanoo intercepted it, and the rest of what happened afterward was already known. After reviewing the footage, cold sweat poured down Uchiha Zhao's face. Black Zetsu was genuinely terrifying. Every strike came with lethal intent. When he activated Susanoo, he could feel the sheer weight of that attack. Shadow-level damage. A single mistake could have cost him his life. He needed to find a solution. Just then a chime rang out. Congratulations on altering Jiraiya's death. Reward perception type skill Soul Perception Technique. Soul Perception Technique. A passive skill that allows the host to perceive the environment within a 10-kilometer radius. Any living being present is displayed in the host's mind like a radar. Uchiha Shao smiled. Excellent, this was wonderful. But didn't the system know what he was thinking? How could the reward have been so timely? The system offered no response, though Uchiha Shao faintly heard a soft humph. He closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. So exhausted, this demanded a proper rest. The next day, Shao Dano, stop sleeping. Hey, the Hokage-sama has summoned us for a meeting. Shao Dano. Uchiha Hirochi pounded on the door, drenched in sweat. It was nearly 7:40. Only 20 minutes remained before the 8 o'clock gathering. If he didn't get up now, he would be late. Uchiha Shao frowned and grabbed his water cup, hurling it toward the doorway. The window was paper thin, the cup shattered through it, and flew straight at Uchiha Hirochi. Uchiha Hirochi's face darkened. He punched the cup apart, his patience exhausted, and concentrated his chakra around his mouth. Rising in. Uchiha Hirochi, too furious to control his volume, sent his voice ringing across half the village. Everyone froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. They had figured it out. Uchiha Shao simply hadn't woken up yet. Inside the Hokage building, the clan heads struggled to suppress their giggles. Even Hokage Hiruzen could not resist lowering his head as his shoulders trembled with silent laughter. Only Tsunade blushed furiously. If it had been something pleasant, so be it. But for a trivial matter like oversleeping to become common knowledge. Alas, Uchiha Shao, now thoroughly awake, unleashed a single thunderous "huh," a voice potent enough to shake the walls. The people in the Hokage's office heard it too. This time they could not hold back. Danzo broke into laughter first, and soon everyone joined in. The somber atmosphere of the room dissolved entirely, replaced by warmth and mirth. Orochimaru drawled softly, "Alas, Tsunade, why not go rouse your future husband yourself?" Tsunade's face reddened further. She shot Orochimaru a cold glare. "Shut up." Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Hirochi led Uchiha Shao to the entrance. Uchiha Hirochi glanced at the 759, still safe. He knocked, and the door opened quickly. Everyone stared at Uchiha Hirochi and Uchiha Shao with peculiar expressions. Uchiha Hirochi's heart sank. He lowered his head in silent resignation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shao, yawning, greeted them cheerfully. "Good morning, Hokage-sama. Good morning, Danzo-sama." And greetings to the Hyuga clan head as well. They all smiled and nodded in return. After Uchiha Shao and Uchiha Hirochi took their seats, Hiruzen cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Today's gathering is for a post-war review, and arguably a bestowal of honors. Hearing this, everyone finally pulled their thoughts back from Uchiha Zhao's oversleeping episode and refocused on the matter at hand. Supreme Commander Shimura Danzo, through outstanding strategic deployment and formidable strength, repeatedly shattered the 3rd Kazekage's forces. Therefore, I hereby announce Shimura Danzo as Chief Hokage Advisor. Hiruzen's voice rang clear and bright, his face adorned with a warm smile. Who supports? Who opposes? Hiruzen scanned the assembly. Uchiha Shao immediately raised his hand. Hokage-sama, I support it. Our entire Uchiha clan supports it. Having said this, he even hoisted Uchiha Hirochi's arm into the air. Uchiha Hirochi buried his face in his hands. He wished he did not know Uchiha Shao at all. Uchiha Shao, however, remained entirely unbothered. He was not the clan head. He did not care about losing face. Tsunade sighed at the sight and chose to support as well. Then came Nara Shikamori Akimichi, Torafu Yamanama Kaido, followed by Aburame Shigekuro and Hyuga Akatsuchi. With the major clans already having declared their positions, the smaller shinobi families naturally understood the etiquette. Thus, Shimura Danzo's title of Chief Hokage Advisor was approved unanimously, with green lights flashing across the board. Hiruzen nodded. Very well. Since everyone agrees, I hereby proclaim Shimura Danzo as the Chief Hokage Advisor of Konoha. From this day forward, he shall assist the Hokage in jointly managing the Hidden Leaf Village. As Hiruzen's words fell, applause erupted from below. Shimura Danzo rose and bowed deeply to Hokage Hiruzen, who returned a gentle smile and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Understanding the unspoken signal, Danzo bowed again to the assembly and stated, I am grateful for your overwhelming kindness. In the days ahead, I look forward to your continued guidance. With that, another wave of applause swept through the room. Shimura Danzo smiled, and gave a slight nod toward Uchiha Shao, who returned it, with a smile of his own. The two appeared to share a deep bond. The reason everyone could hold this post-war commendation meeting at such leisure was that the third Raikage had proven more than capable. Back then, a single message from Uchiha Shao had fooled him into clashing with the IWA shinobi, and even now the two nations remained locked in fierce combat. Both had dispatched envoys to inform Konoha, requesting that they stay out of it. At this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew peculiar, his mood shifting unpredictably. He decided to first award all individuals and clans who had participated in the Great War, and then consult with Uchiha Shao about what to do next. Deputy Commander Uchiha Shao has repeatedly led Uchiha clan ninja on arduous missions, disregarding his own family's losses to safeguard the village's interests. Therefore, through the Council of Elders' decision, the Uchiha clan has been granted the title of House of Glory, inscribed by Danzo. Additionally, Uchiha Shao has been bestowed the status of Konoha Elder. Hiruzen Sarutobi announced these matters with a smile. Instantaneously, Hyuga Akaragi's expression changed. Both the title of House of Glory and the position of Konoha Elder filled him with intense envy. As a prominent clan in the shinobi world, he understood how difficult it was to integrate into the village. If not for his father's strict orders that the Hyuga clan remain low-key and treat others kindly everywhere, they would likely be facing the same exclusion as the Uchiha clan once had. But now things were different. The Uchiha clan had earned the title of House of Glory, backed by both the Hokage and the Elders, making them a clan recognized for their immense contributions and great honor to the village. Just that alone surpassed the Hyuga family's decades-long efforts, not to mention the elder status. Could anyone become a Konoha elder? There were only a handful of elder positions held by Danzo Tensei Shan and Suate Unmanin. It was easy to imagine how much determination the Konoha F4 had shown in courting Uchiha Shao. Ultimately, it all came down to Uchiha Zhao's Manjikyu Sharingan. No matter how much was said or how close the relationship, power was what truly mattered. Tsunade pinched Uchiha Shao and whispered, "Why aren't you on stage yet?" Hearing this, Uchiha Shao snapped back to reality and quickly rose, making his way to the stage. He first expressed his gratitude and trust toward the Hokage, then stated he was both surprised and honored by his election, promising to maintain self-discipline and protect everyone's legitimate rights. After these formalities, the crowd applauded. Finally came the battlefield summary, allocating part of the compensation funds toward pensions for fallen shinobi. The remaining funds would go toward village reconstruction, which met with no objections. As the meeting adjourned, clan leaders departed in orderly fashion, while Uchiha Shao was kept behind. Seeing this, Tsunade had no choice but to wait outside. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and waved at Uchiha Shao. "Shaokuin, come take a seat." After speaking, Hiruzen pointed to the stool before him. This chair belonged exclusively to elders. Since Uchiha Shao had just become a Konoha elder, he naturally had the right to take this seat. Uchiha Shao nodded and sat down. To his left sat Shimura Danzo, who gave him a cheerful nod. To his right were Tensei Shan and Suate Unmanin, positioned slightly further back since both leaned more toward administrative roles. "Shaokuin, the Cloud and Stone villages each sent us letters regarding Konoha. We have reviewed them. Take a look." Hiruzen then retrieved 2 letters from his drawer, one bearing Inoki's seal and the other the Raikage AI's. Uchiha Shao opened the envelopes and read their contents. Once he had finished, Hiruzen spoke slowly. "Shaokuin, your strategy of driving tigers to devour wolves was excellently executed. Now only these 2 nations remain at war across the shinobi world. They both demand that we not intervene and have even sent representatives to sign peace agreements." Finishing his words, he clapped his hands and Anbu brought in the representatives. Ai, son of the 3rd Raikage from Cloud Village, and Kiji, son of Inoki from IWA Village. As these 2 representatives entered, their faces brimmed with hostility, glaring at each other fiercely. Only before Hiruzen and the 4 elders did they restrain themselves somewhat. But when they spotted Uchiha Shao seated among the council, their eyes flickered noticeably. Despite the future 4th Raikage AI's imposing dark and muscular appearance, his mind was sharp. He was now contemplating why this fair-skinned young man was present here. There must be reason to it. So he offered Uchiha Shao a smile. Uchiha Zhao's lips twitched. So this was the Raikage from the novels, the future 4th Raikage AI. He looked quite mature indeed. Responding to AI's friendly gesture, Uchiha Shao smiled and nodded. Kiji was no pushover either. He shoved AI aside, then bowed respectfully to the Hokage before turning to the elders with graceful composure. Glancing provocatively at AI, he thought to himself, barbarians lack brains altogether. Looking for a fight. AI sneered, his muscles tensing. Then let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? Kiji shot back with a mocking glare. Hiruzen's expression darkened instantly. He exchanged a glance with Uchiha Shao, who understood immediately. Channeling chakra, his Manjikyu Sharingan activated, and 2 massive golden red hands materialized above, gripping both men's shoulders. Both AI and Kiji's faces paled as overwhelming force pressed down upon their shoulders. Even a body-trained ninja like AI struggled to bear it, let alone Kiji. Yet as sons of their respective Kage, they endured in silence. "Young ones, do not be so overbearing," Uchiha Shao said warmly. He then withdrew his Susanoo and upon receiving the Hokage's permission requested to use the tea set. He poured tea first for Hiruzen, who smiled in return, then served Shimura Danzo Tensei Shan and Suate Unmanen. After pouring one for himself, he set out one final cup. He raised his own teacup and took a sip, then lifted the last one. My, there remains only a single cup. I wonder what the two of you. Uchiha Shao smiled, his hand hovering in the air. Both understood. The tea was for guests, symbolizing peace. Whoever received this final cup would secure Konoha's diplomatic alliance, so they lunged forward almost simultaneously. Uchiha Shao withdrew his hand. Alas, we are all cultured people. Why resort to force at the slightest provocation? Smiling, he continued, Konoha's finances are rather strained lately. As you know, we have just fought 2 major wars and expended considerable resources. We are barely managing to keep our heads above water. Uchiha Shao sighed dramatically. The scene made not only Ai and Kiji's eyes twitch, but even the Konoha F4 felt a pang in their chests. This lad was plainly taking advantage of the situation. Who did not know that Konoha had achieved total victory and received massive war reparations? How dare he claim poverty at such a moment? Were you poor, you? What kind of look is that, Hokage-sama? Uchiha Shao gave Sarutobi Hiruzen an annoyed glance. Hiruzen cleared his throat. And nothing. I just didn't sleep well yesterday. My eye is twitching a bit. Yes. Last night Hiruzen discussed important matters with me, so I stayed up late. Lord Uchiha, rest assured the Hokage has no other intention. Shimura Danzo hastened to explain. Provoke anyone, but never provoke Uchiha Shao. Though they were colleagues, Uchiha Zhao's piercing gaze and incisive questions were intimidating. Hadn't you noticed the 2 young lords behind him looking displeased? Besides, Uchiha Shao spoke for the benefit of the village. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly have any objection? No, absolutely none. Fine, you officials call the shots. Upon hearing these words from Uchiha Shao, Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged smiles. This boy, was it really a good decision to appoint him as one of Konoha's elders? Uchiha Shao turned to Ai and Tsuchiki's representative. Do either of you have anything to add? After speaking, he placed his teacup on the table and rubbed his thumb against his index finger. So he was after money after all. Then tell me, how much does Konoha need? The moment those words left his mouth, I realized something was amiss. I came here to sign a treaty. Does signing a treaty require payment? This isn't a war reparations agreement. Not too much. Let's start with tens of thousands of yaks. I've heard Kumogakure's yak meat is delicious, and their hides are thick and fine. A premium breed. Uchiha Shao smiled faintly. Konoha is poor. We cannot compare to Kumogakure's wealth. So, Ai's face darkened. A single yak from Kumogakure cost over 10,000 ryo. 10,000 yaks would be 100 million ryo, and he wanted tens of thousands of them. Was he trying to reach for the sky? Note the 100 million here refers to ninja world currency, not literal gold and silver. Please remain rational. I must consult the rakeage. The quantity is too large for me to decide alone. However, if it's 5,000 yaks, I can make the call. It would secure Konoha's friendship. I was a man of considerable wealth and decisive judgment. There was only one to be signed. That meant any village that failed to sign might find itself squeezed between Konoha and the opposing village in the future. Upon hearing this, Iwagakure's representative grew anxious. Our Iwagakure may lack in many things, but we have plenty of stones, many containing jade and agate. The yield is considerable. If Konoha is willing to sign the agreement, we are prepared to offer agate and jade valued at 80 million ryo. Raw earth value, meaning the true original price. If they processed and sold these goods downstream, the profit would far exceed 80 million ryo. The daimyo and nobles absolutely adored such agate and jade. Iwagakure was truly risking everything. I frowned. In addition to the yaks mentioned earlier, our Kumogakure is willing to offer 50 kin of chakra metal as a gesture of alliance. Our Kumogakure has always been generous. 50 kin of chakra metal was worth 500 million ryo. Was Kumogakure really willing to put up such a massive stake? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was baffled. The yaks and jade were ordinary resources, but chakra metal was priceless and irreplaceable. Uchiha Shao noticed Hiruzen giving him signals, but ignored him. Instead, he looked at Tsuchiki's representative of Iwagakure's IWA. He understood that IWA would raise the bid. If they signed with Kumogakure, it would mean Konoha and Kumogakure would simultaneously attack Iwagakure. Konoha was the largest village in the ninja world, and Kumogakure, having just bled in battle, would never let this go. Not at all. What was lost at Konoha would be doubly reclaimed from Iwagakure. Not only would there be massive war reparations, but their territory might even be carved up by those barbarians. Chakra metal. Kumogakure has made a substantial investment. Since that is the case, we cannot let Konoha laugh at Iwagakure. How about an A-rank Earth-style secret ninja art? The moment IWA spoke, not only were Konoha's F4 stunned, but even I and Uchiha Shao were taken aback. By the gods, a secret ninja art. This was an incredible treasure. While A-rank jutsu was powerful, secret techniques could only be learned by village ninja. Without extraordinary merit or a powerful clan, one couldn't even dream of learning them. Of course, dust release parting earth turning cascade is a S-rank jutsu and cannot be spread externally. It was Iwagakure's trump card. But techniques like earth-style rock clone jutsu or mountain and earth techniques were acceptable. These techniques had different functions and could serve as the village's treasured heirlooms. None would be given away easily. Yet IWA was willing to part with one. Now it was Ice turn to panic. Hiruzen was equally bewildered. How had the discussion escalated to offering clan inheritance techniques? Uchiha Shao was also surprised, then looked at IWA with a grave expression. IWA, it truly was the son of Tsuchika Jinoki. His courage alone was worthy of admiration. This also revealed a Wagakure's grand ambitions. Hiruzen no longer knew what to do. From the appearance of things, signing with either side would offend the other. At this price, it was no longer a simple cooperation. It meant helping one side defeat the other. But this wasn't I and Iwa's concern. The final decision rested with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was thinking though this war would yield massive resources, ultimately, it was a Wagakure and Kumogakure who stood to gain the most. Moreover, one of the two villages might become far stronger because of this war, while Konoha would lose a significant portion of its ninja. He was greatly troubled. Uchiha Shao then smiled. Actually, Konoha doesn't have such grand ambitions. Let's stick to what was previously discussed. Kumogakure provides 5,000 yaks, and a Wagakure offers 80 million ryo worth of jade and agate. After saying this, he clapped his hands. Someone, serve tea. How rude. As soon as Uchiha Shao finished, two Yinbu members hurriedly brought tea, offering 2 pure gold teacups to I and IWA. The two were startled. They had no idea why Uchiha Shao said such things. Uchiha Shao merely wanted to test the determination of both villages. He had no intention of forming an alliance with either side to attack the other. Doing so would only bring temporary benefits while gaining nothing in terms of actual territory or war reparations. It simply wasn't worth it. Uchiha Shao smiled. I never said I would only sign with one party. There simply aren't enough cups. These A and B lack any sense of awareness. He then gave a cold snort. Indeed, Uchiha Shao hadn't said anything explicit. It was the two of them who had imagined things themselves. But still, damn it. Swallowing bitter pills with no way to complain. Watching the peace agreement being handed over, the two took a deep breath. Their mission was simply to sign a peace agreement, wasn't it? They had already paid the price. If they didn't sign the agreement now, wouldn't that be a terrible loss? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, excellent. Without deploying troops obtaining such enormous friendship funds, he was quite satisfied. But whether a Wagakure and Kumogakure were satisfied, that was not Hiruzen's concern to worry about. Under Uchiha Zhao's reasonable suggestions, with the pressure of the Mangekyo Sharingan AI, and Tsuchi ultimately held their noses and signed the agreement. They had no choice. If they didn't pay, they would feel uneasy. After all, if the two villages were at war, Konoha might swoop in and interfere. Neither the Cloud nor the Stone Village could ignore the situation, so it was better to pay a deposit to ensure Konoha would not interfere. After signing the agreement, the two departed without looking back. Of course, the Umbu personally escorted them to the village entrance. Having completed this, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave Uchiha Shao a thumbs up. You really are something, kid. You can squeeze money even out of a peace treaty. Uchiha Shao chuckled. This is nothing, yet it was merely a simple political maneuver. Ultimately, the matter was settled. Konoha would not participate in the war between the Cloud and Stone villages, but the two were required to provide material support. In plain terms, it was protection money. After the Konoha elders discussed for a while, the meeting was dismissed. As Uchiha Shao stepped outside, he saw Tsunade leaning against the window, gazing at the scenery beyond. Uchiha Shao was captivated by her graceful figure and angelic beauty. He walked behind Tsunade, placed his left hand on her waist, and leaned close to her. Tsunade's pupils contracted, and her body trembled slightly. However, upon sensing that familiar presence, she did not move, and instead spoke gently. Are you finished? Yes, it's done. Uchiha Shao smiled. Since we're finished, would you accompany me for a walk today? Tsunade turned her head, looking at Uchiha Zhao's handsome face, and said, of course. Uchiha Shao nodded. Tsunade rose, moved to his left side, and linked her arms through his. The two walked out of the Hokage building together. The weather outside was splendid. Clear blue skies stretching endlessly above, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire was the most temperate, peaceful, and resource-rich, coveted by the other 4 nations. However, due to the Land of Fire's powerful military strength, its impressive records against the lands of Rain and Wind, and the ongoing conflict between the lands of Earth and Lightning, Konoha currently enjoyed relative tranquility. Tsunade walked arm in arm with Uchiha Shao down the street. The striking pair looked like a perfect match. With the entire Uchiha clan participating in the war, the villagers' attitude toward them had shifted considerably. Seeing Uchiha Shao and Tsunade together in public, they all smiled warmly. Shaokuin, look there. Tsunade pointed to a vendor not far away. Uchiha Shao followed the direction of her elegant hand. The stall was filled with beautiful stones. Let's go take a look. Uchiha Shao smiled gently, and Tsunade nodded. The two strolled leisurely over to the small vendor's stall. The vendor looked up and was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected it to be the legendary Lady Tsunade. Then he glanced at the man beside her, clad in the black kimono of the Uchiha clan, and it struck him. This must be Uchiha Shao, the renowned slayer of 1,000. Lady Tsunade, Lord Uchiha, greetings. May I ask what you two would like to purchase? The boss smiled and gestured toward the items on the ground. He was merely a street vendor who occasionally dealt in jade furs and silverware. He never expected to encounter such esteemed customers today. Tsunade released her grip on Uchiha Zhao's arm, pointed to a pendant on the ground, and then took off the blue pendant from her own neck, clutching it in her hand. She then picked up a necklace from the stall that was identical in style, the only difference being that this pendant was red. Uchiha Zhao was taken aback. Weren't there supposed to be only one such necklace in the original story, the one Tsunade was wearing? How had another appeared? Tsunade smiled. Xiaoquan, what do you think of this pendant? It's the first time I've seen one so similar to grandfather's. Put it on quickly and let me see. It looks quite lovely as a couple's pair. Uchiha Zhao nodded and placed the pendant around his neck. In an instant he felt his fire attribute chakra begin to stir. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What was happening? However, to avoid drawing Tsunade and the vendor's attention, he quickly suppressed the surging fire chakra. Ding! The system has detected that the host has acquired a peculiar item, the Flame Demon Necklace. It can be recycled for 99,000 points. Would the host like to recycle it? The system's voice carried excitement, anticipation, and craving. Uchiha Zhao was stunned. 990,000 points. Did that mean he could directly obtain the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or the Sage Body? No. Anything unusual must have a deeper significance. For the system to assign such a high price, its true value must far exceed that amount. He ignored the system's voice and smiled instead. Boss, how much for this necklace? The vendor took a look. Oh, it was merely this defective piece. He had only brought it back initially because its shape was somewhat attractive. He never expected Uchiha Zhao would take an interest in it. He glanced at Uchiha Zhao's expression and found it unreadable. Uncertain, he spoke up. 2 million ri. What do you think? Uchiha Zhao frowned. I came to buy something not to be swindled. The vendor's mind raced. How about this? In honor of Princess Tsunade and Lord Uchiha, I'll sell you the necklace for 1 million ri. Take it if you like. Uchiha Zhao felt assured. It seemed the vendor had no idea of the necklace's true value. However, seeing how quickly he was willing to have the price, it was clear to him that the price was still too high. Tsunade, however, was eager to pay, but Uchiha Zhao pressed his hand against hers, shook his head, and then said 5,000 ri. 5,000 ri. Lord Uchiha, are you serious? Such fine volcanic jade, and you offer only 5,000 ri. Why don't you try another shop? The vendor waved his hand and was about to sit down. He had seen Tsunade's earlier gesture to pay, so his confidence grew. No matter how much he bargained, it couldn't drop too low. Who knew Uchiha Zhao would not play by the rules and slash the price by 9,900 ri instead? Uchiha Zhao smiled coolly. It seems the boss has forgotten. I am of the Uchiha clan. With the inside of the Uchiha Sharingan, any object's authenticity can be discerned at a single glance. A defective stone, and you were asking 1 million ri. Are you not afraid of the security division arresting you for fraud? Uchiha Zhao snorted coldly. Previously, he had intended to obtain control of the security division from the clan leader, but the sudden arrival of the Sand Village had delayed the matter. The vendor's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he had almost forgotten that Uchiha Zhao possessed the Sharingan. The authenticity of the jade would be obvious to him in an instant. He wanted to struggle further because his purchase cost for that stone had been only 4,000 ri. 10,000 ri, that's the lowest I can go. My acquisition cost was 10,000 ri. Lord Uchiha, please have mercy and stop haggling. Our small business doesn't have it easy, the vendor begged. Alright, since neither of us has it easy, I'll take the loss and buy this jade pendant for 10,000 ri. Uchiha Zhao sighed dramatically while the vendor breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. He'd still made a profit of 6,000 ri. After the exchange of money and goods was complete, Uchiha Zhao finally revealed a smile, catching both Tsunade and the vendor off guard.